Chapter 1. Waste meets disability, a perfect match. When Sang Luo awoke, she found herself stark naked, confined within an iron cage. A man's hand was reaching towards an inappropriate place. She let out a piercing scream and delivered a swift kick to his groin, causing him to double over in pain. Seizing the opportunity while the cage door was still ajar, Sang Luo bolted towards the exit. Inside the cage were 20 or 30 other young women, equally unclothed, who, upon witnessing her escape, shrieked and followed her out. A group of tall orcs clad in black uniforms stormed in, surrounding the entrance to capture the fleeing females. Amidst the chaos, Sang Luo managed to scramble out through a window. Fortunately, being on the ground floor spared her from injury. Believing she had been abducted into some illicit den, her mind was clouded with fear. She spotted a nearby junk truck unloading its cargo and dove inside. As the truck's doors slammed shut, she caught a glimpse through a crack of the men rushing from the entrance, only to realize they possessed beast-like ears and tails. A large sign above the entrance boldly proclaimed, in crimson paint, "Female Sanctuary." Orc, Female Sanctuary. What in the world is this place? Sang Luo came to a startling realization she had traversed through time. She had been thrust into a future a million years hence. The environment had deteriorated, humanity had perished, and genetically evolved orcs now dominated this land. They were formidable warriors, yet faced a dire survival dilemma: the scarcity of females. The male-to-female ratio had plummeted to 1:20 and continued to decline annually. In a bid for survival and reproduction, families instituted a system of one female to multiple males, encouraging females to take on several partners to contribute to their tribes, cities, and empires. Yet, with so many males and so few females, a black market for such transactions had quietly emerged. With a clatter, the junk truck finished dumping its load of refuse and departed. Once she confirmed the area was deserted, the strikingly beautiful girl with ebony hair and pale skin scrambled out from the heap of rubbish. She intended to find clothing, but after only a few steps, her cheeks flushed and her breath grew heavy with an overwhelming desire for a man. Those scoundrels had set this trap for her. Her nose began to bleed. If she couldn't find a man to satiate her needs today, she would likely perish in this desolate wilderness. Sang Luo stumbled about, searching frantically. Not far from the riverbank, she spotted a man. He lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. His features were a gruesome mess, bloodied and unrecognizable. Initially, she thought he was merely a corpse abandoned in the wild. Suppressing her fear, she crawled closer, reaching beneath his nose to check for breath, only to discover he was still alive. That was enough. He could be of use. The man's fingers twitched, hinting at consciousness. Sang Luo's clarity returned, and she quickly rose from his side, grabbing a nearby, oversized garment to cover herself. In her haste, she had not noticed it was a military uniform. A squad of orcs clad in the same uniforms as the female sanctuary appeared in the distance, and without a moment to spare, she fled. Just as she departed, the man she had just freed suddenly opened his eyes. They were a pair of mesmerizing, elongated purple irises, incomprehensible in their depth. At that moment, surprise filled his gaze as genetic frenzy had inexplicably dissipated. He half sat on the ground, his expression inscrutable. Intriguing. Quickly, I saw her. That female ran this way. The orcs from the sanctuary pursued her. With a chilling glance, the man directed his gaze towards them, and in an instant, that group of orcs was reduced to a bloody mess. His figure then vanished amidst the ruins. Sang Luo ran for an indeterminate time until she finally escaped the debris and entered a lush, untamed jungle. Exhausted, her legs buckled, and she tumbled off a cliff, losing consciousness. By chance, a hunting party passed by and brought her back to their tribe. The Kelder tribe, a small to medium-sized community in the Rubble Forest, situated at the intersection of the northern and southern continents, had long been plagued by warfare and remained underdeveloped, with most orcs still adhering to primitive hunting lifestyles. The tribe was currently preparing for a triennial comingafage ceremony, where the shaman would crown the newly matured males and females, allowing the females to select their desired young males as partners. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, the forlorn males who had not found partners watched as the hunting party returned, not only bringing abundant resources and beast crystals, but also a small female from outside. Many males gathered around her. Before they could approach, a foul stench wafted through the air, repelling them. This odor emanated from the unknown female, who was frail, covered in bruises, and bloodied, her face marred and disfigured. "Marley, where did you find this female? She's so weak and smells terrible. One might think you picked her up from a garbage dump." A female's fragrance largely represented her fertility. The more appealing the scent, the more it drove males wild, symbolizing superior reproductive capabilities. They had never encountered such a repugnant female. Clearly, she had been abandoned by the tribe, the lowest of the low. "We found her near the war-torn mountains. We couldn't just stand by and let her be devoured by beasts, so we brought her back," one of them explained. "Who would want such a stinking female? Whoever brought her back should take her home." No, I don't want her either." Marley quickly waved his hands. No one else stepped forward. Even the thought of being near such a foul-smelling female extinguished any desire for mating. As Sang Luo regained consciousness, she found herself surrounded by 50 or so towering male orcs, most of whom were shirtless and clad only in shorts, their muscular physiques exuding an unexplainable wildness. Yet, they all wore expressions of discomfort, and some even took a step back upon seeing her awake. An elder shaman approached, stating, "Any female from outside must have a partner within our tribe to remain here. If no one desires her, she will have to be sent to the female sanctuary." Politely termed a sanctuary, it was in reality a legalized red light district and breeding center for females. In a sanctuary, females were treated as commodities, categorized by their value. Those with reproductive capabilities would bear offspring for males without partners, continuously becoming pregnant until their fertility was entirely exhausted, often leading to their demise within a few years. Those with lower reproductive potential were even cheaper, used as mere instruments for relieving desires by homeless males, leading to even more miserable lives. Once a female entered the sanctuary, it was akin to being dead. Sang Luo trembled at the mention of those words. She had just escaped that hellish place and could not be sent back. Desperately, she attempted to plead her case, but her voice was hoarse, unable to form coherent words, her body injured and her vocal cords torn. "En mute?" A wild, handsome orc stepped forward with a wicked grin. "Such a weak and damaged female deserves the weakest male. I suggest we send her to Lan Song. He was severely injured 2 years ago and is said to have lost his reproductive capabilities. He hardly qualifies as a male. They will make a perfect pair." The crowd erupted in laughter. Suddenly, the laughter ceased. Sang Luo followed their gaze to the newcomer. He was a tall, slender figure caught between youth and adulthood, possessing a physique honed by years of rigorous training, though slightly gaunt from past injuries. His complexion was pale, and he wore a semi-transparent black collar around his neck. His features were strikingly handsome, with narrow single eyelids, a high nose, and thin lips, a rarity among the colorful orcs, embodying a beauty that aligned with Eastern aesthetics. Yet the scar running down his left cheek marred that beauty. "This weak female is currently unwanted. If you wish, you may keep her," the shaman remarked cryptically. "Your mating season is approaching, and should you fail to bond with a female soon, you risk losing control and devolving into a mindless beast." Lan Song paused, his cold gaze settled on Sang Luo for a brief moment before swiftly moving away. After his severe injury and demotion, he had no intention of seeking a female, preferring to endure his plight alone. "I have no need." Before he finished speaking, the small female stumbled from the crowd and tightly clung to his waist. The young man stiffened, looking down. "Let go." The small female gazed up at him, her half-destroyed face, hair, and bloodied skin unwashed, resembling a vengeful ghost at first glance. "I want you." Though she could not speak, her eyes conveyed a raw desperation. She wanted to live. She refused to be sent to the sanctuary. She was a newcomer, utterly ignorant of her surroundings. This tribe was currently her best refuge. Sang Luo had to find a man to secure her place, and the man before her was her only opportunity. "You." Lan Song felt the heat of her bold gaze and, unexpectedly, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, compelling him to turn away. Yet, she quickly rose on her toes and pressed a kiss upon his cheek, her soft lips grazing the scar that he was ashamed to reveal. The youth's body trembled at once. As they drew so close, the mingling scent of her blood and an indescribable faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, igniting a long-suppressed yearning that surged through him. Lan Song's breath deepened, and he swept her up in his arms, declaring, "This female, I shall raise." With that proclamation, he disregarded the others and strode away with her in his embrace. Chapter 2. The mute and disabled, unwanted by others, he will raise for a lifetime. Sang Luo emerged from the refuse pit, her tattered clothing stained with dried, foul-smelling blood, a cacophony of scents that was almost unbearable to her own senses. Ahead, a small stream lay at the valley's bottom, where Lan Song carried her to bathe, leaving her with the words, "Call me if you need anything," before disappearing into the nearby woods to wait. Sang Luo hastily shed her soiled garments and submerged half her body in the cool, refreshing water, scrubbing herself meticulously. Her wounds had yet to heal, and as pain shot through her, she gasped, bending low to avoid disturbing the scabs. Suddenly, a tall, imposing shadow appeared on the water's surface. Lan Song had returned, unbeknownst to her, tossing her a clean, neat outfit and a towel before vanishing once more. Sang Luo pulled off the clothing atop her head, taking a quick, cleansing bath. Emerging from the water, she swiftly dried herself and her damp hair with the towel before donning the clothes and seeking him out. This man, though still youthful, appeared remarkably tender, having just reached adulthood and stood nearly 2 meters tall. When Sang Luo wore his shirt, its hem nearly brushed her knees. Lan Song was not merely unfortunate to encounter such a formidable beast, rather, he had deliberately traversed the mountain for days, lying in wait. After a day-long battle, the beast, wearied and severely wounded, finally succumbed beneath his claws. Lan Song was not a member of this tribe. He had grown up in a slum, lacking the means to attend school in the city. From a young age, he had taken to saving money to buy books, though they mostly contained combat techniques, which were rather dull for females. He remembered, upon noticing the tall figure enveloped in a chill, Sang Luo lifted her gaze from the book. Lan Song sat beside her, offering a peeled wild fruit to her lips. The females of the tribe had a penchant for fruits, and he had gathered a considerable amount from the forest. Lan Song was somewhat surprised the current beast world was not the primitive society of millennia past, and it was rare to encounter illiterate beastmen. Although the noble families did not expect their females to gain knowledge for the benefit of the empire, it was uncommon to find a female entirely uneducated one who could not even tell if she was holding a book upside down. Yet recalling that she was a female retrieved from outside the tribe, perhaps from the slums, and bearing a genetic defect as a mute, having lost even the most basic reproductive value, it was no wonder no one had taught her such things. Sang Luo traced his chest with her fingers, spelling out his name, Lan Song. It had been a long time since anyone had relied on him in such a manner. It was not that her learning ability was remarkable, rather, as she studied, she increasingly recognized that these characters resembled Chinese characters, merely distorted forms, akin to the difference between modern Chinese and Oracle bone script. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled, and she nodded enthusiastically. The familiar scent emanating from the small female filled him with an overwhelming sense of peace and affection. In this world of beastmen, where people transformed into living beasts, he pondered, would he ever have the chance to return? The room contains only one bed. Rest well. He'll sleep outside on the ground. If you need anything, feel free to call me, Lan Song said, meeting her bewildered, glistening almond eyes, stirring the softest corners of his heart. At that moment, he felt that having a small female to care for might not be so bad after all. The beastmen of the tribe still retained the primitive hunting traditions, subsisting on the meat of star beasts and extracting the crystal cores within them, which served as the universal currency in this world. These cores could enhance one's strength or be exchanged in the city for a wider variety of food and goods. The beastmen lived in simple earthen homes, yet their furnishings bore the distinct marks of human civilization, equipped with conveniences like refrigerators, electric stoves, and lamps, providing a sense of familiarity even in this otherworldly existence, requiring no adaptation period. San Luo, she murmured. Suddenly, Sang Luo twitched her nose and, with a small hand, began to explore the lean, solid waist of Lan Song. Sang Luo obediently accepted the bowl, blowing away the thin layer of white foam atop the meat broth before taking a delicate sip, her eyes lighting up. Afterward, Lan Song returned much earlier in the evening, allowing ample time to teach her to read by lamplight, though he also rose earlier in the morning, often vanishing before dawn. After consuming 2 large bowls of rich and savory meat soup, a warm sensation enveloped her belly and drowsiness began to creep in. Lan Song leaned against the tree, and upon hearing footsteps behind her, she turned her head to find a flash of astonishment in her eyes. The tumultuous events of the day, filled with extreme panic, made her feel an unexpected sense of safety in the presence of this orc youth. Instinctively, she yearned to rely on him. However, it was evident that this world was devoid of humans, populated solely by orcs. Lan Song, having muddled through life for so long, felt as if she truly came alive at that moment. By the time Lan Song returned to the tribe, it was already deep into the night. He quietly pushed open the door to his home, only to be met with a sudden embrace. "Are you illiterate?" He chuckled softly, causing Sang Luo's ears to flush. His culinary skills were indeed impressive. After seeing her devour the soup in mere moments, he let out a sigh of relief and hurried to the kitchen to fetch her another bowl. Females, unlike their lesser-valued male counterparts, should have been cherished and adored. Yet she had endured such hardship. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached for her. He pulled her onto his lap and asked, "Would you like to learn?" Upon entering, he noticed Sang Luo was slowly flipping through several books she had retrieved from the bedside. Soon after, the bed next to her sank, and a potent masculine presence enveloped her entirely. "In some time, the nearby cities and tribes will organize a trade fair. I shall procure some items then, including clothes and toiletries for your daily needs." He barely recognized that his voice had softened considerably as he leaned down to kiss the top of her head, tucked her in, turned off the light, and left for the front room. His body felt an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort. After bringing her back to their dwelling, Lan Song stepped out for a while, returning with several sets of clean garments for her. Although he was a man of few words, his rare smiles were undeniably charming. Generally, orc females were tall, especially the carnivorous ones, often reaching heights of 1.7 to 1.8 meters. The linen dresses he brought appeared somewhat oversized on Sang Luo, but there was no longer a demand for perfection. Modesty was sufficient. His heart swelled with tenderness. Since his grievous injury, Lan Song had faced a barrage of both overt and covert ridicule. No one could withstand the fall from grace, the humiliation of being trampled in the mire after having once dwelled in paradise. The impetuous youth found himself increasingly misanthropic over the years, even contemplating suicide. The mountain paths were strewn with rubble, and without shoes, Sang Luo showed no sign of delicacy as she sat atop the back of a massive black wolf, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, feeling the genuine plushness of its fur and sighing, realizing that she had indeed crossed into another realm. As Lan Song prepared to leave, Sang Luo wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled him down, her soft kiss landing on his lips. Having had so little experience caring for females, he found himself somewhat flustered by the sudden responsibility of looking after a small female in his home, a stark contrast to the self-sufficiency he had known. While the darkness might conceal them from the sight of others, orcs possessed acute vision. Lan Song was close enough for his warm, heavy breath to brush against her ear, and with a slender hand, he pressed something rock-like to her lips, feeding it to her. Strangely, as the stone entered her mouth and mingled with her saliva, it transformed into a gentle warmth that spread through her throat and throughout her entire being. The unpleasant odor vanished, replaced by a subtle, enticing fragrance. As Sang Luo caught a fleeting glimpse of his crimson ears, she found him rather innocent. The evening was drawing to a close, and Lan Song carried her back to the dormitory, where the bed had been prepared in advance with fresh linens. "I'm fine. You should return to rest," she urged. Lan Song quickly grasped her delicate hand and led her back inside, fearing that if he lingered too long in such intimacy, he might lose control and prematurely succumb to his instincts. Lan Song paused momentarily before nodding and softly calling her name. The refrigerator still held some provisions. He had spent the better part of the day in the kitchen preparing a bowl of creamy meat soup, steaming and enticing. His heart raced fervently, yearning to immortalize this moment in his memory. In the stillness of the night, Sang Luo heard the sound of the black wolf tending to its wounds. Where had the humans vanished? Extinct, perhaps? Regrettably, her modest collection of books constrained her understanding of this world, preventing her from grasping the broader reality and thus leaving her questions unanswered. She had yet to explore other places, but from what she observed in this tribe, the level of technological advancement seemed akin to that of rural societies in the modern world. Within the dimly lit room, only their breaths filled the air. Sang Luo's slender fingers rested gently against the man's chest, her eyes narrowing as she smiled radiantly at him, a warm and tender expression gracing her features. And then, there was her name. The wandering spirit found a sense of belonging, an indescribable joy washing over her. After his hunt, he must have taken a bath in the river, his clothes still slightly damp, exuding a subtle freshness mingled with the faintest trace of blood. She nodded in acknowledgement. Lansong's gaze lingered on her for but a fleeting moment before he hurriedly averted his eyes, lowering his head in shyness. Transforming into his beastly form and settling at her feet, the ground beneath them unclean, inviting her to join him. As he turned to leave, Sang Luo, now more awake, grasped him tightly. Recalling her initial days after her arrival, she realized she could understand the language of these beastmen, leading her to suspect that she had not truly traversed into an entirely different realm. This world must bear some relation to human society. Days ahead seemed to hold new promise. The fruit resembled a mangosteen, and as she ate from his hand, her tongue lightly brushed against his fingertips, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Lansong withdrew his hand, fidgeting with his fingers, his ears tinged with a rosy hue as he pretended to look down, only to discover she was holding her book upside down. This morning, Lansong had donned a fitted white shirt beneath a dark coat. As she reached into the coat, she found the shirt was missing. He had encountered trouble on his way out, battling a massive bull-like beast, one of the most formidable creatures in the wasteland. Known for its destructive power and resilience, any beastman below level 5 faced near-certain death in such encounters. Fortunately, Sang Luo proved herself capable. In just half a month, aside from a few obscure characters, she had nearly mastered the essentials of the language. The man beneath her suddenly became flustered, his hand tightening around her waist. "You must be hungry. I'll prepare something," she offered as he headed to the kitchen. The following day, before dawn, Lansong had prepared breakfast and departed early, only to return in the evening, burdened with his catch. "I will teach you," he promised. The female's wounds had yet to heal, but her almond-shaped eyes sparkled beautifully. After washing away the grime, her skin appeared pale and flawless, the outer garment lacking buttons and simply draped over her form, revealing a hint of her collarbone and the graceful curve of her legs. She was a stranger to this world, unfamiliar with its script. He embraced her, holding her for a long while before inhaling deeply and laughing. "Still awake at this hour, waiting for me?" The mute, unwanted by others, was indeed a treasure bestowed upon him by fate. Sang Luo felt a tremor coursing through her body, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with color. Before she could entertain any thoughts of retreat, Lansong turned to grasp her chin, seizing the initiative, and passionately kissed her. Chapter 3. Truly wild and unrestrained. Lansong endured great difficulty, yet ultimately released her, indulging in a night of restrained desire, savoring her presence with gentle pecks, knowing when to draw the line. As the gentle touch of the mulberry leaves caressed the intersecting scars on the man's back, he concealed his innermost thoughts. Just as dawn broke, Lansong called her to breakfast from the kitchen, where he had prepared delicate meat dumplings and savory buns filled with meat. The man, who had a cookbook resting on his bedside, certainly possessed remarkable culinary skills. Despite being someone who could easily laze in bed until noon, the enticing aroma invigorated her spirit. The meat of the star beast was tender and delectable, providing a satisfying fullness. Typically, she could easily boast about devouring a basket of small buns, yet here, just 2 small buns left her feeling pleasantly stuffed, warmth radiating through her body, brimming with energy. "Lansong, it's getting late. We should be on our way." Someone called for him from outside the courtyard. Lansong acknowledged the call, tidied up the dishes, and prepared to step out. Since his severe injury 3 years ago, he had seldom interacted with the tribal orcs, voluntarily relinquishing his position as captain and refraining from participating in coordinated hunts. However, the orcs were better suited for group combat, ensuring safety and enabling the capture of superior prey. Now that he had a young female to care for at home, it was evidently unwise to continue the solitary struggle of those aimless years. Adorned with a garland of calla lilies and daisies, her round face, which was not particularly striking, gained an added allure, while her elongated cat-like eyes sparkled with charm. Li Man narrowed her slender, feline eyes as she took in the sturdy figure of a Tai, clearly displaying a hint of interest. "Man La, what brings you here uninvited?" Li Man inquired, glancing at the unexpected guest. Sang Luo also gathered a considerable number of flowers, weaving several floral crowns from willow vines to present to them. However, they had heard that the tribe had recently acquired several females from outside, among them a wounded mute girl who had been taken away by Lansong. Each month, several orcs were sacrificed. "What a fine treasure. Might you gift me one as well?" Lyman returned with the man, her cheeks flushed, appearing quite well nourished. The females often ventured out accompanied by 1 or 2 husbands for protection. There were also a few young females, like her, who had yet to bond with a partner. With fewer companions, most were occupied with hunting, leaving them unaccompanied. Yet, safety was not guaranteed, as perilous star beasts lingered in the primordial jungle, and Lansong's journey led deeper into that wilderness. The age-old adage that any outsider must be exterminated remained ever relevant. Should the orcs uncover her true identity, she could only dread the consequences. Her palms grew clammy, her body trembling. Lyman plucked a bright red fruit from the bushes, wiped it casually on her clothing, and consumed it. Were it not for the slight resemblance and the absence of any new females in the tribe of late, he might not have recognized her, almost mistaking her for another. You are that little female from that day?" A blonde orc approached briskly from a distance. I anticipate being away for several days. Take good care of yourself at home. If you prefer not to cook, there are provisions in the fridge that can be easily heated. Should you need anything, you can seek out Duo Line next door. I have previously assisted his family, and they are quite amiable. He embraced her, planting a fervent kiss upon her cheek before reluctantly departing. Lansong made his way toward the group outside. Addressing a tall, green-haired orc, Luo is still unfamiliar with the tribe. Please have Aya take her out for a stroll. She is not in good health, so be sure to look after her. She was a person after all, and did not wish to be inexplicably stirred like an animal in heat. Having been here for over half a month, no one had come to visit her. And just as Lansong stepped away, someone proactively knocked on her door. It was not difficult to surmise that Lansong had instructed his brothers to check on her. He would certainly not harm her. I approached, cautioning that fruit has aphrodisiac properties. Do not consume too much. Sang Luo turned to look. She could not discern whether only this area had succumbed to desolation or if the entire world had fallen into ruin. For the past half-month, those cruel individuals had secretly mocked him. Kumu hesitated, stretching his neck in an attempt to peer into the courtyard, only to be obstructed by Lansong, who intervened unnecessarily. Sai Luo paused, her gaze landing on a figure that seemed somewhat familiar. It dawned on her that he was among the orc tribe she encountered when she first arrived. As an outsider residing in the Kordo tribe, it was impossible for the native females to refrain from approaching her. Yet, a lingering sense of reluctance gripped her, donning a beautiful coarse linen skirt. She decided to venture out, curious to behold the appearance of that foreign little female. Ah, indeed, the bushes were adorned with numerous small red fruits, and others soon arrived, eager to gather quite a bounty. Observing their delight, San Luo surmised that these fruits must possess a delightful flavor, and she too plucked one, bringing it to her lips. Having lingered at the third tier for nearly 5 years, she stood on the precipice of a breakthrough, and recently, after acquiring an orange crystal, she achieved that very advancement. As she spoke, her posture straightened further, and the glances from several females transformed instantly. This female was indeed strikingly beautiful. Thankfully, she bore an injury to her face and was mute. Otherwise, every strong individual in the tribe would be captivated by her. Manla felt a sense of relief, yet her disdain deepened. According to tribal customs, a foreign female joining the tribe must first present herself to the chieftain and the shaman for her name to be recorded. Surely, she did not believe that the Kordo tribe was a place where a foreign female could indulge without consequence. Lyman, known for her fiery temperament, often found few little females willing to play with her, frequently lamenting her boredom at home. Otherwise, she would have inquired about her, hoping that more females could gather to foster connections. Yolu chuckled in agreement. I shall visit the chieftain and the shaman now, as long as Lansong is pleased. It matters not to you. Why concern yourself so? Pamir, a lively member of the group, swiftly gathered the others, reassuringly stating, rest assured. The little female will not suffer any grievances while among us. You wait here. It so happens that Duoji and the others mentioned they would be foraging for fruits in the eastern woods this morning. I shall have them take that little female along. She had been discovered by the tribe's orcs in a desolate ruin. Today was indeed fortuitous, as there were plenty of sweet fruits here. Previously, Atai had doubted that the little female would survive long, deeming her unworthy of Lansong. Now, however, he felt a twinge of shame. The little female appeared vibrant and full of life. Aside from being a tad slender, she bore no distinction from the other females in the tribe. Were it not for her scars, she might even surpass all the females he had ever encountered in beauty. Just a few days ago, I saw you still at the third tier. How swiftly you have advanced. Sang Luo was truly unaware of this regulation, and Lansong had never mentioned it to her. She communicated through a gentle touch on Lyman's palm, requesting her to convey the message on her behalf. Sang Luo was flustered. She was human, and not a genuine female beastman. How could she possibly be assessed for her reproductive capabilities? Despite Lansong's current decline in rank, he remained formidable in battle, and many females still harbored unrequited affections for him. Manla, the daughter of the shaman, was infuriated, as this matter had spread throughout the entire tribe. Duoji poked the distracted Aya and jested, Didn't you have feelings for Lansong? We thought you might have a chance after his injury, yet it seems he remains committed. It appears you are destined to be without this male. The majority of the beastmen bore either 2 orange stripes or 3 yellow stripes on their arms, with only a middle-aged lion beastman beside Duoji possessing 4 green stripes, marking him as one of the stronger warriors of the tribe. Atai rubbed his eyes, questioning if he was mistaken. This young female had been filthy, frail, and wretched just 2 weeks prior, her body and face smeared with blood, barely clinging to life. Now, she donned a linen dress, impeccably clean, her skin whiter than the ice of the cold season, with soft black hair tied in a low ponytail, a delicate, pale pink face, and bright, dark eyes that sparkled. When she smiled, her rosy lips curved enticingly, rendering onlookers breathless. A few beastmen transformed into their animal forms and hurried home to relay the news. Initially, Aya and her companions had some reservations about Sang Luo, an outsider female, but under Lansong's urging, they found it difficult to refuse. After spending a short time together, they grew genuinely fond of her, treating Sang Luo as one of their own, inviting her to join in their feasts and festivities. Others had long since grown accustomed to the scene and continued with their tasks. The vibrant spectrum of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, along with their corresponding numbers, signified the beastmen's strength, ranging from 1st to 7th rank. During these days, Sang Luo accompanied them as they roamed the vicinity, gathering insights about the true nature of the world. Bring her to the female stone was the purpose of their visit. Hello, I am Atai. The chief and my mother are usually quite busy. It is not so easy for an outsider female like you to meet them. The scars on her face had faded considerably. The tribe's beastmen frequently ventured out to eliminate the star beast prowling the area, maintaining stability and safeguarding the females within the tribe. Sang Luo was taken aback by their wild and untamed ways. She lost her appetite and handed her fruit to Aya. The group set off to find Sang Luo, and she willingly accompanied them. Males hunted to provide for their families, while the females would often venture together to safe zones nearby to gather fruits and vegetables, supplementing household provisions and alleviating the monotony of their lives, which revolved solely around playing cards and raising offspring. There is something Kimio dared not elaborate further, his mind racing with questions about the enchanting female who had captivated their leader. If she were truly such a treasure, why was she kept under wraps? It seemed her injuries had healed, allowing her to saunter about freely. How shameless. A voice, sharp and caustic, pierced the air. In the more distant reaches of the tribe, numerous collapsed high-rise buildings had long since turned to ruins, devoid of human presence. If only they could ascertain the low reproductive capabilities of this frail female, they would have grounds to expel her from the tribe. Sang Luo followed the gaze to observe the arm of Atai, whose beastly markings signified his level of strength, typically found on the arm or neck. Upon his arm were 4 faint green markings, indicating a recent ascension to the 4th tier, his power still somewhat unsteady. I remarked with a smile that such fruit was a rare find during their usual foraging. The males hunting outside might not encounter it even a few times in a month, and yet he had freely given it to her. The group dispersed to gather more fruit. Your hands are quite skilled. This garland is truly exquisite. The autumn harvest season brought a refreshing mountain breeze, and the forest teemed with seasonal vegetables and fruits, many of which were bizarre and unfamiliar to Earth. The Kaldo tribe, located near the ruins, had been reconstructed later, primarily consisting of brick houses, while further out, the landscape increasingly resembled the primal jungle, shrouded in mystery and peril. Along her journey, she had encountered a few recently transformed orc children, devoid of markings, while the 12 or 13-year-old orc youths typically bore a single red marking. Lyman was quite enamored with the garland, which significantly enhanced her fondness for Sang Luo, leading her to hold her hand on the way back. Was it merely a decline in realm? The route was not long, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at the eastern forest. The decline following an era of unparalleled civilization returned to a primitive simplicity, quietly and slowly rejuvenating. The females often pondered their thoughts, especially with the arrival of another powerful and handsome male. Whether there were opportunities to draw closer was secondary, for they remained oblivious to the world outside their windows. I did not come here to seek you. Manla raised her face, her fair countenance adorned with her usual pride. Yet a fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed her eyes upon seeing Sang Luo's visage. A 4th-tier orc indeed counted among the strong of the younger generation within the tribe, where among several hundred orcs, only a handful reached this tier. Sang Luo stood at the doorway, brushing her fingers across her face. This man, seemingly cold on the outside, yet warm within, revealed an unexpectedly clingy nature once one became familiar with him. However, the sight of 5 or 6 young females walking together was enough to draw attention. Along their path, they encountered several young, single male beastmen, all eager to assume the role of gallant protectors, flanking them with ardor. The world teeming with beastmen appeared to be more intricate than she had anticipated. The gaze of the robust, dark-skinned man upon her grew increasingly fervent. Was he unwell? Females were inherently proud. After all, who would persistently pursue a partner without dignity? After much ado, she refrained from tasting the fruits they had gathered, distributing them instead among the nearby females. He seemed entranced, his cheeks flushed and warm, his speech slightly stammering. Previously, when Brother Lansong led the hunting team, I was one of his subordinates. These past few days, Brother Lansong and his companions have gone hunting. You have no one to accompany you. Where do you intend to wander? Perhaps I could escort you there. If he truly harbored feelings for me, we would have already formed a bond. He is indifferent to me. Whether in the past or the future, he would never come to care for me. I am not at a loss for other males. Sang Luo fashioned a floral crown for her. Shortly thereafter, Li Man began to roll on the ground, her hands caressing the fabric before her, her complexion flushed and her face awash with ecstasy. A tall, dark-skinned man promptly scooped her up and carried her into the nearby woods, which basked in sunlight, the trees towering and lush, providing ample cover. What transpired there was all too evident. Lansong, have you truly resolved to forge a bond with that frail outsider? I have heard from Tuju and others that she is mute and disfigured. With such a fragile constitution, the question is not merely whether she can bear offspring, but whether she can survive at all. The East Forest was a sanctuary, safeguarding both the tribe and the woods. Yet, Lansong bore an unusual purple mark upon his arm, an unsettling sight. As Manla spoke, she beckoned her nearby tiger beast, compelling it to seize her. The female stone, a sacred artifact designated for assessing female fertility, consumed considerable energy with each activation, typically conducted only once a year. If the tribe had a scarce number of females, it could even be years before another test occurred. However, as the daughter of a shaman, Manla could readily exploit her connections. How dare you? She is my mate. Let anyone attempt to harm her. The tiger beast was sent sprawling by a powerful kick, howling in agony as two of its ribs cracked. Sang Luo found herself enveloped in a warm and powerful embrace. She gazed up at the man who rushed in. His face darkened with fury, and felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, she had clung to him in time. Lansong, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to defy the chieftain's orders? Chapter 4. I only desire your offspring, I care not for her fertility. No one shall take her from me. This rule had long been established by the chieftain, and Manla was merely acting on command. You are defying the chieftain, a towering bear warrior. At the pinnacle of the fourth tier, stepped forward beside Manla, his square jaw and imposing physique exuding a fierce dominance, although he did not overshadow Lansong's presence. Once celebrated among the elite, Lansong still commanded admiration, yet he was equally the target of envy, with many eager to see him fall from grace. Manla's complexion shifted from pale to green, fear gnawing at her heart. Although Lansong had always been indifferent towards females, he had never displayed such wrath. In that fleeting moment, his gaze seemed to hold the intent to kill. I have done nothing to her. She has disregarded the tribe's rules. I am merely following orders. She resides in the Kelder tribe, consuming our resources for days without adhering to our customs. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, then broke into a smile. Lansong, accustomed to hardship from a young age, had modest expectations for living conditions. However, the small earthen dwelling of less than 40 square meters felt cramped for two. Upon returning in the evening, Sang Luo witnessed several beastmen hauling stones weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds into the courtyard. Seeing this, Lyman called upon her companions to assist. In just a few days, a new courtyard had sprung up, expanding their living space to over 150 square meters, complete with additional storage rooms aside from their own. What troubles you? Lansong asked, noticing Sang Luo's silence and believing she was still disheartened over her lack of fertility. He comfortingly patted her head, saying nothing more before returning home. Manla's expression was grim. Do not forget that it was the former chieftain who saved you. Do you intend to leave the tribe? What is happening outside? Lansong rarely smiled. His impassive demeanor often radiated an aura of coldness that deterred strangers. Yet, when he did smile, it was akin to glaciers melting, radiating warmth. It was hot, so unbearably hot, that Sang Luo was awakened by the heat. She felt as if engulfed by flames and, upon opening her eyes, was confronted by the enormous head of a wolf. She nearly let out a shriek. But her reason quickly returned. Here, in the world of beastmen, was this wolf Lansong? The sin of alcohol that clung to him dissipated as he too awakened. Licking her face. With a series of cracking bones, the black wolf transformed into a handsome, naked man, lying face to face with her, their eyes locked. In contrast, most males focus solely on hunting and acquiring wealth, enduring the harshness of the wilderness where consuming raw flesh was commonplace. Many could hardly prepare ingredients, while some females, with weaker herbivorous beastmen at home, had some culinary knowledge. Lansong was indeed a rare prodigy among the wolf clan, a rarity seen once in a century. Pamir, a drunken fellow, had carried 3 barrels of barley wine from his storeroom, the rich, robust aroma invigorating. However, Sang Luo did not dwell on it too much. If she were to find a way to leave in the future, she would not hesitate. After all, Lansong belonged to this world, while she was destined for a different realm, making a future together unlikely. If Lansong were to encounter a true love among his kind, she would find solace in that. Sang Luo hurriedly supported the man who had fainted, as no one had mentioned that he was such a lightweight. Lansong had even prepared a batch of mildly flavored rice wine chicken specifically for the females to enjoy. Sang Luo's heart seemed to leap into her throat. The soft sensation in her hand abruptly transformed into rigidity, and she felt as if struck by lightning. A fleeting glance revealed her hand delicately encircling Lansong's lean and powerful waist. In that instant, it was as though the former Lansong had returned, proud, solitary, and exuding an intimidating aura that silenced all around him. What drink were they indulging in, one cup after another, with the brothers? The Western continent? Sang Luo was intrigued by this novel term. He cupped her delicate face, gazing into the suddenly magnified features that were undeniably handsome, causing her heart to flutter. She lowered her gaze, grasping his long fingers, and gently traced a few lines upon his warm palm. He was truly striking. The Kelder tribe was situated at the juncture of the eastern and western continents, a realm yet untouched by the delineation of power, rising anew from the ruins of conflict. Sang Luo took note of his transformation. Sang Luo's heart raced. She had never relinquished the thought of returning to her original world. Initially, her attempts to ingratiate herself with Lansong stemmed from her unfamiliarity with this place. She sought a protector to ensure her safety and avoid being sent to that female refuge. Her sustenance and medical needs were all provided by me. Never once did I touch the tribe's resources, and I had long since settled the cost of the medicine with the shaman in advance. Prosperity is but a towering edifice constructed from the blood and flesh of countless individuals at the bottom of society. Now, having a genuinely affectionate little female by my side feels like the greatest blessing from the heavens. In the morning, I reflected on the years I had devoted to the Kordo tribe, sufficient to repay the elder chief for his past act of salvation. As Lan Song held Sang Luo, he coldly remarked that if the chief truly said such things, he should convey them personally. Otherwise, should there be another instance, I would not hesitate to act decisively. Luo, I truly cherish you. I wish to. She was uncertain whether she would genuinely remain in the beast realm, not particularly enamored with its splendor. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily withdrew her hand. Beneath our feet lies a land comprised of 4 continental plates, the northern, southern, eastern, and western continents. Each a realm unto itself, with distinct customs and cultures. Is she still not awake? He paused, cradling her back to bed. The western continent is the most prosperous of the 4, brimming with economic vitality and advanced technology. The pinnacle of scientific achievement here starkly contrasts with what one encounters in the tribe, representing a world that beckons like a paradise. Lan Song recognized her limited experience living among the tribe's members and patiently elucidated matters of fundamental understanding. The beast realm appears to place significant emphasis on reproduction, with countless male beasts risking their lives to please females and secure offspring. Did he truly feel this way? Or was he merely speaking for the benefit of others in a moment of desperation? I may indeed lack the ability to bear children, which is why I was cast aside by the tribe. At that moment, ripples of emotion stirred within her, her heart heavy and her thoughts tangled, unsure of what to say. Moreover, recalling the events of that year, Lan Song's expression turned icy. Do you truly not care? Sang Luo cautiously probed, her heart racing as she awaited his response. He had journeyed from the western continent in search of a livelihood, reluctant to return to that place. Yet, should Sang Luo desire to go, he would unhesitatingly accompany her. Lan Song spoke in a calm tone. The northern continent, notorious for its relentless cold, was aptly named the frigid north, nearly devoid of any signs of life. The southern continent remained shrouded in mystery, with tales suggesting that no beastmen had ever emerged alive from its depths. Thus, the documented accounts were exceedingly scarce. His knowledge of the eastern continent was limited, as he had never set foot there, but he had heard that the beastmen there placed immense value on strength. Over the years, he had experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions and was determined not to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. He had severed most ties with the Kordo tribe's beastmen and rarely resided within the tribe. Moreover, the resources he had exchanged for hunting high-ranking stellar beasts far exceeded what the Kordo tribe could offer him. His silence regarding the tribe's repayment was merely a gesture of respect towards the elder chief. He had exhausted his sense of righteousness. Not every male, after all, was a master chef. I share no significant connection with Aya. We have scarcely exchanged a handful of words. I am aware of her affections towards me, yet I do not reciprocate them and had declined her advances long ago. Once, during a beast tide, I happened to rescue her when she was isolated, but beyond that, our paths have rarely crossed. Lan Song pressed his forehead against hers, his voice imbued with a low, languorous timbre that was strangely alluring. Sang Luo raised an eyebrow. She had not yet questioned him, yet he had voluntarily confessed. His elongated, wolf-like eyes were chillingly fierce, and a wicked smile graced his lips. You seem to have forgotten that I am not one of the Kordo tribe's beastmen, nor is my partner. You lack the authority to use the tribe as leverage to take her away. He had almost ventured into dangerous territory. Sang Luo pondered earnestly and shook her head. Lan Song, resting his chin on his hand, exchanged a knowing glance with Kumu, who, half inebriated, promptly assisted his partner in sobering up. He felt content, not only regarding the males but also the females. Aya, having downed nearly half a can of alcohol, was soon intoxicated and clung to Sang Luo, weeping uncontrollably. I am truly envious of you. How is it that a mute like you could win Lan Song's affections? I pursued him for so long yet never caught his eye. If only. Aya and her companion stared in disbelief as Lan Song carried Sang Luo home, countless gazes falling upon her. Bashfully, she nestled her head against his chest, feeling the anxious and fearful emotions of the petite female. Lan Song tightened his embrace, reassuring her, Do not fear. I am here and will ensure your safety. I swear it. Lan Song paused, his silence stretching into a long moment. While her health was impeccable, she was, after all, human and not a true female beastman. There should exist a reproductive barrier between humans and beastmen, right? Man Law was correct. Being with her could indeed lead to extinction. She turned away, feeling nauseated. Yet, as she did, he held her even closer, his hand resting upon her chest. Seeing her yearning expression, Lan Song, unwilling to shatter her illusions, could not reveal that the western continent was far from a paradise. Rather, for many, it was a hell devoid of hope for survival. Her initial intentions had been impure, and she found it hard to bear Lan Song's straightforward and sincere love. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, whispering, I'm sorry. Can you have children? I do not care, but my children must be born of you. Otherwise, I shall not want them. In recent days, Lan Song had been working diligently, returning home late. Sang Luo's life remained largely unchanged from earlier, occasionally encountering Man La, who merely averted her gaze in disdain, not engaging in any covert schemes. I do not mind. The man was tall and robust, heavy yet graceful. Sang Luo struggled to help him inside, eventually throwing him onto the bed. His tousled black hair obscured half of his striking features, his cold, handsome visage almost ethereal. Sang Luo found herself momentarily entranced. No wonder this man, despite his fall from grace, was still surrounded by such vibrant romantic prospects. After a satisfying meal, guests departed one by one. Lan Song tidied the disarrayed table while Sang Luo assisted in moving the remaining can of barley wine into the storeroom. Just as she was about to leave, she was enveloped in an embrace. The dim, shadowy storeroom was infused with the crisp scent of alcohol from the man, mingled with a familiar cool fragrance. She needed not to guess who it was. In the middle of the night, Lan Song awoke in bed, rubbing his heavy temples. He looked up to see Sang Luo tumble from the sofa, still wrapped in her blanket. Rest assured, I am fine. I merely recalled some unpleasant memories. However, life in the urban areas of the Western continent is indeed better than here. Luo, would you like to go? The lively sounds from outside the courtyard alleviated her embarrassment. Are there many continents here? Which continent is the Kordo tribe located on? The room chosen by Sang Luo was the northern chamber, where the furniture had yet to be arranged. She took a quilt and settled onto the sofa to sleep. Having lent considerable assistance during the day, fatigue washed over her like a tidal wave, and she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Lan Song had never been particularly enthusiastic about the matters of mating and procreation. After her injury, she had resigned herself to the notion of remaining single for life, indifferent to the prospect of children. She grasped this principle well enough. Today marked the day of the market in the city, a detail she had almost forgotten. Snapping back to reality, Lan Song hastily donned her clothes, intending to venture out. Over 100 kilometers away lay the prosperous city of the Keter tribe, which hosted a market once a year, just before the onset of winter. At this market, one could find numerous rare items not commonly seen within the tribe, including technological products that had traversed from the Western continent. She anticipated that her absence would be slightly prolonged this time. Suddenly, Lan Song cradled her face in his hands. His cheeks flushed as he gazed deeply into her eyes, unable to decipher her emotions, a wave of uncontrollable anxiety surging within him. That evening, after work, Lan Song and Li Man's partner, Yu Lu, personally prepared a feast to celebrate. Duoji and the others were moved to tears by the exquisite flavors, exclaiming that they had never tasted such delightful food in their lives. All right, we may not go to the Western continent, but I assure you, I will ensure you live a good life. We will not remain in the Keter tribe forever. Lan Song glanced outside at the increasing throng of figures before turning back to her with earnest admonition. Once I finish matters over there, I will return as swiftly as possible. Remember, Luo, you are not bound by the customs of the Keter tribe. Do not allow others to mistreat you. Sang Luo understood that he was hinting at Manla and her group. Lan Song had previously made bold threats. While she would not dare to act openly, it was possible she might engage in some covert maneuvers. Initially, Lan Song intended to take her along to the city, but matters related to the city had yet to be settled, and the journey would be excessively strenuous for her frail constitution, necessitating a delay. After Lan Song's departure, Sang Luo's life remained largely unchanged, though her appetite had diminished. She wished to avoid unnecessary troubles, yet complications always seemed to find her. Chapter 5. She took the initiative to ignite passion. The Kordo tribe periodically held bonfire gatherings. Young males and females would participate, ostensibly to reward everyone for their years of dedication to the tribe, but in reality, it was a matchmaking event. The spirited young males vied for the attention of the females they admired, while the females selected the males who caught their fancy, leading to the potential for an evening of card games and progeny. Sang Luo harbored little interest in the matchmaking event of this otherworldly realm, nor did she wish to incur any romantic entanglements in the beastly society. Initially, she had no intention of attending, but her friends, Li Man and others, enthusiastically insisted on her presence. The females were fervently engaged in selecting strong and handsome suitors for their harem, and Sang Luo did not wish to appear too out of place. Thus, she accompanied them to the tribal square that evening, wrapping herself in several layers of clothing, nearly resembling a dumpling. Li Man was taken aback, fearing Sang Luo was unwell, nearly dragging her to seek the shaman's aid. I'm fine, she reassured. I merely had an allergic reaction a few days ago, resulting in some rashes. I've already acquired ointment from the shaman, and I'll be well in due time. Li Man said nothing further, for their attention was swiftly captivated by several muscular and handsome men with slender waists and long legs. They had promised to treat her to roasted meat, and within less than half an hour of entering, not a single familiar figure remained by her side. However, it was the 5 years spent as a mercenary that had caused her inner frenzy to surge rapidly, just as she was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Instability in her strength led to treachery, rendering years of effort null and void. The current realm of Lan Song could no longer capture high-quality prey, nor could it yield substantial crystal stones. She certainly did not wish for him to squander his hard-earned savings merely to please her. I have wealth sufficient to sustain you, she thought. Cautiously, she refrained from wandering, for should she inadvertently stray beyond the protective confines of the tribe, she could easily be devoured by the star beasts. Sang Luo declined to accept the dowry from Lan Song, suggesting that he keep it for himself. The young orc was momentarily taken aback, bowing his head. However, in an instant, he broke into a gentle smile, crossing his arms and regarding her with a leisurely demeanor. Where is your companion? Why are you alone on a night walk? A beautiful little female like you? It is quite easy to be captured and devoured, you know. The emphasis on the last 3 words was alluring. Females require the support of the strong, while males seek progeny to continue their lineage. Very well, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home. The pouch filled with high-grade crystal stones was his hard-earned dowry from years of survival against the odds, sufficient to purchase a decent home in the city, allowing for a stable and prosperous life together in their later years. If Manla truly held affection for Lan Song, she would have made way for him willingly. Yet, after hearing from Lyman and others about the unpleasant altercation that day, it became apparent that Manla, in front of so many orcs, had insulted and ridiculed Lan Song, declaring that such a worthless being was only worthy of servitude to a mute cripple. Manla did not genuinely care for Lan Song. She regarded him merely as a possession. No male would willingly foot the bill for her. There were also numerous azure crystals and, astonishingly, a violet crystal. The violet crystal was said to be the core of a 7th-tier star beast, a legendary treasure. Before long, an uninvited guest arrived, proposing a deal. How about we strike a bargain? If you agree to leave the Kelder tribe, I am willing to offer you 50 crimson crystals. Previously, when tensions ran high and war seemed imminent, she had closed her eyes, prepared to embrace the moment, only for him to kiss her for over 10 minutes, his lips even becoming chapped and bleeding. Yet he made no further advances, ultimately fleeing in disarray. You had better not regret this. Lan Song was merely momentarily captivated by novelty. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long without committing to her. Moreover, beast crystals were not merely currency. The energy contained within was also a primary source for orcs to advance in strength. A soft, unfamiliar laugh echoed in her ears. Sang Luo immediately turned her head to see a handsome orc with chestnut hair jumping down from the tree. He possessed broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs, his honey-toned skin exuding an alluring sensuality. Coincidentally, he was also tilting his head to gaze at her, his beast-like emerald vertical pupils faintly glowing, lending an air of eeriness beneath the night sky. The wounds on my body are laced with toxins. Years ago, I did not receive timely treatment. And after all this time, the remaining toxins have long since accumulated beneath my skin, rendering any salve ineffective, he remarked with a smile. Lan Song felt a tightness in her chest as she retrieved a substantial bag brimming with crystals. Sang Luo cast a curious glance at him, and he merely smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Without hesitation, he took her hand and led her towards the left fork in the path. Fortunately, I am acquainted with this route. Allow me to guide you there. I am lost. Can you lead me back? She inquired. Before long, they arrived at a familiar courtyard. Upon hearing the news, Sang Luo returned home, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace by Lan Song. He released her momentarily, grasping her shoulders and turning her around, inspecting her from head to toe before finally exhaling in relief and setting down the burden from his shoulders. Amon, the clan leader requests your presence. Please ensure the list for tonight's bonfire gathering is prepared for him. Who were you speaking with just now? Not far away. Tuju unloaded 2 large bags of dried meat from his shoulders, striding toward them while casting a glance in that direction. He was in greater need of the funds than she was. Tuju's gaze shifted back. Lan Song, a youthful and vigorous beast, unaccustomed to such temptations, felt his cheeks flush rapidly. His throat convulsed violently several times, and the strong arm resting on her slender waist tightened with increasing intensity, revealing several prominent veins. Sang Luo paid no heed to his jesting and stepped forward to grasp one of his hands. Humph, there is nothing worth seeing. It is that little mute whom Lan Song brought back a few days ago. How dare she, an outsider female, attend our Kordo tribe's bonfire festival and even have the audacity to confront me? Such audacity is truly outrageous. However, not a single male approached her during the banquet. And even the female stones dared not test her. It is likely she truly has issues with her body and cannot bear offspring, Manla scoffed. The lowest rank within is merely green crystal. Years ago, he had been unexpectedly injured while on a mission and was fortuitously rescued by the old chieftain of the Kordo tribe. The chieftain had shown him great kindness and, lacking any heirs, he took it upon himself to care for him. In gratitude for this benevolence, Lan Song remained in the tribe for many years, intending to leave with Sang Luo once his debt was repaid. The Kordo tribe spans a vast expanse. Some beastmen prefer to build houses on the mountains, while others choose to dwell against the hills, and certain rat beastmen enjoy burrowing into the ground, leading to scattered residences. The mountain paths are winding, and as she walked, the sky had grown quite dark, making the route difficult to discern. Where did this little female come from? What a foolish and dazed creature, standing here all alone. She has always been skeptical of genuine emotions, believing only in exchanges of benefit. Sang Luo provided a rough description of the location, writing it down for him. His gaze flickered with intrigue. Are you the female of that wolf beast? It was unexpected that he sought a female, It seemed a pity. Perhaps there was something amiss with his physique, or he felt himself unappealing, making it difficult for him to approach. Stealing a glance at his lower body, Sang Luo noted it appeared quite robust. There seemed to be no issues there. Could it be that he had sustained an injury to his manhood years ago? As night deepened and dew thickened, autumn's chill rapidly descended. The weather in the beast realm was far more capricious than on Earth. Lan Song secured the doors and windows, then took her into his embrace as they settled into bed. The warmth and softness of her presence dispelled the exhaustion accumulated over the past fortnight. Sang Luo reveled in wrapping her arms around his lean, sturdy waist, seeking solace in his heat. Even if she truly had no future with Lan Song, Sang Luo would never relinquish him to such a despicable female. Turning away from the square, she reflected on the weak female's beauty. Her allure was undeniable, even with her injuries. But among the beast folk, fertility was of paramount importance. Sang Luo also dipped her finger into the ointment, intending to apply it to his face. Sang Luo rose to her feet, gazing directly at her with a calm yet irate expression. The muffled sounds from outside, fluctuating in intensity, still reached their ears. Lan Song's handsome face visibly reddened, his ears flushing a deep crimson. Ah, so it was her. I had suggested gifting her to that worthless fellow, and to my surprise, he actually accepted. As Lan Song observed her darting glances, a surge of anger welled up within him. What male orc could withstand such provocation? His countenance darkened as he swiftly flipped her beneath him, one hand bracing against her side while the other firmly grasped her delicate chin. Lan Song had hastily departed from the gathering, journeying day and night back to the tribe. Wait, are these items truly expensive? This package, composed of an unknown material, appeared small, yet contained a considerable amount within. Sang Luo came to a halt, gazing at the unfamiliar mountain path before her, and tragically realized that she had lost her way. Most of the garments, shoes, and jewelry were designed for females, even down to the delicate silk undergarments, crafted with exquisite workmanship and comfort. Heaven knows how much she wanted to weep since her arrival in this wretched world, where her backside felt perpetually cold. Lan Song then retrieved several small porcelain vials from her bosom, gently applying a milky ointment to Sang Luo's face. Its coolness was soothing and delightful. This was a balm for healing scars. A female without reproductive capability held no value whatsoever. Sang Luo suddenly cupped his face in her hands, her crimson lips pressing against his. If she truly could not return, then perhaps sharing a life with him, raising little wolf cubs, would not be such a terrible fate. Just as their intimacy deepened, muffled breaths drifted in from outside, revealing the primal instincts that course through the veins of the beastmen, particularly their penchant for nocturnal escapades to unleash their overwhelming desires in the nearby thicket. Even without Lan Song's words, Sang Luo could discern that such indulgences must have cost a considerable number of crystal stones, far beyond what a single tribe of beastmen could bear. Suddenly, Lan Song grasped her hand firmly, enveloping her in the blankets, akin to a tightly wrapped spring roll, impenetrable and secure. Merely a pitiable plaything. She would depart from the Kordu tribe, requiring no guidance from man-law, for this tribe could never hold her and Lan Song. But 50 red crystals? Did they perceive her as someone so inexpensive? Before Lan Song left, he had bestowed upon her a pouch filled with beast crystals to spend at her leisure, containing hundreds of red crystals, along with yellow, orange, and even green crystals, more than sufficient for a life in a more prosperous tribe. Sang Luo gazed at him, having mentally prepared herself to accept him. At such a critical moment, how could he still be so reserved? She desired him as well. Was it possible that he found her too unattractive to approach? The inherent debauchery of the beastmen was well known. One could find themselves passionately entwined in the woods by afternoon if they were drawn to each other in the morning. Sang Luo did not despise Lan Song's gentlemanly demeanor amidst the wild beastmen. Yet she remained skeptical that a man could truly embody the virtues of a paragon like Lu Xiaowei. Observing his bashful and perplexed expression, she felt a mischievous impulse to tease him. She extended a delicate finger, tracing gentle circles upon his chest. His expectant yet shy gaze caused her heart to flutter, her resolve wavering once more. She nearly found herself wanting to grant him a good person card. Lan Song, wishing to be transparent with his little female, revealed his true identity. In a month's time, I will take you away from the Kelda tribe. It is likely that war will erupt here. He had heard whispers in the city. The unclaimed lands at the continent's border had always been a battleground for rival factions. Thank you. This male beastman appeared unfamiliar. But given Sang Luo's tendency to remain aloof within the tribe, it was understandable that she did not recognize him. She thought she might have seen him at the bonfire banquet. He seemed quite youthful and was a rare fifth-tier powerhouse. Sang Luo looked up and saw her again. Was it an illusion? Just moments ago, he seemed to have caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance, yet upon glancing around, he found no source. Where did you come from? Even at its peak, Lan Song's strength was limited. Was this wealth truly obtained through legitimate means? The massive star beasts possessed destructive capabilities far exceeding those of their orc counterparts, rendering them more ferocious. A 7th-tier star beast could easily obliterate a small to medium-sized tribe. After watching the female retreat into her dwelling, Anu lingered for a while before vanishing into the forest. Orphaned at a young age, He had roamed the slums of the western continent with his younger brother, surviving by taking on odd jobs for the nearby orcs and growing up on scraps from various households. At 13, he lied about his age to join a mercenary group, a profession notorious for its high mortality and volatility rates among male orcs. Yet, it offered lucrative rewards. One job could yield the equivalent of 10 years' worth of earnings, making it an appealing choice for the desperate Lansong. He accepted numerous high-stakes contracts, amassing a fortune that he stored in a merchant's vault in the city. Furthermore, I demand that you leave Lansong, never to return. An enraged voice seethed from behind him. What a fool. Manla had not given up hope. Upon opening a container, she questioned, given your kindness, how might I repay you? She lacked significant power. Should she attract trouble by possessing wealth, she could find herself in dire straits. The exchange was reciprocal. Both male and female sought to obtain what they desired from one another. The sight of the man, struggling to suppress his discomfort while gazing at her with anticipation and shyness, stirred a pang of sympathy within Sang Luo. Hesitantly, she tugged down her clothing slightly to appease him. No need for formalities. I am Anu, residing in the cave situated in the middle of the second row on Birdsong Mountain, beside a green pine tree. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. He flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his canines. Throughout, Lansong had treated her with utmost kindness. Yet he never expected any return. Breathing in the rich fragrance emanating from her, his voice became hoarse. Do you truly desire this? His large hand moved to cover her fluttering lashes, his breath growing increasingly heated. Lansong adored her captivating eyes, and her alluring scent continually tempted him. He was no paragon of virtue. Rather, every moment spent with her ignited primal desires within him. He refrained from acting on these urges, fearing he might unintentionally harm her as she had yet to fully recover. While he was concerned for her well-being, she felt inadequate. Afraid of a potential misfire leading to disaster, Lansong's Adam's apple bobbed as he rasped, "We have plenty of time. Focus on your recovery first." He pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips and hastily exited. Chapter 6, Gene Frenzy. In the following days, Lansong scoured various locales for rare spiritual herbs, intent on rejuvenating her vitality. Within a mere 3 days, 7 orcs had vanished from the tribe, including a highly fertile female, alarming the elder chief, who promptly dispatched a team to the Misty Zone. This uncharted region was enveloped in a thin veil of white mist, impenetrable by force. Entering it could lead to being consumed by the fog, with weaker orcs likely becoming prey for the star beasts. Lansong was also part of this emergency rescue team, composed solely of orcs at least at the peak of 3rd tier strength. How was he chosen when his rank had fallen to 1st tier? Do not fret. It is likely that star beasts have stealthily emerged from the Misty Zone to ambush our tribe. As long as we eliminate those beasts, it will be no different from a typical hunting mission. This is not my first task. I am not that inept. Though he had regressed to 1st tier, his skills and combat experience remained intact. Even against several 3rd tier orcs, he stood a fair chance. Lansong spoke with ease. Yet Sang Luo felt a pang of sympathy as she kissed his eye. She knew that in large hunting parties, sacrifices were inevitable. Recently, witnessing his gradual recovery and emergence from despair, the elder chief felt immense relief, but was also apprehensive. Could history repeat itself with another tragedy? Her alluring and pure aura was undeniable. Despite her low fertility, her beauty rendered the ability to bear children inconsequential. She would serve splendidly as a lover. The thought of indulging in her allure was utterly delightful. Since your injury 3 years ago, you have scarcely joined us on hunts. Seeing you regain your former self brings us great joy. A middle-aged leopard orc patted his shoulder, a resident of the neighboring Tuming tribe, where orcs from surrounding tribes often banded together for hunts. The precise cause of the affliction eluded her understanding, yet it seemed this condition predominantly affected male orcs. Sang Luo embraced Lansong deeply for an extended moment before gently taking hold of one of his hands. The atmosphere between them was charged with tension. She had heard from Li Man and others that this individual had always been at odds with Lansong. Once, he had been the youngest and most formidable orc in the tribe, but upon Lansong's arrival, he had been overshadowed, harboring resentment ever since. When Lansong suffered a grievous injury and his strength waned, this man was among the first to mock him, even suggesting that the mute girl be handed over to Lansong as a means of humiliation. Tu Zhu swiftly grasped her arm, his grip as unyielding as iron, making it nearly impossible for her to break free. With a mocking smile, he remarked, "Do you no longer recognize me? On the day you were brought to the tribe, I intended to rescue you, but alas, you were too frail, and I thought it unwise to bring you back. Had I known you would vanish so suddenly." In that instant, a massive, dark beast resembling a mountain erupted from the ground, crashing through a row of enormous trees. A few orcs managed to dodge just in time, witnessing the earth crack beneath them, a truly terrifying sight. The next moment, Lansong appeared above the star beast, his hands transforming into claws. With precision, his sharp talons pierced the thick flesh of the beast's neck, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain, staining the dark mane. "Why do I feel that ever since you encountered that delicate little female, your condition has improved dramatically, Brother Lansong? After all, Who wouldn't he be motivated to catch more prey and earn some crystal stones when gazing at such a lovely and charming creature? What if she were to run off with another male? Upon entering the misty region, Tu Zhu continued to dwell on the enchanting figure of the fragile female, absent-mindedly touching his lips. He couldn't help but think how fortunate it would have been had he been the one to take her away back then. After Sang Luo returned, she was plagued by a sense of unease. As night fell, she tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. Lan Song had previously engaged in even more perilous mercenary work and had managed to survive. Although she might not be able to defeat those star beasts, she undoubtedly possessed the necessary self-defense skills, so there was no need for excessive worry. Ahem, you have arrived. The chieftain on Lan Song's side noticed Sang Luo leaning against the door, her face pale, clearly having heard the ominous news. Sang Luo noticed that his ears had turned a deep shade of red again. The team was fully prepared to depart. Manla, radiant and proud, had purposely consumed sweet fruit to induce her estrus a fortnight in advance. It was known that the search and rescue team comprised the most elite orc warriors from the surrounding tribes, hastily summoned by the chieftain for assistance. Typically, one would be fortunate to catch a glimpse of them. In an instant, they snatched away the brilliance that rightfully belonged to her. Jealousy surged within Manla, her nails digging into her palms. Lan Song, take a few individuals to search the western woods. I shall lead the others southward. The terrain there is complex, with a waterway directly connecting to the tribe. If a sentient high star beast were to take advantage of the absence of our elite orc warriors, the females and young of the tribe would be in peril. Today, Manla had deliberately chosen the most exquisite pomegranate red linen skirt, which clung tightly to her waist. With a larger frame and a fuller figure, she found herself struggling to walk gracefully. Upon loosening her breath, folds formed across her abdomen. She had also applied a special rouge made from a unique stone, the red hue being a color of elegance, yet if worn poorly, it could easily devolve into the vulgar. Tu Zhu cast a heavy gaze towards Lan Song at the front of the group, a flicker of something dark passing through his eyes. By the way, it seems the little female has yet to receive a mate's mark. Surely, you haven't been without a partner for this long? Someone elbowed him playfully, teasing, if you don't seize the moment, be wary of other males claiming her first. A messenger hawk knelt on the ground, and Lan Song lost control again. The females present, witnessing Manla's ostentatious display and the alluring sin of her estrus, exchanged peculiar glances. Lyman even rolled her eyes in disdain, muttering about the shamelessness of such a display. He knelt upon the back of a star beast, deftly extracting a greenish beast crystal from its flesh, causing the colossal creature to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Cheers erupted from the crowd, while Tu Zhu's expression turned peculiar. Most orcs did not support a single male having multiple females, but if a sufficiently powerful male could provide for two, there would be no opposition. Females with low fertility yet striking beauty, if unwilling to be sent to a female shelter to be toyed with by stray beasts, would likely choose to become the lovers of strong males for sustenance and protection. Lan Song sensed the ominous gaze behind him, pausing momentarily without turning around, his hands slowly clenching into fists. After speaking, he brushed her off and strode away with the team. The others fell silent, focusing on navigating through the dense forest. Moreover, the old chieftain's silence spoke volumes. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Currently, the star beasts posed the greatest threat to the Kaldo tribe. Dividing their forces would only provide the beasts with an opportunity, endangering the females and young of the entire tribe. She stood quietly beneath the tree, captivating the attention of all. Her gown, crafted from a fabric unseen by the tribe's orcs, bore the exquisite craftsmanship of a grand city, its sky blue hue reminiscent of the heavens. The satin skirt flowed like clouds, delicate and airy, dancing gracefully in the breeze, akin to a serene blue reflection upon a tranquil lake, exuding nobility and elegance. Surviving the first gene frenzy was a stroke of fortune, merely a fall in rank, and she was already exceedingly fortunate. It was said that many beast kings on the continent remained single, struggling to find suitable partners for procreation. With ancient races nearing extinction due to a millennium without new bloodlines, they too felt a sense of joy. The ointment Lan Song procured proved effective. Her facial wounds had nearly healed, her delicate features were breathtaking, her skin as white as snow, and her figure slender yet curvaceous, with an alluring fragrance. That afternoon, the females gathered to bid farewell to their departing partners, and naturally, Sang Luo was present. Over the years, had he not maintained perfect control? Why had he suddenly lost it? Sang Luo cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away. One must tread carefully. When faced with danger, do not linger, but flee swiftly. Manla, who originally possessed a delicate and graceful beauty, appeared rather gaudy after the transformation. Lan Song's heart softened profoundly under the envious gazes of many. He quickly pecked her lips and hastened to the front of the line. Unlike the lower-tier beasts that frantically pursued females, the more genetically gifted males were exceedingly cautious in their choice of partners. Unfortunately, the females were not only few in number, but also significantly weaker than the males, with only a scant few having awakened the power of beast patterns. Tu Zhu. Manla emerged from the crowd, seizing Tu Zhu and glaring furiously at Sang Luo. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and his expression changed drastically. "Get back." He approached her, astonished by her presence, his mind lingering on the sweetness of her smile towards Lan Song. The way this male beast regarded her was unsettling, as if he were appraising a precious object, one that could be possessed and toyed with at will. The higher the level of a female, the better her calming abilities. He wished to utter more, but was pushed back by another force. Lan Song returned, embracing his partner, his cold gaze piercing like an arrow towards Tu Zhu. "You must be mistaken. Luo has never known you, not even your name. Do not indulge in your own fantasies here." The more gifted and powerful the beast, the more prone they were to genetic frenzy, regressing into irrational primal beasts. Their lifespans drastically reduced, ultimately leading to their demise. The sole remedy for genetic frenzy lay in mating with females. That day, before reaching the chief's dwelling, several elders hurried past, stirring an ominous feeling within her, prompting her to follow closely. "I will await your return home," she reassured herself. Yet still found herself visiting the old chief frequently to inquire about the situation. "Time is of the essence. What are you idling about for? Move swiftly," Tu Zhu admonished coldly. It seemed that ever since meeting Luo, especially during moments of closeness, he felt his frenzy subside. As the leader of the search team, Tu Zhu held the authority to deploy his men. How could a first-tier beast slay a peak fourth-tier star beast? "Lan Song, your injuries. It seems you have regained some strength." Manla's eyes lit up suddenly. In the grand scheme of tribal reproduction, the females and offspring held paramount importance, surpassing any concerns over a male's fallen rank. "We are not entirely certain of the details." Two other beasts accompanied Lan Song when they ventured west, and they spoke of a fierce attack by a formidable star beast, managing to escape while Lan Song did not, losing control of his power in battle. The eagle beast expressed concern. "Chief, should we send someone to bring him back? His loss of control could lead to complete genetic degeneration, reducing him to a mindless beast." He had sensed his power gradually returning during this time. Manla and Tu Zhu were not truly mates. Yet every beast in the tribe understood that they were a destined pair, likely to become the next generation's leaders, one a potential chief, the other an heir to the shaman's legacy. It was said that their families had even discussed their union, securing Tu Zhu's status as her first partner. Lan Song did not crush the crystal to absorb it. Instead, he wiped it clean and tucked it into his waist pouch, responding with a faint acknowledgement. The tribe would benefit from having another powerful male, even if it overshadowed the others, as a high-tier beast could offer greater protection to the tribe and surrounding females and offspring. The western forest was remote, suggesting little risk of star beasts wandering that way. Yet sending a few to investigate would not be unwise. The southern route posed greater dangers, necessitating more manpower, a notion that garnered no dissent. The chief was furious. Despite having no offspring of his own, he had always treated Lan Song as a successor, disregarding his outsider status. Unfortunately, 3 years prior, after losing control and descending to a lower tier, he had no choice but to relinquish the chief position to Tu Zhu. The two strongest beasts in the tribe were also her most suitable partners. How could this wretched woman attempt to entice both? Lan Song's extraordinary talent made him susceptible to genetic frenzy, with no female in the tribe capable of alleviating his condition. The old chief inhaled deeply, making a difficult decision to allow the rescue team to focus solely on tracking the lost star beasts, dismissing all other concerns. The atmosphere within the room was tense and grave. Tu Zhu's expression darkened further upon noticing Manla's disheveled appearance and uneven makeup. "What are you wearing? You look like a ghost. Wash that off immediately. Don't embarrass us in front of others." Yet, a gaze remained fixed upon her, one of scrutiny, desire, and aggressive possessiveness, lingering since Sang Luo's arrival, and it was evident that this gaze did not belong to Lan Song. Many single males stared in disbelief, rendered immobile. If a female's rank was too low, it would have no effect on a powerful male's frenzy, nor could she bear strong male offspring. Sang Luo had resided in the tribe for over a month, gaining some understanding of the orc gene frenzy. She had even witnessed a fourth-tier orc, in a fit of gene frenzy, being cast out by the tribe. Tu Zhu's expression grew somber as he reminded her not to forget her current predicament. Even if he wished to forcefully marry Luo, there was nothing she could do to impede him. Other orcs suggested temporarily dispatching a rescue team to bring Lan Song back, which infuriated her. However, Tu Zhu's gaze remained unyieldingly fixed upon Sang Luo, entirely disregarding her presence, while other male beasts could not help but glance in their direction, only to be pulled aside by their partners. There were no words more enchanting than these. Fortune would not grace them a second time. This time, his fate was sealed. Increasing personnel to retrieve him would not only fail to rescue him, but would also lead to greater casualties. After all, an orc in a state of uncontrollable gene frenzy was akin to a rampaging wild beast, wreaking havoc without recognition of kinship. The loss of a partner was undoubtedly heartbreaking, and the old chief had intended to console the young female, only to suddenly realize she had vanished. "Quick, go find her." Chapter 7. So concerned about me? The people of the Kordo tribe remained indifferent to Lan Song, weighing the pros and cons. Yet, Sang Luo could not bear to watch him perish. Lan Song was the first in this foreign world to treat her with such kindness, and he was the orc to whom she felt the deepest connection. Even though her current abilities rendered her powerless, she still yearned to search for him. Even a sliver of hope for survival was not something she wished to forsake. She departed from the safe confines governed by the Cordo tribe, venturing towards the West Forest, as described by the eagle beasts. The forest grew increasingly towering, lush, and dense, while the distant low stone houses vanished from sight, enveloped by a faint white mist that thickened over time. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from behind her, akin to some gliding creature settling upon the dry branches and leaves. Instantly, she felt paralyzed, every hair on her body standing on end, as a colossal serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged from the mist, raising its upper body and launching itself at her with its gaping maw wide open. At this distance and speed, she, a mere human woman, could not hope to evade. She was not of this world. Perhaps, in death, she might return to her original realm. Though Sang Luo could not help but feel a profound sorrow, there also lingered a sense of resignation, as if she were embracing death itself. Suddenly, a colossal shadow erupted from the white mist, instantly severing the massive body of a giant serpent. The fresh scent of blood permeated the air, tinting the mist with a faint hue of crimson. In mere moments, the serpent's carcass was reduced to a heap of bloodied bones, silently collapsing to one side. The immense beast slowly turned to gaze upon her, its blood-red eyes evoking a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. She widened her eyes in recognition. Lan Song. The great wolf lunged forward, pinning her beneath its weight, a low growl of fury emanating from its throat. Its maw was drenched in blood, the stench of carnage overwhelming, hinting at the countless star beasts it had devoured. Its stare was fixed upon her, embodying the gaze of a predator poised to devour its prey. The collar around its neck had transformed into a vivid crimson, displaying a series of numbers that escalated from 70 to 80, on the brink of surpassing 90. Meanwhile, an increasing amount of ominous black energy coiled around the giant wolf, nearly engulfing it entirely. If Lan Song were to succumb completely to his primal instincts, she feared she would have long since become a delectable meal, afforded no time to react. Yet, within those blood-red eyes, there flickered a glimmer of excruciating struggle. He still clung to the last vestiges of his sanity. However, the sudden surge of dark energy entwined around his form swiftly obliterated that reason. With a mournful howl that pierced the heavens, the wolf then brought its paw down with crushing force upon her, its razor-sharp claws nearly rending her body asunder. Sang Luo let out a piercing scream, a cold sweat instantly breaking out over her entire body. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, she curled up tightly. Yet, in that moment of desperation, an indescribable force surged within her. A faint green glow materialized in her palm, which astonishingly dispelled the dark energy enveloping the black wolf. Gradually, the wolf's crimson eyes began to revert to their natural hue, and it collapsed onto the ground, transforming into a naked man. Lan Song. Sang Luo paid little heed to her own injuries as she hurried over to him. Lan Song had completely lost consciousness. The crimson hue of the neck ring had vanished, but it was largely cracked. Soon, the orcs of the tribe followed the trail of her lingering scent, and upon discovering that the female was still alive, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, their relief was short-lived as they noticed the blood-soaked area on her clothing at the chest, revealing a faint glimpse of the wound. Along with the unconscious Lan Song beside her, the breath they had just released was instantly caught in their throats. There was no time for further inquiries. The metallic scent of blood would soon attract nearby star beasts, so they swiftly returned both individuals to the tribe. The shaman rushed in shortly thereafter to tend to their wounds. Lan Song remained unresponsive, though his genetic frenzy had evidently subsided. The chieftain arrived in person and, upon seeing that Sang Luo had indeed brought the individual back, was left utterly astonished, unable to utter another word. Sang Luo succinctly informed the clan leader and several elders who had come to inquire about the events unfolding in Donglin, deliberately concealing the peculiar power that resided within her. Some matters are best left unspoken in great detail. Until she could ascertain the true nature of that power, it was prudent to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble upon herself. Truly, may the beast god bestow his blessings. The clan leader and the elders harbored no suspicions, for they remembered that during the first outbreak of Lan Song's madness, he had been fortunate enough to survive, albeit at the cost of all his cultivation. Compared to the countless orcs who perished due to the frenzy, he was indeed lucky. Perhaps this was yet another manifestation of the beast god's grace. As the evening wore on, the visitors gradually departed, leaving a few orcs to guard the entrance at the clan leader's behest. Sang Luo requested assistance in bringing a basin of clean water into the room. After washing the towel, she gently began to wipe away the bloodstains from Lan Song's body, attending to the wounds on his back. Though he was still quite young, his back and chest bore an array of old and fresh scars, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings, leaving one to ponder the extent of his suffering. Among these, the most prominent was a wound on his left chest, nearly piercing through his entire torso. As the hours stretched into the early morning, Lan Song remained unresponsive. Sang Luo consulted the shaman, who could not predict when he might awaken. The last episode of genetic frenzy had stripped him of all his strength, and now, weakened further by yet another bout, his survival hung in the balance. If he could awaken within 3 days, he would escape this deathly fate. However, if he remained unconscious beyond that, the likelihood of him becoming a living corpse, forever trapped in a vegetative state, loomed ominously. Days passed, one after another. As the midnight hour of the 3rd day approached, there were still no signs of awakening from Lan Song. Sang Luo had not closed her eyes for 3 consecutive days. Reflecting on the man who had consistently shown kindness since her arrival in the beast world, memories of their shared moments over the past month flooded her mind. Overcome with emotion, she felt a pang in her heart and shed a few tears as she embraced him tightly. Lan Song seemed to be trapped in an interminable dream, ensnared within a relentless nightmare. The encroaching darkness gnawed at his sanity, and he was painfully aware that he had once again succumbed to genetic madness. This time, it was unlikely that he would escape unscathed. In the kaleidoscope of his life, he revisited numerous memories, experiences from the Western continent, encounters in the Kordo tribe, and the insults, mockery, and struggles that had once consumed him. Now, as he neared the end, he felt a sense of release, save for one lingering attachment that he found difficult to relinquish. A petite, determined figure stumbled toward him, throwing her arms around him, her tears seeping into his chest, searing him with their intensity. Though she was a mute, in this dream, she spoke, her voice both unfamiliar yet profoundly comforting. Clinging to him, she wept, expressing her grievance that he had left her behind. She was still waiting for them to bond and start a family together. Lan Song, please awaken. Sang Luo lay upon the man, nearly in tears, when suddenly, a pair of strong, muscular arms enveloped her. Careful, you're touching my wound, she murmured. Chapter 8. Her voice has returned. Are you so concerned about me? The man held her tightly in his embrace, his voice deep and tinged with an undeniable tenderness as he chuckled softly. Lan Song. Sang Luo wriggled out of his arms. Luo, your voice hasn't returned? Lan Song asked, astonished, as he pulled her back onto his sturdy, long thigh, surveying her closely to confirm he wasn't hallucinating due to his severe injuries. He had not only survived, but the little mute could speak again. Humph, I'm not mute. I was injured, and my vocal cords were torn, preventing me from speaking normally. However, thanks to the beast crystals you fed me during this time, which possess excellent healing properties, my wounds have nearly healed, and my voice has returned. With her legs straddling him, she wrapped her soft arms around his neck, unable to contain her emotions as she planted a kiss on his handsome face. Thank you, Lan Song. Lan Song's face flushed crimson. It was the first time he had heard her speak, her voice as melodious as he had imagined, sweet, soft, and as gentle as a songbird, melting his heart. In an instant, overwhelming joy compelled him to act. He grasped one of her arms and leaned down to kiss her. However, Sang Luo suddenly furrowed her brow and winced. Lan Song quickly halted his movement, tearing open her clothing to reveal several layers of bandages wrapped around one side of her chest, with blood seeping through. His earlier tug had reopened her wound. I'm sorry, Luo, you're injured. He pressed his lips together, sorrow evident in his voice. I hurt you. It was a statement, not a question. He had no memory of his episodes of rage, yet the claw marks clearly bore the mark of his beastly transformation. Lan Song's voice trembled, a mixture of joy and sorrow. Did you come looking for me? Yes. Forgive me, he repeated, his heart aching as he chastised himself. It took me so much effort to bring you back. Now that you've finally awakened, don't belittle yourself again. For these few days, stay home and recover properly. Sang Luo grasped his hand, chiding him. If you truly feel sorry for me, then you must tell me everything that happened during your patrol, word for word. What transpired? How did you suddenly succumb to your rage? It was an accident, Lan Song frowned. He had taken 2 beastmen to patrol the western forest, where the terrain was quite steep. Typically, celestial beasts did not roam that area, and even if some resided there, they were mostly of lower rank. Any higher-ranking celestial beast with a modicum of intelligence would choose the concealed waterway of the eastern forest to launch surprise attacks on the tribe at night. Thus, he had a minimal number of personnel. However, to everyone's astonishment, a 6th-tier celestial beast appeared in the western forest. Such a creature was a formidable presence in that region. Previously, Lan Song had not feared 6th-tier beasts, but now his strength had waned. Even though he had regained some power, he was capped at 5th tier. The emergence of a 6th-tier beast posed an immediate threat to the tribe, prompting him to cover for the 2 beastmen and signal for help while engaging the creature in battle. Combat and bloodshed greatly exacerbated the dormant rage genes within the beastmen. The intensity of this rage was proportional to their innate abilities, leading to the subsequent events. Had he brought more beastmen with him, they might have had a fighting chance. But Zhu had only assigned him 2. Nobody could have anticipated such a situation, rendering it merely an unfortunate accident in hindsight. Sang Luo sensed that matters were not as simple as they seemed. The coincidences were too striking. However, she was relieved that Lan Song had awakened, so she refrained from pondering further. By the way, Luo, open your mouth. I have something for you. Before Sang Luo could discern what he had retrieved from his bosom, he thrust the cold, hard object into her mouth. Instantly, the stone transformed into a familiar warmth that flowed through her limbs, enveloping her in a comforting, soothing sensation. The wound on her chest healed completely, leaving no trace of scabbing. Her eyes widened in astonishment. It was the 6th-tier crystal core. You killed that 6th-tier star beast. Sang Luo's voice rose in pitch, and she shook her head. What a waste. It should have been for you. It serves no purpose for me. Although absorbing the crystal core brought her immense comfort. She had just attempted to explore the faint, mysterious power within her body, but found no significant change. As expected, the female physique was ill-suited for cultivation. She was inherently useless. The crystal core can enhance your constitution. Consuming it is beneficial for your body, thus it holds value, he remarked, gently ruffling her hair. In stark contrast to the tranquility within the room, the Kelder tribe had been anything but peaceful in recent days. Particularly within Manla's dwelling, there had been incessant sounds of shattering, which she could no longer endure. She had to devise a means to expel that feeble female from the tribe. Although Manla had previously harbored jealousy towards Sang Luo for capturing Lansong's attention, the latter's fall from grace had diminished her desire to claim him. Even if she held feelings for him, her intentions were no longer as fervent as before, and she was unwilling to risk her own dignity in a conflict over that weak female. However, the situation had changed. Lansong had slain a 6th-tier star beast. His strength had been restored. This formidable male beast was not one she could relinquish without a fight. That weak female must not be allowed to remain. Sang Luo sought out the shaman to settle her recent medical expenses, and in this opportune moment, Manla seized the chance to surround her in a secluded corner. I offer you one final piece of advice. Leave the Cordo tribe at once. I can still provide you with some traveling expenses, ensuring that you can live comfortably elsewhere for the rest of your days. However, should you choose to remain within the tribe and persist in your relentless pursuit of Lansong, do not blame me for preventing you from witnessing the dawn of tomorrow. Sang Luo merely cast a cold gaze upon her, remaining silent. This female clearly harbored feelings of jealousy. It was unexpected that even in her understated demeanor, she could provoke such envy in others. Fortunately, she would soon be departing from this place. Otherwise, being incessantly regarded as a rival in a fantasy by a jealous woman made her apprehensive about the possibility of being poisoned in her meals one day. Sang Luo resolved to maintain her silence, fearful that the Cordo tribe might forcibly retain her. After all, the allure and significance of a healthy and superior female far surpassed that of high-ranking beastmen. Why are you staring at me so eagerly? Do you not comprehend my words? Surely you cannot be mute. Perhaps your mind is impaired? Manla said, advancing to make her move. Suddenly, an overwhelming force struck, and she was flung several meters away, her head colliding violently with the wall, leaving her bloodied and dazed. Upon noticing Sang Luo's prolonged absence, Lansong ventured out to search for her, only to stumble upon this chaotic scene. He immediately shielded Sang Luo behind him, casting a cold gaze at the recovering Manla and the two bewildered beastmen behind her. What do you intend to do? I did not harm her. I merely wished to speak with her, Manla stammered, clutching her head in panic, desperate not to tarnish her image in his eyes. You were about to push her, he retorted, his eyes unyielding. Realizing her intentions had been unveiled, Manla's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice turning venomous. I am only looking out for your best interests. Now that your strength has been restored, there is no need to be shackled to this weakling. You could choose a superior female, like myself. I possess exceptional fertility and can bear you the finest offspring, even assisting you in ascending to the chieftain's position. This frail creature offers you nothing and is unable to conceive. Do not let her hinder your potential. Lansong's expression turned frigid, almost shattering with rage. Had she not been a female, he would have already taken lethal action. The two beastmen hurriedly restrained the agitated Manla, aware that they had witnessed the ferocity in Lansong's gaze, one that could easily be interpreted as a murderous intent. With his strength restored, they knew they stood no chance against him. Unless she accompanies me to the fertility stone for verification, proving her reproductive capability, she shall not remain in the Cordo tribe. Sang Luo grasped his hand tightly, and the chill on Lansong's face dissipated slightly as he turned to her with a gentle expression. What is it? Noticing her furrowed brow and pale complexion, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead, she rubbed her thighs together. Lansong assumed she was frightened and was about to comfort her when he suddenly heard her whisper in a voice only they could hear. Lansong, let us go back. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Chapter 9. Take him down. Where do you feel unwell? My stomach hurts. Without a moment's hesitation, Lansong abandoned Manla and the others, striding briskly toward home. Two beastmen, suddenly invigorated, began to sniff the air energetically, and one of them even transformed into his beast form, howling joyfully at the sky. Manla, already displeased, was further infuriated by their antics and kicked one of them, exclaiming, What is wrong with you two? Useless creatures. Get lost. All of you, just go. The leopard beast whimpered in protest, as it seemed to catch a whiff of the lingering, tantalizing pheromones in the air, which drove the male beast into a frenzy of excitement. The female could not detect it, but seeing Manla on the verge of a breakdown, he dared not say another word and scurried away in defeat. Upon arriving home, Lansong immediately noticed a glass of juice on the guest room table, remnants of red liquid still clinging to the bottom. He approached the glass and took a sniff, his expression shifting. Did you drink this? Yes. Li Man had it sent over this morning, claiming it was freshly squeezed and quite delicious. I wanted her to try it. As Sang Luo stepped outside, thirst compelled her to take a sip, and she found the taste rather delightful. However, she soon realized that it contained an aphrodisiac fruit. With a wry smile, he remarked, "No wonder you're feeling unwell. The sweet fruit is typically consumed by females preparing for mating. Since you have not yet entered your estrus period, consuming such a quantity may hasten its onset or even lead to discomfort. Nonetheless, it is not a grave issue. Simply hydrate and rest, and the effects will dissipate swiftly." A rich, intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, intensifying as time progressed, stirring the primal desires within the beastman. Lansong had been preoccupied with her well-being, but now he relaxed, inhaling deeply, his breath becoming involuntarily heavier as the scent emanated from her. Considering a certain possibility, Lansong's expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. He gently laid Sang Luo on the bed and reached to lift her skirt, only to be hastily stopped by her blushing face. I think I might be in heat," she stammered, unsure how to convey the concept of menstruation to a beastman. The essence of being in heat seemed akin to this, did it not? Having recently experienced health issues that delayed her period, she did not anticipate the rapid effects of consuming the juice. Lansong, visibly exhilarated, had presumed she lacked reproductive capabilities and would not experience estrus. Realizing that Sang Luo's body was indeed healthy, he exclaimed, "I'll fetch you some water." His sudden fluster led him to rush outside. Before long, he returned with a bucket of water from the river. Sang Luo declined his offer for assistance, opting to wash herself and find some clean cloths to wear. Perhaps influenced by the aphrodisiac, her emotions were tumultuous throughout the day, and as night fell, she tossed and turned, overwhelmed by desire, yearning to find a man to embrace passionately. After taking a shower, Lansong entered the room, approaching the bed to remove his shirt. Sang Luo forced herself to close her eyes and feign sleep, yet her senses were heightened beyond measure. The sound of fabric rustling, the enticing cool mist from his body, and the potent scent of male hormones ignited a flush of heat and a rapid heartbeat within her. She felt parched, her mind racing with uncontrollable images, and her body reacted with a tinge of shameful physiological response. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lunged at him, pinning him to the bed. Lansong, caught off guard beneath her, hesitated as he touched her waist, feeling the unusual warmth radiating from her body. At this moment, Sang Luo was overwhelmed with emotions, fervently desiring to draw closer to him, to absorb the coolness emanating from his form. The fabric of her clothing felt particularly obstructive as she bent down, intent on tugging at his attire. Luo, has the effect of your medicine still not worn off?" Lansong, feeling a tinge of shyness, turned his face away, his words trailing off as he paused. He nearly forgot that she was a healthy female, once in heat, regardless of the medication's influence. The instinctive urge to mate with a male would manifest during this period. He was uncertain of which race Sang Luo belonged to. For some beastkin could experience estrus lasting 2 to 3 months, while others might only endure it for a few days. Lansong swallowed hard, stirred by her allure, and decided to abandon his restraint, pressing his lips against hers, taking the initiative. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her, his voice hoarse and breathless. "I will sleep outside." With her still bleeding, it was certainly not the time for such activities. The walls of the house offered little sound insulation, and as she bit down on her blanket, her face flushed with embarrassment, she listened to the varied sounds outside. Once her monthly cycle ended, she vowed to claim him for herself. The following day, Lansong resumed his hunting routine, even more diligently than before. He worked tirelessly, often returning home just before dawn to rest briefly, only to depart again before sunrise. He was acutely aware that he was merely expelling pent-up energy. His impatience had grown unbearable in recent nights. The pheromones released by a female in heat proved to be an irresistible lure for males, and the acute sense of smell possessed by wolves made these days a dual torment for him. Remaining near her while being unable to act on his desires was driving him to the brink of madness. After enduring a few agonizing days apart, Lansong returned from hunting earlier than usual that night. Sang Luo approached him with a cup of water, and as he drank, realization dawned upon him, his pupils dilating slightly. Before he could utter a word, she silenced him with her lips. Then, she wrapped her legs around his waist, her body clinging to his tall, sturdy frame, their skin pressed together tightly. Lansong's face turned crimson as he held her waist, utterly flustered. "I am no longer bleeding," she whispered in his ear, nibbling on his heated earlobe. His eyes brightened, yet he still restrained himself. "Are you ready?" "Yes, I desire you." Lansong's breath hitched. His throat constricted as his gaze darkened with an intensity akin to an approaching storm. Sang Luo's physiology was indeed distinct from that of true beastkin. The sweet fruit's effects on beast females were fleeting, yet for her, the influence lingered almost indefinitely. The mere sight of Lansong ignited an uncontrollable urge within her. a yearning that intensified with the passage of time, akin to the effects of an aphrodisiac. It seemed inevitable that she would need to seek out a man to fulfill her desires. Why not be swift and decisive? Better a brief agony than prolonged suffering. The natural inclinations of love do not adhere to convoluted complexities. As the night deepened, she languidly draped herself over his broad shoulders, her movements never ceasing. When Lan Song became aroused, his ears would perk up, and in her dazed state, Sang Luo stumbled upon a tuft of fur, instinctively giving it a gentle squeeze. His movements faltered momentarily, only to become more fervent thereafter. After a considerable time, he lost control, biting down hard on her shoulder. A trickle of blood cascading down her pale skin. A youthful novice in the throes of passion, he exhibited little finesse. The vitality of a beast was overwhelming, almost unbearable. Fortunately, he had fed her ample beast crystals in the past. Otherwise, after an entire night of relentless entanglement, she feared she might truly perish from exhaustion. Afterward, beads of perspiration dotted Lan Song's forehead as he gazed down at the disheveled Sang Luo, who lay in a deep slumber, a contented smile gracing his face. He showered her with kisses before carrying her to cleanse themselves. Sang Luo was utterly exhausted, rendered immobile as he needed, and caressed her. In the morning, he gently kissed her ear, his husky and deep voice imbued with a captivating maturity. "The meal is ready. I shall venture out to hunt. Remember to wake and eat," he urged. She lazily responded with a soft hum, her eyes still closed, feeling the man tenderly kiss her lips repeatedly before he reluctantly departed. Sang Luo awoke from her slumber around noon. It was only when someone outside knocked on the door and called out that she leisurely donned her clothes and descended from her bed. Contrary to her expectations of aching limbs and a sore back, she felt remarkably refreshed and invigorated. Sang Luo stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. The woman in the glass, with her lustrous black hair and fair complexion, exuded a vibrant radiance, her cheeks flushed with health. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected surge. Her eyes sparkled with realization. A mysterious force within her had intensified, swelling significantly. What once resembled a fine, almost imperceptible thread now resembled a robust rope, strong and resilient. Could it be that she was practicing the techniques of the Hehuan sect, specifically those that absorb yang energy? "Sang Luo, are you at home? The weather is splendid today. Let us venture out to pick some fruit." A voice called out once more from outside. It was Duoji and the others. Sang Luo picked up the bamboo basket from the corner and opened the door. Chapter 10. The Mermaid and the Beastman. As she walked along, several females hesitated to speak, their faces betraying their curiosity. Lyman, unable to contain her words, leaned in close to Sang Luo, sniffing around playfully. "The aphrodisiac juice I gifted you was quite effective, wasn't it? Finally, you have a mate. It's essential to hold on to a promising male tightly, lest he be snatched away by another female, leaving you with regrets." With that, Lyman glanced at Aya, who wore a troubled expression. "I should be wary of Manla. Lan Song has no affection for me, and now that his strength has returned, he looks down upon me even more. I've long given up hope." Lyman seized Sang Luo's arm once more, eager to pry into her private affairs. "I heard you two were quite spirited last night." Even the neighboring beastmen could hear the sounds. It lasted the entire night. Before she could finish, Sang Luo's face flushed crimson. Were the beastmen's ears truly so keen? How could they overhear such intimate matters? Duoji chuckled teasingly. "Your male is truly formidable. The males in my household can barely last half an hour. It's hardly satisfying. Why not let all three of them join in? Wouldn't that be more enjoyable?" Lyman countered. "I wouldn't dare let them all together. It would surely lead to a fight, and I'd be the one with a headache." Lyman turned back, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "What is it like to have slept with Lan Song? He is usually so cold and distant towards females. I imagine many would wish to experience his passion. I truly want to see him in a fervent frenzy in bed. Isn't it rather distasteful to fantasize about someone else's male? Please, be quiet." Aya rolled her eyes, clearly accustomed to such discussions among beast women. The others laughed it off and resumed their chatter. Indeed, the atmosphere in the world of beastmen was refreshingly open. However, it was undeniably intense. Sang Luo reminisced about the delightful experiences of the previous night. It was truly a feast for the eyes. A group of young females, filled with laughter and camaraderie, drew attention wherever they went, captivating the gaze of many unattached males who approached, eager to showcase their physiques and offer their attentions. Numerous ardent stares from male beasts were directed towards Sang Luo. The identity of being a sterile, mute, and disabled individual proved to be a rather discreet, yet advantageous guise. Before departing from the quarter tribe, Sang Luo wished to remain discreet. Throughout her estrus period, she had refrained from venturing outdoors. The pheromones inherent to her femininity continued to attract the attention of youthful male beasts. Had she been on Earth, surrounded by numerous strapping young men, each standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, she would have felt a twinge of shyness. Yet now, she carried herself with the same composure as the local females, ignoring them as if they were mere figments of the air. The weather today was indeed splendid, and a significant number of young females from the tribe had ventured out to enjoy the day. Manla seemed to have forgotten the events of the past few days. Upon seeing Sang Luo and her companions, he merely nodded. However, when his gaze fell upon the crimson mark adorning Sang Luo's neck, a flicker of malevolence briefly flashed in his eyes. The river was crystal clear, revealing the stones and swimming fish beneath the surface, alongside numerous river shrimp, each the size of a half palm. The females, enticed by the sight, urged their partners to catch some fish and shrimp for a meal. On this rare sunny autumn day, the temperature fluctuated significantly in the beast world. The warmth of the day proved too tempting for a few females, who could not resist the allure of the refreshing river water. They were the first to leap into the river, frolicking joyfully. Observing this, the other females eagerly followed suit, joining in the merriment. "Look over there. Is that a silvery-boned fish swimming beneath the rocks?" someone exclaimed, swimming towards it. Sang Luo also cast her gaze toward the shimmering silver fish, which was remarkably plump, nearly 2 palms in length. Its flesh was semi-transparent, revealing the intricate network of veins and a complete fish spine within. The silver-spined fish is a rare freshwater species unique to the beast world, renowned not only for its tender and delectable flesh, but also for the lucrative price its bones fetch in urban markets. Typically, whether male or female, whenever they encounter a silver-spined fish, they strive to bring it back. The females, intrigued by the sight, were quick to respond, with Manla being the first to dart forward, exuding confidence in her ability to capture it. The males on the shore eagerly contemplated entering the water to assist. However, Manla turned around and shouted, "Stay right there. You need not help. I can catch this fish all by myself." With that declaration, she raised an eyebrow provocatively toward the other females and continued, "How about we compete to see who can catch this silver-spined fish first?" The beast folk, inherently competitive regardless of gender, found their spirits ignited by such a low-risk challenge. A stark contrast to their typical lives in which females were shielded by the tribe and seldom had the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Thus, several females, including Lyman, quickly urged their partners not to enter the water and swam forward in pursuit of the fish. Sang Luo harbored no interest in the elusive silver-boned fish, yearning instead to return to the riverbank for a moment's respite. Manla's voice rang out, piercing through the air. "That weak female, are you truly frightened?" "Who is afraid?" retorted Luo. "We cannot allow her to belittle us. Come, we must catch that silver-boned fish today and thoroughly diminish her arrogance." As Lyman spoke, she clutched Sang Luo tightly, propelling them forward through the water. The deeper they swam into the river, an almost imperceptible force began to swirl beneath them. The once crystal-clear waters gradually turned murky. In the distance, the river's hue shifted to a deepening blue, and at its center, a region began to take on an ominous darkness. Sang Luo tightly grasped Lyman's hand. The central river area was quite deep, and the dangers lurking below made it prudent for us to refrain from venturing there. Duoji and the others had also noticed, yet they did not seem overly concerned. "It's all right. Our companions are right beside us, and nothing will go awry." The silver-boned fish appeared oblivious to the encroaching females, swimming serenely beneath the stones. Even as the distance between them diminished, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged from the riverbed. Breaking the surface, it was a stray serpent beast. "Ah, there's a stray beast lying in wait. Run." The piercing screams echoed throughout the vicinity, causing the females to turn pale with fear, and without hesitation, they fled. However, amidst the chaos, Manla's body unexpectedly lurched forward, as if propelled by an invisible force. Just ahead of her were Sang Luo and the others. It appeared to be merely an accident caused by the frantic pushing of the crowd. Yet, Sang Luo was certain that the force was deliberate and forceful. Sang Luo and Li Man tumbled into the river as the stray beast charged towards them with alarming speed. In that moment of peril, a surge of power erupted within her. The aquatic plants at the riverbed grew wildly in an instant, ensnaring the stray beast in a web-like embrace, rendering it unable to advance any further. The male beast that hurried to the river's edge quickly subdued the stray beast and brought the females back to shore. However, Li Man vanished into the depths of the river, precisely within that darkened area of water. Sweat beaded on Sang Luo's forehead as she sought to summon her strength once more. Suddenly, from the nearby river, a head emerged, and Li Man, utterly unscathed, raised high the wriggling silver-boned fish, splashing water in her wake. Could she breathe underwater? Sang Luo blinked in astonishment, retracting her hand. Was she not a 3-colored cat beast woman? "Fear not, I am quite well. Do not forget, I have a merman husband." As she spoke, Lyman emerged from the water, her upper body breaking the surface, embraced by a merman with deep blue hair, who gracefully swam ashore. In a realm filled with handsome beastmen, this merman stood out remarkably. He possessed a rare ethereal beauty among orcs, his physique neither overly muscular nor imposing, but rather slender and toned. Despite being merely a second-tier beastman, his attractiveness undoubtedly placed him among the top 3 orcish beauties Sang Luo had encountered during her time. The greater an orc's strength, the more exquisite their appearance. And the merman race is renowned for their stunning beauty. Any random merman is breathtakingly lovely. One can only imagine the beauty of the top-tier mermen. The merman race is indeed a rare treasure, nearly on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, Lyman had the fortune to take in such a merman husband by the Great Soup River years ago. Although he lacked formidable strength, Their union granted her the ability to thrive underwater, or else she might have faced dire consequences this time. Duoji breathed a sigh of relief, his palms slick with sweat. Chapter 11. Whence comes the secret admirer? How could there be straying beasts lurking in this place? Manla, are you truly intent on harming us? What does that have to do with me? I was unaware. You insisted on following me. Blame your misfortune. Why should I bear the brunt of it? Do not slander me. Stop evading. It was clearly you, wretched creature. You've always harbored disdain for Luoluo. You must have sought to harm us. You were the one who pushed us both. Do not presume I am oblivious. As tensions flared, both parties exchanged accusations. In a fit of rage, Lyman stepped forward and slapped Manla, reddening half of her face instantly. You shameless wretch. How dare you hit me? I struck you indeed. Persist in your nonsense. And I shall ruin that mouth of yours. As Manla spoke, she too swung her hand in retaliation. The mute girl found herself at a loss for words. While Lyman was notoriously difficult to deal with within the tribe, anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with her was bound to encounter significant trouble. Just days prior, he had approached me, expressing his interest in you, insisting he would marry no one but you. Sangluo recalled her first encounter with that enigmatic man, realizing that she had gained nothing from it, having sullied the affections of a married man. While Lansong's prowess was indeed formidable, she felt it unwise to devote herself solely to him. There were numerous young and talented orcs within the tribe, and she ought to explore her options and broaden her horizons. In her daily life among the tribe, she rarely ventured beyond her interactions with a few females, particularly Lyman, and seldom sought to engage with the males. After all, she was destined to leave this place and wished to avoid entanglements of romantic nature. Observing her disinterest, the third elder shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Have you become partners with Lansong?" Sangluo shook her head, expressing unfamiliarity. It turned out that females were so fervently seeking powerful males not out of mere lust, but in earnest pursuit of mutual cultivation. In her youth, encountering exceptionally capable males had rendered her disinterested in the other orcs of the tribe. Now, beside Aya stood only Kimu, who had recently ascended to the 4th tier. Boasting commendable strength, they had yet to bear offspring, yet their daily hunting endeavors barely sustained their household expenses. Such a quality male, once missed, would be lost forever. One should not leave him waiting idly, but seize the opportunity to bond. Orcs, by nature, are quick to anger and prone to combat. While the females may not possess great physical strength, their grappling often leads to bloodshed. The third elder, seemingly forewarned, had shed his earlier authority, resembling more a matchmaker promoting a union. Our Korda tribe has a young and handsome orc who recently ventured out for training, acquiring fortuitous opportunities that propelled his cultivation from the 3rd to the 5th tier, rivaling the talents of Lansong and Tuju. Upon hearing this, Sangluo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was indeed the dual cultivation method of harmonious union. As for the enigmatic green energy within her, it did not originate from an external source. Rather, it resembled her own innate power, which had gradually begun to blossom since her arrival in this realm. However, after her union with the male counterpart, it had intensified, even reaching the point of solidification. Sangluo hesitated and shook her head. Apart from her improved physical condition, she seemed to have not acquired the innate powers of the Lansong. However, it was peculiar that Lansong did not appear to have had any other female companions. Duoji, on the other hand, had relatively few partners, only 3. Yet her criteria for selecting partners were based not on quantity, but on quality. As the sole female of her family, it was her duty to expand her lineage, producing offspring with superior talents to strengthen her family's power. Thus, she was particularly discerning in her choice of mates, all 3 of whom were formidable members of the younger generation from the Korda tribe. 2 were 4th-tier beastmen, and 1, having just come of age, was at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, with breaking through to the 4th tier merely a matter of time. You must be the little female of the Lansong family. Indeed, quite enchanting. No wonder a few young males from the tribe are so reluctant to part with you. What is his name? Book. The third elder, surprised by her confusion, asked, "Do you not recognize him?" She nodded. The third elder and Sangluo fell to the rear of the group. Lyman selected her partners rather whimsically, primarily judging their appearance and abilities in other aspects. She had accumulated numerous partners in just a few years since coming of age, with over a dozen males by her side, yet their overall strength was generally lacking, concentrated in the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Thus, despite her many partners, she did not appear as robust and vibrant as Duoji. "Stop. What are you doing?" Unwilling to argue with the tribe leader, the tribal members would naturally provide justice. As the males on both sides failed to mediate, witnessing their partners injured ignited their fury, and they plunged into a chaotic melee, human and beast striking each other. Sangluo gazed silently at the sky, neither affirming nor denying her thoughts. Unlike the orcs, she did not possess an instinctual drive for procreation deeply rooted within her being. The notion of prioritizing mating and bearing offspring did not resonate with her. However, could frequent copulation with males indeed fortify one's physique? Most of us females are frail, struggling to awaken latent abilities, and even when such powers do emerge, they are often minuscule and challenging to cultivate. Yet, by engaging with more males, One could absorb their strength to nourish her own body. Eventually, both parties ceased hostilities and retreated to their respective abodes, while the captured stray serpent beast was rendered unconscious and taken back to the Cordo tribe for interrogation. Sang Luo quickly rummaged through her mind but could not recall any orc by the name of Booker. Ah, he seems to have fallen for you at first sight. It appears that the affection is unreciprocated. The third elder suddenly interjected, his gaze rather benevolent as he scrutinized her. However, your physique does seem a trifle frail. Perhaps you should visit the female stone to test your fertility and seek out more males for breeding, lest you find yourself unable to conceive in the future. Of course, Li Man was not purely motivated by goodwill in championing Sang Luo. She had long held a grudge against her ever since Man La had claimed a male she had taken a fancy to. And she saw this as an opportunity to vent her frustration. What is this nonsense? The more Sang Luo listened, the more bewildered she became. When had she incurred such romantic entanglements? Some powerful male beasts possess innate abilities, and if one could obtain the primordial essence they release during their first mating, a portion of their strength could be acquired. Moreover, should they conceive offspring endowed with innate powers, the mother could replicate the gifts of her unborn child, transforming them into her own. Noticing her dazed expression, the third elder pondered whether this young female might genuinely be confused, lacking awareness of these fundamental truths, prompting him to elaborate further. On one hand, the scarcity of females made each one a precious find. On the other, the loss of their primordial essence would render them unable to provide innate abilities to females, leading to disdain and devaluation. Someone summoned the third elder AMU, who spoke with authority to halt the proceedings. His gaze drifted towards Li Man, who was nestled in the arms of her merman companion. Recalling her ability to breathe underwater despite being a terrestrial beast, that child is the most gifted orc I have ever encountered. He should have awakened his innate powers by now. Have you acquired his gifts? The tribe's proud and powerful males generally disapprove of females like Li Man, who are excessively promiscuous, as such behavior tends to breed internal conflict and increases the likelihood of abandonment by females who grow weary of them. Unlike the commonly fickle females, male beasts rarely seek another partner after the death of their mate. While awakened innate powers in females are rare, they are not entirely non-existent. Perhaps this is a unique gift reserved for her? After all, humans are still a type of animal. Is it unreasonable for her to awaken an innate power? Chapter 12. Man La is dead. A rogue beast had stealthily infiltrated the tribe, nearly harming a precious female. The severity of the incident prompted the chief and the tribe's elders to convene, gathering all relevant parties in the tribal square for questioning. The third elder AMU stood by as a witness, ensuring fairness and integrity so that no one would dare to lie. Just moments ago, this individual attempted to assassinate the rogue beast, but I intervened upon witnessing the act. I trust this has delayed your matters? A brown-haired orc strode onto the square, dragging the rogue serpent beast behind him. He scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Sang Luo, and flashed her a bright smile. Sang Luo immediately lowered her head, averting her gaze. How could it be him? Anu glanced away with mild disinterest, directing his attention to the elder chief. I have brought the individual, he stated. The crocodilian orc knelt before him, brought down by a swift kick. Isn't this Manla's partner, Dolan? Someone inquired. Among the crowd, a flicker of panic crossed Manla's face as she inwardly cursed. Useless. Can't even handle this trivial matter, and now someone has caught wind of it. What if she drags me down with her? Dolan, not one to be easily fooled, hastily retorted. My partner nearly perished at the hands of a wandering beast. I was filled with rage and momentarily lost control, intending to eliminate that wretched creature. I understand your feelings, yet the wandering beast intruded upon our tribe without cause, nearly endangering our females. This matter is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. To slay him outright would be to grant him an undeserved reprieve. Perhaps there are traitors among us who deliberately allowed the beast entry. Should you kill him, it would be tantamount to erasing evidence, allowing the true instigator to escape unscathed. I didn't consider all of that at the time, Dolan lamented, filled with regret. Anu chuckled lightly, kicking the unconscious serpent beast on the ground. Did you hear that? No need to feign ignorance, they intend to kill you. The half-conscious serpent beast suddenly sprang to its feet, and Kim and Pamir rushed forward to subdue it. The serpent spat defiantly onto the ground and glared fiercely in a particular direction. You two treacherous wretches. We had an agreement that if you succeeded, I would receive the beast crystal, and yet you dare to betray me, even plotting my demise. Manla swallowed hard, stepping back, hoping the wandering beast would silence itself. Anu cast a sidelong glance at her, intrigued, and addressed the wandering beast. Who are those two? If you reveal the truth, perhaps someone may take your place in death. Should you withhold the truth, harming the tribe's females is a grave sin, and only a death sentence awaits you. Without hesitation, the wandering beast accused Manla. It was her. She said that her partner would be patrolling today and could secretly let me into the tribe, allowing me to lurk in that water area and take the opportunity to kill a female. The female you intend to kill, is it her? Anu pointed at Sang Luo. The wandering beast's face lit up with greed and desire. Yes, that's her. She is the most beautiful female I have ever seen. I cannot bear to kill her. I want to imprison her in my cave and enjoy her company with my brethren. Let her bear us a clutch of serpent eggs. Sang Luo glared with fury, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. The old shaman delivered a resounding slap to Manla, exclaiming, You have truly brought shame upon our family. She addressed the clan leader, insisting, "Please adhere to the customs of our tribe and do not spare her out of consideration for me." The onlookers were acutely aware of the situation, after all. Manla was a remarkably fertile young female of the Korda lineage. Exiling her would constitute a significant loss to the tribe. Several formidable warriors stood by her side. And being the daughter of the shaman added weight to her status. Although her actions were indeed excessive, the absence of female casualties was a small mercy. The old shaman's slap was merely a means to provide her daughter with an avenue for retreat. Ultimately, the incident would be downplayed, transformed from a grave matter to a minor reprimand, allowing the tribe to move on from the episode. As Sang Luo had just departed from the square, the brown-haired orc approached her to strike up a conversation. "Do you still remember me from that night, little female?" Sang Luo turned her head, only to realize that he was indeed Booker, despite his earlier claim of being Anu. This man exhibited a certain enthusiasm towards her, likely indicating genuine interest. However, Sang Luo found herself disinterested in this cheerful and spirited athletic youth. She turned and continued walking forward. "Do you not find me appealing? I am a 5th-tier beastman, and it won't be long before I ascend to the 6th tier. Perhaps I could even become the future chieftain of the Kordo tribe." He obstructed her path once more, fervently promoting himself. Sang Luo turned in another direction, continuing to treat him as if he were air, his entire being exuding a palpable disinterest. Anu ceased to advance, his gaze dropping slightly, as if touched by a hint of grievance and sadness. "Do you not like me as I am? What is it that you prefer? Someone like Lansong, perhaps?" "Heh, indeed, his appearance is rather appealing, and I must admit, I am quite fond of it. What on earth is this person talking about?" Sang Luo finally halted, gazing at him with a look of utter bewilderment. Could this individual possibly be a male rival in affection? In a world where the supply of love often falls short of demand, such situations occasionally arise. It is said that some harbor jealousy towards females, intentionally seeking to create trouble for them. Goodness, she certainly did not wish to have just seen off a female competitor, only to be confronted by a male one. Sang Luo was genuinely frightened, hastily returning home as if fleeing. "Ah, this little creature is rather intriguing. Is this guise truly so terrifying?" Until the figure of the female completely vanished from sight, Anu did not divert his gaze, pondering to himself while stroking his chin. It was only when an orc approached, draping an arm over his shoulder and inviting him to join in some revelry, that he smiled and nodded, departing from the square. That evening, news of the punishment meted out to Manla and her companion emerged. Dolan was stripped of his status as a partner, receiving 50 lashes. Grievously wounded and expelled from the tribe, reduced to the state of a wandering beast. Though a death sentence was not explicitly pronounced, the outcome was nearly equivalent, as by midnight he would likely become a meal for the strays and star beasts. Manla was confined to a cell for 3 months for reflection, forbidden any visitors, and stripped of her identity as a shaman apprentice. Should there be another infraction, she would be summarily exiled from the tribe. This punishment was indeed somewhat lenient, after all. Manla was the daughter of a shaman. Even in confinement, her days would likely not be too harsh, serving merely as a cautionary measure to others. Although Sang Luo anticipated that the punishment would not be severe, she still furrowed her brow, mentally preparing to leave the Kelder tribe with Lansong at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, once Manla was released, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. In the confinement chamber, Manla was locked away in the dark stone room, seething with rage. Is she merely an outsider? If I must die, why should I be treated this way? Upon her release, that wretched woman would pay dearly. She would ensure that the impudent intruder did not leave the Kelder tribe alive. Enveloped in her fury, Manla failed to notice a tall figure silently materializing within the room. Suddenly, a chilling sensation pierced her abdomen as a sharp beast claw penetrated deeply, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, breathless. In the perilous night of the Rubble Forest, danger lurked at every corner, with countless crimson beast eyes watching the approaching man. Without hesitation, Lansong discarded the lifeless body into the woods, wiping the blood from his hands with disdain. In an instant, shadows descended upon the carcass, ravenously tearing it apart. Chapter 13. Do you have other females? Are you injured? Sang Luo stood at the doorway, catching a faint whiff of blood emanating from him. No. Lansong embraced her, resting his chin atop her head as he nuzzled closer. I heard from Pamir that you nearly fell victim to a feral beast attack today, orchestrated by Manla. I was genuinely terrified. He had intended to return 2 days later, but upon hearing the news, he rushed back to the tribe, fearing for her safety. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Manla has been punished and confined. She will not dare to act recklessly in the near future. Yes, she will never have the chance to harm you again. You mentioned that you would take me away from the Kelder tribe in a month. With only a few days left, have you decided where we shall go? Sang Luo, not overthinking, assumed he was referring to this matter. Lansong did not press the issue further, nodding with a smile. I have already made arrangements for Solar City. In the coming days, we shall pack our belongings and set forth. Life in the city will be far more pleasant than in the tribe. I believe you will enjoy it. He exhaled softly against her ear. Sang Luo touched the black collar around his neck, inquiring, What is this? You wore it when I first met you, and I have yet to see you remove it. Lansong did not even raise an eyebrow as he placed several dishes on the table, merely responding with a nonchalant hum, appearing as though he had not fully awakened. She was no saint, secretly wishing to applaud. Initially, she believed it to be merely a decorative piece, but during his last episode of losing control, the collar had changed color. He explained that the secret lay within this very collar. His innate power was so formidable that it could provoke genetic frenzy. Thus he had sealed his abilities within it, intending to unlock them only when the time was right. Do you think I am too cruel? Lansong asked. Noticing Sang Luo's silence, he set down his chopsticks, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Lansong's ears flushed crimson in an instant. The situation had taken her completely by surprise. Sang Luo wiped his hands with a towel, as if caught in a dream. Sang Luo, well aware of his sentiments, immediately smiled coyly, her arms encircling his neck as she pressed her lips against his. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure. The weather was delightful. The sun ascended high in the sky, casting warmth upon her eyelids. Sang Luo awoke lazily, surprised to find that Lansong had yet to stir, even in slumber. He held her tightly, his head resting against her bosom. Sang Luo, feeling somewhat breathless from the pressure, gently pushed against his head. Lansong instantly shielded half of his face with his arm, his ears drooping, which made her stifle a laugh. It was her first time witnessing such an endearing side of him. They indulged themselves until the early dawn. Fortunately, at that time, they encountered a mysterious organization of beastmen who possessed suppression rings sold on the black market, capable of restraining the rampant energy within him, thus saving his life. Today, the third elder mentioned that frequent coupling with you could enhance my strength. Do you believe her punishment is too severe? He had been out hunting these past few days, returning home to toil through the night to satisfy the little female, which was only natural given his exhaustion. In this line of work, the count of lives taken exceeds 800, if not 1,000. The old chieftain had shown him kindness, yet the others of the quarter tribe were merely strangers to him. Manla had been slain by a wandering beast, meeting her demise in the wild. Sang Luo returned with a basin, incredulous. This outcome was self-inflicted. You said it, she got what she deserved. He lowered his head, quietly eating. Lansong, willing to take risks and tread this path, was not a virtuous character. She was fundamentally no different from the infamous wandering beasts. And the lives she held in her hands were even more numerous than theirs. 3 years prior, the situation had been far more perilous than the tribe's rumors suggested. He had encountered a pinnacle 7th-tier star beast, with his rampant energy soaring above 80. Some speculated that the wandering beastkin had come for revenge yesterday, prompting the chieftain to hastily arrange for increased vigilance. A sleepless night ensued. At that point, there would be no remedy, and he would be utterly condemned to be slaughtered by all the beastmen united. Lansong found her utterly adorable in this state, and beckoned her to join for a meal. All right, put those troubling thoughts aside. Today, as you requested, I made something, what do they call it? Shumai? As Sang Luo caressed the man's soft black hair, she recognized that he had awakened, but chose not to disturb the rare moment of intimacy they shared. Instead, she engaged in idle conversation, inquiring about his thoughts upon their first meeting. Her gaze fell upon her attire. This evening, Sang Luo donned a magenta silk slip dress adorned with delicate butterflies, a gift from Lansong during his recent trip to the market. He had envisioned how splendid she would appear in it, and indeed, the well-tailored fabric accentuated her modest curves and slender waist, radiating both innocence and allure. Lansong opened his eyes, smiling at her with a voice that was hoarse and languorous, still tinged with lingering desire. He remarked on her petite frame, expressing a hint of regret at having brought her home, admitting that he had not anticipated growing so fond of her. Had it not been for that fateful day in the ruins, perhaps he would not have been the one to rescue her. He felt a twinge of remorse, unable to harness his innate powers, let alone share them with her. Ah, don't touch, he cautioned, aware that once an orc's rage threshold exceeded 80, they would succumb to uncontrollable fury. He acknowledged his role as a mercenary. Ever since their paths intertwined, his genes had calmed considerably, leading him to believe that perhaps he would no longer require the suppression ring. The third elder had mentioned that she had awakened her own abilities. He questioned why he had not inherited her gifts, pondering whether she had sought other female companions prior. This thought momentarily dimmed her expression. With no pressing tasks for the day, Lansong prepared lunch after rising, while Sang Luo stepped outside to wash the bed linens. In her errand, she encountered several orcs rushing back from outside the tribe, who revealed the tragic news of Manla's death. The murder of a female by a male was a grave offense. She chastised him for his impulsive actions, fearing that if the Kordo tribe discovered the truth, trouble would surely follow. Have you forgotten what I do? Lansong remarked, his hand instinctively moving to his neck where the suppression ring hung, its previous use having significantly diminished its effectiveness. A sense of urgency gripped him as he grasped her restless hand, pressing a gentle kiss upon her lips before continuing. The goods from the black market include the suppression ring, which can regulate the rage within an orc's body. Lansong had shown remarkable forbearance towards females, having previously warned Manla, who nonetheless continued to conspire against Sang Luo. At a threshold of 100, an orc would regress into a mindless, frenzied beast. Manla's demise occurred outside, her remains unrecognizable, save for a few bloodied garments discovered by an orc on patrol that morning, ultimately leading to her identification. Despite their previous exchanges, he remained unable to resist her allure, becoming increasingly ensnared by her charm. His cheeks flushed as memories of their exquisite night together flooded his mind. His throat tightened as he swept her into his arms, laying her upon the bed, lifting her skirt, and drawing her leg close to him. As Sang Luo dined, her gaze lingered upon him, noticing that Lan Song remained utterly unfazed, as if he had already anticipated the situation. A shiver ran through her. Could it possibly be your doing? No, it is poetic justice, a source of great satisfaction. She scoffed, recalling how Manla had persistently sought trouble, and yesterday, she truly harbored murderous intent against me. If I were to remain in the Korjuo tribe, who knows how she might ensnare me in the future. Lan Song's hand gently traversed her delicate waist. His eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Lan Song quickly shook his head, asserting, no, absolutely not. You are my first female, and the sole companion I shall ever have in this lifetime. Sang Luo is his only vulnerability. He shall not spare anyone who harms her, regardless of their identity. Alas. We should hasten to prepare and make our escape. Sang Luo sighed, having finished her meal, and proceeded to gather her belongings, taking with her all the valuables from their home, her silhouette reminiscent of a poignant escape. Lan Song chuckled lightly and offered assistance, suggesting, you take a moment to rest. I shall handle this. Chapter 14. I love you. Before the two could make their getaway, calamity struck. A colossal beast tide erupted in the rubble forest. An unprecedented event in a century. The star beasts and the beastmen existed as predator and prey each year. As the cold season approached, the beastmen, retaining their primal instincts, would hoard provisions to survive the winter, while the famished star beasts would gather in hordes, launching assaults on nearby beastman tribes to plunder food. The Kordo tribe, established for decades, had encountered beast tides before and had developed strategies for dealing with the usual onslaughts. However, the scale of this current tide was unparalleled. Thousands of ravenous star beasts surrounded the entire tribe, ensuring that no one could escape alive. The Kordo tribe vowed to resist the beast tide to the death. Yet within a single night, nearly 100 beastmen suffered casualties. The elderly chieftain, in a desperate act, approached on his knees, pleading with Lan Song to remain and protect the tribe, to assist the Kordo in weathering this existential threat. With this final plea for help, there existed a glimmer of hope for the Kordo tribe. Lan Song did not immediately acquiesce, but instead retreated to the backyard to consult with Sang Luo. As anticipated, war indeed erupted in the rubble forest, though it was not the conflict they had expected. It was a war against the star beasts. The rubble forest was, without a doubt, no longer a safe haven, and lingering here even briefly increased the peril they faced. Sang Luo perceived the turmoil in Lan Song's gaze, fully aware that he was a person deeply devoted to his emotions and principles. It was precisely this quality that had drawn her to him. Stay here and assist the Kelda tribe in repelling the beast tide, then we shall depart. To be honest, after spending such an extended period in the tribe, she had developed a certain affection for the orcs, and with Li Man and Iya also residing there. Sang Luo could not bear to witness their demise at the hands of the beast tide. I understand, she replied. Lan Song, you must return safely. Once we overcome this ordeal, we will relocate to the city. When life stabilizes, I will. Lan Song gazed intently at her. Sang Luo playfully chuckled, grasping his hand and resting it upon her abdomen. Perhaps one day when I am in a good mood, I might consider bearing you a child. It was not merely a matter of conforming to local customs or the allure of supernatural abilities. Sang Luo genuinely cherished Lan Song, harboring thoughts of a life together. Raising children. Should she ever return to the modern world, she would undoubtedly devise a way to bring him along. If that proved impossible, she resolved to spend the remainder of her days by his side. She could not deny that she had developed new attachments in this foreign realm. No male beastman could withstand the tender words associated with procreation. He pressed his lips heavily against hers and declared, very well, I shall wait. Lan Song turned to accept the chieftain's request to remain and fend off the beast tide. In the following days, he seemed to vanish, and the number of wounded and deceased beastmen in the tribe drastically decreased. Sang Luo heard from the chieftain and others that Lan Song had led his team valiantly, vanquishing numerous star beasts. The Kordo tribe, which had been unable to withstand the onslaught for even 3 days, astonishingly held out for nearly half a month. The prolonged struggle against this small tribe seemed to instill a sense of caution in the star beasts, who no longer attacked indiscriminately but engaged in a war of attrition, showing no signs of retreat. Their numbers continued to swell, while the beastmen's ranks dwindled daily, a clear sign of decline. Every few days, Lan Song would carve out time in the late hours to return to her. Each time he came back, he bore an unmistakable scent of blood that clung to him, and he donned a new set of black attire, concealing his injuries. Yet, Sang Luo could surmise that his wounds grew more severe with each visit. This beast tide was a fierce battle. Before the onset of the cold season, a tempest of rain mixed with snow erupted over the rubber forest, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Dark clouds loomed over the city, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Despite it being daytime, the world seemed to have plunged into an early night, devoid of any light. A thunderclap split the heavens, illuminating the world as if it were broad daylight, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene from a horror film. Outside the window, a tall, familiar, blood-soaked figure emerged. As Sang Luo's breath hitched, she hurried to open the door. An icy chill, mingled with the biting wind, snow, and the metallic scent of blood assaulted her nostrils. Lansong nearly collapsed into her embrace, his face a ghostly pallor, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. His garments were tattered beyond recognition, revealing an array of wounds that left much of her skirt stained a deep crimson. Tears streamed down Sang Luo's face as she clung tightly to him, her voice caught in her throat. No matter the multitude of wounds he bore from the outside world, Lansong had always shielded her from them. Yet, this time, he returned, bloodied and unable to conceal his injuries. As soon as he closed the door, he enveloped her in an urgent embrace, his icy lips crashing onto hers with reckless abandon. Overwhelmed by his fervent longing, Sang Luo momentarily forgot to resist. Your wounds. Don't speak, Luo. Allow me to savor you once more, he murmured, his voice a husky whisper. This encounter was devoid of the gentleness and patience of the past. It was raw and intense, as if he sought to condense all future yearning into this singular moment. Offering her everything he possessed, Sang Luo found herself unable to bear the weight of it all and succumbed to a deep slumber, unaware of when it would conclude. In a haze, she felt a kiss upon her forehead. If I do not return, seek a stronger male than I. Do not do yourself an injustice. Luo, I love you. When she awoke, Lansong had already departed, leaving behind a full bag of beast crystals at the bedside. A wave of inexplicable panic washed over Sang Luo, as if a part of her had been vacated. Outside, frantic knocks echoed against the door, as if it were moments away from being breached. Sang Luo hastily concealed the pouch of beast crystals within her clothing and rushed to open the door, revealing Lyman and her companions. Lyman's eyes were swollen and red, a testament to her sorrow from days of weeping. 3 of her mates had perished in this brutal conflict. Grasping Sang Luo's hand urgently, she exclaimed, Luo, we must flee. The Kordo tribe is doomed to fall. It cannot be held any longer. If we do not escape now, it will be too late. Outside the door stood not only Lyman, but also numerous familiar females and younglings from the tribe, all prepared with their bundles. The number of males accompanying them had noticeably dwindled, and many bore visible injuries. Sang Luo suddenly shook her head vigorously, anxiously grasping Aya's hand. What of the other orcs in the tribe? Were there not many still outside the settlement, battling the star beasts? When they returned to find the tribe vanished. With no one to be found, where shall they seek us? Outside the tribe, there are no orcs left alive. Aya exchanged a glance with her companion, and Kima spoke with a heavy heart. Sang Luo felt a chilling wave wash over her, causing her to stagger backward. It is impossible. Lansong has not yet returned. How could this be? Kumu understood the question she used to voice, his taut body trembling with unspoken dread. This morning, Lansong had ventured alone into the beast tide and had vanished without a trace. He dared not articulate the grim reality, for everyone present was painfully aware that no one could emerge alive from such a maelstrom of ferocity. How could this happen? We encountered a pinnacle 7th-tier star beast king, the very creature that nearly claimed Lansong's life years ago. Furthermore, this time, the star beast king's power had intensified, far beyond what beings of our ilk could withstand. Lansong cannot possibly have survived. Sang Luo nearly collapsed onto the ground, realizing that his hurried visit to her the previous night was, in fact, a farewell. No wonder he had behaved so unusually. Now, there was no time for sorrow. The Kordo tribe was on the brink of being overrun, and the star beast would soon arrive here. This morning, half of the orc warriors had sacrificed their lives to help us discover a hidden passage to the outside world. We hastily gathered our belongings and fled through the secret route to seek refuge with other tribes. The larger tribes and cities had protective walls capable of withstanding the onslaught of the beast tide. Time was of the essence. We must hasten our escape. For if the star beast were to find us, it would be utterly impossible to flee. Lyman urgently transformed a Tiger Clan companion into beast form and pulled her onto its back. The remaining orc contingent pressed on day and night, leaving the besieged Kordo tribe behind. Chapter 15. Hold me tight. I will take you away. A sudden tempest of rain and snow accompanied by thunder and lightning unleashed its fury, the terrifying roars echoing for an extended duration before gradually subsiding with the retreating dark clouds, revealing a sudden burst of daylight. With little night vision, Sang Luo was finally no longer blind. The cold season had silently descended, and the blizzard intensified, accumulating nearly half a meter of snow within a mere half-day's journey. The females and younglings could hardly find footing, relying solely on the beast forms of the male orcs to continue onward. Fortunately, Lansong had previously ventured into the city to procure several warm cloaks for her. Sang Luo, shivering uncontrollably, quickly rummaged through her pack, wrapping herself tightly like an impermeable dumpling, struggling against the deadly chill. The daylight soon faded once more, and this time, it was truly dark. The exhausted orcs, having sprinted tirelessly throughout the day, crossed the boundaries of the Rubble forest and stepped into a new woodland, where traces of the beast tide were scarcely visible. They found a safe haven to rest and recuperate. Sang Luo had not consumed food or water for an entire day, experiencing both hunger and thirst. The female companions had ventured nearby to hunt, yet the scarcity of prey during the cold season was lamentable. They could only manage to find a few hares and field mice to roast, providing a meager meal for the females and their young. The males, possessing slightly lesser strength, were left to endure the pangs of hunger. With no male companion by her side, Sang Luo squatted in the corner, abandoned and without anyone to offer her sustenance. Li Man and the others were preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving her too shy to request a morsel. Alas, had she known, she should have learned some hunting skills. At an unknown moment, Tu Zhu approached, presenting her with a grilled fish, his gaze sweeping over her delicate and fair visage. Without uttering a word, he strode away with purpose. Sang Luo took the grilled fish strung together with wooden sticks, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that she had misjudged him earlier? This person seemed rather kind. However, her hunger left no room for such thoughts. She opened her mouth and took a generous bite of the fish. Suddenly, Anu strode over swiftly, snatched the grilled fish from her hand, and carelessly tossed it to the ground. Looking at her empty hands, Sang Luo raised her head, glaring with anger. What are you doing? If you wish to avoid being taken advantage of by him later tonight, then refrain from eating. Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting abruptly. Just a moment ago, she had been consumed by hunger, oblivious to the subtle scent of aphrodisiac fruit mingled with the grilled fish. Fortunately, before she could swallow, she quickly expelled the chewed fish from her mouth and rushed to the riverbank, where the ice had been shattered, drinking several mouthfuls of icy water to cleanse her palate. How despicable! How revolting! The treachery of such a ploy was astonishing. No wonder he had regarded her with such a predatory gaze, as if she were already ensnared in his grasp. Yet, gazing at the now cold grilled fish lying in the snow, she crouched down, her stomach grumbling in protest, and reluctantly swallowed a lump of saliva. Before long, that tall and elegant figure returned. Anu appeared with 2 rabbits in hand, squatting before her, and also carried a large bundle of firewood. Do you enjoy roasted rabbit? He inquired. Sang Luo looked up at him in astonishment. Anu quickly kindled a fire, clumsily skinning the wild rabbit and removing its entrails. After cleaning it by the riverbank, he emulated the techniques of other beastmen, skewering the rabbit on 2 wooden branches and roasting it over the flames, turning it to ensure even cooking. After approximately half an hour, the rabbit meat became charred on the outside yet tender within, exuding a slight, acceptable hint of blood, exactly how the female beastmen preferred it. Cooked to a medium rare, Anu then handed one of the roasted rabbits to her. The enticing aroma had long since made Sang Luo's mouth water as she accepted the roasted meat, nearly succumbing to the urge to bite into it immediately. However, recalling the previous incident, her movements faltered. Though Tu Zhu was no virtuous creature, it did not imply that Anu was any better. These formidable beasts would resort to any means necessary in their pursuit of mating. Anu, observing her wary and fearful expression, chuckled softly. If I were truly so ruthless, I would not have halted your actions just now. Instead, I would have struck first. He took a bite of the roasted meat from her hand, swallowed it, and then offered it back to her. Noticing the man's demeanor remained unchanged, Sang Luo finally felt at ease and dove into her meal. After devouring half a rabbit, her hunger was significantly alleviated. She then rummaged through her pack, retrieving some canned spices, sprinkling a bit onto the meat before savoring it slowly. Do share some with me. Anu leaned closer, drawn by the delightful aroma. Sang Luo sprinkled a dash of seasoning for him. After taking a taste, he generously praised it, remarking on its delightful flavor. Lansong was quite the culinary artist, skillfully grinding some spices into a convenient powder. He was indeed thoughtful. Following this remark, Anu focused on devouring the meat, lapsing into silence. As night descended, the orcs ceased their journey and sought nearby shelter to rest. Anu discovered an abandoned cave. Though modest in size, it was ample enough for 2. He ventured outside to gather some unwithering vines, binding them together to create a makeshift broom. After tidying both the interior and exterior of the cave, he kindled a fire and laid out several thick animal skin mats. Sitting cross-legged on one of the mats, he patted the empty space beside him, his eyes twinkling with charm. It's quite chilly. Would you care to lean against me while you sleep? Sang Luo shook her head in refusal. I already have a partner. So what you mean is that you want me to go out and sleep elsewhere? He was at a loss for words. You certainly have a knack for encroaching upon others' territory. Sang Luo contemplated the idea of seeking solace with the Li Man, yet she understood that as an outsider, it might be somewhat inappropriate to intrude upon the sanctuary where the Li Man and their companions rested together. Just as she was about to step outside, Anu swiftly rose to restrain her, gently pressing her back onto the mat. If you are unwilling, then so be it. This cave was meticulously prepared for your comfort and repose. Please take your time to rest. I shall venture next door to find Roar and the others. Before departing, he added several more logs to the fire, ensuring it would last until dawn, and then he left the cave. The flickering campfire enveloped Sang Luo in a warm embrace, soothing the day's tensions and fatigue, swiftly lulling her into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, the faint rustle of footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by a gaze filled with both intrigue and a hint of menace, sweeping over her form. Instinctively alert, Sang Luo jolted awake. Unbeknownst to her, Tu Zhu had stealthily infiltrated the cave, his eyes fixed upon her with an intense fervor. Sang Luo's complexion turned pale, nearly escaping a terrified scream. Observing her lack of any signs of arousal, Tu Zhu expressed mild surprise. Did you not partake in that roasted fish? Continued to fixate on him, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it in his direction. Tuju, irritated, waved his hand, and an invisible force repelled the scattered stones, sending them crashing to the ground. It seemed she had indeed not consumed the aphrodisiac fruit. This little female was quite astute and cautious. However, it mattered little. For whether she had ingested it or not was inconsequential to Tuju. The strength of a female could not possibly resist that of a male. Whatever he desired, she would be unable to refuse. Mating with me will spare you further suffering on this journey, he declared, his gaze fixed on her delicate, fair face, slowly descending, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. As a solitary female, you are a tempting prize. Even without my presence, other males will undoubtedly pursue you. It would be far better for you to accept me willingly than to be sullied by those other worthless creatures. Tuju reached out, attempting to draw her into his embrace, but Sang Luo bit down fiercely on his strong, elongated arm. The muscle of the beastman was as hard as rock. Her teeth nearly shattered upon impact, and Tuju, taken aback by the pain, forcefully pushed her away. Her shoulder and shoulder blades collided violently with the stone wall, causing her excruciating pain and cold sweat to cascade down her body as she curled up in distress. The last vestiges of his tenderness vanished completely. He advanced upon her, pinning her to the ground and ruthlessly tearing at her clothing. As sorrow and anger welled up within Sang Luo, a profound sense of defiance ignited in her heart, and a glimmer of golden light flickered in her obsidian eyes. A bolt of lightning descended with ferocity. Tuju staggered back several steps, utterly incredulous. Do you possess such extraordinary power? Sang Luo stared in astonishment at her hands. No, this was not her innate power, but rather the extraordinary gift of Lansong. He had bestowed this power upon her during his last return. The power of Sang Luo leans more towards the realm of healing, gentle and soft, lacking in offensive capabilities. However, this strand of lightning is distinctly different, although she can only inherit a mere 10% of Lansong's innate strength, and her physical limitations may restrict her to utilizing merely a fraction of her true potential. The intensity of her attack is undeniably formidable, as evidenced by Tuju's fervent yet wary gaze. It appears she must rise to the occasion. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Sang Luo unleashed a torrent of lightning upon Tuju, growing increasingly adept at wielding this formidable power. He summoned spheres of electricity, hurling them with vigor towards his adversary. Tuju raised his hand to conjure an earthen shield, effectively blocking the majority of the electric onslaught, yet a few stray bolts managed to breach his defenses, soon leaving him adorned with crimson marks and tattered garments, revealing a rather disheveled state. I had no intention of resorting to violence against you, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice, he declared. Dozens of earthen vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring her in a cage-like grip. Employing your innate abilities against a female. Now that is rather unethical, Tuju. A melodious voice resonated from the cave entrance, stirring a wave of emotion in Sang Luo, nearly bringing her to tears. Although Anu may harbor ulterior motives, he at least bore the semblance of a gentleman. She truly ought to have insisted he remain that night. In an instant, Anu appeared at her side, wielding an intangible force to shatter the earthen vines, shielding her behind him as he confronted the visibly perturbed Tuju. You never left? Tuju questioned, his tone laced with irritation. I was nearby, in the cave just next door, sleeping soundly until I heard the commotion and felt compelled to investigate. Anu replied with a casual air. Book, I advise you to refrain from meddling. You stand no chance against me. Tuju seethed, having finally rid himself of Lansong, only to be confronted by another unwelcome presence. Though both were 5th-tier warriors, Tuju stood at the pinnacle of that tier, while Book had only recently ascended to the initial stages of 5th tier, rendering him no match for Tuju. Not necessarily, Anu chuckled nonchalantly. Yet Sang Luo sensed a facade of composure beneath his levity. Do you genuinely believe you can protect this young female? Even Lansong fell before me. Opposing me will lead to a similarly gruesome fate. Sang Luo stared wide-eyed at Tuju, realizing he was the one who had harmed Lansong. Noticing her furious gaze, Tuju's smile grew even more sinister, shattering her psychological defenses. That man was indeed fortunate. He had encountered the Beast King gravely injured for the first time. I had initially intended to deliver him a final blow in secret, yet to my surprise, he merely suffered a decline in his realm, barely clinging to life. That worthless creature even managed to win your affection, a beautiful little female like you. He is utterly unworthy of you. You should belong to me. Thus, when I spotted the traces of the star beast in Shilin for the second time, I intentionally lured him there, believing that the fallen Lansong would surely be no match for it. Yet, unexpectedly, he survived again, regaining his strength. As Tuju spoke, he gritted his teeth in jealousy, yet suddenly erupted into laughter. What of his survival through 2 calamities? That worthless fool would ultimately remain devoid of the beast god's favor, and this time he would finally perish at the jaws of a star beast. You would be wise to follow me. It would spare you further suffering. Tuju, you were behind all this. The clan leader and several elders, along with numerous beastmen, had gathered at the cave entrance unbeknownst to him. Tuju stiffened, glaring furiously at Anu. You called them here. Were it not for Booker's revelation of your intentions towards the females, we would have remained oblivious to your sordid deeds. You nearly brought ruin to Lansong back then, shouted Atai. And what of it? Given the current plight of the Kordo tribe, do you, Old clan leader, intend to expel me from the tribe? Tu Zhu, after a moment of panic, resumed his mocking laughter, growing even more audacious. Lan Song is dead and cannot return. Should you wish to drive me away? I could depart at this very moment. However, before I leave, I shall take this little female with me. He pointed at Sang Luo while casting a surreptitious glance at the second elder. The second elder, struck by an epiphany, immediately approached the clan leader and whispered, Tu Zhu's argument holds merit. Our tribe is in desperate need of capable individuals at this juncture. With Lan Seng gone, only Tu Zhu remains to serve as a stalwart pillar. If we were to expel him now, it could spell disaster for our tribe. The clan leader, in his twilight years, has long ceased to manage tribal affairs, leaving most matters to a handful of elders. Tu Zhu, being the descendant of the Grand Elder, has long been covertly supported by both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder to ascend as the new leader, naturally aligning themselves with him. It was precisely for this reason that Tu Zhu felt so brazen. The Kordo tribe now teetered on the brink of collapse, nearly extinguished. He could indeed leave the Kordo tribe, yet the tribe could not afford to lose him at this time. The clan leader was clearly wavering. Luo, with no one to care for you now, you might as well accept Tu Zhu, even if you do not love him. Having a partner at the pinnacle of the 5th rank would not be detrimental. It is your best option at present. Duoji stepped forward, unable to restrain his counsel. She was an individual who valued the collective interests of the tribe, and at this moment, she chose to stand with the tribe. A tinge of sarcasm filled Sang Luo's heart. If Lan Song were to discover that the Kordo tribe he so fervently defended intended to bind her to another male, one could only wonder if he would still devote himself so wholeheartedly to this tribe, even to the point of sacrificing his own life. Upon witnessing this, Tu Zhu couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, reaching out to seize her. If you decide to leave the Kordo tribe, then hold me tight. Anu suddenly wrapped his arm around Sang Luo's waist, his low, enchanting voice resonating softly in her ear, akin to that of a stranger. Sang Luo embraced him without a moment's hesitation. In a flash of blinding light, they found themselves in an unfamiliar mountainous terrain. Chapter 16. Who on earth are you? Teleportation or spatial leap? Sang Luo stared in astonishment, her expression peculiar. How could this be accomplished? The base-level orcs are inherently greedy and self-serving. Your departure from that tribe was indeed a wise decision. The snow outside fell increasingly heavily, and Anu teleported her to a new cave, a temporary refuge for rest. This cavern was significantly larger and cleaner than the previous one, with a fire already kindled in anticipation. Sang Luo, lost in thought, gently pushed him away. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something more? Anu, undeterred by Sang Luo's sudden aloofness, continued to smile at her, raising an eyebrow playfully. Sang Luo remained silent, her gaze lingering on Anu with a captivating intensity. The handsome, sun-kissed face before her appeared both unchanged and yet transformed since their first encounter. A hint of mischievous wickedness danced in the man's brows, and the way he looked at her was far from pure, imbued with a blatant desire. It evoked a disconcerting sensation, as if one had just escaped from a wolf pack only to stumble into the jaws of a tiger. Anu lowered his gaze, grasped her chin gently, caressing it with a tender touch, and murmured softly, I am aware that you can speak. A sudden jolt coursed through Sang Luo's heart. She was utterly certain that she had never revealed her ability to speak before outsiders. Now that she had departed from the Kordo tribe, there was no longer any need for pretense. Did he not have anything he wished to inquire of her? Were you not an orc of the Kordo tribe? Why the urgency to coax me away from my people? What exactly are your intentions? Sang Luo, unwilling to maintain the facade any longer, composed herself. The more she pondered, the more peculiar the situation appeared. The man fixated on her crimson lips, a shadow of desire flickering in his eyes. I desire you. You possess an enchanting fragrance that captivates me. Let us mate and produce an offspring together. Was this truly the reason you have followed me all along? Indeed. I am drawn to your fertility. From the very first moment I beheld you, I sensed your uniqueness. Your scent diverges from that of other female orcs, and I am certain you can bear numerous offspring with superior genetics for my race. He grinned with a malevolent charm. Who are you truly? Anu, Byuk, or neither? The man before her was undeniably not an orc from the Kordo tribe. If you bear me a child, you shall soon discover the truth. Anu released her chin and encircled her delicate waist. Their proximity was charged with tension, while his other hand sought to untie the knot at her back. Do not touch me. Sang Luo forcefully swatted his hand away, her voice rising in protest. In an instant, Anu's eyes transformed into dark golden vertical slits, exuding an otherworldly terror. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his carefree, radiant smile, reluctantly releasing her grip. You are not willing now. And that is perfectly fine. We have ample time to spend together and cultivate our bond. I shall not force you. Are you upset with me? His tone softened, his gaze dropping, rendering his face particularly captivating. Has the beast tide been dealt with? She averted her eyes, moving towards the cave entrance. Anu promptly followed, gazing in the same direction as her, towards the rubber forest. It appeared to be tranquil once more. I am hungry, he declared. There should be plenty of prey nearby. What would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you. He chuckled again, clearly relishing the act of caring for the female. Anything will do. I am not picky. Very well, remain here for a moment. I shall return shortly. He tossed a handful of firewood onto the blaze and vanished in an instant. Sang Luo emerged from the cave, peering cautiously into the distance. Once she ascertained that Anu had completely departed, she exhaled deeply, summoning her courage to dash forth towards the rubble forest, home to the Kaldo tribe. She had never truly believed that Lansong had perished. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly seek her among the ruins of the tribe. The pale morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the path ahead, yet the blizzard continued to rage. Sang Luo's pace gradually slowed as she struggled to extricate her legs from the accumulating snow with each painstaking step. The temperature plummeted around her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. With flakes of white snow settling upon her hair and eyelashes, her face reddened from the biting cold. Sang Luo touched her face, which felt scorching hot. Her head spinning as if it were filled with fog, and her body weighed down as though it were encumbered by lead. The scenery before her was blurred, rendering her unable to discern the direction. Suddenly, a pack of wild wolves converged from all sides, encircling her completely, leaving her no avenue of escape. These star beasts were ravenous, and a gaunt gray wolf sprang forth, launching itself at her with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. Sang Luo's body felt languid and powerless. Even her innate strength seemed difficult to summon. Suddenly, a black dagger sliced through the air before her eyes, cleaving the wolf beast in two with a precise and clean severance. The visceral remains laid bare, warm blood splattering across her face. In the next moment, she fell into a warm and powerful embrace. Anu held her tightly with his right arm while raising his left hand. Dozens of sharpened black blades, infused with concentrated energy, swiftly eviscerated the pack of wild wolves. Though the beast tide was quelled, numerous star beasts still lingered nearby. Your reckless venture outside equates to courting death. Anu firmly tilted her chin with one hand, his smile vanishing, his eyes transforming into an abyssal black, chilling to the bone. Or do you wish to flee? Sang Luo swallowed hard, utterly convinced that this man would take her life. She attempted to utter something, but darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Anu hurriedly caught her, then realized that the female's condition was alarming. Her body was burning with an unsettling heat, reminiscent of a furnace, far from the normal temperature one would expect. Was she ill? Perhaps suffering from a fever? A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, causing him to struggle for breath. Was she truly so frail? Caring for a female proved to be quite a challenge. Anu swiftly carried her back to the cave, rummaging through scattered belongings until he unearthed several thick, plush coats, which he draped over her. There were also a few jars of medicine in the pack, yet he was unaware of their purpose and dared not administer them hastily. He had never cared for a female before. Surely, she wouldn't perish, would she? Anu began to feel increasingly flustered. He had finally found such a delightful little female, and he could not bear the thought of losing her just 2 days after she had come into his life. He recalled a small town situated several dozen miles away, where a shaman might be found. Determined, Anu resolved to carry Sang Luo there. Sang Luo gently encircled the man's neck with both hands, resting her head against his chest, weakly nuzzling him. Anu tightened his embrace around her, the natural fragrance emanating from her feminine form wafting to his nostrils, quickening his heartbeat. He truly adored the scent that enveloped her. It was simply irresistible. Sang Luo squinted slightly, examining the enlarged, handsome face of the man before her. The overlapping images momentarily obscured her perception. She reached out to touch Anu's face, her voice soft and feeble. Take me to the Korda tribe. You have a fever. I will first take you to see the shaman. Please, I wish to see it. If you take me there just to take another look, I will go with you. Chapter 17. What is his true name? Above the vast expanse of the rubber forest, an immense warship loomed like a steel behemoth suspended in the heavens, its hull nearly obscuring the skyline, casting a suffocating shadow. It emanated a formidable and fearsome psychic force that swept across the land, causing the beast hordes to recoil in terror. Within the starship, the orcs donned uniform military attire, each towering and well-trained. A lion tribe orc approached the main command room, his expression grave and demeanor respectful as he knocked on the door. Shortly, a voice as cold and indifferent as frost resonated from within. Enter. The man seated in command was strikingly handsome, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a deity. His obsidian hair cascaded like silk, and his military uniform, adorned with gold embroidery, signified his rank as the highest commander of the empire, enveloping his tall and imposing frame in an alluring yet austere manner. Caesar gazed at the unconscious female on the bed, gently touching her flushed face. Read 9 books. The man raised his eyes, unleashing a terrifying psychic force that obliterated the entire beast horde in an instant. General, you sustained severe injuries during the last campaign against the insectoids and have only just recovered. Why go to such lengths to come to this desolate borderland? Are you in search of something of great importance? You need not come personally. Commands would suffice. The unfortunate orc has been parasitized by the insectoids. They possess the ability to usurp the bodies of orcs, disguising themselves and adopting their way of life, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Caesar elucidated. The orc you spoke of is long dead. What remains beside you is the insectoid. Caesar turned and escorted her back to the starship. Anu looked down at the small female in his arms, caressing her increasingly feverish face, and sighed in resignation. I should not have believed your nonsense. Not taking you there nearly cost me dearly. The military doctor hurriedly arrived with a medical kit to examine Sang Luo, having served alongside the general for many years. He had never witnessed him displaying such anxiety, fearing that the small female was afflicted with a terminal illness. The lion tribe orc merely cast a glance at the man before hastily bowing his head. The commander's visage was indeed unparalleled in the empire, and even he, a male beast, dared not meet his gaze easily. Once his powers were restrained, Caesar bore no distinction from ordinary orcs, yet the star beast encircled them, greedily fixating on the two. He beheld the distant starship, spiraling through the high skies like a colossal beast. Gently placing her on a flat expanse and using his hand to carve a chasm in the air, we shall meet again. Were they slain by the star beasts? Or was it? My head had suffered an injury previously, leading to a lapse in memory. A convenient excuse. The man suddenly opened his narrow purple eyes, filled with a chilling and menacing intent. Found it. How could it be? Countless star beasts surged forth. He had perished over 2 months ago. The commotion attracted a multitude of star beasts, whether lower tier or the more intelligent higher tier beasts, all eager to partake in the feast. Sang Luo opened her mouth slightly and murmured, "What is their purpose in doing this? A complimentary meal ticket?" She was at a loss for words. Yet returning to the tribe was no longer an option. Presently, she had not identified any other suitable refuge, so she could only nod in agreement. "I will not trouble you for long. Once I find a means of subsistence, I shall surely repay you." Caesar, in a gesture of resolve, embraced her. He was aware of his demise. He recognized that he had been discovered. That individual possessed the mental prowess to encompass the entire area, searching meticulously without leaving a trace. Could it be an enemy? She truly had no recollection. Was it possible that Anu had not escaped? Sang Luo glanced at the expressionless Caesar, her emotion swirling within her. A man with inky black hair descended from the heavens, his violet eyes fixed coldly on the direction in which Anu had departed, the aura of lethality still palpable. He uttered a sound. "I am Caesar, general of the Aaron's empire, and I shall also be your legal guardian." Sang Luo leaned against the man, inhaling the pleasant scent of his body, which felt inexplicably familiar, as if she had encountered it before, yet in that moment, she found it difficult to discern. She could only faintly ascertain that he harbored no malice towards her, but her physical strength waned, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. What? He lay with closed eyes, his complexion pale and fatigued. An invisible and terrifying mental assault struck with ferocity, causing Anu's figure to vanish in an instant. His beauty was striking. Merely gazing upon his visage could render one flushed and breathless. However, the man remained silent, and the beastman dared not speak further, standing anxiously in place. After the examination was complete, scattered across the pristine white snow, she was suddenly enveloped in someone's embrace, the individual having restrained their menacing aura, seemingly fearful of startling her. "By the way, have you seen the beastman beside me? He has brown hair and is quite young." Realizing that the man continued to hold her, she hastily extricated herself from his grasp. As time ticked away, 1 minute. 2 minutes, the beastman began to privately speculate whether the general had fallen into slumber due to his unhealed injuries. As Sang Luo recalled the moment when Anu had held her closely, she felt a surge of intimacy that made her wonder if she might provoke the wrath of this man, potentially leading to her demise. The man swiftly withdrew his gaze and extended his hand toward her. The instant her warm palm met his icy one, a soft murmur of comfort escaped her lips, and she instinctively leaned closer to him, feeling the warmth within her gradually dissipate. Now rejuvenated, Sang Luo became aware of her surroundings. The pristine room was suffused with the scent of medicine and disinfectant. When she lifted her gaze, she found herself ensnared by the man's unwavering stare, causing her cheeks to flush as she averted her eyes. Before reaching the Libel forest, Anu abruptly halted, as if his very blood had turned to ice. Feeling like prey ensnared by the gaze of a venomous serpent, the female had succumbed to the chill, suffering from a fever and some nervous exhaustion. A mere dose of medicine would suffice to remedy her ailments. "I have found you," he proclaimed. A few orcs approached, only to be met with the sight of their superior cradling a petite female in his arms. A particularly impetuous orc leaned in for a closer look, prompting Kaiser to tighten his embrace protectively, warning them to mind their own affairs before summoning the military doctor. "I will ensure your return to the Empire, tending to all your needs with utmost care." Such an extraordinary visage was one she could never forget. Observing her reaction, Kaiser seemed taken aback. "You do not remember me?" The military doctor, having been startled for no reason, prescribed her medicine and then took his leave, as if he had never been there at all. The cool fragrance, reminiscent of melting snow atop a mountain, lingered at Sang Luo's nostrils, intoxicating and lulling her into a deep slumber. Sang Luo anxiously closed her eyes, realizing that it was all over, that scoundrel had implicated her. The act of seizing a female. No wonder Anu had been so determined to extricate her from the tribe. Over 2 months ago, I had crossed paths with him, and in a moment of carelessness, I fell victim to the venom of a creature. The warship that had ferried us was destroyed by the Zerg, yet he too had sustained grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. We both plummeted near the Rubber Forest, where I seized the opportunity to inhabit the body of an orc, recuperating and healing. Sang Luo fell silent for a moment before inquiring about his true name. The Prince of the Insect Tribe, Enubia. Chapter 18. The whereabouts of Lansong, you've caught the attention of the insect tribe. If you remain by my side, I shall ensure your safety. Kaiser gazed at her earnestly. I wish to return to the tribe to find someone. Sang Luo declined. Who is it? Your beast husband? His voice remained calm. Yes. Sang Luo did not conceal her intentions. Since Lansong had bonded with her, he was her rightful beast husband, the first among them. Regardless of whether he was alive or dead, she would never forget him. The memories of their time together surged within her, bringing a pang of sorrow to her heart. Kaiser remained silent for a long while. While the two beastmen at the door felt a chill of sweat, the expression on the general's face indicated his displeasure, signaling trouble for the one opposite him. Fortunately, he did not impose on Sang Luo, instead softly asking, is it the beastman from the Kaldo tribe? Yes, I passed through that tribe. It has long since become a desolate ruin, devoid of any signs of life. The person you seek is not there. The landscape and climate of Restart Star closely resemble those of Earth, yet its expanse is nearly tenfold larger, inhabited by billions of beastmen. The female's preferences were particularly selective. Do the beastmen of the Western continent consume such things? She longed for Lansong, and upon contemplating his uncertain fate, Sang Luo sighed again. Kaiser emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bottles. What flavor of nutrient solution do you prefer? He instructed the others to leave. Kaiser lowered his head to review documents, noticing her lack of appetite. He recalled his own unique physiology, which had accustomed him to nutrient solutions since childhood, almost erasing the memory of conventional food. The Star Beast King possessed strength that clearly surpassed that of the Beastmen, yet the Beastman fought relentlessly, ultimately exhausting the Star Beast King to death. Despite being on the verge of his own demise. Very well, Lion stated, this wolf beast is highly likely connected to the rebel forces. Sang Luo thought she had misheard. After hesitating, she randomly selected a bottle of nutrient solution and took a few sips of the strawberry fruit flavor, finding it relatively palatable. The semi-royal level star crystal was a rare find. Given his current strength, ordinary crystal cores would offer no assistance, making this semi-royal beast crystal just right. After the wolf beast killed the Star Beast King, it immediately excavated the beast crystal, not pausing even for a breath, and fled back to the ruins of the Kaldo tribe, its body marred with wounds. Kaiser donned white leather gloves and retrieved a broken neck ring from a sealed bag. Closing the book, her suspicions were confirmed. The wolf beast behaved with remarkable caution, unlike the ordinary tribe beastmen, resembling a trained military warrior with exceptional counter-surveillance abilities. It quickly detected the personnel we dispatched, evading the search team and vanishing with the beast tide. It mournfully howled at the heavens, then lay atop the highest pile of rubble in the ruins, waiting silently for 3 days and nights before departing. It seemed desperately in search of something. Digging through every collapsed structure, its trembling claws bloodied. As time passed, its emotions grew increasingly despondent and agitated, scouring the nearby ruins but uncovering only countless disfigured corpses. In that tribe, indeed, there was a wolf clan companion. Kaiser asked, what has she experienced over the past 2 months? In contrast, he had not touched his food, merely observing her eat, which was rather endearing. Evil, filth, and disorder were absent from sight. Half a day later, the residual energy of the Star Beast dissipated. The search team discovered the corpse of the Star Beast King yesterday morning, the beast crystal having been extracted. Lion activated the holographic interface, presenting 2 recordings. Sir, would you like to view them? His voice was intoxicating and persuasive. Have a good rest. We shall be home shortly. Lion found it peculiar that the device indicated its frenzy level had surpassed 80, suggesting it was on the brink of losing control. Yet it seemed to retain a glimmer of rationality, not forgetting to seek others, unlike the other frenzied beastmen. It was still the most formidable among the Gold Thunder category. Very well. Only then did Sang Luo feel at ease. She grasped his departing hand, parted her lips, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Kaiser. Her gaze could not be averted, her body responding instinctively. It must be said, the man's appearance was indeed striking, surpassing even Lansong. Kaiser, fearing she might choke, poured her another glass of juice. The roasted fish was quite delightful, its tender meat satisfying her. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. In the year 4XXX AD, humanity successfully bred genetic beastman warriors and proposed a planetary migration plan. According to our latest measurements, that star beast was not merely a peak level 7, but had transcended to a half-step royal level. Sang Luo lowered her head in despondence. In times of dire straits, one often clings to unrealistic fantasies, yet one must confront the harsh reality. In such perilous circumstances, the chances of survival for Lansong were utterly bleak. The two wandered the city, procuring some daily necessities and clothing, returning home just before dusk. Caesar's wrist communicator chimed, announcing his brief departure. I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. In the year 34XX, scientists unexpectedly discovered that the fusion of human and animal genes altered the DNA sequence, allowing cells to continue their differentiation and division. Where is he now? There exists a segment of footage. Caesar paused. Intrigued by the presence of such a high-tier starbeast in this remote region, curiosity flickered in his eyes. The half-royal starbeast, where does it now reside? Caesar remained silent, his fingers tracing the neckband, which bore traces of darkened blood. In the year 2XXX, Blue Planet succumbed to an energy crisis. Glaciers melted, tsunamis inundated the shores. Hurricanes ravaged the continents, and agricultural yields plummeted. Sang Luo welcomed all who came for his offerings. Though the grilled lamb chops were somewhat overcooked and carried a hint of gaminess, it seemed that the Western continent placed greater emphasis on technology. While other aspects were rather casual, the region thrived in prosperity, enjoying a life of peace and contentment. Sang Luo soon fell into a deep slumber. Sang Luo turned to look at him, her sash loosely tied, exuding a languid charm. As the man spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed enticingly. A sight so alluring it could bring forth a nosebleed. The genetically evolved beastmen inherited the civilization and technology of humanity. Migrating from the desolate Earth to seek a more resource-rich and habitable planet, Reboot Star, which lay beneath her feet. The study was akin to a miniature library, with an array of meticulously categorized tomes. This was the insignia of the Empire's largest rebel faction, the Star Alliance. Perhaps it was the after-effects of recent nervous exhaustion. Or perhaps it was a surge of emotion, but Sang Luo felt a heaviness in her chest and a dizzying sensation in her head. Caesar gently laid her upper body down on the bed. Rest well. The recent beast tide from the Korda tribe is quite unusual and has caught the Empire's attention. I will leave some personnel to observe the Ruber forest area, and should anything arise, I will inform you immediately. How does that sound? Leon noted the calm expression on his face, devoid of anger, and continued, however, rest assured, General, the scale of the beast tide in Ruber Forest is indeed substantial. Most of the beastmen from the Korda tribe perished in this onslaught, and that wolf beast has also gone missing amidst the chaos, its fate ominous. Sang Luo felt somewhat embarrassed under his gaze. However, after 2 days of deep slumber and little sustenance, her stomach was quite empty. With a hint of trepidation, she stammered. You won't mind if I eat a bit too much, will you? Don't worry, I have beast crystals. This meal is on me. Do you like it here? After returning home, Kaiser donned a long robe of black and gold fabric that elegantly accentuated his slender waist, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication. The environment on Blue Star had deteriorated significantly, having endured multiple natural disasters and calamities, placing humanity's existence on the brink. It was only when a crisis erupted that threatened the extinction of the human race that scientists resorted to merging human and beast genes to create a new species known as beastmen, hoping to fend off the impending doom with their formidable combat prowess. Alas, humanity ultimately succumbed to annihilation. According to our investigations, the Ruber Forest had never before birthed beastmen of such caliber. They were likely not indigenous to the area. Leon, who had accompanied Caesar for many years, had discerned his thoughts almost entirely and promptly remarked, "This wolf beast is likely not your mate, my lord. I have sent someone to inquire. And her companion is merely an ordinary wolf beast from the Kordo tribe, while this wolf beast is a mutated thundercloud wolf, clearly a different entity." Leon chose his words delicately, as the lower-tier beastmen possessed inferior talents and were too weak to survive the beast tide. Surely she won't be sent for dissection? Sang Luo inhaled deeply, her emotions turbulent, and resolved to conceal her identity. Feeling disinclined to continue reading, she noticed the waning daylight and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Even in modern times, she could not afford such a spacious standalone villa. Indeed, the imperial general was undoubtedly affluent. No need. A colossal star beast, reminiscent of a tortoise and serpent, towered hundreds of meters high, shaking the ground with each step, trailed by a dark horde of beasts numbering in the thousands. As if a swarm of locusts were ravaging the land, leaving devastation in their wake. Moreover, pure humans had long since vanished, reduced to mere relics of history. It was no wonder Lan Song remarked that the Western continent was the most technologically advanced among the four. Living in the city was far more blissful than residing in a tribe. Why had he chosen to depart? Kaiser treated Sang Luo to a proper meal. With a furrowed brow, he recalled something, pondering the origins of this wolf beast. Although nutrient solutions were scientifically superior for bodily absorption, the majority still preferred the more primitive method of cooking. Beastmen from various tribes were fleeing for their lives, yet one young beastman with black hair had not retreated. He appeared feeble and was clearly no match for the colossal beast, akin to an ant before a giant, easily crushed underfoot. Along the way, numerous cleaning robots were visible, while various bizarre beastmen engaged in a race of speed and passion on the roads. Those dispatched to the Ruber Forest need not return just yet. They shall remain stationed. Report any developments immediately, especially concerning the Kordo tribe and the whereabouts of that wolf beast. Kaiser remained somewhat apprehensive, as Sang Luo gazed upon the surroundings from whence he came. His heart was perpetually filled with awe. The Korda tribe resembled a modern, remote village, while the architectural layout of the roads in the city of the Western continent bore striking resemblance to that of a contemporary metropolis of the 21st century, perhaps even surpassing it in advancement. After taking a shower, Sang Luo donned a misty blue long-sleeved robe made of ice silk, pouring herself a glass of fruit wine. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling window as a virtual light screen materialized. Leon presented the data, revealing that we were unable to trace the origins of this noble beast. All we knew was that over 2 months ago, she had escaped from a shelter near the Ruber Forest, subsequently falling off a cliff and losing consciousness, only to be rescued by the Kolder tribe. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Beast King, she had already settled the bill. Caesar brought Sang Luo to a villa adorned with a garden, where he recorded her facial features and pupils. granting her the freedom to enter and exit the villa at will. He removed his gloves and handed them to Leon. After Caesar departed, a lithe and agile feline orc approached, his most trusted subordinate responsible for information gathering. It was evident that he was physically drained. He violently tore off the nearly splintered neckpiece, and the number of beast patterns on his arm surged, revealing 7 intensely vivid purple markings. In an instant, he transformed into his beast form. A massive black wolf enveloped in golden lightning, charging into the tide of beasts. Simultaneously, the heavens trembled, dark clouds roiling with countless bolts of golden lightning striking down. This place is indeed splendid, Sang Luo affirmed inwardly. How about trying this? Caesar offered her a slice of steak. In the year of the star calendar, the planetary migration plan was initiated. We found a new habitat and named it Restart Star, only to encounter an even greater crisis. I doubt it. This world is undeniably connected to the original one. In the year 20XX AD, a global pandemic erupted, heralding a world a million years hence. I did not hear any updates from the military regarding the aftermath of the beast tide. I only learned that a pinnacle 7th-tier star beast had appeared in the rubble forest, which led to the near annihilation of the nearby tribes, as Caesar noted. In the year XXXX of the star calendar, we encountered the Void Divine Beast. Sang Luo discovered a tome entitled A Brief Chronicle of the Stars, which measured merely a finger's breadth in thickness. After Caesar departed, she busied herself exploring the room, venturing into the study, where the door automatically opened upon recognizing her iris. She took a sample for examination. However, she was destined to leave eventually and did not respond to the inquiry. She absent-mindedly caressed her abdomen, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. I am a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? In the year 37XX AD, the first experimental subject succumbed to death 3 months post-survival. Oh, there is one more matter. Our team discovered the collar of the wolf beast at the ruins, marked with the insignia of the Celestial Organization. Leon produced a sealed bag. It's a trivial matter. The reverse side of the collar bore the mark of 3 shattered stars. Her tousled, damp black hair cascaded over her delicate, pale shoulders, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her petite face was enchanting, with alluring crimson lips. Upon Caesar's return, he was met with the intoxicating humidity in the air, and his gaze fell upon her, slowly igniting with a fervent warmth. This attire suits you perfectly. Did you prepare this for me in advance? Indeed. Do you like it? Chapter 19. The Beast King's possessiveness. The male beast only exhibits such attentiveness towards its mate. Sang Luo gazed at the man's impressive and erect physique before her, and an absurd thought suddenly flickered through her mind. Could it be that he is the formidable beastman she had fled from on that fateful day? Although the man's face was grotesquely marred, his physique remained unmistakable. His tattered and charred clothing was evidently military garb. As this notion blossomed in her mind, Sang Luo found him increasingly reminiscent of the figure from her past. There was no doubt. Yet, why did Caesar refuse to acknowledge it from the outset? After their intimate encounter, she had not gained any extraordinary powers. Was it possible that Caesar already had a partner? If so, why was he intent on retrieving her? Was he merely seeking a clandestine lover? Sang Luo lowered her gaze, admitting to herself that she could not recall the events of their first meeting. Could you recount it to me? She inquired. Do you wish to know? Caesar wrapped his arm around her waist, his breath enveloping her. Indeed, I am curious. What is it that you hold in your hand? A report, madam. I am 43 years old. She sought to discern his true intentions. The previous evening had proven enjoyable. As Sang Luo ventured out in search of sustenance, she unexpectedly collided with an agile and lithe snow leopard, who came to an abrupt halt. The snow leopard spoke, dropping documents scattered about. Greetings, madam. I am here to find Lord Caesar. I have urgent matters to discuss. As he spoke, his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, transforming into human form. A flash of white light enveloped Sang Luo, and the man swiftly donned appropriate attire. The arm around her waist tightened, and Sang Luo felt his burgeoning desire, causing her cheeks to flush. If Sang Luo harbored any significant feelings for Lan Sang, it would only incite Caesar's determination to eliminate this hidden rival. In his eyes, lower-tier beastmen were hardly worthy of being considered rivals, let alone sharing a partner. That would be an affront to a royal beast. Leon scratched his head, feeling bashful. Lord Caesar is exceptionally gifted. He became a commander on the battlefield at the tender age of 15. For ordinary individuals like us, it takes decades of service in the military districts to earn a qualification. I was transferred from the military district 3 years ago, primarily responsible for intelligence gathering. The general appreciated my efficiency and has kept me at his side ever since. Thank you, madam. Once we receive news regarding Lan Sang, it would be prudent to plan our escape. You promised to form a pact with me, to become my companion, Caesar said softly, gazing down at her. Very well. As you wish. As Sang Luo inhaled the increasingly potent fragrance emanating from him, her body inexplicably weakened and heated, leaving her parched and eager to throw herself upon him. The realm above the throne and that below are 2 disparate worlds. Sang Luo smiled and opened the door, inviting him inside. Please wait here. He probably won't be back for a while. Caesar had awakened the most exceptional talent since childhood, receiving the finest resources from the empire. making him the youngest and most gifted king beast of this generation in the Western continent. As he gazed at Sang Luo's enchanting face under the moonlight, with her crimson lips, he felt a lump in his throat and whispered softly. A faint blush crept onto his handsome, cold face, and once again, Sang Luo caught a whiff of that peculiar, intoxicating fragrance. She curiously leaned closer to him, trying to discern its source. You smell delightful. What is that scent? Caesar was likely quite busy. During her stay, he had seldom been home. She almost forgot that the lifespan of beasts correlated with their strength. A 7th-tier beast could live 200 to 300 years, which indeed made him relatively young. Unlike those lower-tier beasts who would humbly lower themselves to win the favor of females, often to the point of degradation, king beasts were generally proud and stubborn, reluctant to share their mates with other males, and might even resort to eliminating weaker rivals in secret. Caesar's violet eyes narrowed slightly, yet his voice remained exceedingly calm. Sang, I promise you that I will find someone. I will not deceive you, but I have one condition. With his silver hair and somewhat youthful face, his round eyes resembled those of a juvenile. The faint purple markings on his neck extended across the lower halves of his face, rendering him exceptionally handsome. However, I wish to meet him. After all, he is my first partner. Even if we must dissolve our bond, I would like to discuss it peacefully with him. Sang Luo stepped forward and embraced Caesar, causing his breath to quicken. She looked up and smiled at him. If I have not heard from him in 3 months, I will consider becoming your maid, all right? Caesar remained silent, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hand. Once he left for his duties, Sang Luo's expression darkened. This man possessed an overwhelming desire for control and a deeply contemplative nature, which she found unappealing. Sang Luo was not a paragon of fidelity in the beast world. There was no such concept. Collecting multiple partners was the duty of a female, and as an ordinary person, she found it difficult to resist the rules governing this world. Ahem, I am not in a partnership with General Caesar, so you need not address me as madam. Simply call me Sang Luo. Is that mutated wolf beast from the slums? Leon questioned, suspecting a mistake in the test results. He entered the room with her, surveying his surroundings, clearly as if it were his first visit. Very well, Mrs. Sang Luo. Caesar bore no beast markings on his arms or neck, yet a golden line flickered on his forehead. And Sang Luo could surmise that the mysterious and powerful man before her was indeed the legendary king beast. You say. She pinched her thigh, forcing herself to regain composure and pushed the man away, her cheeks still flushed. Until I find my partner. I currently have no intention of forming a bond with another male. Caesar was forthright, unabashedly revealing his desire. I want you to be mine alone. I do not wish for any other male to intrude between us. I am conveying the command of the general to submit the blood samples to the testing department. This is military confidential information, and I cannot disclose too much. However, Lan Song represented a significant hurdle in her heart, until she confirmed his fate. She could not afford to ponder other romantic entanglements. Recalling that Caesar's troops were still stationed in the Ruber Forest, Sang Luo struggled momentarily and feigned compliance. Fine, I agree. He was merely a sudden remedy for her predicament, a tool, and if his intentions were to cultivate a lover's relationship, she would not entertain that notion. Is everything all right? Sang Luo glanced at the documents in his hands. Are you in a hurry? Should I call him back? How old are you? Sang Luo poured him a cup of tea, seeking to initiate a conversation. She was too weary to correct his address and poured herself a cup as well. How many years have you been with Caesar? 3 days later, the test results would be released, extracting DNA samples from the blood for verification against the genetic database. Tracing back to the B517 slum area in the Western continent, she had never agreed to Caesar's proposition. While the Western continent thrived, class distinctions were stark and oppressive. Beasts of inferior bloodlines were cast into slums, breeding and propagating in disarray. These inferior beasts, born with genetic defects, were prone to violent outbreaks, and once detected, would be executed on the spot by the imperial army. Sang Luo recognized him as Leon, the lieutenant of Caesar. Sang Luo intended to assist in picking up the scattered documents, but the man preempted her efforts. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a line concerning genetic testing, causing her to momentarily pause. Her hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea as she gazed in astonishment at Leon's youthful visage, his voice resembling that of an innocent high school boy. I apologize, madam. I was rather reckless and almost startled you. No, it's quite all right. There's no urgency. I can wait here for the adults, she replied. He stood upright, embodying the poise of a disciplined soldier. Sang Luo did not inquire further, instead offering him a bag of delicately crafted meat strips made by her own hands. Would you care to sample some? After locating him, she severed their bond. Over countless millennia, the slums had devolved into a chaotic realm devoid of sunlight and law. Naturally, the Aaron's empire remained indifferent, neglecting to conduct genetic verifications on every orc residing there. Beyond identifying the origin of that wolf beast, no further information could be gleaned. By the way, this individual is also connected to the Cordo tribe. Should I inform Madame Sang Luo about it? No need. He is not that wolf beast. The documents in Caesar's hands turned to ash, indicating that the ferocity level of this mutated wolf beast had exceeded 80. Should they encounter it, they would act in accordance with imperial law. Understood. Chapter 20. Temptation. As Leon stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with Sang Luo. He quickly bowed and took his leave. Wait, she called, but he did not stop. Why are you back so soon? Such tasks could be entrusted to others. You need not personally procure them. Caesar approached and took the 2 bags from her hands, which contained crystalline candies and fresh fruit. Citrus, small limes, and this fruit, with a crisp texture yet a flavor reminiscent of sweet strawberries. This box holds milk. I intend to return home and concoct a refreshing fruit beverage. The Ruble forest had entered its cold season, while the Aaron's empire basked in the height of summer. It would be a pity not to prepare some artisanal fruit drinks. Sang Luo licked her lips. Would you care to try some? I am a carnivore. Fruit does not appeal to me, he politely declined. How uncultured. Orcs generally consumed food merely for sustenance and energy, seldom delving into the culinary arts. Yet, she relished the exploration of such skills. Caesar took her hand and led her back, discreetly noting the varieties of fruit, intending to send someone to procure more in a few days. What I seek is a companion to share my life. He almost immediately responded, I have not yet found one, but I shall inform you should I do so. How might one unravel the seal? Through the exchange of interests, devoid of sentiment. No one owes anyone. According to Leon, to ensure safety within the city, orcs must possess identity verification to enter or exit. This requires a light brain, akin to an advanced mobile device, essential to every orc's existence within the Aaron's empire, necessitating prior registration of identity. Caesar had ulterior motives concerning her. However, she too had taken note of his strength. By the way, I just saw Leon hurrying away. Did something arise from the Cordo tribe? Lansong. Sang Luo's spirit ignited anew, her throat dry. She needed an opportunity to return to the Ruble forest for confirmation. Let us mate once more. His ears flushed crimson. Certainly not. He hurriedly explained. When we first met, I was gravely injured. The insect venom triggered a genetic frenzy, forcing me to seal all my powers. In truth, you have already inherited my innate abilities, but they remain sealed, hence you cannot utilize them. Sang Luo stood up abruptly, and Lion, feeling a twinge of anxiety, rose as well, uncertain of what to do. She offered him a smile and asked, Are you thirsty? I made some fresh fruit juice this morning. Would you like to try a glass? Just as he was about to take their encounter to its final step, Sang Luo unilaterally brought this moment of joy to an end. She cupped his face in her hands and gazed down at Caesar, whose eyes were filled with longing yet restrained pain. Suddenly, she laughed and said, We agreed on 3 months. The time has not yet come. Sang Luo's heart tightened. What did the wolf-like beast look like? What kind of power did it possess? She understood the principle of bearing the guilt of possessing a treasure. Sang Luo did not miss the fleeting chill that flickered in his eyes. How can I trust your words? Surely, you do not intend to manipulate me into soothing your turbulent spirit? She playfully nipped at his earlobe. Caesar, taken aback, inquired, Have you recalled something? What troubles you? Do you recognize that wolf beast? It's nothing. Please, continue. I encountered that wolf beast in the tribe, though I am not very familiar with it. Caesar let out a soft snort, but did not deter her. Instead, he gently caressed her smooth, thick hair, filled with tenderness and affection. Sang, do you understand? I am a born king beast, and there is not a single female in the entire empire who can match me. I have long since resigned myself to the prospect of a solitary existence. Sang Luo felt a tremor of fear as she was scrutinized. She had no doubt that if the atmosphere continued to escalate, she would indeed have to make a confession tonight. The moment had not yet arrived for her to relinquish this piece of flesh. She wished to savor it gradually. Cough. My body can only evoke feelings for you, Caesar remarked, somewhat embarrassed. Having spent years in the throes of war, his temper was perpetually high, and he struggled to ignite any interest in the feminine presence, leading him to suspect there was something amiss with his own body, even undergoing examinations. Emotions require a gradual process. Are you free tomorrow? Could you accompany me for a stroll? Their first kiss was cool, yet as time turned, it became increasingly fervent. But then you appeared, your strength offering me a balm for my spirit. This power was uniquely profound, which is why I urgently sought to bring you back and keep you close, allowing me to dedicate myself to your protection. Ultimately, paper cannot contain fire, and Sang Luo feared that she might one day be perceived merely as a tool, controlled by those in positions of power. I am truly sorry, madam, we were unable to locate your partner. However, does your tribe not possess a mutated wolf beast? After the beast tide receded, he returned to the Cordo tribe, seemingly in search of someone, a black wolf of the lightning affinity. Yet soon, Sang Luo regained her composure, pouring a cup of light milk tea for Leon and offering him some jerky. After exchanging a few words and realizing she could not procure any particularly useful information, she bid him farewell. Now, he was utterly convinced that his body was perfectly normal. This power of yours is enough to drive any royal beast mad. So why have I not inherited your gifted strength? Sang Luo softly whispered in his ear, Answer me one question. What am I to you? Losing interest. She turned to leave. First, respond to my inquiry. Do you have other partners in different parts of the empire, treating me merely as your little lover? How could Caesar resist such a tempting opportunity? Without hesitation, he lifted her into his chambers, seating her upon his lap and pressing his lips against hers. So, It is indeed this power within me that captivates you, she teased with a smile. Will you come to my room tonight? I have purchased a few new outfits that I wish to showcase for you. Sang Luo gently hooked her arm around his belt, her words laden with innuendo. Observing her calm demeanor, Leon felt reassured that this was not the same beast he had encountered before, and thus he boldly continued, that's good. His frenzy level had surpassed 80, and Lord Caesar had issued a decree. According to the laws of the Empire, upon encounter, immediate execution was mandated. Sang Luo's heart was clear. She wondered why Caesar would seek out a mere one-night stand with someone he had never even met. The king beast was hardly lacking in companions, so his urgent quest for her could not merely be a fleeting passion. Instead, he must have been drawn to the power within her, which could help soothe the king beast's restless nature. Well. Ever since Leon discovered that the dried meat was crafted by her own hands, he had been in profound admiration of Sang Luo's culinary skills, frequently finding excuses to come over for a taste. When Caesar returned home that evening, Sang Luo took the initiative to embrace him. She wore a fitted, floral long dress that accentuated her figure, prompting Caesar to soften his embrace as he held her. Sang Luo turned and made her way to the kitchen, her smile vanishing entirely, replaced by a tremor of anger from the deception she had endured. I have time. When she encountered Leon again a couple of days later, Sang Luo brought some dried fish, completely winning over the snow leopard. Kaiser, unable to resist, lowered his head and bit down gently on her collarbone, truly ensnared by her. This was the only opportunity. If one were unwilling, so be it. Sang Luo pressed her upper body against his chest, responding to Caesar's tentative advances. His large hand wandered around her waist, the warmth of his body nearly melting her entirely. Caesar's lower abdomen tightened, yet he remained still, fixated on her. However, Sang Luo did not place her trust in Caesar. She believed that no one could remain eternally loyal to another. The only truly reliable power is that which one holds firmly in their own hands. Sang. Caesar's gaze upon her grew more fervent, akin to a beast locking onto its succulent prey, yearning to devour it at once. Sang Luo smiled, gently entwining her fingers in his hair, tracing circles on his chest. You are truly wonderful. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Caesar cradled her face and kissed her fervently. He realized he was utterly captivated, and he welcomed it with delight. Chapter 21. The teleportation array. The following day, Caesar took her out for a shopping excursion. Sang Luo acquired numerous items, and with a mere thought, Caesar made them all vanish. What kind of ability is this? Spatial affinity, he replied. You possess 2 innate powers? Sang Luo inquired, astonished. Upon elevating to the rank of a king beast, one awakens a second innate power. I am naturally a king beast, endowed with 2 innate abilities. How incredibly useful spatial manipulation is. Her gaze towards him ignited with fervor. Caesar raised an eyebrow, his demeanor markedly less restrained than the previous night. In 3 months, I shall assist you in unlocking your potential. He led her onward. On their way back, witnessing Sang Luo's elation as she played with her bracelet, Caesar felt a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, a figure caught her attention. A female foxkin, feeling embarrassed yet determined, could not compete and turned away to seek out a robust bearkin. She genuinely relished life here, and she would soon come to embrace herself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Just have the shop send the items home. There's no need for returns. Let him keep them. After returning the keys, Sang Luo turned to depart. Caesar embraced her from behind, soothing her heart. From the window, they surveyed the city, mapping a route in their minds. A tall, young man approached the front desk, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with deep-set features and a strong, muscular build exuding explosive power and sensuality. I wish to ride that. Sang Luo pointed towards the Ferris wheel at the amusement park. Perhaps in homage to human civilization, the Aaron's empire featured numerous structures reminiscent of ancient human architecture. Upon closer inspection of the serpent's head, she noticed 2 inconspicuous protrusions, but she paid little mind to such details. Her gaze shifted to the bracelet on his wrist, which appeared to be a couple's design. I have registered your identity and linked it to my account for shared access. When I am not around, you can use it to navigate the city with ease. Do you require assistance in using it? This was a custom-made light-brain wristband he had commissioned, resembling a silver snake biting its tail, with a blue gemstone at the serpent's head that connected directly to the user's consciousness, capable of projecting a luminescent display. Leon searched nearby but found no one, hastily messaging her. As the Ferris wheel ascended, offering a panoramic view of the city, Sang Luo felt a twinge of acrophobia. The height was daunting, soaring perhaps 400 to 500 meters. In the inn, several female patrons were drawn to the spectacle. A slightly plump female fox, raising a glass of red wine, sashayed over to initiate conversation. No need. I observed you using it with Leon previously. I am already familiar. In the Western continent, virtual currency could convert beast crystals, facilitating transactions via the light brain. No need. I lack for nothing. The inn provided simple breakfast options, such as roasted meat seasoned with coarse salt, bland, yet sufficient to stave off hunger. Esteemed guest, I shall refund you for the remaining night's stay. I apologize, honored guest, but we at Qinshan and have no available rooms. However, there is another establishment, Wanfu Inn. Perhaps you might consider it? Dressed in finery, who would venture out without money. After spending an afternoon exploring nearly half the city, Leon, burdened with bags, felt utterly exhausted. He could hardly recall being so fatigued, even in battle. As Sang Luo spotted yet another intriguing novelty, she vanished in an instant. Sang Luo found an inn and rested for the night. I had just received the goods last night and had planned to give them to you within the next couple of days. Kaisei produced a small black velvet box, and upon opening it revealed a serpentine silver bracelet, which he elegantly adorned on her right wrist, its fit adjusting effortlessly. Sang Luo did not refuse. Very well. Those items are rather heavy. Please assist me in carrying them. Sang Luo's gaze settled upon the golden-haired man, whose innate nobility exuded an effortless grace. The style of his attire suggested origins from the Western continent, and his arms bore no beastly markings. Sang Liao, with her eyes curved like crescent moons, tiptoed to wrap her arms around his neck and planted a gentle kiss upon his cheek. At that moment, the Ferris wheel reached its pinnacle, and a cascade of fireworks erupted in the sky. As they embraced and kissed, Caesar's heart raced furiously, a moment he feared he would never forget. She discovered the positioning system on her bracelet, and indeed it was activated. She decisively turned it off. Soon, Caesar became preoccupied once more, often absent from view. While Lion frequently frequented this place, through their interactions, Lion had been thoroughly won over by Sang Liao, becoming her devoted acolyte. Sang Luo remarked to Lion, "The cod jerky is quite delectable, isn't it? Our stock at home is running low. I intend to venture out to purchase some beef to prepare jerky, and I shall share some with you when the time comes." As Sang Luo stepped outside, she was intercepted by a pair of elongated arms, belonging to a golden-haired man. His flirtatious azure eyes sparkled with amusement. "Shall we befriend each other? I have no beast crystals on me, but I can transfer the money to you. I'll vacate my room for your stay." The teleportation array, powered by the energy of beast crystals, could instantly transport individuals to another location, albeit only through the array itself. Fortunately, there was a teleportation point in the raw stone city. A journey of another 20 or 30 miles would lead her to the Rubber Forest, an area replete with various tribes and small settlements, offering ample opportunities for refuge. Sang Luo had nearly mastered her lightning powers, granting her the ability to protect herself against outsiders. The man's gaze remained fixed upon her, his attention drawn to the graceful curve of her exposed neck, which emanated a delicate fragrance, subtly intermingled with a chaotic scent of perfume, yet unable to mask the underlying hint of her natural allure. After casting aside the individual, Sang Luo arrived at the city's teleportation array. Upon confirming her identity, she handed a few beast crystals to the official in charge. She learned that Kaiser would be attending a conference for the next few days and would likely not return for about a week. A melodious and enchanting voice resonated from behind her. Duo too turned to look, her eyes momentarily reflecting astonishment as they fell upon Sang Luo's short brown hair. Raising an eyebrow, given that certain areas of the city had less than ideal security, it could be somewhat perilous for a female to venture out alone. Thus, "I shall accompany you." While it is true that Lion has a penchant for food, he was also specifically tasked by Kaiser to ensure Sang Luo's protection. Sang Luo arrived at a quaint border town, characterized by stone edifices, where no building surpassed 3 stories in height, exuding a primitive and untamed aesthetic. She noticed the silver bracelet adorning her wrist and remarked casually, "How lovely this is. I too desire one." She laughed, pondering the peculiar fortune of the past few days. As if the beastmen emerged freely without regard for currency. The man cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, evidently uninterested in her presence. As she found herself ensnared in the situation, just before the formation activated, she nonchalantly responded to a message from Leon. The golden-haired man did not press further, waiting until she departed to reclaim his focus, addressing the innkeeper with a smile. That was merely a young female. "Ah, a discerning guest indeed," the innkeeper chuckled. "That noble female likely feigns masculinity to avoid trouble. She has even doused herself in perfume, yet any beast man with a keen sense of smell could discern her true nature." The innkeeper, long accustomed to such occurrences, noted that these were typically noble females from prominent families, either sneaking out for a thrill or wishing to remain inconspicuous, certainly accompanied by numerous beastmen offering clandestine protection. Best approached with caution. Duoda held the room key, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Little did he expect that a simple outing could lead to such an unexpected encounter. Chapter 22. Ultimately, it is a case of fate unfulfilled. When Sang Luo returned to the ruins of the Kaldo tribe, the site had long since transformed into a desolate wasteland. The structures lay in ruins, collapsed beyond recognition. Had it not been for the steadfast stone tablet standing beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, she might have struggled to locate the place at all. The inhabitants had long since fled. Sang lingered amidst the ruins for half the day, and by afternoon, he set forth towards another forest, following the path taken by the orc tribe in their flight. As dusk approached, he sought a nearby tribe to rest. These days marked a rare warming during the cold season, with the snow on the dirt road melting into fragments of ice, and some small rivers beginning to thaw. Sang Luo approached the riverbank and crouched down, cupping a handful of crystal-clear water to splash upon her face, cleansing it of the powder that adorned her skin. She discarded her wig, feeling it was too stifling. "Luo, is that you?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind her. As Sang Luo turned to look back, she noticed a slightly shorter, delicate female on the opposite bank of the river, gazing intently at her. A piece of beast fur adorned her head, partially obscuring her face, while several loops were tied around her neck for warmth. "Lyman, it has been a long time," Sang Luo greeted warmly. Lyman, holding a bamboo basket, hurried towards her, tears welling in her eyes. "I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you. You are alive." The female before her boasted a cascade of beautiful black hair, skin so tender it seemed fragile, and a healthy, rosy complexion that radiated vitality, even more enchanting than before her departure. It was evident that she had been well cared for over the past fortnight. Draped in luxurious silk, Sang Luo's mere presence at the riverbank left Lyman spellbound, as if she had encountered a goddess. "We believed you had perished when that stray beast took you away," Lyman said, approaching swiftly and grasping her hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. Anubis had indeed been mistaken for a stray beast. Such brazen acts of seizing females were typically the domain of rogue creatures. "Fear not. I am quite well. I encountered a benefactor who aided my escape," Sang Luo replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. She then turned her gaze towards the tiger tribe beastman approaching behind Lyman. "Which new tribe have you joined?" This male beastman was unfamiliar to her. A fourth-tier warrior of commendable strength, evidently recruited by Lyman's new tribe. Usually, for a large tribe to take in foreign females, it required them to bond with at least one male of their own kind to enjoy the tribe's protection. Most of the beastmen from the Kordo tribe perished in that beast tide. We had no choice but to seek refuge in the Qianxiang tribe. It is a large tribe, led by a formidable 7th-tier elephant beast, and there are many wondrous things within that we had never encountered before. "Where do you reside now, Luo? Would you consider staying with us?" Sang Luo shook her head and smiled, expressing that her purpose for returning was to inquire about a certain matter, whether Lansong had come back to seek them. Lyman, filled with excitement, nodded and replied. "We all presumed he had perished, but to our astonishment, he returned a few days later. At that time, the tribe was in the midst of migration, and upon realizing your absence, he became quite anxious. He inquired about your whereabouts from many people, but alas, the chieftain informed him of your demise. Lansong was utterly despondent upon hearing this news. Subsequently, he chose not to linger and departed." "Do you know where he went?" Lyman shook her head, admitting her uncertainty. However, she recalled overhearing a conversation between the old chieftain and Lansong, suggesting that he was an orc from the western continent, having no ties left in the Kordo tribe. It is likely he returned to the western continent. In the study of Caesar, Sang Luo discovered a world map, revealing that the Aran's empire occupied nearly half of the territory of the western continent. Moreover, the continent was home to numerous independent forces, a chaotic amalgamation of dozens of factions vying for dominion over their lands. Not to mention, the area of the western continent surpassed that of the earth itself. To seek him out and reunite was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Sang Luo sighed. It seemed that she and this man were ultimately fated to be apart. However, knowing that Lansong was still alive was sufficient. The pain of losing a wife would eventually fade, and with his strength, he could certainly seek a second chance at love and start a new family. It was time for her to let go. As night was drawing near, she expressed her desire to stay in the tribe for a night, uncertain if that would be convenient. "Of course, it is convenient. I will take you there," replied her companion. "Duoji and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you back alive." Though Sang Luo belongs to an external tribe, her femininity is regarded as a precious resource within the beastly realm. Moreover, she is an acquaintance of the esteemed Li Man, the chieftain of the Qianxiang tribe. Displaying notable hospitality, has graciously arranged for a vacant room for her stay, even suggesting that she could linger for an extended period, if not indefinitely. In the dead of night, Sang Luo was roused from her slumber by the clamor outside. Upon donning her garments and stepping out, she found the females and young ones gathered in the tribe's square, their expressions grave, solemn, and imbued with a sense of urgency. After inquiring, Sang Luo discovered that another beast tide had emerged outside. It seemed that unrest followed them wherever they went. Fortunately, this beast tide was significantly smaller than the last one. The Qianxiang tribe, being a large tribe with a population exceeding 10,000, boasted many high-ranking beast warriors, rendering them capable of withstanding this onslaught, though some losses were inevitable. An orc rushed over, exclaiming, "It's terrible. Quickly summon the shaman. Kimuo has had a leg bitten off while trying to save Aya." Outside the tribe, the beast tide had been repelled by a considerable margin, while Aya held Kimuo, weeping inconsolably. "Do not cry," Kimuo said, "as your partner. I am content to trade my life for yours." He gently wiped away Aya's tears, his face illuminated with happiness. "Aya, I understand that I may not be your ideal choice, and that you do not harbor affection for me. Yet, you must know that I truly cherish you. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you in the Kordo tribe when I was but a child, I was smitten. Unfortunately, you never noticed me. Even our bond was forged through my relentless pursuit, and you accepted me only out of pressure. If only I had been stronger back then, I could have saved you myself, and perhaps you would have fallen for me at first sight. As Kemuo spoke, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his voice growing increasingly faint. You see, I can save you. I can die for you. Do not speak such things. I do not dislike you. In fact, I also hold deep affection for you. At that moment, Aya fully embraced her feelings for Kemuo, but alas, it was too late. She wept uncontrollably, pleading, You must survive. I will bear you a litter of little fox cubs. When Sagluo arrived with the tribal shaman, Kim was utterly unconscious, teetering on the brink of death. Beside him lay a gruesomely severed leg, a sight that induced a sense of revulsion. In addition to the loss of a limb, Kim bore multiple severe injuries, including a gaping bite wound that traversed his abdomen, likely resulting in significant internal bleeding. A few orcs carefully lifted Kim and carried him indoors, where the shaman began to crush various unfamiliar herbs into a paste, applying the mixture to his wounds. They bound the severed leg with white cloth, saturated in the herbal concoction. The method of treatment was strikingly primitive and crude. Observing the mournful expressions of those present, it became evident that hope was dwindling. Whether Kim would survive now rested solely in the hands of fate. Sang Luo shook her head and sighed. Such a degree of injury could likely be treated in the urban areas of the Western continent, but given the tribe's medical conditions, it seemed unlikely. Even if he were saved, that leg would probably remain unusable. A male with a severed leg could not hunt or earn a living. Relegated to the lowest echelons of existence, abandoned by both the females and the tribe, it would not be long before he succumbed to despair. Allow me to give it a try. Sang Luo stepped forward, initially reluctant to intervene, yet recognizing the gravity of the situation. After all, a life was at stake. Camus and Lan Song shared a profound bond, having fought together through thick and thin. She could not simply turn a blind eye. You're not a shaman. Do you possess any medical knowledge? Do not cause trouble during this critical moment. The shaman's apprentice, a hot-tempered rabbit beast, regarded Sang Luo with disdain, insisting that this outsider female be expelled. Sang Luo, well, I am acquainted with the principles of certain herbs, having treated injuries before. Is that so? The great healer casts a skeptical glance. Li Man nods in affirmation, attesting to its truth. Her former companion sustained grave wounds during the beast tide, almost succumbing to death. But fortunately, there was Luo to assist. At that time, Sang Luo rescued the supposedly deceased Lansong from the onslaught of beasts, a tale of valor within the Kelder tribe. Yet, the means by which she accomplished this feat remains a mystery, undoubtedly shrouding her in an even more enigmatic aura. Unbeknownst to her, numerous young orcs harbor desires to forge a bond with her. Sang Luo stepped forward, eager to offer assistance, and naturally, Li Man was inclined to help her as well. Very well, let her give it a try, the Grand Shaman remarked coolly. My method of treatment is rather unconventional. May I request that the shaman and others step outside, so that I may demonstrate my capabilities? Upon hearing her words, the individuals in the room exchanged skeptical glances. What was she planning? Did she require the others to leave so they could not observe? Surely, she did not intend to resort to foul play. Were it not for the knowledge that Sang Luo bore no animosity towards Camus, the others might have suspected ulterior motives. Yet, seeing that Camus was barely clinging to life, essentially condemned, they were left with little choice. Aya's countenance turned ashen, and she acquiesced. Let Luo give it a try. With her partner's endorsement, the others voiced no objections. I will bring him back alive, Sang Luo assured Aya before departing. A flicker of hope ignited within Aya, her hands clenched tightly. Once the room was empty, Sang Luo took a deep breath. While she possessed some knowledge of medicine, she was not adept at setting bones or curing ailments. In such dire circumstances, she would need to unleash her hidden potential. Within Sang Luo's being resided a remarkable healing power, an attribute of the wood element, capable not only of mending the frenzied dark energy of the beastman gene, but also providing significant restorative effects on physical injuries. This was her first encounter with such severe wounds. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room, instilling a palpable tension among those outside, who nearly rushed in. The rabbit beast man, in a fit of exasperation, stomped his foot, exclaiming that it was unwise to allow an outsider female to venture forth, for she was unversed in the art of healing. He feared that Camus was truly beyond salvation this time. Before he could finish his lament, a graceful figure lifted the curtain and stepped out. Sang Luo smiled at the anxious crowd outside, announcing that she had completed the treatment. Shall we go in to visit the patient? So swift? Doubt clouded the minds of all present. Even Aya harbored skepticism as she hurried inside to check. Camus had awakened, weakly rising from the bed and managing to take a few unsteady steps. Aya's tears transformed into laughter as she rushed to support him, and they embraced tightly. The major injuries had been addressed, yet some internal damage remained. He was advised to indulge in nourishing foods and rest for a few months to regain his peak condition. Sang Luo's relaxed demeanor left everyone utterly astonished. How is this possible? Can you teach me? The rabbit beast man gazed at Sang Luo with a mix of disbelief and newfound respect. The secret must not be divulged. Suddenly, a green glow emanated from Camus, signaling an imminent ascension. Indeed, fortune had arisen from adversity. Aya was overjoyed, and Camus' face flushed with excitement. After planting a fervent kiss on Aya's cheek, he released her, expressing his gratitude to Sang Luo with all his possessions before preparing to consolidate his newfound strength. Before long, a beastman arrived with a message. Might I inquire if the esteemed Sang Luo is present? The high priest wishes to meet with you. The high priest? A sense of doubt arose in Sang Luo's heart, for she was unfamiliar with the person. I smiled and said, Kim is a descendant of the great shaman of the Xinjiang tribe. You have saved such a talented descendant. The shaman will undoubtedly express profound gratitude towards you. Rest assured and proceed with confidence. Sang Luo nodded, and, under the guidance of the orc from the elephant clan, proceeded to the stone dwelling of the high priestess. The high priestess was an exceedingly aged female, her face a tapestry of deep wrinkles, while there was a hint of resemblance to her kin. The aura surrounding her was devoid of the usual frailty associated with the elderly. Instead, she radiated a subtle divine luminosity that evoked a sense of reverence. Her gaze settled upon Sang Luo, imbued with a mixture of inquiry and scrutiny. Sang Luoping held her breath, her brow furrowing slightly, as if her innermost thoughts had been unveiled. Thank you for saving my grandchild, she said, offering a modest salute. I hope you will graciously accept this. The high priest ordered someone to present a wooden box, revealing a deep purple beast crystal within. Sang Luo exerted herself and naturally accepted the outcome with composure. Just as she was about to depart, the high priest called out to her, dismissing the attending orcs. You are quite extraordinary. There is a subtle aura of time surrounding you. As Sang Luo's body trembled, a faint surge of lightning power coalesced in her hand. The high priestess, noticing her unease, quickly softened her tone. Please do not worry, esteemed lady, it is not my intention to pry into your secrets. Moreover, with my limited talents, I am incapable of uncovering the mysteries that surround you. Rest assured. Sang Luo turned to face her. Having heard tales that the high priest of certain large tribes and cities possessed enigmatic powers beyond the ordinary, when she had first listened to Aya recount these stories, they had seemed somewhat fantastical, akin to the tales of shamans from the elder generations. Yet now, they appeared to hold a kernel of truth. In my youth, I traveled to the eastern continent, where I learned the art of divination. Alas, my talents are modest, and I cannot discern much further. However, I recognize that you are no ordinary being. Should you ever require assistance from me or the Xinjiang tribe, do not hesitate to speak. The high priestess presented her with a jade token. Thank you, Sang Luo replied, accepting the token. As she approached the door, she paused and turned back to inquire. I have a matter I wish to consult you about, high priestess. Please, speak freely. What does the presence of this temporal aura around me signify? The high priestess hesitated for a moment before responding candidly. While I cannot ascertain your origins, the aura of time and space can only manifest through the collision and compression of different temporal realms. The essence surrounding you belongs to another world. Have you encountered a formidable being who wields the laws of time and space? This inquiry was precisely what had prompted the high priestess's desire to befriend Sang Luo. With her striking appearance and refined demeanor, adorned in luxurious silks, it was evident that she was accompanied by many gifted and powerful beastmen. The ability to save Kima must have also involved the talents of her partner. The temporal aura she bore could very well indicate an encounter with a legendary beastman who commanded the laws of time and space. Sang Luo comprehended that the high priest had misunderstood her. The aura of time and space surrounding her was indicative of her being an inhabitant of a different realm. Nevertheless, this explanation could alleviate the suspicions others held regarding her identity, and she felt a quiet sense of relief wash over her. A hint of bashfulness graced her features, further convincing the high priest of her noble lineage as a queen among beasts. Yet, a frown of unease crossed her brow, as she pondered whether there existed a means to obscure this aura. Rest assured, noble queen, she was told, no matter how formidable the beastmen may be, they will not perceive the essence that envelopes you. Only those skilled in divination possess the ability to sense such a presence, and practitioners of this art are exceedingly rare. If you still harbor concerns, the jade tablet imbued with my power can assist in concealing it. Chapter 24. The Insectoid Clan Again. From the High Priest's words, Sang Luo received a series of veiled hints suggesting that once her strength reached the legendary realm, she could even comprehend the laws of time and space. Theoretically, reversing time and space would not be impossible. Would that not mean she could return? On her way back, Sang Luo was lost in thought about this matter. So much so that she did not even hear Duoji greet her. It was only after he called out to her twice that she regained her senses and came to a halt. Beside Duoji were two beastmen. One was her familiar companion, Pamir, while the other was a newly recruited 5th-level elephant tribe beastman. What occupies your mind? You seem quite distracted. The high priest hasn't he given you any trouble? Has he? Duoji teased with a smile, her figure adorned in a loose-fitting silk maternity gown, her gait somewhat unsteady. Pamir stood beside her, carefully supporting her, anxious that she might stumble or fall. Sang Luo cast a glance downward, noticing that Duoji had recently gained some weight, her figure appearing more robust and full, with her belly having grown, gently pressing against her maternity attire, yet it did not seem particularly out of place. For most Orcish races, pregnancy is not overtly conspicuous. The orcs of the Xinjiang tribe seemed somewhat despondent, while Pamir was utterly elated. Even though Duoji had taken a new 5th-tier partner, her firstborn would still be his. Sang Luo instantly recognized whose offspring it was and couldn't help but smile genuinely. Duoji and Pamir belonged to the leopard clan, and their gestation period would not be lengthy. The high priest summoned me to express her gratitude for saving her grandchild. Not only did she not trouble me, but she also bestowed upon me numerous fine gifts. What about you? When are you due? Has the healer informed you? Sang Luo hurried over, grasping her hand, overjoyed at the prospect of new life joining the tribe. She produced a small wooden box, stating that since she feared she might not be present at the time of their birth, she would offer it as a premature gift for their introduction. Haha, it's less than half a month until my delivery. Lately, I've been experiencing persistent back pain. These little ones in my womb are quite restless. Duoji chuckled while gently refusing the gift a couple of times before accepting it with a smile, her hand resting on her belly, her face radiating happiness and contentment. The gestation period for the leopard clan is approximately 3 months. Did you conceive while in the river forest? Sang Luo inquired, astonished. Yes. I too didn't anticipate the arrival of these little ones so suddenly. This journey has been fraught with anxiety. Fearing any misstep, Pamir replied. Fortunately, the beast tide did not pose any threat. Blessed by the beast god, Pamir possessed superior fertility. Conceiving so swiftly was indeed remarkable. Lyman and the others, with their average fertility, envied her greatly, having nestled in their dens with their partners and rarely venturing out lately. The birth of a female is a significant event, and as the time approaches, there is always the risk of complications. For the next half-month, Duoji would reside in the designated birthing chamber prepared for pregnant females in the tribe, ensuring that the healer could arrive promptly in case of any complications. Duoji had few companions, all core members of the hunting team, and with their need to rotate duties, it was inevitable that some would be unavailable. Thus, the elders of the tribe dispatched several warriors to attend to her needs. Why have you been so clumsy these past few days, unable to manage even the simplest tasks? What if you accidentally hurt a pregnant female? A lemur clan warrior scolded, having inadvertently knocked over a water basin, while the rabbit beast healer, Duoya, pointed at him reproachfully. I injured my hand during the beast tide a few days ago, and it hasn't healed yet, the lemur warrior replied, his head bowed in shame. Sang Luo sat at the edge of the bed, pouring a cup of tea for Duoji, when her gaze was drawn to the reprimanded lemur beastman. She furrowed her brow. At first glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary beastman, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes bore a vacant expression, and his movements were stiff and sluggish, reminiscent of a marionette manipulated by unseen strings, evoking discomfort. As Duoya berated him, he lowered his head, his eyes, partially concealed by his hair, fleetingly reflected a shadowy hue. A sudden jolt surged through Sang Luo's heart, nearly causing the water in her cup to spill. It was the insect race. She owed her gratitude to Anubia for the valuable lesson learned from that previous encounter, which enlightened her about the insect race's art of disguise. As they prowled to plunder the females of the orc species, this particular insect must have been drawn to Duoji's remarkable fertility. In stark contrast to Anubia's almost flawless impersonation, this insect's disguise was woefully inadequate. The male beasts, accustomed to their clumsy ways, were ill-suited for delicate tasks. Since she found herself with little to do in the tribe these past few days, Sang Luo proposed with a smile, why not let me take care of Duoji tonight? Fear not. The chief has dispatched several males to look after her. I refuse to believe none of them are competent. Just take care of yourself. You needn't worry about anything else, Duoya replied, wiping the ground clean where the lemur orc had been, then bringing a basin of water. She instructed the males to step outside, allowing Duoji to lie down comfortably on the bed, gently wiping her body and applying olive oil to her abdomen. Rest assured, it's no trouble at all. I hail from the same tribe as Duoji, and her pregnancy brings me joy. I simply wish to care for her for a couple of days. Moreover, as you can see, there are certain tasks that are simply more convenient for a female to handle, Sang Luo remarked as she took the towel, rinsing it in the basin with a smile. Very well then, just remember to apply this essential oil 3 times a day, in the morning. Duoya did not elaborate further, offering her advice before instructing the males outside to be attentive, and then she departed to attend to the other expectant females. As Sang Luo observed the disguised faux orc, a flicker of crimson light danced within its eyes, igniting her excitement. She assigned some tasks to the male companions, urging them to descend first. Thank you so much. Luo. Duoji sighed, overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. In truth, I have longed for a moment to apologize to you. When you were coerced by Tuju, I should not have uttered those words. I recognize your intentions were for my benefit. Tuju indeed possesses formidable strength, and aligning with him might yield more advantages than disadvantages. However, in matters of partnership, I refuse to be coerced. Her perspective diverged somewhat from that of the native females of the beast realm, who often prioritized familial power and lineage over personal affection, seeking a mate more aligned with their desires. I understand, Duoji murmured, recalling something. Fortunately, you did not become Tuju's partner. That male beast harbors considerable ambition and employs clever tactics. Do share, she urged. Previously, in his quest for the chieftaincy, he betrothed himself to the daughter of a shaman. Now, barely a month has passed since Manla's departure, and he ought to observe a 3-month mourning period. Yet, Just days have elapsed, and he has already secured the only noble female of the Wanxiang tribe. They are set to hold their pairing ceremony in a matter of days. The Wanxiang tribe boasts many young males with talents surpassing his own. The chieftain had intended for his daughter's first mate to be selected from within their ranks. But instead, Tu Zhu has usurped that position. I suspect he has set his sights on the Wanxiang tribe once more. Such a male, driven by ambition, spells disaster for anyone who becomes entangled with him. Thank you for sharing this with me, but I will not linger in the Qianxiang tribe for long. Nor will I have any future dealings with him. That is wise. However, do remain cautious in the coming days. He may harbor resentment towards you. Understood. As evening fell, Sang Luo settled onto another bed, beside the peacefully slumbering Duoji. Sang Luo remained wide awake throughout the night, her gaze fixed upon the entrance. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged at the threshold, gradually distorting into an indescribable silhouette, akin to a spider's web as it crawled along the wall, ensnaring the two frail females upon the wooden bed. At the moment they were enveloped, Sang Luo swiftly rolled over, conjuring a lightning sphere that struck the shadow. With a swift whoosh, the tendril-like darkness receded like a tide, and seizing the opportunity, she launched the lightning sphere towards the entrance. A piercing scream echoed as the false beastman collapsed at the doorway, transforming into a large, pitch-black centipede. Upon hearing the commotion, other beastmen rushed over, fearing that the pregnant female had been harmed, alarming the chieftain and several elders. Upon witnessing the corpse of the lowly insect beast at the entrance, its wounds crackling with electrical energy, their gaze turned to Sang Luo. Do you possess gifted powers? One exclaimed in astonishment. I have quite adeptly utilized my partner's abilities. She replied. While there were a few high-fertility females in the tribe coupled with awakened high-ranking beastmen, who had acquired a portion of their partner's gifted powers, it was rare for a female to wield them with such proficiency. You are on par with genuine high-ranking beastmen. Duoji turned pale, exclaiming, Luo Luo. You have saved both my life and that of my child. How could someone as astute as her not surmise that Sang Luo had likely sensed the anomaly and chosen to remain that night? Were it not for Sang Luo, she would have surely faced dire consequences. Pamir, overwhelmed with concern, resigned from the hunting team and vowed to stay by Duoji's side during this time. The chieftain and elders were furious. How could insectoids infiltrate the Qianxiang tribe? An exhaustive investigation was ordered. Seeing that the tribe's beastmen seemed already aware of the insectoid threat, Sang Luo inquired of an elder, has our tribe encountered insectoids before? Where do they originate? Who knows how these vile creatures came to be? Ever since the recent outbreak of the beast tide, these insectoids have suddenly appeared in the forest. Besides the Qianxiang tribe, several nearby tribes have reported instances of females being abducted, leaving them utterly defenseless. The insectoids' capacity for disguise was formidable. If they had not succeeded in capturing females, they would likely not relent. Sang Luo harbored concerns for Duoji's safety and sought to uncover the origins of these insectoids. Moreover, with the forest experiencing sporadic minor beast tides and the hunting team lacking sufficient personnel, she resolved to remain for a few more days to patrol alongside the Qianxiang tribe's hunting team. It was unprecedented for a female to join the hunting team, as they were generally frail and most lacked abilities. Any casualties would be a significant loss for the entire tribe, and even for females from external tribes, protection was paramount. Initially, the chieftain of the Qianxiang tribe opposed this notion. Sang Luo persistently advocated for her cause, asserting that she had previously encountered advanced insectoid creatures and possessed a discerning eye for the camouflage of scout insect beasts. The chieftain, reflecting on her capability to vanquish even the insect clan, surmised that the beast tide would likely pose no threat to her. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye and acquiesce to her request. Outside the tribe, within the lush and untamed wilderness, Sang Luo donned her armor and equipped herself with a quiver of arrows, grasping a wooden bough with one hand as she gracefully leapt onto a rock. Amidst a throng of towering, robust orcs, her petite and delicate form appeared utterly incongruous. Not far away, Tu Zhu was rendered incredulous. She was truly still alive. Sang Luo noticed his lingering gaze, turning to meet his eyes for a fleeting moment. It seemed that Tu Zhu had acquired numerous valuable items from the chief's favored female, as he had ascended to the 6th tier in just over half a month. Surrounding him were several 5th-tier orcs and another 6th-tier orc. They had evidently never encountered such a stunningly beautiful female and had never worked alongside a female in the hunting team before. The youthful, impetuous male beasts cast their eyes upon Sang Luo, some in awe, others with disdainful scorn. What on earth were the chief and the elders thinking? Assigning a petite female to the hunting team? Our pursuit of game is perilous enough. Now we must also attend to this encumbering female, truly a recipe for self-inflicted trouble. According to the chief's intentions, we not only have to prioritize her needs along the way, but also heed her commands. Another 6th-tier orc beside Tu Zhu scoffed derisively, jesting that in matters of hunting, taking orders from a female? Surely the chief had lost his senses. Sang Luo cast a fleeting glance at the group of unruly individuals. They were none other than Tu Zhu's circle of dubious companions, a band of conspirators. It would be utterly implausible to believe that Tu Zhu had not incited them from the shadows. Males may be enamored by females, Yet their affection typically extends only to the realm of procreation. Beyond that, they regard the weaker sex with disdain. Hey, little female, why not hide behind us? We shall protect you, asking nothing in return but your companionship and the bearing of offspring. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Very well, Sang Luo replied, her eyes crescent-shaped and her crimson lips curling into a smile. In an instant, the cacophony of laughter ceased, entranced by her radiant demeanor. The unruly ones exhibited a flicker of infatuation. Tu Zhu, too, fixed his gaze upon her, narrowing his elongated eyes. Sang Luo tightened the bowstring in her hand, feeling a bit of tension. However, if she wanted to impress me, it would not be an easy feat otherwise. Why not challenge me to a contest? If you win, I shall grant you a progeny. She drew an arrow from her leather pouch, pulled back the bowstring, and aimed at the bear beast that laughed the loudest. In an instant, the feathered arrow was released, startling the beast into a cold sweat as it swiftly dodged. Yet, the arrow did not target it. Instead, it grazed a tuft of its fur and struck a venomous serpent beast 100 meters away. Whether it was due to the arrow or the failed ambush, the bear beast was drenched in sweat, its clothes soaked. Some turned to rush towards the serpent beast's corpse, where lightning coiled around the wound, delivering a swift death. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of orc beings below the 5th tier. Are you truly this formidable? Regardless of the proficiency in wielding innate power or the accuracy of that shot, this female is not to be underestimated. Sang Luo retracted her bow and arrow, leaping down from the stone, casting a playful glance at the bewildered bear beast. So close, yet it remained oblivious to the imminent danger. Alas, you are far too feeble to capture my attention. The bear beast's face turned a deep shade of purple, overwhelmed with humiliation and fury, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Ha ha, Amali, you cannot even compare to a mere female. How dare you expect her to bear your offspring? I would say it is you who ought to be the one bearing them. Laughter erupted from the crowd, echoing louder. Amali, utterly shamed, transformed into his beast form and fled. Little female, why not accompany us? We can look out for one another. We seek nothing from you. The leader, a snow owl beastman with white feathers, appeared significantly more amiable than the rest. No need, she replied. You are just as you were before, focused solely on your own affairs. I possess the strength to protect myself. Upon finishing her words, Sang Luo moved to the front of the group, fully engrossed in the hunt for the star beasts. This farcical episode lasted only a brief moment, as the orcs quickly immersed themselves in battle, losing themselves in the fray. Chapter 25. Taken by the insectoids. The previous chapter has been revised. Please refresh to view. The power of lightning was imbued in her arrows, each shot proving fatal, showcasing an efficiency in hunting that surpassed that of the majority of the male beasts in the group. She even successfully felled an insectoid, which had been lurking among them, posing a potential threat. At the moment the insectoid's corpse fell to the ground, reverting to its original form, a chill swept through the hearts of the surrounding orcs, causing even the most unruly among them to become noticeably subdued. Though unspoken, these male orcs had to concede, albeit subconsciously, that they were now looking up to this petite female for guidance. Little female, would you like to sit upon my back? I can take you soaring into the skies, where the vistas are far more expansive. You will be able to perceive any developments at the earliest opportunity. The snow owl orc was exceedingly enthusiastic. Having just hunted a deer-like star beast, it had yet to transform back into its humanoid form. The magnificent snow owl, with wings spanning 3 to 4 meters, captured Sang Luo's full attention. She couldn't resist reaching out to gently stroke its smooth, glossy feathers. For a moment, the envious gazes of other male beasts seemed as if they could pierce through it, while the snow owl orc blushed with excitement. Fortunate that it was still in its beastly form. Clearly, this snow owl had taken a liking to her, but Sang Luo was reluctant to invite further romantic entanglements. After a brief touch, she withdrew her hand and smiled. It seems there is some commotion ahead. I shall go take a look. No need to trouble yourself. I'll accompany you, the snow owl orc offered. There's no need, Sang Luo replied. Watching her retreating figure, the snow owl orc felt a pang of loneliness, realizing that the petite female did not favor him. With a sigh, he joined several other bird-like beasts to patrol the nearby woods. Tu Zhu's gaze had been fixed on Sang Luo. Noticing her solitary departure, his eyes darkened. He exchanged brief words with a few nearby orcs, stating that he would step into the woods for a moment, before stealthily following her. Sang Luo was not oblivious to the movements behind her. She chose not to look back and continued to stride forward, seemingly unaware, until she had distanced herself several kilometers from the tribal procession before finally halting. Your innate power is of the earth element, one of its abilities being the detection of seismic activity, which is how you were able to secretly discern the signs of the beast tide and use it to frame lawn song. Am I correct? Tu Zhu's steps abruptly ceased, belatedly realizing he had long been discovered. He scoffed coldly, crossing his arms, and remained composed, knowing I had followed him, yet still daring to stray so far from the group, a path to self-destruction. Do you wish to kill me? Sang Luo turned to face him. She had always known she possessed extraordinary beauty, but upon locking eyes with him, Tu Zhu was momentarily taken aback, his defenses lowered for a few seconds. However, His expression quickly darkened. This female had repeatedly spurned him, turning him into the subject of ridicule before others. Ever since Sang Luo was captured by the wandering beasts, Tuju's prestige within the tribe had plummeted, and both the females and males had mocked him behind his back. Had Sang Luo perished at the hands of those beasts, it would have been one thing, but to his astonishment, she had reappeared, alive before everyone. Every time he laid eyes on Sang Luo, he was reminded of the humiliation and resentment he had endured during this period. Since he could not possess her, he resolved to destroy her. As Sang Luo beheld the unreserved murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, the smile upon her lips deepened, for she understood the reason behind my tacit allowance for your presence. It was because we both harbored the same intention. She had deliberately lured him here, seeking to settle the scores with Lansang, both old and new. In this very encounter, with a thunderous sound, her clothing burst apart as Tuju transformed into a massive, robust gray wolf. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he lunged towards her with lethal intent. A row of earthen spikes erupted from the ground, and had this been the Sang Luo who had just crossed into this realm, her ordinary human physique would have been skewered by them. However, her current prowess was comparable to that of a peak 5th-tier beastman, even approaching the 6th tier. With a graceful leap, she soared 3 to 4 meters high, landing upon a tree, evading the wolf's assault. Simultaneously, she swiftly drew her bow. With a whoosh, an arrow imbued with the power of thunder struck the body of the gray wolf. Regrettably, it failed to penetrate. The beastly transformation represented the zenith of a beastman's strength. And now that Tuju had ascended to the 6th tier, the layer of fur enveloping him resembled the most formidable iron armor, leaving only a scar upon his flesh from the arrow's impact. His reflexes, honed through years of hunting and combat, far surpassed those of Sang Luo, a mere human with little battle experience. Her arrows repeatedly missed their mark, lacking the precision that once ensured a single fatal strike. After engaging in a fierce tussle for dozens of exchanges, the gray wolf suddenly slammed its forelimbs against the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. Trees in the vicinity splintered as Sang Luo was thrown from the tree. Panic surged within her, but in an instant, she channeled the innate power within her, causing countless tree roots to sprout forth as green vines that ensnared her waist, ensuring a steady descent. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tuju took a few steps back in fear, his elongated, cold wolf eyes filled with disbelief. You possess 2 extraordinary abilities. Yet, he realized this too late. A thick vine, akin to a venomous serpent, coiled around the gray wolf. Though the vine appeared fragile and harmless, it was charged with the force of lightning. And with a swift strike, it pierced the wolf's abdomen, releasing a torrent of blood. The once mighty gray wolf fell lifeless to the ground, utterly silenced. She had turned the tide against Tuju. However, Sang Luo suddenly felt a wave of faintness envelop her mind. She realized that the primordial energy had once again been depleted. Sang Luo possesses the remarkable ability to wield both the power of lightning and her innate source talent. However, these two forces are distinctly different. The power of lightning is derived from Lansang, and the extent to which she can harness it entirely depends on her mastery over this formidable energy. In contrast, her innate source talent is a tangible force that is genuinely drawn from her own vitality. Sang Luo's current strength remains woefully inadequate each time she overexerts herself. Her body succumbs to extreme fatigue, even leading to unconsciousness. She staggered forward a couple of steps, yearning to return to her tribe's ranks, but darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness entirely. An unremarkable orc ambled through the forest, his movements somewhat stiff and peculiar. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, fixating intently on the young female lying unconscious on the ground. His irises, suffused with exhilaration, transformed into a pitch-black hue. He hoisted the female onto his back, murmuring incantations as he offered her to the bug prince. Beckman Forest, a bastion of Orcish dominion now entirely assimilated into the insectoid race, serving as their new stronghold on this continent. Orcs from all directions entered the city, each bearing a comatose female upon their backs, their expressions devoid of emotion, their strides rigid. These beings, though they superficially resembled orcs, had long since been transformed at their core into mere puppets of the insectoids. A line of these puppet orcs carried stones and building materials, laboriously erecting a new palace at the city center. The abducted females were transported to this very palace. A striking young man, with ebony hair and golden eyes, exuding an alluring and sinister charm, emerged from the palace. The insectoids passing by him offered respectful bows. Your Highness. Chapter 26. What is your true form? Such an abundance of premium females shall surely enable His Majesty the Bug King to breed progeny. A towering insectoid approached, ecstatically surveying the females being delivered. He bore a visage that was entirely Orcish, displaying no signs of dissonance. Likely, he too was a high-ranking insectoid. Anubia remained silent, a cold smirk forming within him. In a short while, these females would become nothing more than lifeless corpses. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. You there, come here. He called out sharply to a nearby insectoid. The creature's expression was a mixture of dread and reverence, and it dared not defy him. Hastily approaching, while still carrying the female on its back, Anubia reached out, grasping the female's face to scrutinize her features. Even the imposing insectoid general gasped in astonishment. Among the multitude of females, this one was undeniably a paragon of beauty, her scent intoxicating, marking her as a prime specimen of high fertility. Return this female. His Majesty the Bug King will be greatly pleased. My ascension in rank is all but assured. This female has captured my interest. She shall be kept for myself. Anubia's voice betrayed no trace of emotion, merely flat and calm. Your Highness. The insectoid general, Grell, interjected. These females are to be offered to His Majesty for the purpose of producing heirs. What you propose is akin to thievery from His Majesty. And should he learn of this, the plundering of this region will fall squarely on my shoulders. Anubia had merely come to oversee the proceedings out of boredom. Are you defying me? A glint of crimson flickered in Anubia's eyes. The hierarchy among the insectoids was ruthlessly stringent. Grell, overwhelmed by the pheromones emanating from Anubia, broke into a cold sweat, his legs nearly buckling as he half collapsed to the ground. Anubia chuckled coldly. Despite sending so many females over the years, that old fool has yet to produce even a single offspring. It is likely that his capabilities have waned. It would be better to grant her to me. When Sang Luo awoke, she found herself lying upon a lavishly adorned bed within a resplendent palace. Crimson silks cascaded down, while the aroma of fragrant wood wafted through the air, with tendrils of azure smoke gracefully ascending, filling the space with a pleasant scent. Luo, Luo, we meet again. Have you missed me? A man approached from the doorway. Upon recognizing the visitor, Sang Luo was suddenly rendered motionless. With his dark hair and piercing black eyes, tall and strikingly handsome, who could it be but Lan Song? Yet it seemed implausible. Lan Song had never addressed her with such a mocking demeanor or playful tone. This must be a Fade. Who are you? She questioned coldly. The man chuckled softly, his features transforming into those of a handsome youth with chestnut hair. Sang Luo's expression grew even colder. Anu, or perhaps I should refer to you as Anubis. Are you too cowardly to confront me with your true visage? Anubis regarded the bewitching female before him. Initially, he had set his sights on a wolf beast in the Ruber forest, captivated by its unexpectedly remarkable talents, intending to seize its body for his own purposes. However, fate led him to this enchanting female, who turned out to be his greatest unexpected fortune on this journey. With a snap of his fingers, Anubis's form suddenly morphed and elongated, transforming into a tall, elegant youth with dark hair. He leaned against the wall, long legs crossed, partially concealed in shadow. He narrowed his alluring, almond-shaped eyes, their golden hue shimmering faintly. A delicate red mark beneath his eye added an enchanting allure, exuding an irresistible charm. How do you find this appearance? Do you fancy it? Sang Luo was captivated by such exquisite beauty, swallowing hard as she feigned composure. Surely, this cannot be your true form? She inquired. Oh, do take a guess at my true essence, Anubis replied with a chuckle. Your true essence? I hope it is not a cockroach, Sang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Anubis's expression darkened. I am not so hideous. My true form is among the most splendid of the insectoid realm. Well, as long as you are not a cockroach, everything can be discussed. Did you capture me? Sang Luo surveyed her surroundings, a place entirely unfamiliar to her, never expecting to have been abducted by the insectoid race. I saved you. Had it not been for my intervention, you would likely have perished by now. She was not inclined to believe his deceitful words. Are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat? Sang Luo was initially irked and reluctant to engage with him, yet the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, irresistibly captivating her senses. She swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure. The roasted venison was generously sprinkled with a special blend of spices. To her surprise, he had remembered the concoction she had previously taught him. After returning, I meticulously experimented with your recipe several times before achieving this flavor, though regrettably, I had not been able to share it with the one person it was meant for. Anubis beamed with delight. Inquiring about the progress of my culinary skills during this time. One must not compromise their own well-being amidst grievances. One should never neglect the needs of the stomach. Indeed. Sang Luo felt a pang of hunger and unapologetically accepted the grilled meat, indulging in it with gusto. The taste was truly delightful. Not quite matching the artistry of Lan Song, yet far superior to the fare offered in the restaurants of the Western continent. Have you formed a bond since Caesar took you away? He asked softly. Why should that concern you? She retorted. Ah, it seems not. If he hasn't claimed this delectable prize, it is surely at risk of being snatched away. Anubis's smile grew more genuine. As soon as Sang Luo finished her meal, he eagerly exclaimed, a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Let us not delay, but bond together this very moment. Sang Luo offered him no opportunity to approach. The moment he drew near, he was met with a jolt of 100,000 volts. In truth, Anubis, with his formidable strength, had no fear of such power. The shock felt akin to a mere tickle upon his skin. Yet, the sight of her fierce resistance pierced his heart deeply. Anubis's expression darkened, and an aura of chilling menace enveloped him. After all, he had rescued her twice, and yet she treated him in such a manner. Enraged, Anubis stormed out, uncertain of where to vent his frustration. Once he had completely departed, Sang Luo hastily scrambled from the bed, searching for an escape route. The entire palace was sealed tightly, and apart from the grand entrance, there were no other exits. As Sang Luo stepped out the door, she was met by a multitude of pitch-black eyes, all fixated upon her. Outside, a line of insect guards stood watch. While in the distance, countless more insects turned their gaze towards her, sending a shiver down her spine. The sight of thousands of insects in the dead of night, their eyes glowing ominously red, was eerily reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse, chilling to the core. Hastily, she shut the door and retreated. Suddenly, she felt herself embraced from behind, a voice whispering seductively in her ear, both alluring and tempting. Do you desire my power? If you were to harness my strength, perhaps you could escape. Sang Luo was not easily deceived. The ability of females to acquire the innate power of males during mating fundamentally stemmed from the male's initial essence. Anubis, with his lascivious demeanor, had undoubtedly engaged with countless females, leaving little of his essence behind. My own essence remains intact. If desired, I shall bestow it upon you. Sang Luo fell silent. She yearned for strength, yet she was not one to indiscriminately accept everything. Such treacherous creatures that ensnared her could not be deemed benevolent. Yet, the insect race outside was ever watchful, and Sang Luo could not shake the feeling that their gazes were laced with an indescribable greed and desire. Suddenly, shadowy figures appeared, lurking outside the wall. To her astonishment, she discovered that some of the insect race were perched at the window, peering in. You were originally meant to be offered to the insect king, but I have chosen to keep you. Thus, in the eyes of these male insects, you are merely a free female, available for any who wish to partake. His husky breath brushed against her neck. These lower-ranking males, devoid of females, could succumb to their urges at any moment. Should you choose not to mate with me now, the pheromones you emit will attract even more males. After tonight, I cannot assure you of what may transpire. This was, indeed, a blatant threat. Chapter 27. Seizing his power. Sang Luo turned to gaze into his eyes, which shimmered with concealed excitement, recalling the insectoid's innate ability to disguise and transform. Her purely human identity was perilous in this beastly realm. Acquiring such a talent would undoubtedly allow her to conceal her true self more effectively. Is this truly your first time? I assure you, he replied with a smile. You will know once you try. Then let us try. She seized his collar, pulling him close, and fiercely captured his lips with her own, their blood mingling as it flowed between them. Anubis's eyes ignited with a vivid crimson hue. Outside the window, insectoids fell lifelessly, while the crimson drapes descended, shrouding their entwined forms. She was exquisite, utterly captivating Anubis, ensnaring him in an intoxicating rapture. The pheromones she emitted during her arousal were irresistibly sweet, each of her responses driving him to the brink of madness, losing control, yet never wearying, growing ever more emboldened in their passionate exchange. Just as they reached a feverish peak, a sudden interruption came from outside. The insectoids reported, Your Highness, there has been a disturbance at the pollution source. Anubis, visibly agitated, was compelled to halt, planting a lingering kiss upon her face, instructing her to remain on the bed. I shall return swiftly. We will continue our joyous endeavors. After a considerable moment, her body gradually emerged from the depths of exquisite ecstasy, and Sang Luo licked her lips, closing her eyes to savor the newfound powers awakening within her. Talent, spatial transcendence talent, metamorphic transformation. This man, appearing so wild and carefree, surprisingly turned out to be a novice. Before Sang Luo could revel in her newfound joy, a frown crossed her face. Anubis had bestowed upon her a gift of innate power, akin to that of a royal beast. Although her realm had significantly ascended, stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, teetering on the edge of the 7th, she still found herself considerably weaker in comparison to the might of a royal beast. Unable to fully harness the potential of her innate abilities, the distance for her spatial traversal was woefully short, merely a few kilometers, confining her within the palace walls. Lacking a map of the area, she remained oblivious to her current location, fearing that she might inadvertently slip into another continent. Outside the palace, the ground was swarming with patrols of the insectoid race. In a secluded corner, Sang Luo stumbled upon a lifeless mouse. A flicker of inspiration ignited within her, prompting her to transform into a diminutive gray mouse. Her garments fell to the ground as she scurried through an iron gate. Uncertain of where she had ventured, she found herself in a dimly lit and damp place. Suddenly, she was startled by the faint sound of sobbing, which drew her into a shadowy passageway. One by one, she encountered cells, each with iron bars imprisoning numerous females. Her cursory glance revealed at least 100. It was astonishing that such precious beings of the beast realm were confined in such a wretched and squalid environment by these vile creatures. Sang Luo ascended the iron fence, fiercely gnawing at the iron lock, yet failing to break it. This iron door and its lock appeared to be forged from a special material, impervious even to lightning strikes. The heavy gate creaked open, allowing light to pour in, and Sang Luo lifted her forelimbs off the ground to glance into the distance, where numerous towering insectoid figures were advancing. Fearing for her safety, she could not linger any longer. She swiftly darted towards a mouse hole in the corner. After navigating several twists and turns, Sang Luo finally managed to escape the palace, slipping out of the city and vanishing into the protective forest in the blink of an eye. Anubia returned from a confrontation, his visage soiled and disheveled, only to discover that the female was missing. Where's my female? The entire city of insectoids was engulfed by the prince's furious wrath. Even the females outside were neglected as all hands were summoned to scour the palace and city, yet no trace of her was found. Only a set of the female's garments was discovered tucked away in a corner of the palace. A pack of useless fools, unable to keep track of a single female. What use are you to me? He seized the garments, gritting his teeth in frustration. Bring her back to me. Sang fell into a joyous sprint through the forest, utilizing her short-range time-space traversal to swiftly escape several dozen kilometers away, leaving the insectoids unable to catch her. Having just quenched her thirst at the riverbank, she was suddenly lifted into the air by a robust and elongated golden lion, which gently carried her forward with measured steps. What on earth is happening? Sang Luo remained acutely vigilant, her body frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to make a move. To an observer, she resembled an ordinary little mouse, caught in a deadly grip, rendered senseless by terror. The golden lion carried her, strolling leisurely as if unaware of their destination. She, such a diminutive creature, was hardly substantial enough to satisfy its hunger. Gradually, Sang Luo began to sense something amiss. The recent surge of beast tides in Beckman Forest and the lurking threat of the insect race weighed heavily on her mind. Yet, as she was transported by the golden lion, she had not encountered a single trace of a beast along the way. It appeared that the golden lion had no intention of devouring her. It was not a star beast, but rather a beastman. However, neither spoke, maintaining a profound silence. Once Sang Luo ascertained that she was in no peril, she found herself with the leisure to observe her surroundings. The golden lion, robust and powerful, measured an impressive 6 to 7 meters in length. Its fur gleamed with the brilliance of gold and sunlight, untainted by any impurities, exuding an air of noble elegance. It seemed to sense her cautious scrutiny, for its emerald eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery. This emotional fluctuation was absent in star beasts, further confirming her belief that she stood before a beastman. Yet, the more she gazed at the golden lion, the more familiar it appeared, as though she had encountered it somewhere before. Sang Luo lowered her head in contemplation. It was at the inn that she encountered the golden-haired man. The golden lion had carried her to a cave, and finally, he spoke. Ha ha ha, my dear little one, I did not anticipate your exquisite beauty. Who would have thought you were merely a little mouse? How could this person recognize her? Sang Luo hesitated for a moment. Continuing the charade seemed futile. She lifted her petite head, her delicate whiskers quivering slightly. How did you recognize me? The golden lion lowered its head and sniffed her, its demeanor shifting. Yet the scent remained unchanged, still as delightful as ever. I could smell you from afar, it replied. Is the olfactory sense of orcs truly so acute? Her previous disguise felt like a mere jest. Why are you carrying me? The Beckman Forest has been rather tumultuous of late. Numerous insectoids lurk nearby. As a female wandering here, you are at great risk of being captured. Sang Luo dared not admit that she had once been captured. She had just escaped from the insect tribe's lair. On the ground lay a pile of firewood and weeds. The golden lion opened its mouth and exhaled a plume of golden flames, causing the wood to ignite swiftly. It snorted and said, I have left an energy trail outside the cave. The star beasts and the insect tribe will not approach. I have a few matters to attend to. So you should remain here and wait for my return to take you back to the western continent. By the way, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? I can easily catch some prey for you. Before departing, the golden lion inquired once more. Anything is fine. I am not picky, she replied. Very well. The golden lion responded before leaping out of the cave, vanishing into the forest in an instant. Sang Luo waited patiently from morning until dusk. She had been promised that food would be brought back, yet as the hours passed, not a single soul appeared, and she felt as though she might faint from hunger. Indeed, a man's words are often unreliable. Perhaps it would be best for her to venture out and hunt for herself. Sang Luo let out a sigh and ventured out in search of sustenance. While hunting formidable star beasts posed a challenge, capturing smaller creatures such as mountain chickens and wild rabbits was certainly within her capabilities. Unfortunately, lacking the ability to conjure fire at will, she found herself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, upon her return to the mountain with 2 wild rabbits in tow, the embers of her fire still glowed. She added a few more twigs to the flames, skillfully skinned the rabbits, removed their innards, and washed them clean. Then, she skewered the rabbits on a branch and roasted them casually, satisfying her hunger in the process. Sang Luo emerged from the cave, eager to return to the Qianxiang tribe and assess the situation. In the distance, she spotted a man lying by the riverbank, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. No wonder she had not been provided with food. He was evidently injured. Anubia, the toolworm, had indeed taken the power and fled. Chapter 28, Rescuing the Golden Lion. Sang Luo hesitated for a moment, yet she ultimately approached, leaning in to discern the man's breath. Fortunately, he was alive, still breathing. Though his injuries were not severe, a dark aura enveloped him, a symptom of genetic mania, distinct from the common berserk condition exhibited by ordinary beastmen. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to the state of Caesar aboard his warship, seemingly afflicted by insect venom. Had this lion engaged in battle with the insectoids? And Nubia had departed in haste. Could it be that they clashed? Both were of the royal beast caliber, equally matched in combat, though Nubia was known for her treachery. Ah. Two serendipitous encounters, perhaps it was fate. Just moments ago, this lion had sought to protect himself. Her forepaws gradually emanated a gentle green energy, enveloping the man's form and slowly dissipating the dark miasma. Mutu awakened from his slumber, as if emerging from a nightmarish dream, yet his body felt an indescribable euphoria. He opened his eyes and glanced down to find a small, gray satin mouse nestled upon his chest, sound asleep. As he stirred, the little gray mouse blinked her dark eyes open, gazing intently at him. He rose, lifting her tail with one hand and casually settling on the ground. Bending one leg while resting his elbow on his knee, a roguish smile playing upon his lips. Why do you maintain your beast form? Do you not intend to revert? He found her human shape quite delightful. She was truly beautiful. Sang Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Her clothes had fallen within the confines of the insectoid palace. Presumably, in her current humanoid form, she was now a naked beauty. Duo 2, realizing the situation, touched the pendant around her neck and retrieved a coat to drape over her. Sang Luo grasped the edge of the stacked garments with her claws, peering out to observe the golden pendant adorning the man's neck. This artifact, crafted by an orc with spatial talents, possessed a diminutive internal capacity and lacked the ability to manipulate the passage of time within its confines. It offered no preservation for food, serving merely as a vessel for miscellaneous items such as clothing. Yet, her yearning for genuine spatial abilities remained unquenched. Turn around. The man raised an eyebrow at her, obediently standing and retreating behind the tree. At times, the unseen stirs the most profound imaginings. Listening to the faint rustle of fabric behind him, he felt an unusual warmth rise to his cheeks. Sang Luo transformed into human form, swiftly donning her garments while deftly extracting her long hair from the collar, allowing it to cascade elegantly down her back, revealing her slender, alabaster neck. Are you dressed? MHM. Only then did he approach, his gaze fixed intently upon Sang Luo, his eyes glimmering with admiration. You are truly beautiful. The Adam's apple bobbed as his heart raced. Thank you. Sang Luo lowered her head to adjust her clothing, aware of her own allure. You must be an orc from the western continent as well. Which region do you hail from? Do you require my assistance to return? No, thank you. Sang Luo shook her head. In truth, I am not from the western continent. I am a native female of a nearby tribe. My previous tribe was devastated by a beast tide, and I have since settled with a new tribe. So I shall not trouble you. Birds of a feather flock together. The companions of a kingly beast are also kingly beasts. Sang Luo felt a twinge of concern that this golden-haired man might be acquainted with Caesar, potentially exposing her secret of escape. The man expressed a hint of regret. Which tribe do you belong to? Allow me to escort you back. Sang Luo was unclear about the unfolding turmoil surrounding her act of killing Tu Zhu. However, it seemed that the daughter of the Qianxiang tribe's chieftain held a certain fondness for him. Returning recklessly at this moment could spell disaster for her. It would be prudent to bide her time and avoid the limelight for now. She resolved to return in a few days. Conveniently, she planned to head back to the western continent tomorrow. Otherwise, perhaps they could share the night together? Having a male companion nearby would at least ensure her safety. He settled closely beside her, his fluffy tail subtly curling around her waist, gently caressing her. Sang Luo cast a silent glance at the man, who was imbued with unspoken anticipation. Truth be told, both the star beasts and the insect tribes posed less of a threat to her than this male figure before her. Noticing her discomfort, the man discreetly loosened his tail. I shall go gather some fruits for you, he offered. She had just finished a meal of roasted meat, which was indeed a bit greasy. Nodding her head, she expressed her gratitude. Just as the man was about to rise and leave, his expression suddenly shifted, and he positioned himself protectively behind her. Be cautious, there are insect tribes nearby. A multitude of sinister shadows surged forth, and in an instant, the man transformed into his beast form, enveloped in fiery energy. Countless fireballs erupted from him, reducing the shadows to ashes in the blink of an eye. The sheer number of insect beasts was overwhelming, and the golden lion could not attend to all of them. With a swift flick of his long tail, he hoisted her onto his back. A swarm of insect beasts with translucent wings descended rapidly from above. In a flurry, Sang Luo conjured a series of lightning orbs to strike at them. Her strength had now reached a level on par with a beginner of the 7th tier, and her lightning orbs had grown more than twice their previous size. In terms of offensive power, the lightning element undoubtedly ranked supreme. The lower-tier insect tribes were instantly obliterated upon contact with the golden lightning. You possess the ability of a gifted companion? The golden lion exclaimed in astonishment. Sang Luo murmured in acknowledgement. His sense of regret was swiftly extinguished by the relentless tide of the Zerg, yet the journey could continue. Indeed, it could. Sang Luo, with her fists poised for action, was reveling in the thrill of battle. The formidable power of the 7th tier indeed proved to be impressive. A delightful tremor resonated within the chest of the golden lion as he shook her gently, suggesting that together, they would eradicate all the insect beasts in the vicinity. Brace yourself. The two of them descended upon the area like a swarm of locusts, a tempest of thunder and fire, within a mere night. The entire region was cleansed of the insect horde. The exhilaration of their slaughter was utterly intoxicating, allowing them to vent the frustrations inflicted upon them by the insect tribe. His gaze upon Sang Luo sparkled with admiration. His first flutter of the heart was ignited by the alluring fragrance she exuded, awakening the primal instincts of his masculinity. The second was inspired by her exquisite beauty, which lingered in his mind. The third was stirred by her innate combat prowess and the vigor she radiated, which struck a perfect chord with him. As dawn broke, it was time for Dodu to return to the Western continent. Blushing, he gazed at her and said, "Well, this encounter could be deemed fateful. Shall we become friends?" Sang Luo did not refuse. She took out her light brain and scanned it briefly. The light brain could alter its appearance, and the one she wore resembled an ordinary crystal bracelet. "You truly are not a female from the Western continent. People from other continents do not use this. I have a friend in the Western continent. This was a gift from him. If you ever need assistance, you can find me in the Western continent. My name is Duo Tuesdayhome." Sang Luo. "Don't you find my name somewhat familiar? Should I know you?" Duo Tu was now entirely convinced that she was not a female from the Western continent. "No," he replied, a faint smile gracing his handsome, sun-kissed face. "Then I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps we may dine together again in the future." "Yes, we shall speak of it again when the opportunity arises." Sang Luo waved her hand and turned to depart. As her hair brushed against her face, Duo Tu reached out in an attempt to capture that fleeting fragrance. But his grasp met only air. He gazed at her retreating figure, his heart stirred with emotion. Chapter 29, Temptation. Sang Luo did not linger for too long in the Qinxiang tribe. After ensuring that Duoji and the others were safe, she hurried back to the Western continent. And after precisely 6 days, she presumed that Kaiser had yet to return. However, she was caught off guard when she arrived home and stumbled upon the sight of a man seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Oh, you just got back?" she inquired. "I returned this morning and have been waiting for you," Kaiser replied, turning a page of his book. "I just went out for a little while," she explained. He closed the book and fixed her with a serious gaze. "In the future, return earlier. If you wish to go anywhere, just let me know. I can accompany you." It seemed that her little escapade had not gone unnoticed. On the exquisite and enchanting visage of Sang Luo, a beguiling smile blossomed, alluring and intoxicating. Her hand ventured into forbidden territory. "I find myself yearning for you now. If I can locate him, he shall never grace your presence again. As for your words, I have all the time in the world." Ever since Caesar learned of Sang Luo's aversion to nutritional supplements, he has employed several skilled chefs at the estate. A mere tool for a fleeting affair shall hold no future. Sang Luo felt a twinge of regret. This was his greatest concession, and she had no right to interfere with another's duties. She could sense that Kaiser's strength surpassed that of Anubis. "How did you know I had left?" Sang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. "The personnel I stationed in the rubble forest have not been withdrawn. Someone witnessed your visit to that ruin, and I received the footage upon my return this morning." Kaiser naturally wrapped his slender arm around her waist, pulling her to sit upon his lap. Sang Luo remained unconvinced. The fact that Lan Song could return to seek her out indicated that he had not lost control. Although she was unaware of the intricate enmities and grievances between the Empire and the rebel forces, it was evident that Lan Song, as a mercenary, could easily fend for himself. Speaking of which, there was a significant matter that nearly slipped her mind. In the Beckman forest, a number of female tribespeople had been captured by the insectoids and taken to a city that had now become a stronghold for these creatures on the Beast World continent. After finishing her meal, Sang Luo wiped her hands and requested a piece of paper. Feeling hungry, she touched her stomach and considered getting out of bed, only to remember that she was clad in nothing. She pulled the silk blanket up modestly and cast a playful glance at him. Sang Luo swallowed hard, her desires stirring within her. It must be said that Caesar's visage was utterly flawless, perfectly aligning with her tastes and effortlessly igniting her passions. "I was inadvertently captured by the Zerg in the Beckman forest, but I managed to escape. Do not worry." After some contemplation, Sang Luo chose to conceal the matter regarding Anubis, for among the 3 men she had encountered, he was the only one devoid of emotional ties. "Do you know his whereabouts?" Sang Luo meticulously sketched a map from memory and presented it to him. Caesar's breath became laborious and unsteady, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he spoke in a hushed tone. "The frenzy value of that beast has surpassed 80 and is now beyond control. It is highly likely that it is connected to the insurgents. The Empire will not spare him, and I do not wish for you to be implicated. Do not worry. I shall go and investigate tomorrow." When Sang Luo changed into a misty blue silk camisole dress and approached the dining table, a sumptuous lunch had already been prepared, featuring chicken, duck, fish, eggs, milk, meat floss, pastries, seasonal fruits, and an array of unique delicacies from the beastly realm. The air was charged with warmth. As tender kisses fell softly, Sang Luo took a bite of the sweet sauce pork chop, savoring its delightful flavor, and then sipped some creamy milk, leaving a trace of white on her full, rosy lips. Caesar watched as his Adam's apple bobbed, his ears flushing with warmth. "How formidable is your strength?" He recalled the high priest's words. Above the 7th tier lies the royal beast, which can be broadly classified into 3 levels: semi-royal, true royal, and pinnacle royal. Not long ago, I just transcended to the true royal tier. He inhaled deeply, striving to avert his gaze from her exposed, delicate skin, and leaned down to affectionately kiss her cheek, inquiring, "Shall we eat now? Or do you need a moment to rest?" Caesar then went to the study to fetch her a pen and paper. Sang Luo was well aware of the spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, ranging from the 1st to the 7th tier, but beyond that, her understanding grew hazy. After toiling for an entire day and night, hunger gnawed at her insides. "It was all your fault. I detest being deceived by others." Her hand lingered on his belt, gently caressing it. Caesar furrowed his brow after reading her expression and inquired, "How did you come to know this?" "Well, it's my fault," she replied. "Aren't you usually quite busy?" "I didn't wish to intrude." Sang Luo cleared her throat, feeling somewhat guilty, and approached her. "What is the true royal tier?" The royal beast truly lived up to its name, exhibiting formidable strength in every aspect, far beyond what an ordinary female could withstand. Her satin-like, ink-black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her purple, alluring eyes were captivating, framed by long, dense lashes. Her lips bore a subtle hue, and the light filtering through the window bathed her in a golden glow, rendering her elegant and stunning, akin to a deity. She was simply flawless. Alas, it seemed that my connection with him was ultimately rather tenuous. She had somewhat come to terms with it. Sang Luo's delicate fingers lingered gently by the penalty area, imbued with a touch of supplication as she implored, "Caesar, please refrain from taking action against him." Since her return from Anubia, her strength had surged from the pinnacle of the 5th tier to the zenith of the 6th, and should she best Caesar, she might very well ascend directly to the 7th tier. He expertly sliced the steak and, noticing Sang Luo approaching, poured her a glass of fresh milk, exclaiming, "Do sample this delightful flavor." It was procured fresh from the beast forest, exceptionally crisp. The following afternoon, upon awakening, Sang Luo found her mouth parched beyond measure. Caesar, ever considerate, offered her a glass of water. Still clad in his military attire, the collar concealed his Adam's apple, exuding an aura that was both chaste and alluring, enticingly provocative. As the flames of passion ignited within Sang Luo's heart, she contemplated that Caesar was likely the most formidable orc she had encountered thus far. She surmised that Anubis was of semi-royal caliber, and the Golden Lion's prowess was comparable to that of Anubis. Without granting her a moment's hesitation, Caesar lifted her and carried her to the bedroom, gently placing her upon the bed. Initially, he exhibited a tenderness and patience that ensnared her in a web of gentle caresses, but as time progressed, his demeanor grew increasingly audacious, relentlessly toying with her. Had it not been for the beast crystal she ingested, she would not have been able to endure the onslaught. With a delicate gesture, she entwined a strand of his long hair around her finger. Leaning down, Sang Luo pressed a kiss upon his lips, and Caesar deepened the kiss with an inexperienced fervor, their breaths gradually becoming heavier, his gaze upon her laden with a subtle anticipation and yearning. Sang Luo could perceive the man's passion, and her body instinctively responded. "Prove it to me. Allow me to care for you in good conscience. Are you still thinking of him? I had thought that your visit to the Ruber forest would have helped you let go." Her voice was so soft it seemed to drip with tenderness. He grasped her small hand, kissing it affectionately. The gentle shyness in her eyes further stirred Caesar's heart, leaving him parched with desire. After taking a few sips, she craved more juice. Caesar promptly fetched her another glass filled with ice, kissing her lips before finishing the remaining half glass himself. "What if I have a change of heart?" He inhaled deeply as the fervor in his eyes began to subside. "Did you seek me out because of him?" "I promise not to let personal feelings influence my actions, but should I encounter the rebels, I will conduct myself accordingly." Sang Luo's delicate, boneless hand rested upon his chest, gradually unfastening the buttons of his military uniform. "Do you know why I did not partner with you last time? As one ascends in rank, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. I shall accompany you. You have only just returned. Take a moment to rest." Caesar chuckled, and at that moment, a vibration from his light brain signaled a message. He glanced down briefly and said, "Please hold on. I will step out for a moment." With a gentle kiss upon her cheek, Caesar rose and made his way to the study, projecting the ethereal image of a golden-haired man. Chapter 30. I am the beastman of the Eastern Continent. "Your Highness," Caesar saluted with a precise military gesture before addressing the matter at hand. His demeanor towards the golden-haired man was notably aloof. "Did you venture to the rubble forest a few days ago? What, did you miss me? Is it that you are so eager to know my whereabouts after only a few days apart?" The golden-haired man reclined on the sofa, his enchanting azure eyes partially closed as he gently swirled a glass of red wine, chuckling. "Even if the projection only reveals a fraction, it is evident that your life is exceedingly lavish. What was your purpose in the rubble forest?" Caesar inquired. "As a close brother who has grown up with me, how could I stand idly by after that detestable insect ambushed you? Naturally, I sought vengeance on your behalf. Was it the old beast king who sent you out? Have you recklessly mobilized my direct troops?" Caesar swept his hair from his forehead, his tone as frigid as ice. His direct military forces were stationed at the rubble forest, And at this juncture, the Beast King dispatched a prince to use royal authority for troop movements, an unmistakable warning directed at him. Furthermore, this matter had not been communicated to him from the outset. Kaiser had returned from the imperial capital just yesterday morning and contacted the garrison there. Only then did the deputy commander hesitantly divulge the entire situation, revealing that the Beast King had issued the initial command directly. The elite forces he had nurtured over the years, who had besieged cities and seized territories for the empire, were now being summarily reclaimed by the old Beast Kings. Who was playing a clever game indeed. Speaking earnestly, do not overthink it. It is merely that my father grew weary of my aimless indulgences at home and sent me out to engage in some work. Thanks to your stationed troops in the forest, I have successfully acquired this. He revealed a dark core in the palm of his hand. This is the cause of the massive surge of star beasts in the region. Kaiser raised an eyebrow but displayed no surprise, letting out a cold laugh. The pollution source, Anubis, has been covertly engaging in such activities for quite some time. I previously destroyed 2 of his bases and discovered this black crystal contaminant. I wonder where he procured it from. Indeed, Dida nodded solemnly. The rubble forest lies on the border, with average resource reserves. However, it is situated at the confluence of the eastern and western continents, a perennial battleground throughout history. I suspect the insect race wishes to incite conflict between the 2 continents for their own gain. Moreover, the city of Cell has become a base for the insect race, imprisoning hundreds of females. I heard reports of many females from various tribes going missing when I traveled to the Beckman Forest. What do you intend to do? After discussing the matter at hand, Dida stroked his chin, savoring the thought. By the way, during my travels, I encountered a young female, more exquisite than any noblewoman I have seen over the years. Alas, she is not from the western continent. When I manage to invite her out one day, I shall bring her for you to see. Did you not also bring back a young female from the rubble forest recently? I heard from Leon and the others that you were quite fond of her, even keeping her at home. TSK. What is it about the rubble forest that produces such an abundance of beautiful young females? When will you bring one out for me to see? The old Beast King intends to cultivate your influence. You should focus your mind. Upon concluding his statement, Kaiser prepared to sever the communication. Wait. Do not hang up just yet. Dida interjected hastily. I have another matter of importance to discuss. Do you not plan to send that young female to the Aaron's military academy for her studies? You are often busy, and leaving her alone at home is rather dull. The enrollment for this year's military academy ends tomorrow. You will have to wait another year otherwise. Kaiser contemplated the fact that Sang Luo had come from a tribe and had not learned many things. The Aaron's military academy was the premier institution of the empire, boasting the finest resources, yet it was equally rigorous, with few females managing to remain there. Thus, he sought her opinion on the matter. School? Upon hearing this news, Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Despite having traversed realms, she still had to attend school. She had had quite enough of that. Her interest was minimal, yet a flicker of curiosity remained. You may go and take a look. If you decide against attending, I shall arrange for your withdrawal, Caesar said with remarkable tolerance. Sang Luo inquired about the cold darms from Lion, who had come to partake in the feasting and revelry. Ah, dear lady, you have indeed posed your question to the right person. I am an alumnus of the cold darms, having graduated as the most distinguished student of my cohort in the reconnaissance department, earning the honor of graduating at the top of my class. It is this accomplishment that has granted me the privilege to serve as an aide-de-camp to Lord Caesar. Sang Luo hesitated. To achieve the top rank after 30 years of academic endeavor? How daunting that must be. She donned a flowing gown of white adorned with golden patterns, intricately embroidered with designs of mountain birds and flowers, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Kaiser styled Sang Luo's hair into a gentle side braid, ultimately securing it with a phoenix-headed white jade hairpin, pure and simple, yet undeniably alluring. Sang Luo gazed at the enchanting beauty reflected in the mirror, resembling a water lily emerging from the depths, entirely unlike a female emerging from a mountain village. Instead, she appeared akin to a pampered noble lady. This was her first occasion to meticulously adorn herself since arriving in the beast world. So, you fancy this style, do you? Sang Luo extended a slender finger, as delicate as jade, to tease him, remarking on his tastes, which diverged significantly from those of the orcs of the western continent. The orcs of the tribe, during their hunts, were rather unconcerned with decorum, favoring a more primal aesthetic. Most male orcs wore little more than trousers, while females donned simple linen garments that offered minimal coverage, lacking any sense of beauty. In contrast, the civilization of the western continent was far more advanced. Where it was rare to see orcs bare-chested, their attire leaned towards western or modern styles. I am an orc born in the eastern continent, and this outfit suits you splendidly. It is beautiful, Caesar declared, his eyes filled with adoration. At the Allen's military academy, the final day for enrollment attracted a considerable crowd, with a long line of applicants ahead. Have you heard? The selection process for new students this time is significantly more stringent. The threshold for talent testing has been raised, supposedly due to the recent frequent outbreaks of beast tides, someone remarked. It is rumored that these beast tides are related to the insect race. How could those creatures return again? Wasn't the general already? Their voice abruptly halted as the surrounding crowd awaited his next words. only to witness an orc exclaim in hushed excitement, "The general! I can't be mistaken." The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes drawn to a striking figure ahead. Caesar. Tall and statuesque, possessed a captivating beauty, and even with his aura subdued, he remained the most conspicuous presence among the throng. Sang Luo, adorned in a flowing cloud-patterned gown, her hand wrapped in ethereal white gauze, was equally mesmerizing. The young, impetuous orcs blushed with excitement, some nearly swooning, unsure whether they were overwhelmed by their admired idol or the rare encounter with such a stunning female. A few orcs contemplated approaching her. Yet upon noticing Caesar by her side, none dared to advance. The academy's principal and instructors approached with purpose, saluting Caesar with military respect, uncertain of what orders the general might have, expressing astonishment at his personal visit. "Please assist her with the enrollment process," the principal instructed, finally directing his gaze toward Sang Luo, his surprise amplified upon realizing she was a female, though he refrained from further comment, inviting her to follow him. Caesar accompanied the principal to handle the formalities, while Sang Luo felt at ease, drawn to the blooming flowers in the gazebo of the garden, where she decided to wait. "It is you wretched woman, who has seduced Brother Caesar." Chapter 31. I wish to go to the study, additional 1,000 words. Chapter 31. I wish to go to the study, additional 1,000 words. Sang Luo sat beneath the pavilion, contemplating the gathering of a few vibrant blossoms to weave a floral crown, when suddenly a blade of wind surged forth. She did not turn around. The attack was vividly apparent within her line of sight, its speed seemingly decelerated by several folds, allowing her to discern its trajectory with utmost clarity as she effortlessly sidestepped it. Turning her gaze towards the source of the ambush, she beheld two figures approaching rapidly, one towering and the other diminutive. "You wretched scoundrel, how dare you evade my wrath?" declared the foremost figure, a veiled woman of graceful stature, accompanied by a strikingly robust eagle beast, adorned in lavish attire. Both exuded an air of nobility, their arrogance palpable. The blade of wind had indeed been unleashed by the eagle beast. "Who are these two?" Sang Luo pondered in bewilderment. "Do they hold a grudge against me?" Caesar turned to Duo2, questioning, "How do you know that Sang belongs to the Mouse clan? Have you ever encountered her?" Sang Luo recognized the troublesome female from the morning, known as Princess Sophia Acetai. "You deceitful wretch, how dare you deceive me?" Caesar's Adam's apple bobbed, clearly understanding her ulterior motives. An invisible force abruptly sent the man tumbling to the ground, landing awkwardly as he surveyed his surroundings, a picture of disarray and absurdity. With a resounding clap, the man before him, with golden hair and azure eyes, donned a simple white shirt and impeccably tailored black trousers, which accentuated his broad shoulders and slender waist. His tall and upright stature exuded an air of noble composure and elegance, a stark contrast to their previous encounter in the beastly realm. He grasped Sang Luo's hand, effectively isolating the alluring presence of Duo2. Sang Luo felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and cover his mouth. Sophia has been pampered since childhood, and her temperament has become rather willful. "Please do not take offense, I shall educate her later." The atmosphere suddenly turned frigid, and at that moment, Duo2 sensed that Caesar harbored a desire to devour him alive. How long had it been since his preferences had been so perceptively discerned? Sang Luo cast a glance at Caesar, realizing just how formidable this man truly was. Caesar met Sang Luo's subtly probing gaze and playfully added a piece of sweet and sour pork to her bowl, chuckling softly. "Last time you mentioned it was too sweet. So let us see how this one fares. If it does not suit your palate, I shall instruct the chef to prepare another." "So, you have long coveted my innate abilities?" he remarked with a smile. A flutter of unease crossed Sang Luo's heart. Would he disdain her beastly form? The abundance of images seemed somewhat excessive, leading to an awkwardness. It is undeniable that a male, upon encountering a beautiful and superior female, would be stirred by an irresistible allure. He would willingly succumb to such enchantment. Remarkably, even he had never laid eyes on her, yet this lion had. In her beastly form, she was devoid of clothing. Should this lion happen upon her, the implications would be quite significant. Indeed, it appears she has truly fallen for that diminutive female rodent. This revelation solidifies the rodent's identity beyond doubt. However, it seems that Caesar was originally a serpent beast, something she had failed to discern. That bracelet must surely represent his original form. As Sang Luo gnawed on a chicken leg, she furtively observed the commotion emanating from the study, but alas, the soundproofing was too effective, rendering her unable to discern anything. The oppressive power of Wang Shou bore down, leaving the eagle beast Amon crumpled on the ground, utterly immobilized. Before Amon could muster the strength to rise, another forceful slap descended upon him. Why hadn't he retreated earlier? Was it due to me? Enlightenment washed over Sang Luo as she nodded, her fingertips gently stirring a ripple of mental energy visible only to the two of them. "This innate ability of yours proves quite useful." Once Duo2 departed, Kaiser approached Sang Luo as she emerged from the room, fully aware that she had overheard everything. He grasped her hand, his tone ingratiating. "I shall be heading to the imperial capital in a few days to annul this engagement." The encounter felt awkward as familiarity turned into an uncomfortable silence. Sang Luo was at a loss for words. "I've been thinking of you as well." Sang Luo, I just tested it. My mental energy can only encompass a radius of several dozen meters. Can your mental power extend much further? Cease. Fortunately, at that moment, a deliberately sweet voice pierced through the air from outside the door. Is Brother Kaiser there? I heard cousin has also arrived. What are you all playing? Why wasn't T.I. invited? Sophie's gaze bypassed Duo 2, landing on Kaiser, causing her face to flush instantly as she discreetly arranged her hair. Two sounds echoed. Sang Luo raised her eyebrows. However, the majority of females lacked any supernatural abilities, even those who possessed some were exceedingly weak. Perhaps it was because Sang Luo was not one of the beastmen. Her strength did not manifest in beastly markings upon her arms, rendering her appearance indistinguishable from that of ordinary females devoid of powers. Once again, a sharp slap resounded. HM? Duo 2 glanced at the two, momentarily stunned. Sophia Lacetai. This is not a place for your antics. The dean is still searching for you. Do not keep her waiting. The man expressed his displeasure. Huh. Should anyone provoke you again, feel free to retaliate with more vigor. There is no need to hold back, for I shall protect you. Kaiser chuckled, aware of her own strength, as it was nearly impossible for anyone to harm her. Thus he remained untroubled, observing her enjoyment in the room without interruption. Kaiser turned to find Sang Luo. Sophia quickly closed her mouth. She secretly emitted a trace of mental energy. This is quite delicious. You should have a taste. She used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and brought it closer to feed him. She barely had time to feel pain as fear filled her heart. While sobbing, she kicked the man on the ground. Amon, you worthless fool, get up immediately. Who dares to ambush this princess? Her haughty and disdainful tone caused Sang Luo to glance at the 6 blue markings on his arm. Kaiser had just concluded a serious discussion with the dean when Sophia seized him. This serpent beast was rather petty, although Duo 2 held the title of prince. In terms of talent, Kaiser was the mightiest in the empire. Otherwise, he would not have risen from being a lost orphan rescued by the Beast King from the eastern continent to a general of the empire. This is an office, Duo 2 remarked, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Sang Luo, bending down to take her hand and placing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. Once again, we meet. My dear, last time, I left in haste, so allow me to introduce myself properly this time. I am Duo 2 Allens, the royal heir of the Allens Empire. It is not so grand as to encompass a city of 1,000,000 souls. Sang Luo, with a hint of arrogance, remarked that the 6th-tier eagle beast had not quite succeeded in its attempt to harm her. You weren't injured, were you? Caesar inquired gently, his gaze softening as it fell upon her. Did you not claim to be a female from the western continent? Duo 2, with a knowing smile, expressed his suspicions about her identity. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter Sang Luo, yet not entirely astonished. Is that so? I find the sweetness to be just right. Sang Luo retorted defiantly, indulging in another piece. Even Duo 2, despite his usual navet, quickly grasped the situation. He turned to Caesar with astonishment, realizing that she was indeed the little female from his household. Oh dear, Sang Luo, you have deceived me most terribly. Indeed, I have fallen into your trap. She replied playfully. What is your relationship with Caesar, and why are you so entangled with him? I warn you to keep your distance, otherwise I shall make you regret it. Today, I wish to change the venue. Shall we convene in the study? She entwined her delicate arms around his neck. Caesar's gaze lingered on her for a fleeting moment before shifting to Lartu, his demeanor humble and smiling. Shall we proceed to the study for our discussion? Caesar, who seldom indulged in meals, found it impossible to refuse the delicacies offered by Sang Luo. They were delightful beyond measure. Duo 2, glancing out the door, hastily followed, whispering, but honestly, do you truly intend to take that little mouse female as your mate? You know well that the genetic lineage of mouse beasts is notoriously mixed and inferior. If offspring were to arise from such a union, there would likely be a horde of hybrid beasts, whose talents are dismally lacking. Well, it was merely a dalliance. She mused, licking her lips as if savoring a delightful memory. The taste of that man was indeed exquisite, gentle yet fierce, powerful yet enduring, truly intoxicating. Caesar, having long discerned her fluctuations in spiritual energy, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. His long, jade-like fingers idly twirled several invisible strands of spiritual essence. At that moment, having completed the necessary registration, Caesar returned. Well, if you enjoy it, do partake more, he suggested amiably. At the estate, Caesar invited Duo 2 to partake in a sumptuous lunch, with the servants preparing dozens of exquisite dishes and freshly squeezed juices. As the wind sliced through the air, Sang Luo glanced at her untouched plate, only to turn and see a golden-haired man approaching swiftly, his expression brimming with ire. I brought her here, he stated. Meanwhile, Duo 2 reflected wryly on the matter. His future mate was not necessarily the one he desired, but she must be a noble female of exceptional breeding capability. For such a position only recognized lineage and offspring. The bond of a mate and progeny was of utmost importance to male beasts, once allied with the royal family. Caesar would find himself subservient to them, becoming a sufficiently obedient vassal. His formidable talents and years of battlefield success had made him a figure of envy to the royal court. The academy, funded by the royal family, permitted Larda to accompany her, knowing full well that he could not refuse the royal offspring's request. Listening to her slightly jealous tone, Caesar felt his previous irritation dissipate. Enjoy your meal. I shall attend to matters. If you wish for anything else, simply instruct the staff below. I have no significant ties to him, Sang Luo smirked. Her red lips curling with mischievous intent, her voice teasingly prolonged. It was merely a matter of sharing a bed. Sang Luo's body tingled with a peculiar sensation. Her face flushed as if she had been playfully teased. I cared not for her lineage or genetic heritage. It was simply her essence that captivated me. Caesar chuckled. Duo 2 and Caesar sauntered out in succession. Are you a rodent? Caesar turned to Sang Luo, his brow furrowed. Why not? To be honest. Princess Sophie is indeed quite beautiful. Ordinary beastmen could never ascend to the royal tier in their lifetime, and they inherently feared and revered the kingly beasts. Forget it. I spoke out of turn. This is your concern. Handle it as you see fit. He embraced her, eager to retreat to the bedroom. The female was ablaze with fury, wishing fervently to strangle her. I appreciate the princess's affection, but this was merely a casual mention from the old beast king. I never agreed, and moreover, I already have a partner, so this matter need not be broached again. Caesar withdrew his hand, his tone growing impatient. Is that not exaggerated enough? So, do you know every little stir in the city? Wouldn't that mean she has no privacy? It seems she is a cousin. I'll go answer the door, Duo 2 said, feeling as if he had received a reprieve. The principal did not grant her further opportunity to cause trouble and hurriedly left with his entourage. Shortly after, a slap landed on her face. Thus, Caesar always detested this affair, as well as Sophie's deliberate closeness. I never consented to this union, Caesar halted. Turning back to warn Duo 2, I have already bonded with Sang Sang. I shall only have one female in this lifetime. Prolonged use of mental power is exceedingly taxing on one's consciousness. My body cannot endure it. Hence I do not maintain it constantly, typically activating it only during battles. Caesar cautioned. Your mental strength is too weak. You must use it sparingly. Both fell to the ground, yet there was no sign of anyone having struck. Could it be a haunting? The eagle beast Amon's eyes turned crimson with rage as he let out a piercing howl. Upon hearing from the principal that Caesar was visiting the Erin's military academy, Sophie had thought he came seeking her, and she was elated. However, upon stepping out, she overheard students saying that Caesar had brought a beautiful female to register, and the principal himself was attending to her, which ignited her fury, prompting her to confront the situation. Yet Sophie Asatai bit her lip, unwilling to accept it. Your little sweetheart has arrived. Your Highness, please maintain silence. The general despises noise. The eagle beast frowned as he pulled her back, stepping forward to fixate on Sang Luo, his sharp eagle eyes cold as a frigid pool. As he slowly gathered a blade of wind in his palm, I have never favored striking females. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your provoking the princess. Ah, the veil fell to the ground, revealing a captivating face marred by the imprint of 5 fingers. Indeed, given that man's striking appearance and prowess, it would be surprising if few noble females did not admire him. She never truly wished to be a rodent. At that moment, she had not anticipated a chance encounter with Duo 2. The insectoid's disguise required blood for transformation. However, snakes and rodents are natural enemies. Caesar, why did you choose a little female rodent? A table laden with Sang Luo's favorite dishes awaited them. I am not a native beastman of the Western continent. Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. The old beast king had never trusted Caesar's feelings for Sang Luo. A triple strike. The eagle beast was utterly consumed by rage, his clothes shredding as he transformed into his beast form, unleashing a blade of wind that surged towards Sang Luo. Then will you replenish my supply? Sang Luo gazed at his face, playfully beckoning with her finger, her eyes glinting with a hint of flirtation. Principal Rauta had come to discuss serious matters with Caesar, but the little princess insisted on clinging to him. I never intended to bond with the princess. I simply had not considered the matter before and let it slip from my mind. The royal family sought to control him, a drawn sword, through marriage. He chuckled, thinking she was some formidable figure, only to realize she was merely Caesar's admirer. The chasm between 1st and 7th tiers was more than tenfold, not to mention the mere 6th tier. Yet Sophie Asatai had expressly demanded him years ago. Her father had even arranged their marriage. In truth, if you truly fancied that little female, you could take her as your lover. What are you two doing? Transforming into beast forms and attacking others is strictly prohibited within the academy. Severe violators will have their admission revoked. My apologies for disturbing the general. He coughed. But nothing transpired between me and your little female. We've only crossed paths twice in the Ruber Forest, and I hardly had the chance to develop any relationship with her. He shrugged, feigning regret. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with. Upon arrival, Sophie Asatai immediately made a scene, lacking any decorum. Caesar, you know my feelings. I have liked you since childhood. Those partners were thrust upon me by the nobility. I do not favor them. The position of primary consort has always been reserved for you. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of shyness, according to the marriage agreement my father arranged for us. You should come to propose next month. The disparity between the 7th tier and the kingly tier may seem merely one level apart, yet it is a vast chasm. In an instant, as the eagle beast launched another attack, she felt a surge of determination, ready to test her skills, and with a resounding clap. Indeed. Duo 2 secretly administered an aphrodisiac to Caesar. Sang Luo held her breath, eager to hear what Caesar would say next. You wait. If you dare to entangle my mail again, I shall not let you off lightly. Their meetings were few and far between, no matter how many times they met. His visage would always cause her heart to race and cheeks to flush. Upon hearing the principal's name, Sophie exhibited a flicker of trepidation in her eyes, yet before departing, she shot a defiant glare at Sang Luo, exclaiming fiercely, "How can you assist her, cousin? Clearly, this female has some underhanded scheme. She even slapped me. Just look. Who attacked?" The noble female retreated in fear, panic evident in her demeanor. "I wish to try a different position." His abdomen tightened, his ears reddening further. "All right." He carried her to the study and locked the door. The room was soundproof. Chapter 32. It turns out to be a nominal title. 3 days hence, there will be an entrance examination. Will you be attending? Caesar wore a contented expression, his mood buoyant as he fondled her silken hair. Sang Luo nestled in his embrace, greedily inhaling the refreshing pine and snow fragrance that clung to him. The scent was so delightful that she could not help but bury her head against his chest, murmuring, "Is it very difficult?" "Not particularly," he replied. "It's primarily an assessment of talent and practical skills, along with a written examination. If you find it troublesome and prefer not to attend, I could arrange for you to be admitted directly." "Taking the back door?" Sang Luo chuckled softly. "I think I shall give it a try. I have faith in my abilities." The entrance examination for the Aaron's military academy had not changed significantly from previous years. Comprising 3 segments. The first segment assessed talent. The second involved a written test. The third was the focal point, evaluating the student's practical aptitude. The initial talent assessment was slightly more stringent this year. Male orcs were required to be under 18 years of age and possess a talent level of 5 or higher, selected from among the most promising young orcs across the empire. In contrast, the criteria for females were considerably more lenient. Young females of childbearing age only needed to reach a strength level of 3 to pass the examination. This clearly illustrated the differing objectives of the academy in admitting males and females. Of course, few females entering the academy genuinely aspired to join the military. Most came to seek out exceptional male partners among the candidates, who were undoubtedly the C-Army de la C-Army of the Empire's elite. The academy was well aware of this, yet could not appear overtly biased, hence the stipulation that females must also adhere to the testing requirements. Females lacking any modicum of talent would be incapable of producing high-potential offspring with the outstanding males, leading to a loss of valuable resources. Sang Luo is not particularly worried about the first hurdle. Rather, her concern lies with the written examination of the second stage, as she is utterly unfamiliar with the theoretical knowledge required for military academies. 3 days. Even a last-minute effort may provoke the Buddha's ire. Caesar retrieved several examination papers from his study and presented them to her. "These are past test questions from the Aaron's military academy. I have organized them for you. You may practice with them, and feel free to inquire if anything is unclear." Sang Luo grasped the paper and promptly immersed herself in the questions. Caesar poured her a glass of fruit milk, inquiring if she would like something to drink. "I am not thirsty," she replied. "What about having something to eat first?" he asked. "I am not hungry," she responded. "Perhaps you should take a break before continuing your studies. Do not overexert yourself." Sang Luo did not lift her head, exclaiming, "Not enough. Bring me another 20. Is it really that difficult? A dead horse can still be treated as a living one." Sang Luo fundamentally lacks an understanding of the theoretical knowledge behind these questions, having merely committed the answers to memory. 3 days later, at the Aaron's military academy, Sang Luo wished to avoid inciting the commotion that had occurred on the day of enrollment, thus steering clear of troublesome rivals. She deliberately donned a simple and understated outfit. Parting ways with Kaiser upon arriving at the academy. Having arrived somewhat early, she noticed that the queue was still sparse. After verifying their information, Sang Luo was ushered into the grand hall of the academy. Some individuals were organizing equipment, while others were cramming for last-minute quizzes. There were nearly a few thousand attendees, not accounting for those who had yet to complete their registration. The number of females was a mere 100 or so, each adorned in resplendent attire and possessing striking beauty, predominantly hailing from noble families. Surrounding each female were several beastmen, tending to them with an air of devotion, seemingly their partners. In the third round of the practical elimination tournament, most females stood little chance of selection based on their abilities, thus bringing along their male companions for support. The school's higher-ups turned a blind eye to this arrangement, recognizing that the ability to command powerful males to fight loyally on their behalf was indeed one of the strengths of the females. Over time, an unspoken tradition had formed between the two parties. Sang Luo glanced at the emptiness surrounding him and sighed, acknowledging that one must ultimately rely on oneself. Before long, the commotion among the crowd subsided considerably as 3 colossal beasts, pulling a grand carriage, swaggered into the academy. These magnificent creatures were tamed, high-ranking star beasts known as dragon lizards. The spectacle was truly imposing, evoking a sense of envy in the eyes of many beastmen. A strikingly handsome and robust white tiger beastman accompanied the procession. He lifted the silk curtain and gently carried the person from the carriage. Sophie Aes Sedai, adorned in an exquisite grandmother green gown with a flowing skirt, her golden wavy hair cascading elegantly, and her pink eyes sparkling, resembled a delicately dressed doll, graciously welcomed at the forefront of the gathering like a radiant star. Sang Luo raised an eyebrow and inquired of the nearby watching beastman. What is the background of Princess Sophie Aesetai? Such a grand affair, yet she does not seem to be of the Allen's royal lineage. The male beastman quickly diverted his gaze, finding the small female before him even more captivating, her fragrance particularly sweet and alluring. He smiled and patiently explained. Sophie Aesetai hails from the Aesetai family, so she is certainly not of royal descent. The Beast King has only one prince, Muda Allens, and no female offspring. A few years ago, the Beast King unexpectedly conferred the title of a nominal princess upon Sophie Aesetai, who is a distant relative from a declining royal family. For the fallen Aesetai clan, establishing a connection with the royal family is indeed a cause for celebration, as this newfound status elevates their standing immensely. However, while Sophie Aesetai is nominally recognized as the daughter of the Beast King, he has not granted her the surname Allens, placing her in a somewhat awkward position. No wonder Muda refers to Sophie as his cousin. Sang Luo smiled. The old Beast King, lacking legitimate female alliances, resorted to selecting a mere female as Fade. A counterfeit princess could serve to control Caesar, and the declining noble families posed little threat. Indeed, the old Beast King's scheme was astute. As the assembly gathered, they entered the testing grounds in batches. On the podium, Caesar sat beside the principal. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent as if struck by frost. The deans and teachers present were also exceedingly tense. Caesar, not only a general of the empire, but also an alumnus of the Aaron's empire, had shattered all academic records at Aaron's academy during his 4 years of study, a feat unmatched to this day. No one at the Aaron's military academy harbored anything but reverence for this legendary figure. Yet, this general, typically consumed by military duties and rarely seen in public. What could have prompted his presence at the freshman selection? There had been no prior notice to the academy, leaving the principal in disarray. Ralta fidgeted anxiously, overwhelmed by pressure. Continuously sipping water. Could it be that this cohort of students contained some exceptional talents? Noticing Caesar's gaze fixed on the crowd below, the principal and teachers speculated about whom he might be observing, unable to discern clearly amidst the throng. It wasn't until Sophie entered that someone recalled Caesar's early betrothal to this princess, bestowed upon him by the Beast King, now that the princess had come of age. Her wedding loomed on the horizon. Surely, the general had come to witness his beloved. Sophie Aesetai beamed at the striking man on the podium, her heart fluttering as she shyly followed a beastman into the first testing room. When her name was called, Sang Luo glanced up, locking eyes with the smile radiating from Caesar. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to recognize him, and followed a beastman into the classroom designated for testing female talents. General, how do you find the qualifications of this batch of students? Are there any promising talents among them? Ralda rubbed his palms together, smiling amiably. The qualifications are decent. There are a few 7th-tier beastmen, but ultimately it depends on their subsequent performance. Talent alone does not dictate everything, Caesar replied, his gaze returning to the stage. His tone measured and calm. The principal poured a cup of tea, saying, "Please, my lord, sample this exquisite dragon's breath tea, a rare treasure from the eastern continent. It is an honor." Caesar accepted the tea with a smile, but did not drink, his long, elegant fingers lightly tracing the rim of the cup as he spoke leisurely. "Regarding your last proposal, Principal Rautu, I have given it some thought these past few days." When Sang Luo arrived at the attic, most of the previous batch of females had completed their tests, with nearly half failing to reach the passing mark. In fact, many had never harnessed their innate powers, unable even to perform the most fundamental manipulation of their abilities. She did not see Sophie Aesetai. Perhaps she had left after her assessment. "Please place your hand upon this stone, close your eyes, and summon the innate powers within you." A refined and handsome male orc approached to remind her. As her turn to take the stage drew near, Sang Luo stood upon the stone platform, placing her hand upon the 2-meter-high rock, effortlessly summoning the innate power within her. The teachers present for the assessment were taken aback, as it was their first encounter with a female so adept at wielding her innate abilities. The moment Sang Luo's hand made contact, the talent stone illuminated with a brilliance that surpassed all others. Her innate strength evidently exceeded the 3rd tier, reaching even the 4th and 5th tiers. A lightning affinity. One of the testing instructors rose in astonishment. After the radiance of the talent stone subsided, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Fortunately, Sang Luo had only utilized a fraction of her innate power, or else the talent stone would have likely been shattered on the spot. "May I inquire as to which esteemed family you hail from?" The testing teacher inquired with utmost respect. Lightning affinities are exceedingly rare, and the offensive capability of a golden lightning affinity ranks among the top 3, with the potential to evolve into the S-rank purple gold lightning. Such a talent is undoubtedly characteristic of the great noble families of beastkind. Could she possibly belong to the Ziyun leopard clan? Yet, it has been decades since a female was reported to have emerged from the Ziyun leopard lineage. Sang Luo, I am not a member of a prestigious family. I hail from a humble locality. A teacher even took the time to peruse the records I submitted upon enrollment. The identity that Kaiser registered for Sang Luo is indeed that of an ordinary female with an unremarkable background. Greetings, I am Glenn Tuya, responsible for students in the combat department. I dare say, with your esteemed talent, Your admission to the academy is a foregone conclusion. The prosperity of your entire family will hinge upon you, remarked Glentuya, his smile laden with unspoken implications. Females with lightning affinity are exceedingly rare throughout the empire, and your innate abilities surpass the third tier. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly incite a flurry of pursuit from the scions of noble families. Lower tier orcs place great importance on the reproductive capabilities of females, while those of higher rank, particularly royal grade orcs, emphasize the innate talents of females. As they cannot bear offspring at their level, they are primarily concerned with the potential of the female's abilities, even if they find a female with strong reproductive qualities. It is challenging to produce offspring if her talents are inadequate. If, by chance, any offspring are born, they are likely to be of low talent, failing to uphold the family's honor. The venue for the second written examination is located in the West Building. Allow me to escort you there. Please be cautious of the stone steps, Glentuya urged, concerned that Sang Luo might stumble. Someone sought out the principal to relay this matter. A female with lightning affinity has emerged? What is her level? Lartu immediately rose to his feet. Having taught at the academy for over a century, he had never encountered a female with lightning affinity. The academy's talent stones can only test up to the third tier, yet based on our previous experiences, her talent likely exceeds the fourth tier and may very well have reached the fifth tier. A fifth-tier lightning female is a rarity that may not appear for centuries. The Aaron's military academy has indeed stumbled upon a great fortune. Lartu, nearly fainting with excitement, inquired, "Who is this female?" Upon reviewing the information, he was taken aback and hurried to glance at the handsome man beside him. Isn't this the little female that the general brought in just a few days ago? No wonder he came personally. Perhaps he is not here for Sophia Asetai, but rather for this esteemed female. A fifth-tier lightning affinity female aligns far more closely with the royal beast selection criteria than that talentless princess. Inside the classroom for the second written examination, Sang Luo gazed upon the exam paper, where the questions were so familiar, resembling almost exactly those from the few sheets provided by Caesar. How deeply distrustful of her this was, to resort to such deception even in the examination questions. Sang Luo, with effortless ease, consistently achieved scores exceeding 90. As he gracefully exited the examination hall, onlookers were filled with envy. The initial two aptitude tests and written examinations had already eliminated more than half of the orc candidates. However, the third round, the elimination competition, represents the pinnacle of the entire freshman contest. From the remaining 2,000 orcs, a significant portion will be further filtered out, leaving only 800 fortunate individuals to secure their admission slots. The participants were transported to a vast forest, designated as the hunting grounds by the Aaron's Academy, where numerous star beasts of varying ranks from low tier to high tier were kept. Their task was to hunt these star beasts. The star beasts possess a chance of carrying tokens issued by the Academy. The more formidable the star beast, the higher the probability of token presence. The quantity of tokens collected will determine the rankings of the newcomers, updated in real time on the holographic interface, over a testing period of 15 days. With the top 800 securing admission, several holographic screens appeared, simultaneously broadcasting the happenings within the hunting grounds, where 7th-tier star beasts might be encountered. To ensure the safety of the freshmen, senior students would lead the teams. Sang Luo extended her mental energy, encompassing a radius of several dozen meters, allowing her to perceive every movement of those around her. Suddenly, she halted. The senior leading the group cast a cold glance in her direction and offered a subtle, derisive remark, a female from a remote village, without even a decent male by her side. A worthless rodent female, fortunate to enter. But who knows if she will leave alive? With that, he turned and walked away. The insult lingered in Sang Luo's ears, causing her to furrow her brow. The malice directed towards her was palpable. How could he presume to label her as a rodent female? Sang Luo once again expanded his mental prowess, observing as he strode towards a figure ahead. Chapter 33, the resemblance to Lan Song was striking. The senior, a leopard beast, weaved through the crowd and dashed into a secluded cave, which effectively shielded its interior from the external light barrier. Sophie Asetai was also present. Phil, there are numerous star beasts outside. For the next fortnight, it would be prudent for you to remain in the cave and refrain from venturing out. Kirky has established a defensive barrier at the entrance, rendering it impossible for any star beast below the 7th tier to breach our sanctuary. It is quite safe. Is that truly feasible? What about my results? A 7th tier brown bear beastman emerged from the cave, proffering a fruit as a gesture of goodwill. It's merely a matter of capturing a few high tier star beasts. You stay here, and we shall swiftly retrieve the token for you. I assure you, you will secure first place in this assessment. You two are quite considerate. Sophie Asetai, savoring the fruit, cast a glance in a particular direction. By the way, I do not wish to encounter that insufferable female rat. Do you both understand what needs to be done? Rest assured, Phil. The Yalin's military academy is not a place where just anything can gain entry. The difficulty of the elimination round in the third phase is considerable. All newcomers have signed a life and death agreement. Each year, a few vanish during the elimination rounds, and this year will be no exception. The brown bear beast man remarked with a knowing grin. Only then did Sophie smile contentedly, caressing her belly. With a charming smile, she added, once the task is accomplished, you shall both be duly rewarded. The other newcomers were astonished by her fervent dedication. Do females truly need to exert themselves so vigorously? What transpired over there? Someone is entangled with a high-tier star beast. Quick, let us investigate. The reputation of the Sang Luo star beast hunting machine has long been renowned, and as a beautiful female, few males are willing to take action against her. Thus, during the tumultuous battles of the last 2 days, hardly anyone dared to provoke her. Over the past fortnight, Sang Luo has traversed the various corners of the hunting grounds, dispatching solitary star beasts with equal indifference, whether they're low tier or high tier, each falling to her blade with efficiency. Her scores on the star brain have surged, placing her among the top 10. When that noble female emerges, will there be a need to reassess her talents? A teacher inquired. Towering like a dinosaur, standing several meters high and resembling a small mountain, each step she took sent tremors through the ground. The principal, hesitant to make unilateral decisions, glanced at General Kai's, remarking that this small female he brought was indeed extraordinary. Typically, those who maintain such impressive results are often 7th-tier beastmen. And this female is likely no exception. Spatial abilities are truly an essential talent for travel. No matter how long food is stored, it will neither spoil nor decay. He wiped the blood from his face, a cold smile creeping across his lips as he stood before the star beast's snout, producing a small strand of hair. Such lowly rat-like beasts, devoid of background or lineage, pose no trouble even if discreetly eliminated. The two soon located a 7th-tier star beast. After a female bonds with a male beast, she can draw upon 110 of their innate power for sustenance. However, whether she can refine it into her own talent depends on her abilities. Most females cannot even utilize one of their partner's innate powers, and a small fraction cannot harness any innate abilities at all, rendering their partner's gifts a mere waste. Sang Luo gazed at the stable score within the top 10 displayed on the holographic screen, feeling utterly relaxed as he perched upon a weathered wooden stump. Retrieving the provisions he had thoughtfully prepared in advance from his spatial storage, Sang Luo curled her lips in a cold smile. She had never been one to provoke others. Yet if someone insisted on challenging her, she would certainly show no mercy. The two of them engaged in a fierce struggle against the star beast for several rounds. Seizing an opportunity when the beast was struck in its abdomen, the leopard beast swiftly used its mental prowess to control it, blood beginning to ooze from its nose, mouth, and ears. Nearby, some beastmen rushed over to assist. Sang Luo glanced in their direction, quickly withdrew her mental energy, and leaped to another tree, her figure vanishing in an instant. With her skills, securing a spot among the new students was a foregone conclusion. Sang Luo had little desire to compete for rankings, instead simply wishing to hone her innate abilities against these star beasts. Days prior, Sophie had overheard that a female mouse had surprisingly manifested a talent, specifically a 5th-tier lightning affinity, which filled her with envy. How could such a lowly-blooded creature possess such formidable innate powers? The absence of any talent had been Sophie Assetai's greatest source of anguish. She believed it was due to the insufficient strength of the beastmen surrounding her. Once she captured a king beast, her innate abilities would undoubtedly surpass those of Sang Luo. In the final 2 days leading up to the competition's conclusion, chaos would ensue. Most star beasts in the hunting grounds had been hunted down, and acquiring a token would necessitate seizing it from others. The controlled star beast suddenly erupted, devouring the bear beast whole. The leopard beast instinctively recoiled, but one of its arms was savagely torn off, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. During the past month, the other new students had subsisted solely on nutrient solutions, while Sang Luo feasted daily on sumptuous meals, a delightful array of meat and vegetables. To an outsider, it might seem as though she were on a leisurely excursion. Having discerned the flavor of her situation, they might as well kill her. Kaiser had declined the Academy's proposal for another talent assessment, even regretting allowing her to participate in the admissions competition, as her flamboyance attracted the attention of several eager youths. Much like a peacock displaying its feathers, which was utterly irksome, Sang Luo yearned to return, and the sole means to achieve this was to transcend into the realm of legends. The newcomers were utterly astonished. A deity of slaughter had emerged in this elimination round. And astonishingly, she was female. The instructors outside the arena could hardly believe their eyes. The two beastmen were companions of Sophie Assetai, both at the 7th tier. The leopard beast senior possessed the exceedingly rare talent of psychic control, having ventured into the very heart of the hunting ground, where the star beasts were of a considerably higher grade than those on the periphery, often comprising 6th tier and even 7th tier elite creatures. Most newcomers dared not tread into this territory. The true elimination round was just commencing. The gazes of the two beastmen ignited with fervor, had the setting permitted. A passionate encounter would surely have ensued. As they forged their way through, the entire hunting ground reverberated with the renown of Sang Luo, and some scions of noble families sought to ally with her. However, Sang Luo had no desire to carry any dead weight, and thus declined all offers. Sophie had gleaned through subtle inquiries from Duota that Sang Luo was merely a rodent female, brought back from a destitute tribal village following the insectoid assault on Kaiser. Her lineage was of the lowest order, with only her striking visage to commend her. Kaiser likely regarded her merely with a fleeting sense of novelty. The plans discussed among the three were overheard entirely by Sang Luo. Others could only gaze upon her with envy and resentment. After satisfying their hunger, they rose, clapping their hands, intending to scout the vicinity for any solitary star beasts. As her psychic energy radiated outward, she noticed a group of noble youths tormenting a young wolf beast boy of around 16 or 17 years. Sang Luo stood as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Lan Song. Chapter 34. Conceiving a child is not so simple. How dare a lowly wolf beast like you seek admission to the Arlen Academy? Hand over your token, and we might spare your life. Indeed, the Arlen Military Academy boasts the finest resources in the empire, yet it is equally a bastion for the aristocracy. The exorbitant tuition fees alone deter the majority, and the offspring of nobility are known to form cliques, leaving newcomers from humble origins vulnerable to their clandestine bullying. This wolf beast, lacking any notable background, yet possessing commendable strength and several tokens, quickly caught the attention of these spoiled aristocrats. A group surrounded the youth, seizing his holographic device. I wish to enter the academy. I cannot relinquish my token. Please, return it to me. Laughter erupted. What a jest. A lowly wolf beast with a muddled lineage aspires to study here? It seems you have yet to experience the force of our fists. One particularly burly orc swung a fist towards his face. Those with eyes, step aside. Those without will receive a beating. Sang Luo charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the orc sprawling. Among the newcomers in the hunting grounds, nearly everyone knew of Sang Luo. These aristocratic youths, with their modest fifth-tier abilities, were quick to retreat in fear of confrontation. Sang Luo picked up the luminous device from the ground and handed it back to the beastly youth. She found herself momentarily entranced by his face. His short black hair framed a pair of clear, warm amber eyes, and his features were strikingly handsome, bearing a resemblance to Lan Song by 3 or 4 points. Thank you, he murmured as he accepted the device, gazing downwards before hastily departing. Sang Luo found herself momentarily entranced, only to realize that the person had vanished without a trace, leaving no opportunity to inquire their name. She hastily pursued them, yet her search proved fruitless. Following the conclusion of a fortnight-long elimination round, the testing instructor activated the teleportation array. Sang Luo approached Glentuya, requesting assistance in locating an individual, a wolf beast. Glentuya regarded her for a moment, remarking that many new students had registered this year, and there were hundreds of wolf beasts, most of which would opt for combat classes. I can certainly assist you in your search, he assured her. Once located, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a copy of their information. Upon the successful completion of this task, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. Haha, it would indeed be an honor to assist such a distinguished lady. After enduring more than half a month of physical and mental fatigue, a soak in the hot springs rejuvenated her completely. Upon her first visit to the backyard hot spring, Sang Luo was enveloped in delicate wisps of white mist that exuded a delightful herbal fragrance. The interior of the spring was adorned with beastly crystals, and the bottom of the pool was generously lined with shimmering gemstones, clearly intended for therapeutic purposes. Was there something amiss with Kaiser's health? As she pondered this, Kaiser approached her. Noticing Sang Luo, clad in a bathrobe and reclining against the stones beside the spring, he smirked and drew her into his embrace. Inhaling the refreshing mist and the alluring scent that clung to her, Sang Luo was aware that he had just returned from the principal's office, having reviewed the test results. Sophie Asatai's scores were insufficient. However, due to her royal lineage, she was granted admission by the Beast King. One of her senior companions had perished, while the other had lost a hand and could no longer remain at the academy, thus resigning. Kaiser was quite displeased after learning of the incident Sang Luo faced in the hunting grounds, but fortunately, she was unharmed. His disdain for Sophie Asatai intensified, and he inquired whether she still wished to attend the academy. To speak candidly, Sang Luo held little interest in academia. Yet the memory of the wolf beast boy she encountered in the hunting grounds lingered in her mind. Was it mere coincidence? Or perhaps Lan Song had mentioned that he had a brother studying in the Western continent, who would be around 16 or 17 years of age by now. If the opportunity arose, she might visit. It was possible she could encounter that wolf beast again at the academy. Kaiser released her and began to remove his garments. Very well. I shall arrange for you to be an auditing student. You may attend whenever you wish. It is relatively flexible and unrestricted. As long as you accumulate sufficient credits, you shall graduate. Sang Luo gazed at him as he slowly shed his robe, revealing his bare upper body, which was both robust and elegantly sculpted. His skin, pale and delicate, glistened as droplets cascaded down from his muscular chest to forbidden territories, leaving her entranced and her mouth agape with desire. Ahem. Let's put that aside for now. I have something far more pressing to convey to you. Sang Luo flashed a charming smile and beckoned him with a delicate gesture, inviting him closer. As Kaiser had just shed his garments and approached, he was suddenly tackled by Sang Luo, sending droplets of water cascading around them. Sang, do not play around, he remarked, though his tone belied any intention of refusal. Sang Luo playfully leaned on him, inquiring about the appearance of his beast form. What does your beast form look like? I have never seen it before. My beast form is not as visually appealing as my human one. Kaiser was acutely aware of the allure his human guise held for females, Yet he knew that most females did not favor serpent beasts. He feared that Sang Luo might not only dislike, but even be frightened by his true form. Hence, he had refrained from revealing it. Let me see it. Would you truly dislike it? I cherish you, regardless of your appearance. I will always hold affection for you. Kaiser's heart warmed at her words as he leaned down to kiss her. The surface of the water began to ripple gently, and Sang Luo caught a glimpse of a slender dark shadow lurking beneath the surface. Suddenly, a fervent heat surged within Sang Luo, as she entwined her legs around his remarkably resilient waist. Softly, she whispered in his ear, I desire you. Caesar's breath hitched abruptly, his ears flushed crimson, as his hand, resting on her waist, tightened. What do you want from me? He asked, his voice laced with difficulty. I will be gentle. He delicately pressed a kiss to her forehead. The chill of his touch traveled down her calf, inching upward, entwining with fervor, inseparable. Unlike his usual gentle patience, Caesar greedily kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sang Luo had spent 3 days and nights submerged in the hot springs. Had it not been for the nourishing beast crystal within, she might have succumbed in this place. As Sang Luo was on the verge of fainting, in a fit of anger, she bit down on his lip, causing the metallic tang of blood to fill the air. Caesar chuckled softly, utterly satisfied, declaring, You are the only one who has witnessed me in such a state, and the sole one capable of enduring my femininity. When Sang Luo awoke once more, she found herself back in bed. Outside the window, it was unclear whether it was dawn or dusk. Kaiser was lazily holding her, playfully toying with her hair. His lips, usually somewhat pale, appeared alluringly red at this moment, as one hand gently caressed her abdomen, as if anticipating something. Sang, will we have children in the future? Kaiser asked softly, his tone filled with delight. It should be quite easy to conceive. Is it truly that simple? The males of the beast world were utterly obsessed with having offspring. If it were that effortless, the royal beasts wouldn't be on the brink of extinction. However, the female mice have decent fertility, and your potential is remarkable, Kaiser replied, planting another kiss on her. Then shall we indulge in this a few more times? I suspect your desire for children may not be your sole motivation. Sang Luo laughed, turning to embrace him. Oh, you wicked serpent, how you've changed. Kaiser buried his face in her neck, whispering, You are simply irresistible. I wish to possess you at all times. Chapter 35. He is to become a beast father. During this period, the servants dared not venture into the back courtyard. Occasionally, sounds that would make anyone blush could be heard, echoing from night till morning, stirring both beast and human blood to an excited frenzy. A young, naive rabbit beast, armed with scissors, was quickly stopped by an older beast man. What are you doing running about? Has the shrubbery in the Westland area been completed? All done, except for the flower wall here that still needs trimming. Just as he was about to head towards the back courtyard, he caught faint, suppressed sounds of male and female intimacy, instantly turning beet red. Stammering, he turned back, saying, I suppose there are some tasks left in the kitchen. I'll go assist there instead. Perhaps soon, our estate will welcome a new little master. Beastmen were never shy about such matters and often welcomed them. The old steward instructed the servants to tend to other duties and to refrain from disturbing the royal beast lord's enjoyment. If memory serves, it was currently the mating season for the serpent beasts. The former royal beast lord had always resorted to suppressants to control his urges, but now that they were unleashed, it was uncertain whether the noble female could withstand it. He pondered this, hurrying to the kitchen to instruct the servants to prepare some nourishing chicken soup and seafood broth to bolster the body. Since that day, Sang Luo had completely awakened Kaiser's long-suppressed desires. Whenever he found a moment, he would cling to her, thrusting her into a whirlwind of exquisite ecstasy and torment, living and dying repeatedly, unable to extricate herself. She could no longer indulge him. This serpent beast was insatiable, and what she replenished from him was still insufficient for his demands. It was Kaiser's first time indulging so freely, which had angered the little female. For several days, she had refused his advances, leaving him yearning yet unable to taste her sweetness. Although he felt helpless, he recognized that he had indeed overstepped his bounds in recent days. He pinched Sang Luo's flushed cheek gently, urging her to rest well, before retreating to his study to manage the pile of paperwork that had accumulated over time. A male beast with offspring would become increasingly fixated on the pursuit of power, posing the greatest threat to those in positions of authority. In addition to this, Kaiser had also instructed Sang Luo to regularly consume beast crystals, starting with lower-tier ones and gradually progressing to higher-tier crystals once her body had adapted. Not long after, Sang Luo grew drowsy again, and after tucking her in, both males departed. Sang Luo picked up a piece of amethyst and then set it down. I understand your intention to nourish my body, yet my ability to absorb beast crystals is rather limited. Consuming these is far less beneficial than indulging in more substantial meals of meat, which would greatly enhance my vitality. Kaiser tenderly gazed at her slightly rounded belly. Although this child would merely be a rodent beast or a hybrid, lacking in remarkable potential, he still desired for his beloved's offspring to possess greater gifts. Even if they were no longer present in the world, he wished for their descendants to thrive. In recent days, He had diligently attended to all official matters for the forthcoming months and dismissed various trivialities, all in order to spend time with her. Sang Luo shook her head, remarking that her cycles have always been rather unpredictable. At times they arrive a few days early, and at others, they are delayed by several days. The old Beast King had not experienced fatherhood until he reached the venerable age of over 500. Sang, it seems you may be with child. Observing that she had consumed an abundance of high-grade crystal stones without any signs of weakness or malnourishment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sang is indeed pregnant. She is my rightful partner, and I shall never allow our child to be born as an illegitimate offspring hidden from the world. Curiously, despite consuming so much, she felt no sense of fullness, as if her stomach were an infinite void, eagerly absorbing everything that crossed her lips. Sang Luo glanced at the 7 or 8 empty plates before her, momentarily at a loss for words. When had she become such a voracious eater? Naturally, I shall keep this in mind. During those few days, given your discomfort, I will certainly tread lightly. The period following a female's estrus is when the likelihood of conception peaks, and the males, in their fervent quest for mating rights, often engage in fierce competition. Thus, it has become an instinct ingrained in their very nature to shower the female with attentions during this critical time. As Sang Luo witnessed his flustered demeanor for the first time, she could not help but chuckle. No, I'm perfectly fine. Even if I were to conceive, your child would not be so fragile. The purebred lineage of the royal beast is notoriously difficult to nurture, and even the gestation of mixed offspring presents considerably more challenges than that of ordinary beastmen. Given how swiftly this conception has occurred, it is highly likely that it is merely a litter of little mice. The Beast King, upon observing your lackadaisical attitude, might very well consider dismissing you. You mustn't jeopardize your livelihood. The two of us are relying on you. Sang Luo gently caressed her abdomen, feigning reproach. Sang Luo had just finished a bag of jerky when she noticed 2 individuals returning. Sang Luo gazed at Caesar's flushed face, momentarily taken aback as she blinked in confusion. What was amiss? Upon learning of this joyous news from the hospital, Duo 2 hurriedly made her way from the palace that very night. Only upon witnessing Sang Luo's noticeably rounded belly did she come to believe the veracity of the matter. Although the two had been inseparable day and night during this period, they had only been together for a mere 2 months. It is rather unusual for someone to conceive in such a short span of time, is it not? Sang Luo slumbered deeply, feeling as though no amount of sleep could ever suffice. Upon awakening, she consumed several crystalline stones, which alleviated her physical fatigue instantaneously. However, the weariness of the spirit proved to be a more daunting challenge. The ferocity of the rutting males was indeed formidable. One could hardly fathom how Li Man managed to cope with such a horde of lustful beasts without succumbing to exhaustion. At the dining table, her usual favorite of vegetable noodles scarcely caught her gaze, as she fixated solely on the meat before her. Sang Luo paused for a moment, then recalled that he was referring to her monthly cycle, his eyes widening as he murmured, "How do you remember this more clearly than I do?" His aspirations for pure-blooded offspring had long since faded. Simply having a descendant was already a blessing from the heavens. Sang is pregnant. Keep your distance. The emperor would never consent to your union with her. If you wish for this child to be born safely, you must unite with Sophie Aesidai, allowing her to become your clandestine lover. Only by demonstrating to the emperor your disregard for this unborn child might you safeguard her and the infant. Do not waste. Consume more for the sake of the child, as it can enhance their innate abilities. Kaiser chuckled, explaining that aside from the innate talents bestowed by their lineage, the primary method for orcs to augment their abilities was through the use of beast crystals. The most critical period for the formation of an orc's talents occurs during gestation within the womb. However, it is quite challenging for the royal beast to conceive. We have scarcely attempted this a few times. Sang Luo, disregarding the potential waste, seized a handful of crystal and swallowed it whole. Caesar watched in alarm, reminding himself that there was no need for haste. A gradual approach would suffice. Approximately half a month later, Caesar became acutely aware that the pregnancy was stable, his excitement preventing him from sleeping for several nights. As a first-time father, he lacked experience. So he took Sang Luo to the hospital to procure various prenatal supplements and the finest nourishing tonics. Initially, he presumed their bond was merely superficial, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that the sentiment of a brother's child is also my child held true. The high priest had mentioned that a child's innate abilities could be transferred to the mother, leaving him curious about the potential enhancement of this offspring. The gestation period for the rat clan is remarkably brief, lasting around 20 days. Now, with half a month elapsed, Sang Luo's pregnancy symptoms remained somewhat subtle. It appeared he might have misjudged, as this child could very well be of mixed lineage. What was most crucial was her ability to eat and sleep. After satisfying her hunger, she would promptly succumb to sleep once more. During this time, the intake of beast crystals could significantly promote the development of the child's innate capabilities, making post-birth advancement considerably more challenging. Days passed in this manner, and Caesar was increasingly anxious. He refrained from further interfering and returned to the bedroom. With this acknowledgement, Caesar felt confident she was indeed pregnant. He gently caressed Sang Luo's abdomen, suddenly stricken with concern. Had his recent lack of restraint caused any harm? We should consult the doctor again, Caesar exclaimed, eager to reassure her, Eat as much as you desire. My only concern is that you do not overindulge. In a few days, he planned to take her on a cruise for a change of scenery. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Recognizing that a pregnant female's primary tasks were to eat, drink, and rest, yet he felt her confinement within the house was not conducive to her well-being. As Sang Luo awoke, she noticed Kaiser seated at the bedside, his gaze fixed intently upon her. I do not enjoy drinking, she remarked. But Kaiser merely glanced at her without a response. His eyes frequently wandered to her abdomen, and to be candid, he felt an overwhelming curiosity about the potential offspring she could bear. After Sang Luo finished a basin of garlic grilled fish, 2 plates of braised pork knuckle, 3 servings of cold venison, and an entire pot of hen soup, consuming both meat and broth, she even indulged in 3 or 4 pieces of meat pie. Licking her lips in satisfaction, Kaiser was taken aback by her prodigious appetite, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression slightly grave. Sang, are you feeling unwell? She shot him a resentful glare. It's all your fault. I haven't been eating properly these past few days. Eating more meat is perfectly normal. Are you displeased with my appetite? Kaiser often expressed his desire for a child during tender moments with Sang Luo. Yet he was acutely aware that progeny might elude him in this lifetime. Nevertheless, her recent peculiar behavior increasingly suggested that she might be with child. As a carnivorous creature, Kaiser was familiar with pregnant lionesses and found no reason to be surprised by Sang Luo's voracious consumption. With a broad smile, he inquired, what else would you like? I have plenty in my palace. If that is insufficient, I can search my father's treasury for more, and if that still falls short, Kaiser and I can catch a few high-grade star beasts for you. Rest assured, I can provide. With careful excitement, he embraced her. Now, how about a cigarette? He lit one, the white smoke swirling around them. Seeing Sang Luo's enthusiastic demeanor, Mutu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, making one wonder if the child she was carrying was his. Mutu remained silent for an extended period, gazing earnestly at him, which would undoubtedly complicate matters with the emperor. Regardless of the race, they were all his children. Kaiser felt no disdain whatsoever and remained quite pleased. Mutu brought forth a bottle of aged fragrant wine and poured him a glass, remarking that it had been quite a while since they had gathered, suggesting they share a drink. Sang Luo turned her gaze towards Kaisei. In recent days, his outings had become increasingly infrequent. She recalled when she first arrived on the Western continent, when days would pass without catching a glimpse of him. Now, he spent 5 out of 7 days by her side. Coming back to her senses, she called out, wait for me. I have brought numerous nourishing supplements for you this time, all exquisite treasures contributed by other small nations. Sang Luo took a bite of the jerky, her eyes brightening at the delightful flavor, and she soon devoured it without hesitation. It was the first time Mutu had witnessed Caesar's eyes radiate such a chilling danger. Momentarily entranced into silence. No, I haven't, Sang Luo replied, hastily finishing a spicy duck leg, simply driven by hunger and her desire for meat. You haven't been here this month, Caesar remarked, noting that it had already been 16 days. You came for the previous 2 months. Mutu, regaining composure, turned to Caesar. Are you certain you wish to keep them? This litter likely belongs to the rodent clan or is a hybrid of rat and snake, lacking significant talent. Sang Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of anticipation and joy. Such a remarkable treasure was almost wasted on her. Duota retrieved several exquisite items from the spatial realm and, noticing her fondness for jerky, selected a large bag of fresh, flavorful jerky made from the tender belly meat of the high-tier star beast, the thorned white deer, enhanced with a special honey seasoning. The energy contained within was not inferior to that of beast crystals. It was not only delectable, but also nourishing. If Kaiser remained childless for too long, the old beast king would hardly care about his partner's identity, but the circumstances had changed. The naturally regal beasts could essentially prepare for the end of their lineage. How could she already be pregnant after just 2 months? Weren't they quite busy? Truly. As Kaiser emerged from his quarters, he encountered the old beast man clearing the dining table. With a knowing smile, the elder remarked that the lady appeared to be with child. His own partner had displayed similar signs during her pregnancy, an increased appetite. If she were indeed carrying a carnivorous offspring, everything would make perfect sense. In a society where polyandry was commonplace, male beasts possessed a keen sensitivity to the bloodline fluctuations of their progeny, ensuring they could ascertain whether the offspring belonged to them. Reflecting on the necessity to become more diligent, Kaiser realized he had amassed a considerable fortune over the years, yet had spent most of it on himself, leaving little for the future. After all, he had never anticipated finding a partner and starting a family. Now that he had his own little household, it was time to plan for the future. Observing her rapid consumption of food, Kaiser instructed the servants to promptly bring more meat dishes. Kaiser's gaze suddenly turned icy as he warned, "Please convey to His Majesty the Beast King that I have no interest in vying for power. Should he desire it, I can willingly relinquish all military authority and depart from the Western continent forever. However, if he dares to lay a finger on my partner or child, he shall face the flames of retribution." "Very well, it seems you are destined to become a father," Duota replied, extinguishing his cigarette and removing his coat, revealing a white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar. Pouring himself a glass of wine, he reclined on the sofa, allowing his curiosity to surface. I heard that the gestation period for the rodent tribe is approximately 20 days. Mixed-breed beasts tend to have a longer gestation. This one seems to resemble a hybrid. What does the hospital say? For now, we cannot ascertain the exact duration of the pregnancy, but it likely won't be too lengthy, came the reply. Unless it's a purebred royal beast, the gestation for ordinary beasts lasts no more than a few months, and even for hybrids, it won't extend much longer. Chapter 36, Reunion with Lan Song. Lan Rua had just rushed home from the academy when she spotted a figure seated on the sofa. The man had short, tousled black hair, a stern countenance, and a tall, athletic build clad in slightly snug combat attire that accentuated his muscular physique. Brother, what brings you home today? Will you be staying for a few days? The man was applying medicine to a wound on his arm, wrapping it in a white bandage. Upon hearing her, he glanced toward the door. I came to see you. I'll be leaving tomorrow. How did your entrance exam go? I passed with flying colors, ranking 139th and securing a place in the combat department. Lan Rua hurriedly changed into slippers and tidied up the clutter on the table. I know you've always wanted to go there. The Aaron's Military Academy boasts the finest instructors in the empire, and its graduates are highly sought after throughout the Western continent. Soon, I'll be able to assist you, brother. Lan Rua looked at him, suddenly overcome with sadness. In truth, her brother had also aspired to attend, but he had been unable to gather the necessary tuition back then and was rejected by the academy. His ambition to attend Aaron's Military Academy was partly fueled by a desire to fulfill his own dreams from years past. Lan Rua, filled with a sense of injustice, remarked, the beasts at Aaron's Academy are not all that exceptional. Many of them are not as capable as you. If you had attended, you would certainly have excelled. The man smiled but said nothing further, turning to head toward the kitchen. To celebrate your successful admission to Aaron's Academy, what would you like to eat? I'll whip something up. Brother, your cooking is the best. Ever since I joined the mercenaries, I haven't had the pleasure of tasting your culinary skills. Lan Rua joined him in the kitchen, her stories about the competition flowing freely. Those scions of noble families are not all that impressive. Some of their qualities are akin to those of the ruffians from the slums. Several of them surrounded me, trying to snatch my token, but fortunately, someone came to my aid. She is a female. As she spoke, her voice trailed off. The man, having experienced the awkwardness of youth, understood her unspoken feelings. He chuckled softly. Are you fond of her? No. Lan Rua quickly denied it, her face flushing deeper. She helped me, and I am very grateful to her. She feels like an older sister, much like you. She, like you, possesses lightning-based abilities and wields golden lightning. Suddenly, as Lan Rua stepped into the kitchen, a sharp crash echoed through the room, causing her to freeze at the sight of shattered dishes strewn across the floor. Brother, what happened? Nothing, just a little slip. My hand is still recovering, he replied, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his expression, his voice hoarse. She possesses lightning talents? Lan Rua hurriedly grabbed a broom and dustpan to clean up the shards, instinctively responding, yes, I've never encountered anyone with the same abilities as you. She is incredibly strong, likely a 7th-tier beast. I'm encountering a female with such power for the first time, so she must belong to a prominent family. The man fell silent, a bitter smile gracing his lips. What was he hoping for? She was gone, lost to the beast tide. His inability to protect her remained his greatest sorrow. Throughout dinner, he spoke not a word, enveloped in silence and repression. Before retiring for the night, he handed Lan Rua a bag of crystals, asking, expenses in the imperial capital can be quite high. Is your living allowance sufficient? Yes, it's enough. Lan Rua felt embarrassed to accept, yet with his current financial situation, she could not refuse. Knowing the upcoming tuition fees, she lowered her head. Brother, actually, I've found a few odd jobs in the imperial capital. I can manage my living expenses from now on, so you needn't trouble yourself. You're still young. Focus on your studies. There's no need to worry about anything else. Brother, you're going on another mission? Aren't you going to rest for another night? Seeing him don his coat and prepare to leave, Lan Rua felt an increasing sense of guilt. Her brother had labored for her for so long, simply because he was her only family. Her brother valued emotions deeply, having envied those who had families and loved ones since childhood, yearning for a familial bond. Yet he had never found the right one. Lan Rua always felt she was a burden to him, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. If that is the case, perhaps I should withdraw from school. This institution in Aero City isn't too bad either. Don't say such things. I promised your beast father and mother that I would raise you until you turn 18 and watch you grow into adulthood. The man patted her shoulder. In a few years, you'll be nearly as tall as me. Once you finish your studies, I will have no more worries. Lan Rua sensed something peculiar in his words, the smile tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet she felt unable to articulate it, attributing it to her own misinterpretation. You're speaking too soon. Brother, when you eventually settle down and have children with your beloved partner, I can help look after my little nephew when you're busy. Lan Song withdrew his hand, declaring that there would be no future. The underground black market, a forbidden zone in the Western continent, offered a plethora of illicit goods. Even human lives. The orc traders, cloaked in thick gray robes and adorned with bizarre masks, concealed their identities. The man turned into a subterranean bar where an orc at the front desk mixed a cocktail and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, esteemed guest. It has been quite a while. We thought you had retired from the game. Take me to see your leader," he commanded. "The head honcho is unavailable." However, the second in command emerged from the depths not long ago, making a special trip to Oro City just to meet you. "He has been waiting for your arrival," the orc explained, pressing a mechanism beside the counter. A hidden door in the wall opened, leading him into a secret passage that descended to the true underground trading hub of the bar. The second in command, a formidable middle-aged tiger orc with a buzz cut, a broad face, and muscular arms adorned with intricate black tattoos, sat smoking a cigarette. He looked up at the newcomer with a grin. "Lan Song, not long ago you requested to withdraw from the organization, seeking a peaceful life with a lovely female. What brings you back now? Have you run out of money, or was it the female who cast you aside?" Lan Song's expression remained stoic, an icy aura surrounding him. "I have no time for idle chatter. What tasks remain in the organization? I want them all." The other male orcs in the room exchanged incredulous glances. Since his return to the organization, he had undertaken no less than 100 assignments in a mere 2 months, all of them ranked S-level or higher. Previously, he had been desperate for cash, but now he seemed transformed into a veritable harbinger of death, as if attempting to numb himself through bloodshed. The black-armed tiger orc extinguished his cigarette, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "There is a significant contract available. Are you interested?" "Yes. Consider this carefully. This is a 3S-level assassination order. I have dispatched dozens of our finest operatives recently, yet all have failed to return. It matters not." Lan Song was indifferent to life and death. "Upon completion of this task, how much will I earn?" "Ha ha, I knew you were the right choice. Who doesn't he know that the lone wolf has never failed a commission in years? You are the most trusted talent in our organization. The bounty for this job will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." The tiger orc handed him a wanted poster, grinning. "Endless riches beyond your imagination await." Lan Song examined the wanted poster and recognized the general from the Aaron's Empire. "Yes, that detestable fellow. Not long ago, he wiped out my entire crew and imprisoned me. I barely managed to bribe my way out of that hellhole, and now I have nothing left. I will have him pay in blood." Lan Song sneered. "That individual is a royal beast. No one within the organization can eliminate him." "Huh, the money I offer is not without cost. What if you cannot kill a royal beast? I hear he has a female companion who is pregnant and is fiercely protective of her. If we can capture her and use her as leverage." His voice darkened. The black tiger orc gestured to one of the nearby orcs, who tossed a gun to him. "This is the newly developed MK-570. It can take down any orc below the 7th tier with a single shot, though we have yet to test its efficacy against a royal beast." Lan Song took the weapon, contemplating for a moment before stating, "If I fail the mission, what then? Do not forget, you two are among the top 10 on the wanted list. Consider it as us purchasing your life. Your brother's tuition will be covered." On the yacht, Sang Luo reclined on the deck, basking in the sea breeze while savoring the delectable seafood, truly a moment of indulgence. Caillou approached her from behind, gently caressing her ear and cheek, inquiring about her well-being and whether she felt any seasickness. "How many days until we arrive?" "Approximately half a month." "What's the matter? Are you longing to return?" "Not at all. It's quite comfortable here. I wish to linger a little longer," she replied. Caillou had chartered a luxury cruise ship, ostensibly to provide Sang Luo with a chance to relax and unwind. But secretly, he had discussed with her the intention of bringing her back to the Eastern continent for her impending childbirth. In about half a month, they would reach the Eastern continent, coinciding with her due date. The orc attendants arrived with numerous trays brimming with an array of fish, shrimp, and shellfish delicacies. And Sang Luo relished every bite. Orcs naturally favored raw meat, yet the orcs of the Western continent, having moved beyond their primitive phase, predominantly consumed cooked meat, with seafood often served as sashimi. Sang Luo placed a hand on her belly, sensing that the unborn child seemed to have a particular fondness for raw meat. Having grown accustomed to Sang Luo's insatiable appetite over the past few days, Caillou was no longer anxious. He picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, smiling as he asked, "Are you still hungry? If there's anything you desire, just let me know. We have several sea beast orcs on board who can dive to catch any missing ingredients." "Oh dear, I fear I might bankrupt you," she jested. "Don't worry, can I not afford to take care of you? My only concern is that you eat well." Caillou then handed her a few purple crystals, saying, "Use these for now. Once we reach the Eastern continent, there are plenty of rare treasures, and the star beasts there are even more formidable than those of the Western continent. I will hunt some higher-tier star beasts for you." After their meal, a server approached to clear the table, and the orc, with head bowed, cast a fleeting glance at Sang Luo. Sang Luo felt drowsy again, oblivious to the gaze upon her. Caesar paused momentarily, then leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her cheek, smiling tenderly as he said, "Allow me to carry you back to rest. There are matters I must attend to, and I may be away for a while." Sang Luo emitted a soft hum twice before he gently lifted her, carrying her to a room in the uppermost level of the cabin. Behind a slightly drawn curtain, a tall and enigmatic silhouette emerged. Through the scope, the target came into view. Just before the trigger was pulled, the woman in his arms turned her face slightly. revealing a glimpse of her delicate features, jet black hair, porcelain skin, and vividly red lips. The gun slipped from his grasp in an instant. How peculiar. Sang Luo seemed to sense something and turned to gaze in a particular direction. The room was desolate, devoid of any presence. The window stood ajar, and the curtains swayed gently. You had chartered the cruise ship, leaving no other tourists aboard. Apart from the two of us and the numerous crew members on the vessel, there was no one else. Caesar's voice remained soft yet enigmatic. Very well, Sang, you should rest. Do not venture out before nightfall. I shall attend to the other matters. As night descended, Sang Luo was jolted awake by the sound of gunfire from outside. Caesar had not yet returned. Could something have gone awry? She recalled Caesar's warning from earlier that day. It seemed he had anticipated the night's upheaval, having occupied a position of power for many years. It was likely not the first time he had encountered an assassination attempt. However, unlike before, this time he had a female companion with him. Perhaps he feared alarming her, which is why he had withheld the truth. Caesar was formidable, yet those desperate enough to attempt an assassination would not come merely to meet their demise. They might have set a trap long ago. Sang Luo's apprehension intensified. Just as she reached the doorway, she suddenly heard unfamiliar footsteps drawing closer. She hurriedly peered through the peephole and saw several masked figures clad in black standing at her door. One of them, a beastman, produced the key to her room and approached, intent on unlocking the door. Were these intruders targeting her? Sang Luo stepped back. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the window glass shattered. Before she could react, a surge of lightning energy coalesced in her palm, yet she was caught off guard as a man embraced her from behind. He grasped her right hand with an iron grip, and to her astonishment, the crackling energy flowed directly into his being. In a moment of shock, Sang Luo found herself unable to turn away as a firm grip seized her chin and pulled her into an intense, lingering kiss, filled with a breathless urgency that seemed to suppress overwhelming, fervent emotions. At that precise moment, several figures clad in black burst through the door. A large hand covered her eyes, and an acrid scent of blood permeated the air. The room was splattered with crimson, while an orc clutched at his nearly severed neck. Casting a terrified glance at the cold-faced man, Lan Song, do you dare betray the organization? Chapter 37, is the child in your womb his? Caesar, having dealt with the hidden assassins aboard the cruise ship, felt a surge of tension as he detected several stragglers making their way towards Sang Luo's chamber. Just as he raised his hand to act, he abruptly witnessed another figure hastily breach the space, dispatching the black-clad assailants. He paused, lowering his hand, his expression devoid of emotion, and his figure vanished in an instant. Luo, I miss you so much. I truly miss you. Lan Song struggled to contain the surge of emotions from their reunion, holding her tightly as if wishing to freeze time at that moment. He fought back tears, recalling how they had said she was taken by a wandering beast, leading him to believe she was dead. Over 2 months ago, he had traversed dozens of tribes from the ruins of the Cordo tribe to locate the new tribe's encampment, only to hear from the tribespeople that Sang Luo had been captured. With his head buried in her neck, his voice was muffled. Luo. I had genuinely intended to abandon this identity, to find a place where no one knew us, and to live a peaceful life together. Originally, I had no intention of keeping you, but you possess a certain self-awareness. I have stated before that I will not kill you. Caesar withdrew the spatial barrier, eager to ascertain whether he truly deserved to stand beside her. Asa was not a member of the organization. He had merely been saved by Lan Song in the past and had since devoted himself to him. As a beast of spatial traversal, he frequently partnered with Lan Song on missions, and the king beast could hardly have overlooked him, yet made no move against him. A voice, soft and graceful, echoed. He found himself devoid of any will to resist. The suppression ring could only be used once by each beast. After that, it became ineffective. Over 2 months ago, Lan Song's frenzy level had surpassed 80, teetering between lucidity and chaos, rendering him unable to shift forms freely. I will never leave you. He had encountered that king beast handsome, powerful, and utterly devoted to her. A single tear fell upon her neck. Sang Luo wished to return. She would not lack for strong companions by her side, and she could no longer offer Lan Song her undivided love. Caesar's previously indifferent demeanor finally cracked slightly. This wolf beast was deliberately provoking him, seeking his demise. She had told Caesar that she had let go, yet he was a man she had genuinely cherished. How could she simply forget him? Unbeknownst to them, someone had been covertly observing for quite some time. May I hold you once more? The power of the royal tear surged forth, sending both of them flying several meters. Lan Song collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his hands slowly clenching into fists. At that moment, he truly recognized the chasm separating his strength from that of the king beast, a gulf as vast as heaven and earth. Of course, she said, reaching for his hand. Asa had been by Lan Song's side for many years and had never witnessed him so disheartened. He whispered, Boss, you clearly have feelings for that little female. Why deceive her? Soon, the rain began to fall. Asa swiftly grasped Lan Song, and the two figures vanished. Caesar found himself unable to refuse. Sang nodded, expressing that as long as you can lead a happy life, it is indeed what I hope for. Caesar grasped her hand tightly, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard twice. It had been nearly a month since he had touched her. How could he not yearn for her? The longing was driving him to madness. Yet, as he glanced downward at her delicate abdomen, His desire swiftly dissipated. Once you have given birth, I shall make amends to you. Sang Luo gently patted his back, reassured by his well-being. Just take it easy, she said. Beside Lan Song, there was another female. Kaiser approached, grasping her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. With a smile he remarked, you ought to rest. Lan Song gritted his teeth, vowing that within 3 years, if he did not ascend to the status of a king beast, he would not disturb her again. In the beast realm, it is commonplace for one female to have multiple males. However, this is only acceptable if the partners possess comparable strength. Otherwise, the more powerful male may feel a sense of insult, while the weaker party becomes vulnerable to covert schemes that could lead to their demise. Even if they were to unite in the future, it is likely that Kaiser would impose difficulties on Lan Song. He could not allow her to be dragged into peril. How could Sang Luo possibly fail to discern the regret and sorrow reflected in his eyes? Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Lan Song softly inquired, may I touch it? Sang, the assassins have all been dealt with. I ventured here on my own accord after failing to locate you in the room, hoping I had not intruded upon your solitude. In that poignant moment, she caressed his face, murmuring, yes, I just conceived a few days ago. It has only been a little over half a month. Sang Luo tenderly stroked her abdomen. Sang Luo is a person who prefers to cut through tangled emotions with swift decisiveness. She harbors no fondness for chaotic relationships. Lan Song has been with other females, so what is there for her to dwell upon? Resolutely, she seized Kaiser, attempting to let a more fervent passion dilute her former feelings. I desire your beastly form. Right now, she demanded. Have you found a new partner? Sang Luo inquired. He lowered his head and bit down upon her heart. Asasa did not comprehend. Had Lan Sang gone through all this merely for that little female? It seems Luo still cares for me. Thus, I shall cherish my life. Lan Song, clutching his chest, rose from the ground, his desire for strength never having burned so intensely. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, expressing, I truly wish you would vanish forever. Only a female can provide genetic solace to a male. Lan Song longed to caress her head as before, yet his outstretched hand curled back, resting instead. With a wry smile, he remarked, I knew that with Luo's charm, no matter how formidable the male beast, he would inevitably succumb. Kaiser's pupils constricted momentarily, his breath growing heavy as he pulled her hand away, stating hoarsely, no, I do not wish to see her saddened. Retrieving his hand, he added, this time, I spare you for Sang Sang's sake. She cares for you, and I do not wish for her to be distressed, or for you, a lesser beastman, to create discord between us. However, next time we meet, I shall not show mercy. Simultaneously, a tall, slender figure appeared on the deck of the cruise ship. Kaiser smiled at her, exuding warmth, while he disregarded the nearby male beast as though he were mere air. Lan Song stood drenched by the cold rain, unmoving, lost in thought as he stared at his trembling hands, his breath betraying his emotions. Are you pregnant? To be honest, Sang Luo felt a lingering guilt towards Lan Song, initially. She had promised to bear him a litter of wolf cubs, only to unexpectedly conceive another man's child. Could that man endure this? Upon seeing the relief in her eyes, Lan Song understood everything. A not-so-pleasant smile tugged at his lips as he whispered, I went to the female sanctuary. Gazing at that familiar, handsome face, Sang Luo felt her eyes moisten. A torrent of words surged within her, yet at that moment, all she could do was embrace him tightly, unable to utter a single word. I consulted the doctor. Your power can nourish the fetus. Not only will there be no complications, but this child will also be stronger. She had already begun to remove his clothing. Memories of past affections and entanglements resurfaced. How could a heart that had grown so fond ever truly let go? Then let us wager. Should you not kill me now, you will certainly regret it in the future. Lan Song, seldom at a loss for words, wiped his hands on his clothing before cautiously and excitedly touching her abdomen. Perhaps due to the early stage of her pregnancy, it was quiet, hardly moving. Yet he could sense the faint energy emanating from within. It is developing healthily, he declared sincerely. No, my hands are dirty. There is blood. Sang Luo exclaimed in shock. Sang Luo gently caressed the man's face. Although they had been apart for merely a few months, Lan Song appeared more mature and weathered, with a slight gauntness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Asa was instantly taken aback, her face paling as she grasped Lan Song's hand, yearning to flee. Yet, she soon realized that within this confined space, spatial teleportation was rendered futile. A sudden surge of despair washed over her. She felt that another had captured his heart, and that she was unworthy of him now. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the beastman standing beside Sang Luo, Lan Song understood that he no longer had the right to claim her. Kaiser returned to his chamber to find Sang Luo pouring a glass of wine. His brow furrowed as he swiftly approached, seizing the glass from her hand and downing its contents in one gulp. His words struck a chord, and Sang Luo felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. With a final, lingering glance at Lan Song, she followed Kaiser back to his room, believing that they would never again have the chance to meet in this lifetime. Sang Luo took the initiative to embrace him. Lan Song smiled and said, Do you find me repugnant? Kaiser had previously promised her as well. Lan Song pressed his lips together and once again glanced down at her slightly protruding abdomen, falling into silence before asking, Is the child within you his? Is that correct? Moreover, she was pregnant, bearing the offspring of that royal beast. An orc had shed his disguise and cautiously approached. No, Kaiser regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a jester. You, a lesser beast, are not yet worthy to negotiate terms with me. When Sang Luo awoke the following day, she discovered a serpentine purple totem on her left chest, near her heart. Kaiser had appeared unbeknownst to her, and the area surrounding the three of them was enveloped by an invisible force, rendering outsiders unable to perceive what transpired within. Lansong moved his lips but uttered no words. After a long pause, he lowered his head and searched his pockets, only to find nothing of value. A look of embarrassment crossed his face as he admitted, I did not anticipate encountering you on this visit, and I have brought nothing to offer you or this child. I am truly sorry. Sang Luo responded with irrelevance and departed. In a frenzied rage, he slaughtered all the nearby stray beasts, yet he still failed to locate her. Sang Luo was perplexed by the man's expression. A sudden, searing heat enveloped her shoulder, as if it had seared into her very heart. A faint warmth spreading throughout her being. The suppression ring was capable of restraining the genetic frenzy of the beastmen. During the last beast tide, Lansong's frenzy had erupted once more. The old suppression ring was likely damaged, yet he had not replaced it, and the frenzy was significantly subdued. The two were still bound by the saying, destined to meet but not to be together. Kaiser cast a casual glance at him, remarking that they were fundamentally on different planes of existence. Between him and her always lay the barrier of his being. He, possessing such virtues, deserved a partner who would love him wholeheartedly. However, his current identity as a rebel and a fugitive, with countless lives on his conscience, meant that her association with him would only lead to suffering and entanglement. His presence would undoubtedly complicate her life further. He softly murmured a few words, but Sang Luo could not discern what he had said. She looked up at his long, bare neck and asked, Why aren't you wearing the suppression ring? Sang Luo, adorned in a maternity dress that cleverly concealed her pregnancy, felt a distinct curve at her abdomen when Lansong embraced her. He quickly released her, anxious to avoid any inadvertent harm. However, Caesar, the proud and lofty beast king, would never deign to share his companion with other male beasts, especially considering Lansong's inferior strength. With her qualities, she could easily attract a worthy partner, as only a beast king was deemed worthy of her. Initially, Caesar had no intention of making an appearance, yet the palpable tension between the two compelled him to intervene, as he could no longer tolerate the situation. Lansong, taking the initiative, stepped back 2 paces from Sang Luo and glanced at the ominous, swirling clouds above, signaling an impending downpour. You should head back now. You cannot drink. It is not good for the child. You have already cared for me enough. There is no need for apologies. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude. Sang Luo replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. Sang Luo was unaware that this would be her final encounter with Lansong in the Western continent. Sang Luo was reluctant to let Lansong diminish himself to such a lowly state, completely losing the pride he rightfully possessed. The fate of female strays captured by wild beasts was typically grim. He realized that he had irrevocably become a relic of the past. As he gazed into the distance, he pondered, should we have children, I would be ever so cautious. Just kill me. Sang Luo reached out, wrapping her hand around his neck, and pressed her lips against his. The allure in her eyes was undeniable. Can you truly resist? After all, they had finally reunited. Why then did he adamantly deny it? Caesar, will you abandon me? Sang Luo had long sensed the presence of Kaiser. His deliberate restraint was merely to grant her and Lansong a more accurate opportunity for their encounter, or rather, a chance for a complete farewell. He felt inadequate. And in that moment, his heart seemed to perish alongside hers, even yearning to depart with her. Once Lansong truly departed from this world, he would be irreplaceable in Sang Luo's heart, forever becoming the unforgettable moonlit figure upon the sea, her beloved. Lansong gazed steadily at her, swallowing hard. Do you wish for me to search? Seeing her alive brought him genuine joy. However, he could not accept any other females, resorting instead to consuming half-finished enhancement suppressants, which compromised his bodily functions to lower his frenzy levels. Kaiser gently pressed a kiss to her, declaring, This is a soul mark that can only be left by a royal beast. We can sense each other's existence and well-being, summoning one another at will. In times of peril, I can instantly be at your side, capable of withstanding a lethal strike from the royal tier. A royal beast can forge a soul mark only once in a lifetime. Once the soul mark is given, he shall possess but one companion throughout his days, never again to feel affection for another female. Should his companion depart or meet her demise, the royal beast would suffer a significant decline in power, leading to a life of despondency and potentially extreme actions, such as seeking to accompany her in death. Chapter 38. Feeding the mermaid. Kaiser understood that Sang Luo merely sought an outlet for her emotions and dared not truly engage with her in reckless abandon. After tending to her until she fell asleep, he cautiously coiled his serpentine tail around her, resting the tip upon her abdomen. Outside, tempest raged. The sea had been turbulent of late. Though it was not the rainy season, Kaiser had specifically chosen sunny days to venture out, yet fate dealt him a cruel hand, as he continuously encountered violent storms. As Sang Luo nestled in his embrace for the night, she was abruptly awakened by a sudden clap of thunder. Kaiser remarked that this torrential rain was indeed unusual, accompanied by a palpable surge of formidable energy. Sang Luo gazed outward, yet regrettably, her perception was rather dull, and she failed to detect any anomalies. Are you suggesting that there are beasts obstructing our path? It is unlikely. I seldom engage with sea creatures. And I have not forged any enmities in these waters. They have no reason to seek unnecessary conflict. Kaiser gently stroked her hair. Having previously noticed that her dark locks were as smooth and silky as satin, the current season is a time of procreation for many sea-dwelling beast folk. And the nearby waters are experiencing a surge in elemental energies. Do not worry. I have established a spatial barrier around us to prevent any disturbances. As he spoke, he conjured a spatial barrier, enveloping the entire cruise ship within it. The sounds of thunder and torrential rain abruptly ceased, and even the chilly winds outside could not penetrate their sanctuary. Kaiser readjusted her into a more comfortable position, ensuring she would not inadvertently press against her abdomen. Sleep now, he urged. Sang Luo gently caressed her belly, pursed her lips, and sighed. Oh, I am hungry again. Kaiser swiftly retrieved several pieces of purple crystals from his spatial storage for her consumption. Although Sang Luo had only been pregnant for less than a month, her appetite had been increasing exponentially each day. Ordinary meat could no longer satiate her. No matter how much she ate, it could not quell her insatiable hunger. Only by consuming the flesh of high-tier star beasts and indulging in beast crystals could she somewhat alleviate the gaping void within her. Are you still hungry? Sang Luo sensed a profound energy that, upon entering her body, vanished in an instant, leaving her oblivious to its whereabouts. Nevertheless, the gnawing hunger in her belly had significantly subsided, a testament to the arduous efforts of her companion in providing sustenance during this period. As she expressed her fatigue, she reminded herself that she was, after all, a royal beast, capable of caring for her mate and offspring. Caesar, with a playful smile, pinched her cheek. Yet his thoughts were already turning towards the need to venture to the eastern continent. Having grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, he realized that his resources were rather meager and could not withstand further extravagance. After enduring several days of relentless wind and rain, the sea finally revealed a rare moment of calm. Sang Luo emerged to perch on the railing of the deck, basking in the sun's warm embrace. With the sea breeze tousling her hair, she savored dried meat while swinging her legs, her white dress billowing gracefully. The ocean's surface parted to reveal 2 rows of dazzling white waves, occasionally splashing droplets onto her legs. As night deepened, the sea stretched into an inky darkness, a canvas of shadows and flickering lights beneath the surface. Sang Luo initially believed that the shimmering light reflected from the ocean was merely the moonlight dancing on some floating algae. However, upon closer inspection with her mental acuity, she was horrified to discover a multitude of ravenous, bloodshot eyes staring back at her. Startled, she nearly cried out. In the next moment, those eyes seemed to have perceived something terrifying and scattered in all directions. Kaiser approached from behind, draping a luxurious mink cloak over her shoulders. It's quite chilly tonight. Be careful not to catch a chill, he advised. Her mind was still troubled by the eerie creatures lurking beneath the waves. The deep-sea beastmen, now in their mating season, exhibited a stark imbalance between males and females. They had caught a whiff of her scent and were drawn closer. As twilight descended, he inquired, "Shall we return to rest?" The breeze was refreshingly cool, and she replied, "I'll stay a little longer. I'll head back shortly." Kaiser, displaying considerable indulgence, gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen and asked, "Are you hungry again? Do you wish for something to eat? I shall summon the kitchen to prepare a meal for you." Sang Luo licked her lips, feeling a desire for fresh fish soup. Caesar promptly went to summon the kitchen for preparations. She gazed down at the tranquil sea surface, and shortly after Caesar's departure, a plethora of fearless sea creatures began to encircle the cruise ship, gradually forming an almost complete enclosure. The numbers swelled, and it was estimated that there were nearly 1,000 of them. She couldn't help but twitch her lips as her fear of densely packed creatures began to resurface. However, Sang Luo remained unperturbed. The spatial barrier set by Caesar prevented any beast of lower rank from approaching. These lustful sea creatures, with their glowing red eyes, could only watch longingly from a distance. No matter how much they craved her, they could never feast upon her. Sang Luo casually picked up a few pieces of jerky and tossed them down. In an instant, they were snatched away. It evoked a sensation reminiscent of feeding fish from a bridge. Sang Luo retrieved a considerable amount of jerky from her space, which now scarcely provided the nourishment her body required, serving only as a meager indulgence for her cravings. Bored, she scattered some to the fish, casting a handful into the water. After several feedings, her attention was captivated by a glimmer of silver blue. She discerned that the morsels she had thrown were landing precisely in the mouth of an individual. Was that a merman? Under the moonlight, amidst the ethereal blue sea, he possessed damp, silver blue hair and misty blue eyes with gently upturned corners, his visage strikingly handsome and exquisite. His alluring red lips were enigmatic, and his upper body, exposed and as pale as jade, was adorned with strands of long hair cascading gracefully over his shoulders. As if sensing the gaze of the small female aboard the vessel, he tilted his head, curiously observing Sang Luo. His eyes fell upon her rounded abdomen, and a fleeting spark of fervor flickered within his gaze. Sang Luo was utterly captivated by the beauty of the mermaid. The rumors of mermaids enchanting mortals with their allure were indeed not unfounded. Having traversed the beast realm for quite some time and encountered a myriad of strikingly handsome individuals, she had thought herself immune to such charms. Yet she found herself unexpectedly ensnared by this exquisite visage. Suddenly, a playful thought emerged in Sang Luo's heart as she beckoned him with a delicate curl of her finger. The merman's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swam swiftly towards her. However, as he approached the boundary, an intense burst of blinding light erupted from the barrier, searing and forcing him to retreat. Had someone tampered with the barrier? Caesar materialized in an instant, relieved to find Sang Luo unharmed. Yet his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the surface of the sea. A silvery blue fishtail flashed past, vanishing into the inky depths. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a member of the merfolk. Turning back, he noticed Sang Luo still fixated on that direction and smiled gently. "Isn't it beautiful?" he asked. "Well, it's quite handsome, but it pales in comparison to you. I much prefer your style." Sang Luo playfully leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek, grinning mischievously. Truth be told, Caesar was her pinnacle of beauty, with his cool, striking elegance that exuded a distinctly masculine charm. This realization brought joy to Caesar, yet he warned her to resist temptation. The merfolk were on the brink of extinction. In their desperation to preserve their lineage, they resorted to all means necessary, often using their beauty to lure fertile females from the land into the sea. "Can't they seek partners on land?" Sang Luo asked, bewildered. "Creatures below the royal tier cannot remain far from water for long," Caesar explained. "Thus, they frequently deceive females into the ocean, where their landbound partners are unable to rescue them. These vulnerable females, stripped of their support, are left with no choice but to submit to the dominance of the males of their kind, mating incessantly and bearing countless offspring." Sang Luo was immediately drenched in sweat, recalling the seemingly innocent beauty of the mermaid, which had evidently been captivated by her physique. Caesar, observing her expression of sheer terror, couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he had exaggerated a tad to prevent her from becoming infatuated with those alluring yet duplicitous creatures outside. "In the past, I had encountered a female in the Kelda tribe who had a mermaid companion, a second-tier merman. Surely, he wouldn't secretly abduct her to the depths of the sea?" Sang Luo suddenly sprang to her feet at the thought of Li Man, resolved to inform her of this matter upon her return. The second-tier strength was far too feeble. There must be other males at home keeping a watchful eye, and that merman, even if he wished to, would be unable to take her away. Caesar shook his head. For the competition in the deep sea was fierce, and should there be nearby rivers, he might not be inclined to return. Sang Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating the loyalty of that mermaid towards Lyman, and believed she would not resort to the abominable act of trafficking females. A few days later, while savoring steamed vermicelli with scallop meat, the cruise ship came to a halt. Caesar glanced outside, his expression unusually grave, instructing her to remain in the room and not to venture out, before rising and departing. Sang Luo, unable to contain her impatience, extended her mental energy to follow. On the cruise ship, several unfamiliar beastmen adorned in regal attire made their appearance. They bowed respectfully to Caesar, their words laced with an air of compulsion, urging the two to hasten their return to the western continent for the safety of the general and the esteemed lady. As they were about to cross the maritime boundary between the eastern and western continents. "For my safety?" Caesar found the notion amusing and cast a dismissive glance. The expressions of the beastmen shifted dramatically as they could not help but collapse to the ground, blood streaming from their eyes, noses, and mouths, their very lifeblood seeming on the verge of explosion. Only when an even more formidable force clashed with theirs were the beastmen granted reprieve, rising from the ground, too intimidated to utter another word. A middle-aged man with chestnut hair and emerald eyes appeared on the deck unbeknownst to them. "Caesar, it has been a long time," he declared, his hand resting calmly at his side, his aura subdued to the point of resembling that of an ordinary individual. All the beastmen, save for Caesar, immediately knelt, their demeanor exceedingly respectful, not daring to lift their heads. As Sang Luo gazed at the middle-aged man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to that of a familiar face, she deduced the identity of the visitor, Igarli Allens, the beast king of the Allens Empire. Igarli Allens turned his attention to Caesar, his countenance adorned with a genial smile, resembling a benevolent elder. "You wish to take your little female to the eastern continent without so much as a word of warning? Given the escalating tensions between the eastern and western continents, your decision to transport her there is rather ill-advised, especially considering that she is reportedly with child. Am I to be constrained even during my honeymoon with my partner? Is the Beast King perhaps overstepping his bounds? Partner? I seem to recall that you have yet to receive my consent to annul your engagement with Sophie Aesidi," Igarli Allens replied, his smile remaining placid. Caesar's expression darkened. "What is the meaning of your words, your majesty? The female is a precious resource. That little female belongs to the orcs of the western continent and cannot be taken to the eastern continent. Her child should rightfully remain in the west. Is this a royal decree? You are like a son to me. Having raised you since childhood, I would never wish you harm. With your strength, you could indeed traverse both continents, but given her current condition, should misfortune befall her in the east, it would be an outcome you would not desire," Igarli Allens remarked, his laughter resonating as he regarded the newcomer. "I wonder how this esteemed female feels about such matters." Caesar quickly turned to look. Sang, was she not instructed to stay away? "I find the Beast King's concerns to be quite valid. I am willing to return to the western continent," Sang Luo declared, clasping his hand. The soul bond allowed her to sense the fleeting surge of his murderous intent. Just moments prior, he had nearly resorted to violence. The aura of the Beast King was palpably more powerful and restrained than his own, likely at the pinnacle of beastly prowess, making it clear that Caesar would find no advantage in confrontation. Caesar's insistence on returning to the eastern continent stemmed not only from the abundance of resources there, but also from a desire to distance her from the western continent, particularly from the royal family, and more precisely, from the cunning Beast King before them. The Beast King sought to exert control over Caesar. She and their unborn child were of paramount importance. By securing her and the child, Caesar would be left with little choice but to comply with his wishes. Thus, the interception that unfolded today. The Garley Allens would not permit her, as a pawn, to leave the western continent. Caesar glanced down at their intertwined hands. His lips pressed into a thin line, yet the edge of his anger softened slightly. "Do not worry," Sang Luo whispered softly, turning her gaze to the Beast King with a smile that exuded propriety. "The western continent is far more prosperous than my previous tribe. I would quite like to remain here. The Beast King's concerns are indeed justified. Should I recklessly venture to the eastern continent, I may find it difficult to adjust. The medical facilities in the west are more advanced, ensuring a safer delivery." The Garley Allens aimed to ensnare Caesar with Sang Luo and their offspring. Yet he bore no intention of causing them harm. A complete rupture in their relationship would yield no benefit for him. Caesar gazed deeply at her abdomen, wishing to extricate himself from a Garley Allens, but now was not the time. "I shall make a brief trip to the eastern continent and return swiftly," Caesar assured her. "Within 7 days. I will await your return," Sang Luo nodded. "We shall escort the esteemed female back to the western continent." 2 orcs stepped forward to pay their respects. Sang Luo released Caesar's hand and departed with them. Caesar watched her silhouette fade away, his breath growing increasingly cold and chilling. As he brushed past Egarili Arens, he let out a disdainful huff, his figure vanishing in an instant upon the deck. Egarili Arens's previously amiable smile darkened abruptly. This insolent young man dared to show him disrespect. This finely crafted weapon of his was becoming ever more uncontrollable. Upon returning to the western continent, Sang Luo's first destination was the Arens Academy. She had begun to show signs of her pregnancy and donned a loose-fitting maternity outfit, which barely concealed her condition. She had previously arranged to meet Glen Tuya and made her way to the combat department's teaching building. Lan Rua was engaged in training at the practice grounds when a student approached him, exclaiming that teacher Tuya was looking for him and urged him to hurry. Without a hint of doubt, Lan Rua quickly changed out of his combat attire and proceeded to the office, only to unexpectedly encounter another individual. Sang Luo noticed the dazed and blushing youth and smiled as she waved at him. "You must be Lan Rua, right? I saw your results from the monthly exam. You performed quite well." Lan Rua replied nervously. "May I ask what brings you to seek me?" "I have something I wish to pass on to your brother." Chapter 39. A Gift of Farewell? Sang Luo perused several pages of the monthly examination report provided by Glen Tuya. In the recently concluded monthly assessment, Lan Rua had secured a position among the top 10 in her class. For an ordinary wolf beast, which was not even a mere variant beast, this achievement was commendable. Indeed bordering on exceptional. Observing her keen interest in the wolf beast, Glen Tuya elaborated on Lan Rua's recent circumstances. Frankly, he held a favorable opinion of his student. Unlike the aristocratic youths he typically interacted with, she was quiet, diligent, and grounded. In class, he often offered her guidance. Despite her family's modest circumstances, her academic performance could very well earn her a scholarship, significantly alleviating her household expenses. Sang Luo recalled that Longsong once mentioned that he grew up in a slum, responsible for raising a younger brother. By the age of 7 or 8, he had already entered the workforce to earn money. In the western continent, the class structure is rigid, with a vast chasm between the rich and the poor. Regardless of how exceptional the abilities of the lower-class beastmen may be, they are seldom afforded good employment opportunities and are relegated to menial tasks, barely managing to make ends meet. A common beastman may spend a lifetime toiling and still not earn enough to cover a single year's tuition at the Arens Academy. Longsong was compelled to take risks by joining a mercenary group to afford his brother's exorbitant tuition fees. In comparison, Lan Rua was fortunate. She remembered that Longsong had a fondness for reading, yet he had never attended school or received a formal education. Sang Luo handed Lan Rua back, reminding her of the hurried separation during their last encounter, when she had forgotten to return this significant item. "This was given to me by your brother many years ago. Now I return it to him, ensuring it finds its rightful owner once more." Lan Rua felt the weight of the bag in her hands, startled. She opened it briefly, only to be taken aback and quickly closed it again. With a mix of astonishment and confusion, she gazed at Sang Luo. She had never seen so many beast crystals in her life. Almost all of them were high-tier beast crystals. Sang Luo remarked that if there were any inquiries, one should direct them to one's brother, as he harbored numerous secrets yet to be divulged. As an outsider, it was not her place to elaborate further. While Lansong publicly claimed to engage only mercenaries, in truth, he was clandestinely involved in numerous illicit dealings for profit, amassing a considerable fortune in crystal stones, information he certainly withheld from Lan Rua. Sang Luo refrained from saying too much. wishing to spare Lan Ruo from potential calamities that Lan Song would undoubtedly prefer to avoid. Very well. Please rest assured, esteemed lady. I shall ensure that these matters are conveyed to my brother. The youth lowered his gaze, fixating on his toes, and shyly added, I also extend my gratitude for your assistance during the elimination round. Without your support, I may not have found myself here. Sang Luo chuckled and said, at that moment, You ran so swiftly that I thought you might be ungrateful. No, it was simply that he was too bashful, having grown up. He had never conversed with such a beautiful and noble female, and instinctively, he fled. Sang Luo ceased her teasing, her smile fading slightly. Also, please convey a few words to your brother. He should take better care of himself. Upon returning home, Lan Ruo was delighted to find Lan Song had arrived early. Brother, you're back sooner than expected. It's the first time I've seen you return so smoothly. It was a failed mission, so I came back. Lan Song replied casually as he took a sip of water. Really? Lan Ruo observed the cheerful smile on his face, which hardly suggested failure. She thought he must have just completed a significant task. She vividly recalled how, 2 months prior, when Lan Song first returned, he appeared lifeless, as if he were a mere shell of his former self. Yet now, following his failed mission, he seemed revitalized, as though his spirit had returned alongside him. Brother, do you remember the sister who helped me during the competition? She seems to know you and asked me to deliver this to you. Lan Song accepted the bag, opening it and falling into a long silence. What is her name? Sang Luo. Brother, why are you crying? You must be mistaken, Lan Song replied, taking a deep breath and turning away, closing the bag. This was a gift from me to her. I gave it to her, so I want to take it back. You should return it. Yet, judging by the sister's demeanor, it seemed she would not accept it again. This is her dowry. Lan Ruo stood frozen, struck by lightning. It was evident the two shared a connection. However, it appeared that he had been rejected. Brother, would you not like to open it again? I glimpsed something inside on my way here. Perhaps it was something she specifically intended for you. Upon hearing this, Lan Song hurriedly turned back, reopening the bag. He noticed that the crystals within were nearly untouched, and a dull ache settled in his chest. After all, she was now accompanied by a king beast, who surely lacked for crystals. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver caught his eye. He retrieved a necklace hidden among the crystals. The pendant, though not exquisitely crafted, bore a certain rough charm, revealing the care invested in its creation. He could discern a wolf's head, with a blue crystal embedded in its center, emanating a faint energy. Lan Song's breath grew heavy. Did she make this herself? A thread of consciousness probed within, revealing numerous healing potions contained within. This is a spatial necklace. I once saw a teacher in our class with a spatial bracelet. It's said to store items and is incredibly convenient to carry. Only spatial type beasts can forge such treasures. They are invaluable and rare. A gift from that noble female to your brother. Lan Song looked down and smiled, a parting gift. Then, his heart was a tumult of sweetness and bitterness, leaving him at a loss. He solemnly accepted the necklace, intending to return the crystals to her. Luo is now pregnant, and the offspring of a king beast require immense energy. Even if she currently has enough beast crystals, she will still need many more. Having some is better than having none. When I returned last time, I brought you those beast crystals. I've set aside the tuition for your first year. The rest, you should pass on to that sister. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry, you found work in the imperial capital. You should be able to manage your own tuition now. You won't need me to worry about you anymore. When I was your age, I was already providing for you. Before finding a partner, beasts prioritize their kin, but once they have a mate, males focus solely on supporting their companions. Lan Ruo had anticipated that this return would result in her being swept out of the door. Urged on, she quickly rummaged through her belongings, gathering not only her tuition, but also everything that belonged to her brother's dowry. After dinner, Lan Song turned to Lan Ruo. I've returned this time to tell you that I must leave. Brother, where are you going? Lan Ruo was not overly surprised. Lan Song often had missions that took him away from home for extended periods, with his last absence lasting 3 to 4 years. To the northern continent. Lan Ruo was taken aback, dropping her chopsticks. Why the sudden desire to go there? The frigid northern border was barren and harsh. Its severe environment gave rise to formidable star beasts. Some beasts, seeking to push their limits, ventured to the northern continent to hone their skills and elevate their realms. Yet, it was a perilous endeavor, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. The northern continent was often referred to as a battlefield of death. Recently, Sang Luo's appetite has become alarmingly insatiable. The crystals left behind by Kair are utterly insufficient to satiate her hunger. She is on the brink of starvation, and her father has yet to return. If he does not come back soon, his offspring will surely perish from hunger. Sang Luo reclined upon the sofa, gently caressing her increasingly rounded belly, sighing repeatedly in exasperation. She could only nibble on some jerky to satisfy her cravings. Lion entered from the doorway, carrying a box. Madam, have you purchased something? I wonder what is inside. It is quite heavy. I haven't bought anything, she replied. Upon opening the box, she was astonished to find it filled entirely with beast crystals. Although the quality of the crystals was not particularly high, their abundance was a timely relief for her pressing needs. Sang Luo's mouth watered profusely, and without a moment's hesitation, She swiftly consumed a piece of amethyst, which alleviated her gnawing hunger to some extent. Sang Luo initially believed that it was Kaiser who, due to his commitments on the eastern continent, entrusted someone to send her the packages. However, she later discovered that this was not the case. At the beginning of each month, with a maximum delay of 2 or 3 days, she would receive a box of beast crystals, devoid of any address or name, leaving her in ignorance of the sender's identity. As time progressed, the quantity and quality of the beast crystals sent by this mysterious individual increased significantly. Eventually, after a long time, Sang Luo received a transparent beast crystal, a rarity only obtainable by slaying a king-tier star beast. Within the box, for the first time, there was a note that read, "Luo Luo, I miss you so much." In an instant, tears streamed down her face. This man truly held a place in her heart that she could not easily forget. Chapter 40. Artificial females. In recent days, whenever she found some free time, Sang Luo would visit the Alan's academy. Upon hearing that she had come with her prominent pregnancy, Rarta became so preoccupied that he neglected his official duties and personally came to greet her. The school had regulations allowing pregnant females to apply for a leave of absence, and he insisted that she rest at home during this period, emphasizing the risks involved. "You must take care of yourself. I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility if anything were to happen. It's all right. I just came to have a look and will leave shortly." She was not there to pursue her studies, as she had yet to read a single book provided by the school. Her sole intention was to visit Lan Rua. Given her connection with Lan Tsang, Sang Luo considered him akin to a half-brother in her heart. As the fading light of dusk illuminated the surroundings, Sang Luo caught sight of a familiar figure approaching with a friendly wave. Glenn Tuya made his way over and addressed the principal, stating that Miss Sang Luo had completed her enrollment procedures but had not visited the academy frequently. He suggested that since he had no classes in the afternoon, he would take her on a tour of the campus. "Very well," the principal replied. "You may accompany a few teachers as you guide the young lady around the academy. The grove behind the playground offers a delightful view, adorned with blooming flowers. Do exercise caution and avoid any mishaps." After imparting a few words of advice, a teacher approached Glenn, prompting him to depart in haste. Sang Luo accompanied Glenn Tuya to the combat department's teaching building, where they found Lan Rua engrossed in his studies. Choosing not to disturb him, she turned to leave. Glenn Tuya, blushing, touched his neck and inquired, "Would you like to join me for a meal?" Within just a few short months, she had conceived the offspring of a royal beast, a fertility that had been unparalleled in the Aaron's empire for a century. Sang Luo's name had already spread far and wide, attracting the attention of many affluent scions within the empire. Glenn Tuya was no exception, after all. He had taken a liking to her from the very first day she arrived at the school for her assessment. Sang Luo cast a glance at his arm. A low-ranking orc of the 7th tier, he possessed a surprisingly refined and handsome appearance. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking, rendering further development unnecessary. Just as she was about to decline, she recalled the emptiness of her refrigerator at home, and with the intention of conserving her meager supply of beast crystals, she sighed and asked, "Are you treating me?" Glenn Tuya replied with a smile, "Of course, I shall treat you." "Very well, let us go then, however. This meal may require you to spend a bit." "Haha, no need to worry about expenses, it is my utmost honor." A half hour later, Glenn Tuya looked at the dozens of empty plates, his hands trembling slightly. The female of the royal beast was indeed extraordinary. His salary could hardly sustain such indulgence, completely extinguishing any thoughts of pursuing her. Sang Luo consumed a few more pieces of beast crystal before managing to let out a modest burp. With an innocent smile, she said, "I apologize. I've been eating rather excessively due to my pregnancy. If it's truly inconvenient, allow me to treat you this time." No. We agreed that I would treat you. How can I go back on my word?" Glenn Tuya quickly rose, laughing. "It is indeed my honor to receive a favor from Miss Sang Luo. Surely, I will not forget your kindness when I seek your assistance with the general in the future. By the way, I aspire to join the military as well. Rest assured, I shall certainly whisper a few words in Caesar's ear on your behalf. Thank you ever so much." The two of them chatted and laughed as they exited the restaurant. Just as Sang Luo was about to part ways with Glenn Tuya to teleport home, her gaze suddenly caught sight of a female figure, causing her to halt. Across the street stood a slender female, her complexion pale and appearing somewhat malnourished, with an unremarkable appearance. Ordinarily, Sang Luo would not have paid her any mind, but the expression on the woman's face was notably vacant, almost bordering on daft. The female was gnawing on a fruit, drooling slightly, while an orc beside her adeptly wiped away the drool. Sang Luo suspected that the female spirit exhibited some peculiar issues. However, it was not long before several orcs arrived, accompanied by more females. The males exchanged hushed whispers, presumably discussing breeding examinations. Without exception, the females surrounding them appeared to be in a state of utter foolishness. What was the matter with these females? They seemed to exhibit signs of poor health. Glenn Tuya cast a glance in their direction, his expression suddenly inscrutable. These were artificial females. What? Sang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Glenn Tuya appeared reluctant to delve into this subject, yet under Sang Luo's persistent inquiries, he hesitantly revealed fragments of the truth. The number of females born had dwindled over the years, with the ratio of females to males approaching 21, leading to a grave decline in population. If this trend continued, the orc race might face extinction. Consequently, in light of this dire situation, the concept of creating artificial females to enhance fertility was proposed. However, these genetically engineered females lacked innate powers and were merely tools for reproduction, suffering from significant physical and mental deficiencies due to either technological immaturity or other unclear factors. Glenn Tuya glanced across the street, noting that the genetically engineered females purchased by those orc males were the cheapest variety, evoking pity and a sense of folly. Such inferior artificial females generally had short lifespans. Plagued by physical defects and continuous pregnancies, they would typically survive only 3 to 4 decades, and once they surpassed their optimal breeding period, they would be subjected to excruciating ailments, ultimately leading to forced euthanasia. Sang Luo was rendered speechless, her mind racing. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Is cloning and breeding artificial females a practice across all continents?" "No," Glenn Tuya replied. "The other 3 continents strictly prohibit such research, and they do not prioritize technological advancement. Many regions remain in a primitive state, lacking the necessary conditions to support such studies. Only the Western continent possesses an Academy of Sciences that has preserved the methods for creating genetic females. 20 years ago, the royal family passed legislation to legitimize artificial females and generously funded the experiments. How many genetic females exist now, after 20 years? I do not have extensive knowledge on the subject, but approximately 1 million artificial females have been released into the market. The other continents prohibit this illicit product. So only the Western continent has a circulation of artificial females. In other words, in the Western continent, there is roughly 1 artificial female for every 100 females. While the odds may not seem high, the research has only been underway for 2 decades. Who can predict what the future holds?" Sang Luo was taken aback by the sheer number, yet as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. Perhaps this was a necessary transformation for survival in the beastly realm. However, the artificially created females possessed neither rights nor dignity. They were merely instruments of reproduction capable of breathing. Did the children they bore have any issues? It remained unclear, as the duration of observation was too brief, and there were not yet sufficient samples to support any research data. As the two continued their journey back, Sang Luo's mood became somewhat inscrutable. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Noble female, please wait." Chapter 41. You are merely a fabricated substitute amidst a gathering of several male beast men. A regal noble female approached, casting a glance at her abdomen. With a smile that exuded grace and politeness, she introduced herself. "I am Marcia Lee Brent. I have long heard of the esteemed name of Sang Luo, yet I have never had the opportunity to meet you. Might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you?" Another one offering a complimentary banquet. Sang Luo agreed with remarkable alacrity, her compliance evident in her demeanor. Glenn Tuya stared at her in astonishment. Had she not just dined? Was she already hungry again? And what of them? He scratched his head, seemingly feeling superfluous in the moment. Teacher Tuya had barely touched her meal, yet she too was invited to join. Since she had no classes in the afternoon and could afford some leisure, Marzali Brent observed the two and remarked, "I have arranged for a reserved table. So let us proceed together. A larger gathering makes for a more vibrant dining experience." When others extend an invitation, even nobles do not shy away from spending a little. Sang Luo ordered without reservation, specifically choosing hearty meat dishes, indulging to the point of gluttony, her demeanor far from that of a noble lady. One could easily mistake her for a victim of mistreatment by Kaiser. Marzali Brent cast another glance at her pregnancy, her burgeoning belly barely concealed by her attire, stifling a laugh behind her hand. This child is surely destined for greatness. As a member of the carnivorous Black Panther clan, she understood that the more a pregnant woman consumes, the greater the energy required by the fetus, often correlating with a stronger inherent talent. Yet, who can predict the outcome? A child is what it is, and I harbor no particular concern for innate gifts. Regardless of talent or lineage, they will always be my child. Marzali Brent's envy was palpable. How remarkable it is that you have conceived so swiftly with the royal beast's offspring. Even if this child is merely a hybrid, as long as that esteemed lineage predominates, the child's potential shall not be lacking. How many noble heirs would clamor for a union with you? Not necessarily. Sang Luo replied with a chuckle. If they see how voraciously I eat, they might reconsider. Haha, to eat heartily is a blessing. If one cannot even nourish their own offspring, what value do they hold? After satiating her hunger and thirst, Sang Luo reclined in her chair, engaging in a casual conversation with Marcia Lee Brent. The latter exuded a comforting presence, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with noble females. Perhaps her high emotional intelligence and remarkable tact contributed to this impression. Regardless, Sang Luo's initial perception of her was favorable, and cultivating a friendship with her seemed advantageous, as it is always pleasant to have a few congenial companions. Suddenly, a petite white figure darted swiftly past, causing Sang Luo to pause as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A group of burly male orcs rushed in, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Upon noticing the two noble ladies within the room, the leader of the orcs donned an expression of trepidation and respect, apologizing for the interruption. He inquired if the noble ladies had seen any suspicious individuals intrude. Marcia Lee Brent shook her head, indicating in the negative. Glen Tuya and her companions echoed the sentiment, confirming that they had not witnessed anything unusual. Sang Luo retracted her overflowing spiritual energy and glanced beneath the tablecloth, a slight smile gracing her lips. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I truly apologize for the disturbance, you lot. Please do continue your search over there. The group of orcs, sensing her demeanor, dared not linger and swiftly departed. Before departing, Sang Luo cradled the trembling white rabbit hidden beneath the table in her arms. Martha Lee Brent exclaimed, how could there be a rabbit here? Glen Tua, equally astonished, remarked, it appears to be a wild beast lacking intelligence. Under normal circumstances, beastmen would not transform in such a situation. It must be a hare that inadvertently wandered in. Frightened by the presence of humans and sought refuge beneath the table, Sang Luo nodded gently, caressing the soft fur of the white rabbit nestled in her arms. Its once tense body gradually relaxing. My lady, I have found you at last. I feared something had befallen you after your prolonged absence. Lion burst through the curtain, his gaze immediately drawn to the pristine rabbit cradled in Sang Luo's embrace. His leopard-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Where did this rabbit come from? Let us feast on roasted rabbit tonight. How considerate of my lady to think of him, especially after all the toil he had endured recently. Suddenly, the rabbit erupted in a flurry, thumping its feet and delivering a couple of playful punches. Lion stood there, bewildered, wondering if this was indeed a beast man. Sang Luo shook her head, unsure. I just found it. The white rabbit hopped onto the lawn outside, contentedly nibbling on the grass. It seems this little creature does not particularly favor you, she remarked. Stepping outside, Sang Luo cradled the rabbit once more, gently petting it. It appeared to be a low-tier star beast that had unintentionally wandered in. Perhaps it was fate. She decided to take it in and care for it. Madam, you may focus on your pregnancy. Leave the rabbit in my care. I have the time to nurture it. Upon seeing the fluffy white rabbit, Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly reached out to touch it. This is the first time I've seen a white rabbit. It resembles me. Very well. Then you may take care of it. Before Sang Luo could hand the rabbit to him, Leon embraced the creature as if it were a priceless treasure, stroking its soft, snowy fur. The texture is truly delightful. Madam, shall we give it a name? Since it is so white, let us call it Little White. All right. She is quite hopeless at naming. Sang Luo never anticipated that Lion harbored a hidden affection for plush toys, tenderly cradling that rabbit creature every day with the utmost care. Sang Luo had previously kept 2 rabbits on Earth, a type of pet that required little care. In the estate, there was a grove where the rabbits roamed freely, nibbling on grass, almost without any supervision. On this particular day, several servants brought freshly delivered food to the kitchen. The rabbit perked up its ears, propped itself up on its forelegs, and a beastman, glancing around, stealthily entered the kitchen. After finishing its mouthful of grass, the rabbit followed suit. It witnessed the beastman extracting a small pouch of translucent powder and pouring it into water. As the man turned, the rabbit hastily scampered away. Having been pregnant for a month and a half, Sang Luo's appetite had stabilized, requiring 5 or 6 meals a day, making the kitchen quite busy during this period. A beastman brought a meal up from the kitchen. As Sang Luo was about to sip from her cup of water, a sudden white shadow darted forward, knocking over the cup and drenching half of her skirt. As the corner of Sang Luo's forehead twitched, she seized the rabbit by its ears and lifted it up, contemplating a spicy rabbit head dish for the evening. Madam, how can you bully Little Bai? Suddenly, Leon appeared, snatching the creature from her grasp and placing it atop his head. You show such fondness for it. Yet this little rabbit just dashed in and spilled the water. Upon hearing this, Leon's irritation flared, and he playfully swatted its rear, exclaiming, You are quite reckless, little rabbit. The madam is pregnant. If you were to inadvertently bump into her, we would be left with 1 spicy rabbit head and 1 spicy leopard head. In a flurry, Little Bai wriggled free from his hands, leaping onto the table, propping up its front paws as if to feign eating a morsel of food, then reclining backward to lie flat on the surface. Leon seemed to decipher this abstract body language, his expression suddenly turning grave. He retrieved several containment vials from his space, poured the remaining half glass of water into one, and collected samples of the dishes. There may be an issue with the food. Please hold on, madam. I shall take these for testing. Before long, he returned in haste, his countenance exceedingly grim. Both the food and the water are poisoned. Sang Luo widened her eyes in disbelief. Has someone poisoned me? The poison is rather peculiar. Lion cautiously glanced at her expression. It is capable of inducing miscarriage in pregnant women. This substance, when ingested, does not cause immediate miscarriage. Rather, it insidiously harms the fetus over time, making it nearly impossible to ascertain the cause after consumption. It would only lead to suspicions of other unfortunate circumstances causing the miscarriage, if taken in excessive quantities. It could even result in the tragic demise of both mother and child just before childbirth. Sang Luo abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Who could have done this? Such malevolence is truly insidious. Rest assured, my lady, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and show no leniency. Subsequently, their gazes turned toward Xiao Bai. Speak. Who are you truly? Such intelligence cannot belong to mere beasts. It must be that of a beastman. Continuing to conceal the truth serves no purpose. The timid rabbit beast stammered, could you possibly lend me a piece of clothing? It was a small female. Leon was momentarily taken aback. After the initial surprise, Sang Luo offered one of her skirts. The white rabbit slipped into the garment, transforming into a young female with short white hair. Her red eyes, round face, and fair skin presented a strikingly delicate and endearing appearance, albeit slightly frail. In the realm of beasts, females are considered precious, with beauty standards leaning towards a more voluptuous and robust physique. Given the harsh conditions of the tribe, one occasionally encounters females of slender build, yet in the western continent, Sang Luo seldom saw such a fragile creature. Leon's face flushed crimson as he recalled how, for days, he had held her in her nakedness, even while sleeping. Moreover, he had smacked her rear. I must investigate. Transforming into his beast form, he dashed away in a blur. This leopard was indeed peculiar. Little Bai glanced back momentarily. No need to mind him. Sang Luo inquired with keen interest. What is your name? Surely Torsbute. The names of the beastmen in the western continent were notoriously difficult to remember, and Sang Luo sighed. I shall call you Little Bai instead. Do you mind? Not at all, madam. You may address me as you wish. I never favored that name anyway, Little Bai replied obediently. Those beastmen from that day, were they the ones who captured you? Yes. Why? What crime did you commit? They sought to take me back to replace a female from my family in the genetic program. I do not wish to be sent to a laboratory to become an artificial female. What connection do you have with genetic females? Genetic females are cultivated using the DNA of viviparous females. Each year, the Empire selects one from among the most fertile females, utilizing her blood to nurture viviparous females. Our rabbit breed has always had commendable fertility, and this year, a female from my family was unfortunately chosen, the sole beloved offspring of the clan leader. He is unwilling to part with her due to the risks of death involved in the experiment, so he intends to substitute me instead, as I possess only mediocre fertility. Handing me over would incur no loss to the family. Little Bai lowered her head. Sang Luo's expression was grave. It was truly madness how the artificial females came to be. In the palace, within the princess's chamber, a cacophony of shattering porcelain could be heard. Was the princess still throwing a tantrum? Upon seeing Miss Marzali Brent arrive, the servant immediately donned a flattering smile and imploringly said, Miss Brent, you have finally come. We have been unable to persuade the princess. Please, you must try to calm her. Please excuse yourselves for now. I shall attend to her. Her temperament has always been quite obstinate. Marzali Brent replied with a gentle smile. Once the attendants had departed, she stepped into the room, surveying the scattered shards of china before turning her gaze to the weeping Sophie Asetai, whose face was swollen from crying. Her smile faded as she inquired, Did you poison that female? What? Do you intend to stop me? I assure you, that is impossible. Sophie Asetai exclaimed, her jealousy boiling over. How dare she take Caesar from her, and moreover, bear a child so quickly? I absolutely will not allow the child in her womb to be born. Foolishness. Marzali Brent remarked as she seated herself beside the bed and poured a cup of tea with an elegant demeanor. I met her not long ago, and it is highly probable that this child carries more than half of Caesar's bloodline. The potential of a mixed blood offspring is not to be underestimated. She is quite qualified to be an heir. Then I cannot allow those children to be born. Sophie retorted vehemently. Caesar values this offspring tremendously, and with the previous incident, you have little chance to interfere. Besides, that child is the progeny of a royal beast. Even if it is a hybrid, its vitality surpasses that of ordinary beings. Even if your plan succeeds, it may not guarantee a miscarriage. Fortunately, the beastman you sent last time bit his tongue and died, leaving no trace of the mastermind behind it. Should another attempt reveal your involvement, do you believe you could withstand the wrath of a royal beast? Marzali Brent sipped her tea nonchalantly and continued, Males are most protective of their offspring. To harm the progeny of a royal beast is akin to seeking their demise. Even if you succeeded, once discovered, you would not survive. What then shall I do? A flicker of panic crossed Sophie Asetai's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Perhaps I should allow this child to remain. I only desire Caesar, but that female must die. Even if she were to perish, Caesar would surely never take another female to raise his offspring, Marzali Brent scoffed. No matter how hard you strive, it will yield no results. But I cannot accept this. Sophie protested. How can it be that I, a princess, am inferior to her? A mere mouse female. What right does she have to be compared with me? Even if she is but a mouse female, she is still a genuine gestational female. What do you consider yourself? Marzali Brent produced a dossier and handed it to her. Take a good look at how your title of princess was bestowed upon you. Sophie Asetai trembled as she read the document, rendered speechless. How? How is this possible? Do you not wonder why the old beast king chose you as his princess and arranged your marriage to Caesar? Marzali Brent's demeanor softened. Do you recall now? The true Sophie Asetai has long since perished. You are merely a fabricated substitute. Chapter 42. Marry Me. The Asetai family faced immense criticism for failing to protect this precious female, causing their status to plummet. Just a year later, they proclaimed that their ailing daughter had been saved, when in reality, The Beast King and the head of the Aes Sedai family had secretly reached an agreement to create a genetic female using the deceased daughter's remaining genes and those of the queen. That female is you. Marzali Brent approached Sophie Aes Sedai, pinching her face to scrutinize her closely. Indeed, you bear some resemblance to the queen, which explains the Beast King's affection for you and the title of princess he conferred upon you. Alas, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. You shall never become a true Arlens. No, it cannot be. If I were truly a genetic female, why have I not conceived yet? Genetic females are specifically created for procreation, generally possessing substantial fertility. Yet, despite having 7 or 8 partners, Sophie Aes Sedai has yet to bear a single child. You were deprived of your womb the day you were successfully incubated. Sophie Aes Sedai's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. Marzali Brent continued, you are merely a counterfeit tool used by the Beast King to consolidate his power. He had the beastmen in the laboratory remove your womb and arranged your betrothal to Caesar. Sophie Aes Sedai, initially shattered and lost, gradually transformed her despair into resentment towards everyone. Moreover, her envy towards Sang Luo intensified. She would never be able to have offspring, while that mouse female not only captured Caesar's affection but also possessed formidable abilities. Conceiving so swiftly, why should her every desire be so easily attained by another? Marzali Brent, unfazed, remarked, you are not the only one wishing to eliminate her. I too share that desire. What do you plan to do? Such fertility would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire empire. If this fertility could be maximized, it would be a monumental event for the empire. Do you think the Beast King would refuse? Are you suggesting? Yes. You must find a way to persuade the Beast King to send her to the laboratory to become a genetic female, Marzali Brent smiled. No matter how envious we are, we cannot stir up any trouble, much less openly challenge a royal beast. If discovered, we would face certain death. The only force capable of restraining Caesar is the old Beast King and the empire itself. By leveraging the interests of the empire, he would neither want to nor be able to refuse. Marzali Brent held a favorable impression of Sang Luo, but regrettably, the two stood on opposing sides of their interests. She had set her sights on Datu Arlens, aiming to seize royal authority, while Sang Luo posed a significant threat that needed to be addressed swiftly to prevent unforeseen complications. The following day, after Agarli Arlens had completed his morning court, Sophie Aes Sedai clung to him, charmingly seeking his favor, gradually steering the conversation towards genetic females. Father, I have something to discuss with you, not for my own sake, but for the future of the empire. Sophie wrapped her arms around Agarli Arlens's, her voice soft and coaxing, eliciting a delighted smile from the Beast King, though a flicker of disdain briefly flashed in her eyes before she concealed it. Agarli Arlens chuckled. Speak. What is it? This year, the genetic female program is about to commence. Father should allow that mouse female to participate, thus producing a large number of such highly fertile females to bear more exceptional offspring for the benefit of the empire. A servant exclaimed. But that esteemed female is already pregnant with the general's child. Engaging in the genetic program may harm the mother. She is my beastman from the Western continent, naturally. She should contribute to the Western continent. Such high fertility should not go to waste. However, in the 3rd year of the genetic program, a female perished. The laboratory has stated it was an accident, and after so many years, genetic technology has matured. The subsequent females have all been safe. What is there to worry about? Upon receiving an impatient glare from Sophie Aes Sedai, the servant lowered his head, daring not to utter another word. She softly continued, Father, it is merely a matter of drawing a small amount of her blood. It shall not harm her, and it could yield a considerable number of exceptionally fertile females, which would be a boon for the empire. You, Father, brought Kaiser from the Eastern continent to cultivate him, and he owes you a debt of gratitude. This is a perfect opportunity for his mate to repay that debt. Egelis Allens pondered for a moment before addressing a servant. Has the list for this year's gene program been released? Each year, the gene program randomly selects 10 females with high fertility from the Allens Empire, from which one is ultimately chosen to be sent to the laboratory for blood collection. A servant presented the list, revealing this year's 10 selected females. However, a few days prior, a Rabbit Clan female had escaped, leaving only 9 candidates, with one still under urgent search. There is no need to continue the search. Egelis Allens declared with a wave of his hand. Include that rodent female as a candidate. A glint of triumph flickered in Sophie Aes Sedai's eyes, once included on the list. She had ample means to ensure Sang Luo's complete selection as a sacred female, and in a place like the laboratory, accidents could occur quite naturally. In the manner, Leon located the beastman responsible for the poisoning, but before he could extract the identity of the mastermind, the creature bit his own tongue and committed suicide, leaving no evidence. He replaced all the manor's servants and conducted thorough background checks. Just when he thought the matter was settled, news arrived from the palace in the morning, announcing that Sang Luo had been selected as a candidate for the sacred female. Sang Luodun felt that even the food had lost its flavor. Although high-fertility females were scarce, in the vast empire, the overall number of such females was still considerable. With only 10 slots available, how could it be that she was chosen? Leon had gathered intelligence from his contacts within the palace, indicating that it was the old Beast King's intent. Evidently, his ulterior motive was not merely the wine, but rather to use her as leverage against Caesar. Though labeled as a candidate, one could only wonder what schemes the old beast king was concocting in secret. Perhaps she had already been predetermined for this role. Once she was sent to the laboratory, blood would undoubtedly be drawn for testing, and her pure human identity would likely be exposed. No, she absolutely could not participate in this selection. Sang Luo contemplated Duo 2. The male beasts place immense value on their own offspring, particularly on their soul heirs. Even the most cunning and treacherous old beast king is no exception to this rule. However, her connection with Duo 2 was not particularly profound, aside from their recent chance encounter in the Beckman forest, where he had shown a flicker of interest in her. That spark had swiftly vanished upon his realization of her being a female of the Kaiser lineage. Would he be willing to assist her? Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Duo 2 had previously left her his contact information. As soon as Sang Luo made the call, it was instantly disconnected. Could it be that my son is in collusion with someone? Sang Luo, unwilling to give up, made another attempt to reach out, yet to no avail. Overwhelmed by disappointment, she contemplated blocking the individual in a fit of frustration when, to her surprise, a swift reply came from the other side. They were currently engaged in verifying the Treasury's income and expenditure with the Minister of Finance and would respond shortly. Sang Luo hastily inquired, "When are you free?" "Tonight," came the prompt reply. The other party quickly responded, "This evening, come find me." Though Duo 2 appeared frivolous and unruly on ordinary days, he was, after all, the future heir of Valens. His affairs kept him occupied, leaving no time for social engagements during the day. It was only in the evening that he could carve out a bit of personal time to see her, which was entirely reasonable. Indeed, it had been quite some time since she had last seen him. Sang Luo harbored no doubts and readily agreed. That evening, she proceeded to the prince's palace as promised. Duo 2 did not reside within the royal palace but had constructed a separate residence, grand and magnificent, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an air of opulence. Upon her arrival, the guards at the entrance immediately stepped forward to bow respectfully, announcing, "Noble lady, please enter. His Highness has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Sang Luo made her way directly to the chamber. Upon her arrival, she was greeted with a radiant smile, her voice a sultry whisper. "I have been waiting for you for quite some time." He appeared as though he had just emerged from a leisurely bath, reclining languidly on the sofa. His tousled golden hair framed a tall, statuesque figure draped in a diaphanous white silk robe, which hung loosely, leaving his chest exposed. The cool, fair skin was delicate, with a well-defined abdomen glistening with droplets of water that had yet to dry, cascading along the tantalizing outline of his physique and disappearing into the obscurity of his shorts, evoking a plethora of enticing imaginings. Sang Luo paused, her gaze fixed upon the exceptionally handsome man before her, swallowing her pride as she did so. In truth, he was strikingly attractive, with features that rivaled even Caesar's, yet his usual nonchalant demeanor rendered him somewhat unreliable in her eyes. At this moment, however, he appeared calm and composed, his gentle expression imbued with a tender allure that was undeniably captivating. Yet, his enticing demeanor seemed less like that of someone seeking a serious discussion and more akin to that of a lover's clandestine meeting. "I sought you out to discuss a matter," she said. Sang Luo spoke with a serious tone, inquiring, "What is it?" "I shall spare no effort to fulfill your request." Noticing her prolonged absence, he rose and approached, as shadows enveloped him. Sang Luo suddenly realized that his stature was quite imposing, rendering her petite in comparison. The fragrant scent that wafted from his freshly bathed skin momentarily clouded her thoughts, making her forget the words she intended to utter. Instinctively lowering her gaze as they stood in close proximity, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the delicate silk that revealed rather than concealed, hinting at a magnificent and formidable form. The future partner of this man would likely face exhilarating yet arduous days ahead. Flushed, Sang Luo unexpectedly turned crimson and glanced down, a knowing smile playing on her lips, suggesting a playful femininity. "Ahem, I am certainly not," she protested, bemused by the situation. Sang Luo hastily withdrew her gaze, banishing the lascivious thoughts from her mind. "I have come to see you on serious business, not to indulge in clandestine romance." You sought me out not to engage in matters of the heart? I specifically prepared myself, lying in wait for your affection." "Serious business." She stepped on his foot. "Very well, speak, I am listening." Duo 2 winced in pain, feeling quite aggrieved. "You are aware of the genetic female project, correct?" "Yes. That old initiative commenced 2 decades ago, when I was still quite young." Duo 2 regained his composure, guiding her to sit on the sofa. He intended to pour her another glass of wine, but suddenly remembered something and instead offered her a glass of warm fruit juice. He remarked, "I do not approve of this experimental initiative, yet it was a command issued by my father long ago, and I cannot voice my objections. How did you become entangled in this?" Sang Luo, "This morning, the Beast King personally issued an edict declaring me a candidate for the Holy Female. I beseech you to assist me in revoking my eligibility. Is it truly possible? I am quite displeased. Can you help me?" "Certainly." He readily agreed, displaying a remarkable willingness. "I have a splendid solution, but I wonder if you would be inclined to listen." "What is the solution?" "Marry me." Sang Luo paused momentarily. Mu Tu scrutinized her intently. This list bore the emperor's personal signature of approval. Although I am his only son, I remain merely a prince. My status is exalted, yet I wield no real power. Should my father harbor intentions against you, I would be powerless to dissuade him. He gently curled a lock of her hair with his long fingers, inhaling its fragrance before coaxing her. However, should you agree to marry me, the situation would be entirely transformed. No one would dare to lay a hand on the future queen of the empire. Sang Luo furrowed her brow, questioning whether he was attempting to ensnare her. Your fertility is quite remarkable, she remarked, diverting the conversation. Her gaze fell upon her abdomen, a flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes. Drawing the enchanting figure into his embrace, he inhaled her alluring, delicate fragrance, and an unexpected thought of possession stirred within him. Once you have given birth, would you bear my child? He whispered against her ear, his warm breath slightly disheveled. This male was clearly stirred by emotion. His innate prowess as a kingly beast was commendable. However, Sang Luo was presently with Caesar's child and had no desire to entertain the advances of other males for the time being. Her hand glided against his chest, slowly ascending to caress his prominent Adam's apple, as she smiled and said, "If your highness does not mind raising a litter of little mice, then it is certainly permissible." His expression stiffened momentarily, desire receding significantly as he released her. He was indeed concerned. "I am quite curious to see what you will give birth to." Sang Luo had long perceived that Duotu placed great importance on lineage, which is why he had refrained from competing with Caesar. It was true that he harbored affection for her, yet he valued offspring even more. A rodent of ordinary lineage could not ignite his desire to pursue her. "Does his highness intend to withhold his assistance from me?" Sang Luo inquired, her delicate and alluring visage imbued with a hint of mischief, effortlessly evoking a man's protective instincts. Duota gently pinched her small face, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I shall intervene on your behalf. How could I allow you to venture into such a place? Even if you are not my partner, I would still feel concerned." "Then what you just said was merely jest. How could Father Emperor allow our relationship to sour over a mere position?" Duotu replied with a chuckle. "Very well. I shall take my leave." Sang Luo exhaled in relief, feeling unburdened. The night is drawing to a close. Why not stay here tonight? Duota grasped Sang Luo's hand, causing her to tumble onto his lap as she looked down at him. In the moonlight, the emerald hues of his eyes shimmered with a captivating luster, evoking emotions that were difficult to resist. "Perhaps upon waking tomorrow, you shall receive some delightful news. And if I choose not to stay? In that case, I cannot guarantee what may transpire," he declared as he lifted her effortlessly and carried her to the bed. Chapter 43. The father of the child, someone seeks to harm your offspring. Sang Luo instinctively covered her abdomen and retreated to the foot of the bed, exclaiming, "I am now with child. You must not act recklessly. I am not so desperate as to engage with a pregnant female." Duo cast her a resentful glance, pondering what kind of beast she must appear to him. He was tall and well-built, his hands large enough to effortlessly pin Sang Luo's legs. The smooth, delicate sensation of her skin was irresistible to Duo, prompting him to touch her a few more times despite his better judgment. As Sang Luo's face flushed suddenly, she questioned his intentions. "What are you doing?" "Just giving your legs a massage." Duo sat at the edge of the bed, one hand applying a gentle but firm pressure on her thigh, his gaze pure and his technique adept. His bathrobe, already loosely tied, slipped down further with his movements, revealing a substantial expanse of her cool, delicate, yet sturdy shoulder. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window, his golden curls framed a striking visage with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and lips that resembled blossoming petals, rendering his angular features all the more enchanting. Reluctantly, Sang Luo found the massage surprisingly pleasant. She surrendered and reclined on the bed, allowing him to attend to her, releasing a soft, contented sigh. Duota paused momentarily, but then increased his pressure, the tender flesh of her thigh slightly spilling over his palm. Sang Luo winced, casting a captivating glance at him. Must the genetic project continue? Duota's gaze burned into her, as he swallowed hard and chuckled. "If you bear me an heir endowed with exceptional gifts, once I ascend to that position, I shall have the freedom to pursue any endeavor I desire." Upon hearing this, Sang Luo swiftly rolled back into bed, choosing to ignore him. Duo leaned closer, playfully tousling her soft, flowing hair. He remarked, "Honestly, if your unborn child possesses remarkable talents, why not have one for me as well? I find you rather appealing." This was an interest rooted in her fertility rather than in her as a person. Sang Luo rolled her eyes in response, noticing her prolonged silence. Duo pinched her cheek and realized she had already drifted off to sleep. How amusing. She truly seemed unperturbed by any potential actions he might take. Duo himself did not possess such confidence in his character. Oh no. He hurriedly turned Sang Luo onto her side, concerned about the possibility of pressing on her belly. The following day, Sang Luo awoke to find that Duo had already departed from the palace. Attendants had prepared a sumptuous meal and were waiting to assist her with her grooming and adornment. The wardrobe was filled with exquisitely tailored, opulent court dresses. As a prince of the empire, Duo naturally had to cultivate connections with various noble ladies, perhaps even those with whom he shared a childhood bond. Sang Luo was not so egotistical as to believe that these preparations were made solely for her benefit. After finishing her meal, It was not long before news spread through the palace that the Beast King had revoked Sang Luo's qualification to compete. Simultaneously, Sophie Acid was placed under confinement. Sang Luo had roughly deduced who had conspired against her in recent days. As evening descended, Duo 2 returned from the palace. Sang Luo remarked, "Caesar will surely express his gratitude to you." Duo 2's expression darkened as he stepped closer, caressing her exquisitely innocent face and leaning in towards her fragrant crimson lips. Just as Sang Luo anticipated a kiss, he withdrew, chuckling with mock indignation. "Do not misinterpret the favors owed. My relationship with Caesar is not so intimate. I approached the emperor on your behalf, and any debt of gratitude should be repaid by you. And what would you desire as repayment?" she inquired. "As I mentioned last night, if this child possesses commendable talents, I shall claim the next one," he replied suggestively. "If she could bear Caesar's offspring, surely she could bear his as well." "Very well, so you seek a mere vessel for progeny?" "Coincidentally, I too am impressed by your talents, Duo Tuesday. It seems we may find mutual benefit in this arrangement." Sang Luo entwined her fingers around his belt, her delicate, jade-white fingertips caressing gently, lifting her gaze to him. Her enchanting brows and eyes captivated him, leaving him breathless. His ears blushed a deep crimson, and even after Sang Luo departed, he found it difficult to regain his composure. Suppressing the desires that surged within, he could not help but acknowledge her as a true marvel. The estate. Sang Luo reclined languidly in the wisteria chair of her backyard, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. Since her pregnancy, her sole indulgence, aside from sleeping and eating, had become the simple pleasure of soaking up the sunlight on a fine day. As she lounged, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the day had slipped into evening. A tall man, clad in a striking black and gold python-patterned robe, appeared and, upon noticing her, furrowed his brow before gently lifting her and carrying her indoors. As Sang Luo caught a whiff of that familiar and long-lost chill fragrance, she awakened. She reached out to entwine her arms around Caesar's neck, nuzzling affectionately against him. "At last, you have returned. Did you miss me?" "Humph, not at all. If you delay your return any longer, our child may well starve." Caesar arrived just in time on the evening of the 7th day. Seeing his typically well-groomed and smooth long hair now appearing disheveled and unruly, with a faint shadow of darkness under his eyes, Sang Luo realized that he had been tirelessly hunting star beasts for several days without rest. Filled with guilt, Kaiser embraced her tightly, but recalling something, he quickly loosened his hold and glanced down at her belly, which had become noticeably rounder since he had left. It seemed that the due date was approaching sooner than anticipated. Concern laced his voice as he inquired, "It's all my fault for not returning sooner. How have you been during these days? Have you felt any discomfort? Has the baby been troublesome?" Thankfully, the little one had been quite calm, hardly causing any unrest, indicating that it was likely resting peacefully. Upon noticing the dark circles under his eyes, Sang Luo's heart ached with tenderness. She leaned in and kissed him softly, whispering, "You've worked so hard, dear father of our child." Kaiser felt a rush of sweetness in his heart, his voice deep and tender as he replied, "Sang, I should be the one thanking you for bearing our child. It must have been arduous." He hurriedly retrieved the spoils from his space, urging, "Please eat quickly, so the baby does not go hungry." Sang Luo gazed at the countless floating crystals in the sky, her mouth watering at the sight of so many beast crystals, an abundance she had never encountered in her lifetime. The myriad of crystals spanned various grades, with the purple crystals numbering in the thousands. The translucent beast crystals, a privilege only the king-tier star beasts could possess, were particularly striking. Upon a rough count, she estimated nearly 100 king-tier beast crystals. Had Kaiser slain hundreds of star beast kings in just 7 short days? No wonder he returned in such a state of exhaustion. "You mustn't overexert yourself. I can manage with slightly less food. It truly doesn't matter," she suggested. Kaiser immediately bristled with anger. Such words were the most ineffective consolation a male could offer. If he could not even provide adequately for his mate and offspring, then perhaps he should abandon the mantle of a king beast altogether. Sang Luo hurriedly closed her mouth in disappointment as Kaiser urged her to eat swiftly. Sang Luo, unreservedly, consumed several king crystals, and her binge eating during this period finally came to a halt. For the first time, she felt so satiated that her body radiated a warm and delightful comfort. Sang Luo hesitated, caught in a dilemma about whether to confide in him. "What is it that you cannot share with me?" he inquired. "Your child was nearly harmed," she revealed. Caesar's expression turned suddenly cold, a visage of distress and fury. "Who would dare to endanger you?" "Recently, someone attempted to poison me, a toxin that could induce a miscarriage in pregnant females. If the situation escalates, it could lead to the demise of both mother and child. I am uncertain of the perpetrator's identity." "Very well, I understand," Caesar replied, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead before vanishing into thin air. Sang Luo was aware that he had utilized his mental energy to thoroughly investigate the entire city. The Beast King's regard for his offspring was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The following day, news of the princess's sudden demise spread from the palace. Chaos ensued in the Beast King's palace. Though the Beast King swiftly suppressed the information, one cannot conceal the truth, especially regarding such royal secrets that intrigue many. It was soon whispered among the servants, reaching Sang Luo by evening. When Kaiser returned, Emanating an aura of chill, Sang Luo questioned. Surely, the princess is not your doing. Yes and no. To be precise, it was the old beast king who took action personally. Kaiser wrapped one arm around her delicate waist as they entered the room. In that moment, an image surged into Sang Luo's mind. Last night, within the palace, silence reigned. The disheveled Scarcity appeared in the beast king's chambers. Her gaze filled with malice. Concealing a dagger within her sleeve, she lunged directly at the beast king, cursing, "You old wretch. How dare you remove my womb? Die? Just die." Given the beast king's prowess, it was impossible for him not to sense an intruder in his quarters. However, upon seeing the face of Scarcity, reminiscent of a long-lost companion, and the frenzied hatred in her expression, he momentarily fell into a rare stupor, murmuring a name, Anano. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced his arm, and Eggeril Allens contorted in agony, clutching his bleeding right arm. The beast king's peak strength surged forth, obliterating Scarcity in an instant. The old beast king's countenance darkened profoundly as he donned his garments and strode outward, commanding, "Summon everyone. Conduct a thorough investigation throughout the palace." As the vision faded, Sang Luo opened her eyes, realizing that Scarcity's late-night assassination attempt had incited the beast king's wrath, resulting in the demise of her accomplices as well, all branded with the charge of treason. Rumors circulated that the beast king had shown considerable affection toward this princess of a different surname. Now, witnessing the complex relationship between father and daughter, one could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Sang Luo, with keen insight, glanced at Caesar and mused, "Could it be that you have exerted your mental prowess over the princess? Mastery of mental energy to such an exquisite degree allows one to manipulate thoughts to a certain extent, rendering individuals mere puppets." Nevertheless, Caesar found it beneath him to resort to such tactics against a female. Her inherent resentment towards the beast king was merely the spark I ignited. Wasn't the relationship between this father and daughter supposed to be harmonious? Sometimes, what one perceives is not necessarily the truth. It was only yesterday that I discovered Scarcity was a genetically engineered female, stripped of her womb on the day of her creation by the beast king's decree, rendering her forever unable to conceive. I merely unearthed her animosity towards the beast king. Even without my intervention, she would eventually take action. How unexpected that such concealed truths existed. Scarcity harbors intentions to harm you. Caesar's gaze turned icy in an instant. During my citywide search yesterday, I extracted memories from several suspects, which led me to uncover details within the palace, specifically regarding Scarcity. The previous poisoning incident was orchestrated by her, who covertly instructed a bear beast under the pretext of seeking a partner. When her scheme failed, she was filled with rage and, unbeknownst to me, sought out some secretive technique, planning to have someone abduct you to exchange blood, intending to transfer your fertility and innate abilities to herself before eliminating you. As Sang Luo listened, a chill ran down her spine. The malevolence of that woman was truly alarming. A sense of dread washed over her as she remarked, "Fortunately, you returned just in time. Had I been alone at home, with her lurking in the shadows while I remained unaware, I might have fallen into her trap. And you would never see me again. With me here, I shall not permit anyone to inflict harm upon you," Caesar murmured softly. Although he appeared calm, his heart was filled with trepidation, and his grip on her hand betrayed a layer of cold sweat. "The beast crystal I brought back should suffice for your needs. I shall remain by your side until after you give birth." Caesar gently lifted Sang Luo and carried her to the bedroom, laying her down on the bed. Just as he was about to depart, she pulled him onto the bed with a firm grasp. As the dark tresses of Sang Luo cascaded gently, she tilted her head slightly to gaze at him, her face flushed with a shy crimson hue, and her eyes, narrowed in a smile, were utterly captivating. Caesar found himself momentarily breathless, unable to divert his gaze, his throat parched. "It has been quite some time since you accompanied me. I have missed you," Sang Luo murmured. Her heart already stirred as she beheld his exquisite and elegant visage. Without hesitation, she reached out to remove his garments. Caesar, feeling a surge of heat, his eyes filled with passion and desire, understood that there was no danger in their union, as such intimacy would only hasten the development of their offspring. Thus, he harbored no reservations. Let the husband take the initiative in such matters, he thought, flipping over to seize the lead. Before Sang Luo could even begin to undress him, she found herself divested of her own attire, her alluringly pale form laid bare before him. Hearing his soft chuckle as he leaned in to whisper 2 words in her ear, her cheeks flushed deeper, and she placed her hands against his chest, playfully protesting. How annoying. After an exquisite and prolonged moment of tender ecstasy, Caesar held the languidly sleeping Sang Luo in his embrace, satisfaction radiating from his features. Her face still bore the remnants of a rosy blush, rendering her even more enticing. He pressed a kiss to her cheek, then another to her full, rosy lips. Cradling her round waist with utmost care, his heart brimming with an indescribable sense of happiness and fulfillment. After a brief slumber, Sang Luo was swiftly overtaken by a gnawing hunger. She opened her eyes, gazing longingly at the man beside her. Caesar, recognizing her hunger, commanded his servant to prepare a meal, while also offering her a glass of water and a few amethysts. After drinking water, Sang Luo consumed the few pieces of amethyst crystal, lingering with a sense of longing as she licked her lips, expressing her desire for more of the royal beast crystals. "You just had some yesterday," It has only been a day. The body cannot absorb excessive nourishment, he cautioned. Not all beastmen can withstand the potent energy of the royal crystals. Kaisar had initially intended for her to consume one every half-month, allowing her body to gradually acclimatize to avoid being overwhelmed by the power. I believe I can handle it. Please give me another one, she replied, gently caressing her abdomen. Kaisar retrieved a royal crystal from his space and handed it to her. Observing that Sang Luo exhibited no adverse reactions after consuming it, he felt a sense of relief. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. It typically took him several days to refine a royal crystal. Yet this child within her seemed to possess a talent greater than he had anticipated. Kaisar gazed intently at her belly. Sang Luo then grew drowsy once more. Caesar suddenly coughed twice. Sang Luo immediately opened her eyes and beheld his complexion had turned somewhat pale. His brow was slightly furrowed, and his lips appeared even more colorless, with a trace of crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She felt a surge of anxiety. You are injured? It's nothing serious, he replied. It's just that my body is a bit overwhelmed. Sang Luo felt a flush rise to her cheeks as memories of the passionate entanglements from last night and this morning flooded her mind. A wave of guilt washed over her, prompting her to lower her gaze. You were injured. Why did you not mention it earlier? You've already been through so much lately, and I shouldn't have clung to you for so long. I hope I haven't exhausted you. This is not about that, Kaisar replied, his eyes suddenly glinting with a dangerous intensity. He gently brushed his fingers against her swollen lips and, in a hushed tone, added, as long as you are willing, I would have no objections to indulging in a few more encounters. Before Sang Luo could utter a word, her lips were silenced by a cool touch, experiencing the unbearable sweetness of calamity that comes from careless speech. After an afternoon filled with passionate entanglements, Kaisar sought to prolong their intimacy, but Sang Luo, mindful of his condition, coughed. It was certainly not that she could no longer bear it. She took the initiative to conclude their delightful interlude, lazily wrapping her arms around his lean waist, inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped him. What is truly amiss with your body? She inquired, observing that he bore no visible signs of injury. How could one so spirited appear to be in distress? He seemed entirely at ease, making her feel utterly at his service. Kaisar's complexion had grown slightly more vibrant than before. He gently nibbled on her flushed earlobe, revealing a secret he had long concealed within his heart. My bloodline is incomplete. My mental prowess is rated Super S, yet my physical strength is merely A. I have excessively exerted my mental faculties these past days, and my body is beginning to falter. Thus, you have been relying on those nutrient solutions, Sang Luo realized. Indeed. These nutrient solutions are specially formulated by a physician for optimal absorption, devoid of impurities that might burden the body with excess strain. Kaisar, accustomed to the routine, was not particularly concerned. However, upon seeing the sorrow etched on Sang Luo's face, a bittersweet tenderness filled his heart. He gently tousled her hair and softly reassured her. I truly am fine. The overexertion of mental energy may induce a brief period of physical weakness, but a night in the hot springs will suffice for rejuvenation. I shall accompany you. Is your body able to withstand it? As Sang Luo noticed his gaze shift downward, her cheeks flushed once more. What a rogue. Another month had passed. And during this time, Sang Luo had been taking a Wang Jing daily, causing her abdomen to noticeably swell, to the extent that even maternity wear could no longer conceal it. She seldom ventured outside, for her body felt exceedingly heavy and fatigued, rendering her unable to bear it. Just as Kaisar finished applying olive oil to her belly that morning, Lion burst in hastily. Kaisar covered her with a blanket, exchanged a glance with Lion, and stepped outside. Lion promptly followed him out, shutting the door behind them. Sang Luo could not find slumber and extended her mental prowess outward. In the outer chamber, Leon hurriedly announced, It is dire news, my lord. Recently, the Beast King was the target of an assassination attempt within the palace, which initiated a search. For reasons unknown, the investigation has led to you. He suspects that you have exerted mental control over the princess in a plot to murder the Beast King and questions your loyalty. Seeking retribution for his beloved daughter, he holds you accountable. A special task force from the palace has been dispatched and is encroaching upon us. I rushed back as soon as I received word to inform you. My lord, you and the lady should. Before Leon could finish, a voice called from outside. We beseech His Excellency Caesar to step forth. Your Majesty, the Beast King requests your presence in the palace. Leon whispered, My lord, we still hold military authority. Shall I inform? Not yet, Caesar interjected, casting a glance towards the inner room. He had an inkling that Sang Luo's due date was imminent. And these days were of utmost importance. She needed tranquility to nurture the child, and it was unwise to stir chaos. He also wished to spare her from anxiety. Caesar was aware that Sang Luo had been eavesdropping. Just as he intended to comfort her, she emerged, supporting herself against the door with one hand while the other cradled her swollen belly, her complexion pale. Sang Luo, what are you doing out here? Caesar exclaimed, his expression fraught with concern as he rushed to support her. Rest assured, I shall not come to harm. The Beast King cannot hold sway over me. My only worry lies with you. Sang Luo grasped his hand, shaking her head, urging him not to leave. I won't go, he replied. Outside. They were besieged by the Beast King's forces, a relentless blockade. The several generals of the special forces, seeing that Caesar had not yet responded, attempted to charge through with brute force. A terrifying power sent the intruders crashing to the ground, their insides feeling as if they were shattering. Meanwhile, the manor was encased in a transparent energy barrier, impervious to their assaults. Several high-ranking beastmen, refusing to yield, attempted to breach the formation but were instantly reduced to dust upon contact. How has his power grown so formidable? The general's expression darkened. It seemed that Caesar had long concealed his true strength while serving the empire. Now, that power was finally revealed. The prospect of a frontal assault was utterly futile. "My lord, what shall we do now?" someone inquired. "Return and report to the Beast King to dispatch more troops. Maintain vigilance here. No one is to enter or exit. Report immediately if anything occurs." Even if they were powerless against Caesar, as long as that pregnant female remained within the empire's borders, he would have to bow in submission. The manor was surrounded by thousands of beastmen, cut off from any supplies, unable even to procure food. Caesar dismissed all the servants within the manor. Sang Luo no longer required food for energy, as she could sustain herself with beast crystals. Her cravings for meat were merely indulgent. Caesar had no need for sustenance at all. The frantic beastmen outside had little to no impact on the two of them. Caesar, indifferent to their presence, treated them as if they were mere phantoms. Over the past few days, he had become increasingly anxious, fixating on Sang Luo's belly, unwilling to leave her side for even a moment, fearing any misfortune. In the Beast King's palace, his expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated Caesar's mental prowess advancing to such a degree, capable of silently manipulating minds, nearly ensnaring even him, a truly terrifying reality. He summoned the physician who had previously conducted Sang Luo's pregnancy examination. The female was nearing her due date. Expected to give birth within days, he could no longer afford to remain composed. Just as due to enter the grand hall, he overheard Eggeril Allen's issuing orders to several death warriors, intending to secretly eliminate Sang Luo once she went into labor. He rushed in, his face stern with anger. "You cannot touch her. Who permitted your presence here?" Eggeril Allen's expression shifted, gesturing for his guards to escort him away. Dutu shook them off, stepping forward to confront the Beast King with unwavering resolve. "She is the female my son cherishes. I will not allow you to harm her. She has promised to bear me a child. If you dare to kill her, I swear, Allen's lineage will end here." "Unfilial son." Eggeril Allen struck him across the face. Dutu turned his head, a clear handprint marring his handsome features. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he looked up at the Beast King. "I am not jesting. You. Are you trying to drive me to my death?" Eggeril Allen's, furious, raised his hand to strike again but restrained himself, lowering it with visible frustration. "You are my only offspring, the one I value most. I had intended to cultivate Caesar, to forge him into a formidable weapon to assist you in expanding the empire. But now, his rebellious intentions are glaring. If we do not eliminate him now, the repercussions will be endless. Both of you are born rulers. Yet you have always been overshadowed by Caesar. If you had shown a bit more spirit, would I need to scheme so extensively?" Chapter 45. The birth in the days leading up to her delivery, Sang Luo hardly ate, her belly swollen, perpetually fatigued, as if in an unending slumber. Caesar remained by her side. One night, Sang Luo suddenly awoke, clutching Caesar tightly as pain surged through her abdomen, cold sweat trickling down her body. The agony compelled her to cry out, her face contorting in distress. "It's time to give birth." Caesar quickly enveloped her in a cloak and rushed toward the hospital. The guards stationed outside, witnessing his emergence, attempted to apprehend him, but hundreds of beastmen were instantaneously obliterated, their bodies exploding in a gruesome display. The remaining beastmen were filled with dread, parting like the Red Sea to create a clear path, none daring to advance further. Faced with the imminent danger to his mate and offspring, even the hastily arriving Beast King had to retreat from the fray. "Purification," he murmured. "What? Do you think I am useless?" Sang Luo shot him a reproachful glare. This was her first experience with the pains of childbirth, leaving her in a state of disassociation. Her spirit momentarily detached, yet the excruciating pain jolted her back to reality. She turned to Caesar, asking, "What is purification?" Leaning close to her ear, Caesar whispered joyfully, "This is their first experience delivering the offspring of a born ruler. They truly lack experience and are filled with trepidation." Sang Luo gazed at the two pristine eggs before her, unable to suppress a wry smile. Although she had been aware of her impending offspring, the reality of it felt surreal. Deep down, she yearned for Caesar to be by her side during this critical moment. After years spent on the battlefield, he had never felt such anxiety as he did today. Wishing he could bear the burden for her, he reached out a hand to comfort her. She considered herself fortunate. The first brood was eggs, which were relatively easier to bear. Live birth, on the other hand, was far more taxing. Despite having received advance notice, Eggeril Allen felt a jolt of surprise, quickly followed by a frown as he glanced at the preoccupied Dutu. "You must obtain her. Give birth to the heir." The others in the hospital were equally astonished, having presumed that this brood would be a hybrid of serpent and rodent, only to discover a pure-blooded royal beast instead. A doctor held a few tablets and a bowl of water, urging the pregnant female to take the labor-inducing and pain relief medications. promising full assistance during the delivery to minimize the risk of complications. Only Kaiser remained, standing by Sang Luo as both partner and the father of her child. Egarili Allens was quite impressive, managing to engage with such a rare female of the angelic race. Sang Luo imagined the beauty of angels, wondering if that queen was indeed stunning. The two must resemble his mother somewhat. In the hospital, the bloodline runes of the pure-blooded royal beast, the soaring serpent, ignited curiosity. How could the ancestral grave of the old beast king be stirring with such life, birthing a naturally royal offspring? Sang Luo could hardly contain her intrigue. Kaisar's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as he pressed her hand against his face, bewildered. He grasped her hand tightly, trembling slightly, yet words eluded him. A few midwives arrived, hastily summoned in the dead of night. Everything was prioritized around the impending birth. Sang Luo gently shook her head. This delivery was, in fact, smoother than anticipated. Aside from her overwhelming fatigue and a slight discomfort in her abdomen, she experienced no other ailments. Was he not a born king beast? Rest assured, they would not dare to tamper with anything. I had all these medications thoroughly examined beforehand, and they are safe. Initially, she had harbored doubts about whether a pure human could truly unite with a beastman. To conceive at all was already a stroke of fortune, and she had not dared to hope for the gifts of progeny. To her astonishment, she had given birth to 2 purebloods. Kaiser poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. The old beast king was indeed the most gifted among the beastmen. Having invested all the resources of the royal family and, even after reaching the age of 50, only then did he attain the status of king beast. Sang Luo weakly spoke. If I embarrass myself later, please do not mock me. Egarili Allens inquired. Has she given birth? No wonder the sight of the pure-blood royal beast had startled Duda earlier. Even the old beast king was not a naturally born royal beast, having only produced offspring after 500 years. This child possesses an even higher bloodline talent than the old beast king, making the prospect of progeny even more challenging. Are there still angelic races in this world? Are there royal-class females? Sang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Kaiser did not raise his gaze, replying in a muted tone. There have been instances of male beasts accompanying during childbirth. I am here to support her. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Duoda hurried into the room, asking, Could you show me? Purification is highly effective in combat, capable of instantly removing all negative states from an individual. For instance, certain high-tier beastmen possess unique abilities such as poisoning, weakness, petrification, and paralysis, rendering them helpless in your presence. Kaiser unhesitatingly affirmed, to protect the greater good. Sang Luo bit down on his hand, as waves of contractions surged through her, and darkness enveloped her vision. She paid no heed to whose child it was. Caesar's pride was unmistakable in his eyes. My lord, the delivery room is a place of filth. I kindly ask you to step outside and wait. A doctor approached. The old beast king possessed considerable talent, and after investing countless resources, he had only just reached the threshold of the royal beast at over 50 years of age. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat so swiftly? It was utterly inconceivable. The bitterness in Caesar's heart far outweighed the joy of the newly acquired offspring as he cradled her in his arms, their foreheads touching. Since the child was born, the backs of several individuals were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Sang Luo grasped his fair and delicate wrist, opened her eyes, and gasped for breath, slightly tilting her head. Can you guess whether this offspring will be female or male? At some unknown point, Duotu arrived at the entrance of the delivery room. His gaze fell upon the pale-faced Sang Luo on the bed, his heart racing with anxiety, yet he hesitated to approach her any closer. Once everything was completed, he would immediately check on Sang Luo. With his presence, she felt a profound sense of reassurance. Kaiser instantly softened, kissing her lips with utmost tenderness, murmuring, It is all your merit. Finally, she had the opportunity to explore the newfound innate powers within her. By forging a contract with another royal beast and giving birth to an offspring of comparable talents, she would be on the cusp of reaching the royal tier. She wondered what would emerge from the egg. Would it be a small serpent or a humanoid infant? Furthermore, these 2 pure-blood offspring possessed a complete lineage. Far surpassing her own potential, their future achievements would undoubtedly eclipse hers. She had ascended from the 1st tier to the 7th in a mere 2 months. The celestial females were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. The angelic race, shrouded in mystery, belonged to an innate royal beast lineage, making the birth of offspring particularly arduous, with female progeny being even scarcer. However, once born, their innate abilities were typically formidable. There was no fear of covert sabotage. Sang Luo utilized her innate powers to heal her body and consumed several beast crystals, swiftly restoring herself to her former state, with the exception of her lips, which remained slightly pale, resembling her condition prior to pregnancy. Kaiser remarked with a smile, attributing it to the late queen who had passed away in her youth. Such is the fate of beauty, fleeting and fragile. Sang Luo reclined upon the expansive bed in the delivery room. Adorned in a voluminous deep blue gown that accentuated her pallid complexion, her lips faintly bleeding from the pressure of her own biting. The Empire has made significant advancements in maternal health care, yet unforeseen calamities still occur, particularly those infamous incidents throughout history where pregnant women bore offspring of extraordinary talent, such as the Orsish progeny, one akin to you, and one akin to me. Sang Luo closed her eyes once more, taking slow, deep breaths, attempting to envision herself amidst the clouds. Suddenly, a profound sensation of descent gripped her abdomen. Kaiser retrieved 2 bloodied eggs from beneath Sang Luo. Having already prepared a basin of warm water and towels, he meticulously cleaned away the remnants of the amniotic membrane and blood, swaddling the newborn and placing it in a nearby incubator. Kaiser had long been ready for this moment, regardless of the outcome. This birth was a fortuitous surprise. Indeed, it was a pure-blood royal beast. Duo 2 nodded in agreement. Kaiser's gaze shifted from the medicine and the bowl of water to the several physicians present, though he refrained from taking action immediately. Sang Luo initially wished to inquire about the meaning of the complete bloodline that he mentioned, as previously. Kaiser had expressed that his own bloodline was flawed. However, observing his demeanor, it seemed he preferred to keep the secrets of their lineage concealed from outsiders, prompting Sang Luo to refrain from asking further, intending to seek clarification upon his return. Indeed, he could sense the importance of conserving energy through fewer words. His heart ached for him. It was unfortunate that he had not yet ascended to the royal tier. Sang Luo felt a twinge of regret. It was evident that the realms above and below the royal tier were disparate worlds. Although Du Tu had been unable to embrace a child, witnessing Sang Luo's safe delivery had eased his worries, and he took his leave. Kaiser remained by her side, gently wiping her sweat. He remarked that Du Tu Allen's mother was a royal angelic female, and the union of 2 royal beast men held a substantial likelihood of birthing a hybrid royal beast. He himself was a hybrid angelic lion, inheriting his golden hair from his beast mother. After a moment of contemplation, he added that newly born hybrid royal beasts often lack the stability of bloodlines compared to their ancient, naturally born counterparts, which could lead to fleeting glory, as the next generation might revert to ordinary talents. Thus, he placed great importance on the inheritance of his offspring. Sang Luo could no longer discern what they were saying, her hands clutching the bedding, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. The hospital nurse prepared a basin of water, gently cleansing Sang Luo's body before dressing her in loose, soft cotton garments. He spoke to her, attempting to soothe her somewhat anxious spirit. Her complexion was pallid, eyes tightly shut, as if ensnared in a slumber from which he would never awaken. "Bring the child to me. Allow me to take a look." While Sang Luo felt a sense of lamentation, she also found some solace. Sang Luo's eyes sparkled with sudden brilliance, recognizing the remarkable innate abilities of the unborn child. The multitude of images remained, as she stood at the hospital entrance, encountering the approaching figure of the old beast king. Without hesitation, Sang and Kaiser swiftly concealed the 2 children in their spatial realm, shielding them from prying eyes. Kaiser hastily presented the child to her. The Aaron's empire cannot change its name or identity. After Sang Luo cradled an egg from the swaddling blanket, she noticed the obscure golden-purple runes etched in the middle of the eggshell. A moment of astonishment washed over her as she retrieved another egg, which bore similar markings, albeit in a slightly lighter hue than the first. Once the obstetrician completed her postpartum examination, the medical staff gradually departed. As soon as she made a movement, Kaiser immediately sensed it, casting a gentle and concerned glance in her direction. "How are you feeling? Is there any other discomfort?" he inquired. But the conversation could not linger on trivial matters. "What is this? Pure blood?" Sang Luo exclaimed, taken aback. "Is this my offspring?" The pure-blood royal beast progeny she had birthed had not even ascended to the royal tier. Overcome with excitement, Kaiser embraced Sang Luo, wishing he could offer her his very heart. Sang, you have truly bestowed upon me the greatest surprise." Kaiser spent his days cradling the 2 eggs, using his bloodline power to incubate them, hoping the children would hatch soon so Sang Luo could behold the precious forms of her offspring. "However, these are merely rumors I've heard. When I arrived in the Western continent, that queen had already passed away." Duo scoffed, reflecting on how he had never realized her stinginess before. Their attention seemed to drift elsewhere. The seasoned general, forged in the crucible of countless battles, emanated an aura and ferocity that no ordinary beastman could withstand. They were keenly aware that if this pregnant female were to suffer an accident in the hospital today, none of them would survive. He aspired to the exalted position above a myriad within the empire. Kaiser remarked, "It is an exceedingly rare form of innate power, somewhat akin to your own abilities, both leaning towards the supportive realm, yet fundamentally distinct. Is she truly just an ordinary female mouse?" The Beast King had consented to allow him to keep Sang Luo. After half an hour of unconsciousness, Sang Luo gradually awoke, her face damp and a bittersweet tang lingering on her lips. It was unclear whether the tears were her own, shed in pain, or those of Kaiser. "Your Excellencies, the pregnant female has just given birth and requires tranquility and rest." The innate dominance of the royal beast over ordinary beastmen instilled a deep-seated yearning for submission, etched into their very instincts. Igarly Allens, upon witnessing this scene, felt a profound shock within his heart. After a few days in the hospital, as Sang Luo's body neared recovery, Kaiser took her back to the estate. As Sang Luo gazed upon his worried and sorrowful countenance, a sense of swelling satisfaction enveloped her heart, alleviating her pain considerably. She managed a faint smile. Aware that the doctor was right, he should step outside for now, for the scene during childbirth might not be very pleasant. "Twins?" Sang Luo found herself amused. Outside the hospital, The station troops witnessed the orc suddenly losing control, transforming into their beastly forms and emitting howls that pierced the sky. Well, you should stay here and watch, lest your worries become overwhelming. Seeing his demeanor, Sang Luo felt it was best to refrain from further comments. The true king beast was Alan's, not him. Inside the delivery room, a physician trembled as he spoke, if any unforeseen events occur. The old beast king was not yet on the brink of death. Other relatives and nobles were closely watching the throne. He needed to have offspring to be the legitimate heir. It seemed that the palace had also chosen to remain silent, withdrawing their troops and no longer mentioning previous incidents. Unable to withstand the eager gaze directed at him, he reluctantly turned to Sang Luo, saying, "It will take some time for them to emerge. How long will it take?" She was genuinely curious to see what her own offspring would look like. According to ancestral memories, it would take at least a few years. This is considered fast, Kaisi deliberated. So long? Am I birthing to an SS? The two children had yet to fully develop in her womb, requiring more time to hatch than ordinary beast eggs. Kaisi explained, the energy required for a natural king beast is immense. If not properly controlled, it could consume the mother. The likelihood of complications during childbirth is significant, which is why I exerted some of my power to hasten their emergence and will continue to use my strength for their subsequent incubation. Chapter 46. The secrets of the Tingsha clan. Kaisi placed the two eggs into a spatial realm, nourishing them with his spirit. He approached the bedside and poured a glass of milk to offer her. Have you thought of any names? Sang Luo. Can she truly claim to be pregnant? Or has her mind become rather sluggish? Perhaps it would be best to push the matter aside and leave it to you to ponder. Sinemo, by you. What are your thoughts? Sang Luo drank the milk in one gulp, and it sounded quite pleasant. As for the nickname, I shall come up with one later. They have yet to lay eggs, and I am unaware of what they will look like. I shall decide on a nickname once they emerge. Kaiser reached out to wipe her mouth, which was a natural gesture of approval. Sang Luo playfully hooked her foot around his belt, remarking, "It seems I have yet to hear you mention your surname." Caesar, he replied, is a name bestowed upon me by the former beast king. It is merely a surname, devoid of a given name. However, as an orc hailing from the eastern continent, this name likely does not reflect my true identity. He gently grasped her small foot, resting it against his chest, and mused, once the child is born, let them bear your surname. Sang Luo, not overly concerned with the matter, shifted her focus to another pressing issue, looking at him with a furrowed brow. What precisely do you mean by a flawed bloodline? Is there a way to restore it? He buried his face in her neck, muttering softly, it has nothing to do with her. It was his brother who violated military law. She sought my assistance on his behalf, but I did not acquiesce. Caesar, having appeared unexpectedly, furrowed his brow in response. Awakened in the dead of night, Sang Luo was startled to find someone standing stiffly at the foot of her bed. Caesar, taken aback by her sudden exclamation, froze in place. He was not oblivious to the growing distance between them over the past few days and found it perplexing. Caesar was determined to uncover the root of the issue. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. He has just welcomed an heir, and his partner requires care. Perhaps he is genuinely unable to attend to other matters. Caesar hastily clasped her hand and pressed it against his exquisitely handsome face, filled with admiration. Sang is truly remarkable. Both of our children are pure-blood heirs, free from the need for conflict among themselves, and will inherit the legacy of the Tingsha clan from birth. Little Bai stole a glance at Sang Luo's expression, relieved to find her unperturbed, and continued, I inquired with Leon, and it seems that noble lady has been close with the gentleman since childhood. You have just given birth. Yet he is often absent from home. Madam, it would be wise to keep a close watch. I hope my concerns are unfounded. Leon accepted the package and glanced at her, rubbing his neck. You only invited the lady? Did you not think to invite me for the opening of your shop? He added, well, I have been quite busy of late, seeking storefronts and prime locations at reasonable prices. In the past 2 months, Sang Luo has been lying in her room daily, troubled by the few extra pounds on her abdomen, yearning to step outside for a change of scenery. After thoroughly clearing her mind, she returned to her room to rest. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, Kaiser appeared at the door, watching the silhouette of the woman leave, a flicker of painful confusion crossing his eyes. Sang Luo had recently given birth and required care during her confinement, prompting Kaiser to summon some of the old beast servants back. Why are you standing at my bedside in the dead of night? Yet, Sang, I truly love you and do not wish to lose you. What is it? Please, feel free to speak. The moment she uttered the words of separation, his heart ached to the point of breathlessness, trembling uncontrollably. And what of you? Have you encountered another twin? Might he pose a threat to you? A tall, elegant figure entered the grand hall, draped in a cerulean robe, a black iron demon mask concealing his face. With a hand over his chest, he bowed, addressing the Beast King, Your Highness. She claimed that it was a lie to say she was not angry. Bai readily agreed, instructing Leon to step outside first. He turned to Sang Luo, hesitating before speaking, Madam, there is something else I wish to share with you. I initially refrained from mentioning it for fear of upsetting you, but I believe it is better for you to know. With the madam's good fortune in mind, should I prosper in the future, you shall be a distinguished guest at my establishment, free to dine as you please. Every night, he would visit her chamber, remaining until dawn. Wanting to care for her and keep her company, yet he found himself unable to foster a desire for deeper intimacy. You possess ambition. Your culinary skills are indeed remarkable. I had intended to keep you on. If Kaiser truly had changed his heart, she would have no further reason to remain. After all, the noble beast king could easily accommodate multiple lovers, even after finding a partner. Kaiser dressed her in a more comfortable outfit and took her out for a stroll. No matter how one looked at it, she was superior to that serpent beast. Sang Luo rose to her feet, wrapping her delicate arms around his lean yet powerful waist. Her voice a sweet whisper, "Will you not accompany me tonight?" Sang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being struck as if by lightning. Her chest constricted to the point of nearly suffocating her. She realized with certainty that this man had indeed changed his heart. Agarli Allens found himself momentarily unable to fathom the depths of this person's intentions. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired in a low voice, "What brings you to the Empire from such distant lands?" "Do not worry, they are unharmed." The suppressed emotions of Sang Luo erupted. "And it was evident that your heart was no longer with me. I could feel it. If you believe that having the child means you no longer need me, then say it sooner rather than later. Let us sever ties cleanly and not prolong this any further." "No, you cannot leave me." Kaiser grasped her hand, then released it, suggesting they postpone their discussion for another day, parting amicably. This child would suffice as a repayment for the favors he had received during this time. The tumult surrounding the Gene female soon faded into obscurity. Sang Luo had sent Leon out to inquire, and it was revealed that the Beast King had cancelled this year's selection of Gene females. During Sang Luo's confinement, Xiaobai had remained at the estate under the guise of a maid, evading the family's scrutiny, and had been her devoted caretaker throughout her recovery. She had grown quite fond of the adorable little rabbit girl. Was she perhaps exhausted from the recent hatching? He had delayed her for far too long. "I still have matters to attend to over there. If you have no objections, I shall take my leave." He swiftly changed the subject, smiling as he asked, "I heard from Xiaobai that you've been craving something delicious lately. Surely you're tired of the kitchen's fare. Shall I take you out to eat?" At worst, she could seek out Lansong. Although Lansong's talents were somewhat inferior to those of the king beast, he genuinely cared for her, unlike Kaiser, who had initially fixated on the power within her. Kaiser's gaze fell upon her, his lips pressed into a thin line, his voice devoid of warmth. "Do you think I'm the type of fickle male?" I had been entirely unaware of this matter before. My memories regarding bloodline inheritance had been sealed by another force, awakening only after your delivery. Kaiser showed no inclination to speak further, and they remained in silence. Sang Luo could sense the man's gaze fixed upon her. At first glance, he appeared unchanged, yet she trusted her intuition. Kaiser's emotions were exceedingly frigid, bordering on indifference. When he looked at her, his eyes held an unfamiliar scrutiny and confusion. "The child is secondary. You are paramount." Xiaobai harbored an intense disdain for her family and would never return. Yet as a rabbit beast female with limited hunting prowess, her survival in the outside world would undoubtedly be challenging. A special strategy was proposed to alleviate the emperor's worries, but she brushed it aside. "You have borne me a pure-blood offspring. I could never seek another female. And what about yourself?" she replied, her laughter breaking through her tears. "Naturally, I cannot wish for your downfall. May you open not just one, but many food establishments, spreading chains throughout the empire, flourishing in business." Sang Luo smiled, adding, "When you have a moment, do return to visit. I shall miss you." The twins both bore a fraction of the incomplete Tingsha bloodline, and only by consuming the other's bloodline could they attain the complete inheritance of the Tingsha lineage. Sang Luo's heart jolted, and she hastily sat up. "Our child has summoned Kaiser several times, yet he has never once graced us with his presence, employing a myriad of excuses to evade us. However, in recent days, he seems to have vanished from the earthly realm, not showing his face even once throughout the day." As Sang Luo observed the anguish etched upon his face, she gradually regained her composure. It was evident that Caesar's demeanor had not abruptly shifted following her childbirth. Rather, it had only been in recent days, seemingly since their return from the Beast King's palace. He could ascertain that his affections had always been directed towards her. What had gone awry? Was it truly the case that upon giving birth, one could be so easily discarded? Did these royal beasts only acknowledge their offspring? Sang Luo had always believed that Caesar was unlike Duotu, for at the very least, he harbored genuine feelings for her. To her dismay, she realized that in his eyes, she was merely a vessel for procreation. Caesar's voice was laced with a heavy chill as he spoke of the Tingsha clan, where every generation is destined to bear twins. In profound torment, he sought to sever this inexplicable emotional turmoil, yet he could never pinpoint its origin. "Then why have you been so indifferent towards me in these past few days? It feels as though you no longer care for me at all." As they exchanged laughter and prepared for farewells, Xiaobai reluctantly presented 2 parcels to Sang Luo and Leon, expressing heartfelt gratitude for their care during this period. "Before I depart, I have prepared some small tokens of appreciation, a humble gesture from me, and I hope you will not find them lacking." Ah, it was indeed all for the sake of offspring. Once the children were born, would she no longer hold any significance? Was it unnecessary for him to consider her feelings? No wonder he had been absent from home daily. She could not help but suspect he might have fathered other females' offspring. Eagerly Yalansi waved his hand, signaling for Duoda to leave first. "All right, The drunken shrimp from Wan Fuel restaurant was quite delectable, as Sang Luo gazed upon his handsome and aloof visage. A sudden dryness seized her throat, and she found herself feeling a bit parched. You startled me. Sang Luo did not forget her true purpose. She needed to acquire more power from the Beast Kings, for it was impossible to rely solely on Kaiser as her Beast Master. Indeed, he vanished in an instant, his figure disappearing without a trace. Sang Luo experiences an indescribable sense of loss. Sang Luo set down her chopsticks and gazed at her. Where do you intend to go? Have you found a place to stay? If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak. The Beast King's palace. Your Majesty, there is an envoy requesting an audience, announced the guard from outside. Sang Luo lowered her head, her long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, exuding a calmness that bordered on harshness. One day, after she had finished her breakfast, Xiaobai entered and said, Madam, I am departing from the capital. I have come specifically to bid you farewell. I am grateful for your care during this time. Seeing that he paid little heed to the matter, Sang Luo cast it aside as well. Before the awakening of the inherited memories, Kaisar was entirely oblivious to this affair. Thus he held no substantial yearning for the complete lineage of the Tingsha. It sufficed for him to ensure her safety. Sang Luo. He stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand. Kaisar poured her a cup of water. Sang Luo gradually calmed down. If you were to utter a word indicating your desire to sever ties with me, I would leave at once. Upon noticing the unsettling atmosphere, Xiaobai hastily slipped away. On one occasion, I witnessed Lord Kaiser in the company of other noble women. Kaiser gazed silently at her, his eyes lingering for an indeterminate time. Observing Sang Luo's ragged breaths and visible distress, he inquired, Did you have a nightmare? With a firm embrace, Kaiser enveloped her, his breath steeped in profound tension and suppression, his heart racing with an overwhelming sense of dread at the thought of losing her. If I ever face bankruptcy, I shall return. I lamented my diminished fertility, suspecting no male would ever wish to support me. Thus, I contemplated departing the imperial capital to establish a humble eatery in a nearby town, venturing into commerce. Sang Luo took the water and drank it, lowering her head in silence. The unexpected tranquility of Sang Luo was striking. If he truly wished to seek something, he would do so without any hindrance from me. His voice, aged and hoarse, contrasted sharply with his exceptionally long and fair hands, which were elegantly defined by prominent knuckles. Sang Luo disregarded him and picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks to eat. Sang Luo felt a tumultuous fire within her chest, forgetting even to take her coat as she rushed outside to breathe in the cool air, her mind quickly calming. Look at this. The prince has shown him courtesy, and he has reciprocated in kind. She inquired of Leon, who hesitated, stammering that their lord had likely been quite occupied lately. The old Beast King had summoned him several times in recent days, only to be deferred by their lord. Surely, he must attend court audiences a few times. Every aspect had been meticulously attended to. She had indeed been moved by her feelings, otherwise, she would not have borne him a child. Edgar really Allens was infuriated. Please, please. Please, it is an absolute necessity. Sang Luo glared at him, her chest rising and falling irregularly. I am not entirely dependent on you. As night fell, the emptiness beside her became palpable. She felt the coldness of the bedding beside her, realizing that her nights had been restless of late. Only then did she smile, saying, When the time comes, remember to send me your location. I will come to find you when I have some free time. Ah, indeed. A beast with offspring is truly difficult to manage. Caesar is no longer as obedient and compliant as he was in his childhood. Keeping him around will inevitably lead to disaster. During her pregnancy and the period after childbirth, Caesar was so eager to be by her side that he would attend to every detail, and no matter how busy those days were, it was impossible for him to vanish for several days without a trace. At that moment, Sang Luo felt his return, a wave of emotion swelling within her. Yet she couldn't shake the thought that since the arrival of their child, his affections had shifted away from her. They had never met. He likely had no knowledge of her existence, having been separated since childhood. If he truly wished to take action, he would have done so long ago. Perhaps he had already succumbed to fate. As she initiated contact, an inner voice urged her to push him away, although he viewed her merely as a vessel for procreation. His wealth and allure meant he acknowledged only their bloodline. If she bore him a pure-blooded heir, he would never entangle himself with another female. It was not solely about the child. Caesar turned her to face him, cradling her face in his hands, gently wiping away the traces of her tears. His heart ached profoundly, he confessed. I am at a loss for words. My spirits have been quite low of late, and I feel somewhat out of sorts. Their encounters had grown scarce, and his demeanor had cooled considerably. Brief exchanges were all they shared before he departed once more. A faint red mark adorned the back of his right hand. If you are not in a hurry, I can delay the incubation period, Caesar offered, lowering his lips to hers. The fervent passion broke through the shroud of encroaching despair, unlocking the cage of emotions that rightfully belonged to him. As if they were gradually reclaiming their rightful place. As their kisses deepened, their hands began to wander. Sang Luo hurriedly pushed him away, playfully protesting, having just given birth. I do not wish to conceive again so soon. Caesar, reluctant to relent, lowered his defenses and tenderly embraced her. gently kissing her to make up for the tenderness lost over the past few days. Sang Luo's hands encircled his neck, and suddenly a stirring sensation surged within her heart. Her fingertips coalesced into a faint aura, parting his silken, ebony hair, revealing a scarlet rune upon his neck. Chapter 47. The soul mark vanishes. How is there a red mark on your neck? It cannot be a birthmark. I have never seen it on you before. It only appeared after I channeled my energy, she thought, observing the eerie aura emanating from the red mark, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Could Kaiser's recent unusual behavior be connected to this? Kaiser immediately probed with his mental strength, his expression darkening. Sang, you have truly been a tremendous help to me. What on earth is this? Seeing the unprecedented pallor of his face, Sang Luo became even more certain of her conjecture. The devouring curse, Caesar murmured, referring to a form of advanced sorcery from the eastern continent that could insidiously assimilate both the mind and body of the cursed. Had it been discovered any later, I would have been irrevocably transformed into another being. Sang Luo recalled the past few days, shivering at the thought of her own seemingly indifferent self-examination. The winds surged and the skies darkened. Tears had dried up from her weeping, her throat hoarse, until she could no longer produce a sound. Suddenly, everything around her turned black, and just before losing consciousness, she was enveloped in a warm, dry embrace. Kaiser raised his hand, capturing the cursed mark, which floated in his palm. The forest had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Kaiser had vanished without a trace, retreating into seclusion. He had intended to settle matters with Sang only after ensuring her affairs were in order, but he never anticipated that she would be targeted in secret. Xiaobai initially blushed, feeling embarrassed, yet she insisted on giving, and Sang Luo had no choice but to accept. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced Sang Luo and declared, "Madam, this money signifies your investment. I shall earn even more crystals for you." An emptiness engulfed her, as if a considerable part of her was missing. Her complexion paled as she attempted to use her spatial teleportation ability, only to find that an invisible force had already sealed the entire area, leaving no escape. The adversary also possessed a talent for mental control, their strength rivaling her own. He had failed to notice in time, but he could likely deduce who was responsible. Soon, a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, as she sensed the threatening power. The crimson cursed mark beneath her flesh quivered slightly, as if it were a living entity striving to flee. Of course, that was a concern for later. The Beast King was no ordinary foe. He had once coveted Kaiser's bloodline, bringing him back and extracting blood monthly to concoct potions. After his attempts proved fruitless, he had contemplated subduing him instead. Two brought Sang Luo back to the palace, and throughout the journey, she remained astonishingly calm, a tranquility so profound that it only heightened his concern. Above the forest, two waves of terrifying energy collided, nearly materializing into a tangible force that swept across the land, obliterating everything in its path. Sang Luo chuckled, "All right. I shall await that day, and I hope you won't let me incur a loss." Seemingly sensing something, her trembling hands gradually parted her garments, revealing that the soul mark upon her chest had dissipated. Having exerted her mental capacity to the utmost, her body was on the verge of collapse, rendered exceedingly frail. As he advanced menacingly, Sang Luo swiftly rolled off the bed, channeling a surge of lightning that struck the Beast King without leaving a trace of injury. He recalled every detail vividly. Caesar tapped her on the head, arching an eyebrow with a smirk. "Do you remember the newfound abilities you have acquired? Care to give them a try?" It was the old Beast King. "Follow me. In this battle, one shall surely perish." Both were peak combatants, and after an indeterminate struggle, Egarly Allens delivered a fatal blow, severing Caesar's head. Littleby had discreetly saved a modest sum of money without her family's knowledge, but it would certainly be insufficient to open a shop. Caesar let out a cold laugh. "For those who harbor ulterior motives inevitably meet their demise. I promise you, I will send someone to search further, and I shall notify you the moment there is news, all right?" With a swift motion, the longsword was drawn, blood staining the ground. Flames engulfed the entire forest, reducing everything to ashes. She grasped his hand while Caesar wielded a crimson-white bone sword. He slashed his wrist, and blood spiraled upward, saturating the weapon and transforming it into a deep red hue. His dark purple mental energy materialized, catapulting his power to the pinnacle of the Beast King. The Beast King was battered and his expression darkened to an extreme. He had suspected Caesar was concealing his strength, but he had not anticipated such formidable talent that allowed him to nearly reach the pinnacle of the Beast King at just over 20. An overwhelming jealousy gnawed at his soul, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue as he gritted his teeth. "I should have killed you on the spot instead of bringing you back." With fierce malevolence, Egarly Allens reached out to seize Sang Luo. Sang Luo suddenly awakened with a start. A couple of days prior, Sang Luo felt a peculiar emptiness within, yet gradually acclimated to it. As his days unfolded with little distinction from the ordinary, unbeknownst to him, a figure cloaked in a hooded cape had silently materialized behind him, emanating an icy aura of lethal intent. With a swift motion, the figure unleashed a formation that enveloped Sang Luo, and in an instant, both he and the Beast King vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had meticulously packed his belongings over the past few days, preparing for departure. Egarly errands. It is time to settle both new and old accounts. Sang Luo once again summoned spatial powers to create a barrier, preventing any intrusion. With a sudden force, the cursed mark was violently torn from Kaiser's skin. The energy stored within the soul imprint deflected the blow, and in an instant, Kaiser appeared before Sang Luo, shielding her. Kaiser commanded nearly half of the Empire's military forces, all of whom would utterly disregard the Beast King's orders. The next course of action was a rebellion to usurp the throne. Where are the corpses? The man whispered. You may rest assured. Kaiser cradled her against his thigh. And Sang Luo, filled with anticipation, summoned a glimmer of silvery power in her palm, gently covering the cursed mark on his neck. After decisively slaying the old Beast King, Kaiser sheathed his sword and staggered backward, retracting his mental might. He stumbled 2 steps, pressing a hand to his chest, his face paling dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What had initially been a jest unexpectedly turned into a substantial gain for her. Indeed, it had soared immensely. Du Tu arrived with his troops, embracing Sang Luo tenderly. A sudden wave of excruciating pain pierced Sang Luo's heart, and the formation dissipated silently. The entire forest was reduced to a flat expanse, countless star beasts evaporating in an instant, akin to the apocalypse. The swiftness of it all was overwhelming. The manic laughter etched upon his face had yet to fade when he was violently torn asunder, his form grotesquely mangled. An indescribable sorrow threatened to engulf her entirely. And Sang Luo could no longer contain her anguish as she wept aloud. Sang Luo recalled the purification purpose he had mentioned. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible. Duo too fell silent for a moment and murmured, the Beast King Egerus Allens and Caesar have both perished. A tall, imposing, and chilling figure materialized within the room. Grasping a golden longsword, he thrust it through his own chest. Caesar looked down, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's you. Are you intent on her demise? Should Sang Luo perish, Caesar would suffer tremendous losses, plummeting at least one substantial realm. The Beast King, his patience wearing thin, transformed his hand into a claw, unleashing a surge of peak, beastly power towards her. She had provided him with some funds for the journey. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The man was capable of casting a curse upon him, and naturally, he could reciprocate. There was no immediate destruction. The Beast King, losing his composure, resolved to abduct Sang Luo to threaten Caesar. The methods used by that so-called envoy from the eastern continent were utterly ineffective. Caesar remained unfazed, even inciting his ire, shattering the faade of their hypocritical peace. One night, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Sang, I must enter seclusion for a few days. Take care of yourself, and you can summon me at any time if needed. How could this be? Egerus Allens' eyes gleamed with joy, but in the next instant, a chilling sensation gripped his abdomen as a blood-red bone sword pierced through his midsection from behind, delivering a vicious slash. Earlier, when she had been intimately close to Caesar, she had instinctively sensed this unusual aura, unexpectedly transforming danger into safety. The thought of sharing a bed day and night with someone, only to have them replaced by a foreign soul one day, was utterly chilling. Releasing him with a sigh, she pondered, is there still hope for you? Duo 2 seemed poised to say something further, but, upon observing her haggard and pale visage, ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He gestured for the attendants to take good care of her during this time, and then he strode out of the palace. When he returned the next day after attending to his affairs, he discovered that she had vanished. Chapter 48. Unable to comprehend her words? Sang Luo arrived at the charred remnants of the forest, where an unexpected deluge had poured from the heavens, extinguishing the flames. Yet even the lingering essence of her departed companions had been washed away. She searched through the ruins for an eternity, but was unable to find the body of Caesar. Even the remains of the forest's celestial beasts had been reduced to ash, leaving nothing behind. Had even the ashes been obliterated? Her 2 children, too, had vanished. Sang Luo was nearly breathless, lost in a daze, wandering aimlessly forward. She endeavored to rediscover that familiar scent, yet, indeed, found nothing at all. She was unaware of where she had arrived. The broad, silvery river surface shimmered with a cold, glistening light. Sang Luo glanced around in search of a sharp weapon, ultimately fixing her gaze upon the mermaid's hands. The hardened claws, adorned with deep black scales, seemed poised to rend her delicate skin asunder. In her grasp, she also held a severed limb of the sea beast, which she carelessly discarded to the side. Sang Luo recalled the group of sea creatures she had encountered during her last voyage on the cruise ship. Sang Luo ultimately resolved to be self-reliant, and took it upon herself to prepare the fish. She nearly overlooked the fact that many great rivers lead directly to the sea, serving as conduits for marine creatures venturing inland. A bold conjecture suddenly arose in Sang Luo's heart. Could it be that you are unable to speak? As Sang Luo gazed into the endless expanse of the azure sea, her thoughts wandered in a tempest of uncertainty. The strikingly beautiful silver-haired orc before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the mermaid she had encountered during her previous sojourn in the ocean. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate that brought them together once more. Any inquiries would be futile. Noticing her stillness, he nudged the freshly caught provisions toward her. Coming to her senses, Sang Luo approached and inquired, "Is this for me?" He remained silent, yet the rumbling from his throat grew louder, imbued with an air of appeasement. However, The mermaid before her seemed to challenge all that she had ever known. Suddenly, a multitude of diverse aquatic humanoids emerged from the river, encircling Sang Luo in a tight formation. It became evident that this fish was indeed meant for her consumption. The trembling hand that hung by Sang Luo's side revealed her exhaustion. She was mentally and physically drained. Facing a few adversaries was manageable, but contending with such a large multitude seemed hopeless. As Sang Luo drew closer, she discerned that the peculiar sound emanating from him did not originate directly from his throat, but rather seemed to resonate from his chest, revealing his current state of elation. He violently tore at her garments. Sang Luo's complexion paled as she activated her spatial powers, unexpectedly transporting both herself and the male orc instantaneously. She turned to face the man before her, who was equally intrigued, occasionally caressing her face and tugging at her hair, his silver blue eyes glimmering with interest and affection. Sang Luo took 2 steps back, inquiring, "What is your name? Why have you brought me here?" This time of year marked the peak of the mating season for most sea orcs, prompting many to venture onto land in search of partners. A leading 7th-tier sea orc, with ravenous crimson eyes, fixated greedily on Sang Luo, emitting an excited, guttural cry before lunging forward, seizing her wrist and toppling her to the ground. Sang Luo blinked in confusion, uncertain of his meaning, and thus inquired once more. At this moment, he retained the beastly form of a merman, his silver blue tail adorned with a layer of shimmering scales that gradually transitioned upward. The hues of the scales became paler, and their shapes grew smaller, seemingly softening and becoming translucent. The upper body seamlessly connected, displaying a cool white humanoid skin devoid of scales, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a thin, slick layer upon the skin, which he surmised was a protective measure employed by merfolk, enabling them to navigate through water with enhanced agility. Utilizing electricity or mental prowess to repel the frenzied high-ranking male beast proved futile, and despair began to consume her. For there is no greater sorrow than a heart that is perished. Beautiful, fierce, and cruel, the salty sea breeze whispered through the air. He appeared taken aback by her latent abilities, which only served to heighten his excitement further. Sang Luo stood momentarily frozen, rendered speechless. The merman, perhaps mistaking her silence for hunger, turned and plunged into the sea. Before long, he emerged, clutching a plump fish weighing nearly 10 kilograms. The fish, initially thrashing desperately, was swiftly subdued as he bit through its bones. He released it, allowing it to fall to the ground, and gazed at her. Did he expect her to consume the raw fish he had just caught? The beastmen she usually interacted with, despite their animalistic forms, bore a striking resemblance to humans, possessing a thriving civilization, language, and even exhibiting greater strength. Sang Luo had always regarded the beastmen as an evolved form of humanity, never perceiving them as mere beasts. Typically, beastmen were not generous with their food. They hunted primarily for their own sustenance or to nourish their mates. Was she now being viewed as a potential mate by this merman, akin to an under-evolved wild creature? Noticing her reluctance to eat, the merman flicked his tail in impatience, then suddenly bent down and took a bite of the fish, masticating the flesh until it was tender. He then offered it to her directly with his mouth, clearly intent on winning her over. As she calculated the days, she realized her monthly cycle was approaching, and it seemed to have drawn these creatures to her. He emitted a soft rumbling sound before leaning closer, gently nuzzling her cheek. Suddenly, a splatter of warm blood struck her face as the merman was violently torn apart. Suddenly, 3 words surfaced in Sang Luo's mind. A man with silver blue long hair appeared, gazing at her with keen interest. The merman, an orc of the sea, seemed exceedingly intrigued by Sang Luo, circling around her twice before enveloping her in his embrace, transporting her to an island surrounded by the vast ocean. Sang Luo cursed vehemently, straining to kick her legs in an attempt to break free from his grasp. He remained unresponsive to her words, continuing to gently nuzzle her face. Sang Luo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair as she trembled and spoke. "Can you not understand my words?" Suddenly, her body stiffened, and goosebumps rose on her skin. It was a primal instinct in response to impending danger. Suddenly, Sang Luo recalled having read somewhere that the land beneath her feet, within the 69th region, was predominantly maritime territory. Of the deep sea, only a mere 8 areas had been explored, and fewer than 20 deep-sea orcs maintained a connection with the land. Most of the deep-sea regions remained in a primordial state from millions of years ago, devoid of civilization, written language, or spoken word. The orcs inhabiting these abyssal depths resembled primitive, savage beasts. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. The briny flesh of the fish, laced with shattered scales, was forced down her throat. Sang Luo abruptly pushed him away, coughing violently, her face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. Indeed, this merman was nothing but a mindless beast. Rarely had she encountered orcs in her tribe, who consumed raw meat directly. "You fish, you haven't even cleaned out the entrails or scraped off the scales. How am I to eat this?" Countless scarlet eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon her. Perhaps he mistook her reaction for praise, gently patting his tail. The merman observed her puzzled gestures with curiosity. Originally, Sang Luo had intended to prepare a grilled fish, but realizing that communication with him was futile and that she could not request firewood, she resigned herself to consuming it as sashimi. He could not speak and seemed unable to comprehend her language. The scales on his tail were notably broad yet lighter than those of Kaisar, appearing keenly sharp. Sang Luo initially intended to extract a scale from him, but upon reflection, deemed it somewhat impolite and instead seized his claw. His claw, too, bore a semi-beastly form, with nails that were remarkably sharp. With a gentle swipe, it sliced through flesh with ease, swiftly transforming the fish into neat rows of fillets and chunks. Chapter 49, The Mating Season of the Merfolk, Monthly Vote Bonus Update. After satiating her hunger, Sang Luo felt the onset of drowsiness as twilight descended. The mermaid carried her to a secluded cave. Within this cave lay a hidden paradise soaring to a height of several dozen feet. Its expanse comparable to that of a basketball court. A small pool shimmered with an ethereal blue hue, while clusters of flowers and grasses, whose names eluded her, adorned the rocky edges, blooming with delicate white petals. Beyond this, the cave offered little else, only the somber presence of gray-brown stones. Sang Luo retrieved a silk quilt from the void and spread it upon the ground, reclining upon it with ease. She would not allow herself to suffer. No matter the place. She regarded this excursion as a leisurely retreat by the seaside. After observing Sang Luo for a brief moment, the merman exited the cave, only to return shortly thereafter, bearing an array of vibrant stones, shells, coral, and pearls, which he unceremoniously deposited before her, imbued with a hint of eagerness to please. Sang Luo cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze, rolling over to resume her slumber. The merman, noticing her disinterest, began to scatter stones throughout the cave. As the night deepened, Sang Luo discovered that the cave was far from dark. The stones, in their myriad colors, likely contained phosphorescent minerals that emitted a soft glow in the darkness. A cold hand grasped her thigh, the man's heavy breathing tinged with desire, jolting Sang Luo awake as she instinctively kicked him away. The merman, daily, would bring her fresh and succulent food, occasionally collecting beautiful stones and coral shells to present to her. At night, he would wrap his tail around her as they slept, emitting gentle, contented purrs. In this instance, he refrained from any inappropriate advances, transforming into his beastly form, arching his body to encircle her with his tail, which was nearly 2 meters long, forming a protective semicircle around them. This instinctual defense mechanism was inherent in the primal bloodline of beastmen. He had saved himself, yet his intentions were aligned with those of other sea folk, mating with her. Having just escaped one peril, she found herself ensnared in another. One morning, upon awakening, she discovered that the merman had preemptively cleaned the fish, removing the scales and innards, even slicing it into convenient fillets, presenting it on large banana leaves as a tray. He attentively offered her the food, unperturbed by the surrounding islands, confident she would not attempt to flee. "Keep your distance. If you touch me again, I shall not be so accommodating." Sang Luo was more inclined to seek the royal tier orc, yet, to be candid, she found herself somewhat enticed by the aquatic talents of the merman. If she could procure a sea-dwelling orc, navigating the depths would become as effortless as walking on solid ground. In the dead of night, the merman transformed into his human form, leaning down to inhale her scent and attempting to part her legs. However, Sang Luo had no desire to be overpowered by a lustful male merman in the wilderness. Just as she thought he had succumbed to slumber, she prepared to rise. When dawn broke, she discovered he had caught an even more succulent fish for her, accompanied by a selection of small fish, shrimp, and scallops. The merman's beauty was unparalleled, rivaling that of Kaiser, each possessing their own charm, particularly in the merman's form, which was breathtakingly enchanting, resembling a silvery string jewel, with eyes that held a beguiling allure. His prowess was commendable, having slain the peak 7th-tier sea orc, indicating his strength was certainly formidable. Aside from expressing mating desire on their first night together, which she rejected, the merman did not linger in dejection for long. He departed the cave at dawn to hunt. A pang of sorrow gripped Sang Luo. She recognized her emotions were uncharacteristically tumultuous, yet she yearned for a secluded place where she could find solace and gradually come to terms with her feelings. The bounty of food the merman brought was far too abundant for her to consume. She could only manage a small portion each time, with most of the meat ending up in his mouth. In return, she cleaned the fish scales and entrails for him. Although it seemed to make little difference in his consumption, she secretly believed the taste must be significantly enhanced. She had not observed any beastly markings upon his arms, yet his aura was nowhere near as potent as that of the merman or Kaiser. Sang Luo speculated he had yet to ascend to the royal tier, likely teetering on the precipice between peak 7th tier and royal. He then opened his eyes, his tail curling slightly inward to block her path. His strength barely met the threshold, yet was still average. Sang Luo paid no mind to whether he could comprehend her, leaving her words hanging as she turned away, covering her head with the blanket, devoid of any guilt for occupying his space. In choosing a beastly partner, aside from strength and appearance, another criterion was the pleasure derived from their union. The merman had aided her in dispatching the sea beast that sought to violate her, and in his approach, he exhibited goodwill, nearly causing Sang Luo to forget he too was a male merman in the throes of lust. Memories, however, were the most agonizing of all. Days passed in this manner. Sang Luo was capable of departing with her spatial abilities, unperturbed by the prospect of the mermaid imposing any forceful actions upon her. It was her own reluctance to return to the Alaran's empire, as such a return would evoke memories of her encounters with Caesar. He closed his eyes once more, gently tapping his tail against the ground twice, uncertain if he understood, yet he did not pursue her. The force of her kick was evidently insufficient to harm the ferocious mermaid. However, he took a step back, emitting a low, mournful whine from his throat. She inhaled deeply, her previously heavy heart feeling considerably lighter. She had little desire to take on a beastly consort devoid of intellect. What distinction was there between such a creature and a mere beast? Beyond the indignity it entailed, communication between them posed a significant challenge, let alone the prospect of flirtation. And there was no allure in sharing a bed. Sang Luo casually picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the mermaid. The allure of this unique racial talent was immensely captivating to her. Sang Luo's emotions were significantly soothed. Caesar once remarked that even the king of beasts cannot easily tread upon the depths of the ocean. He did not evade her gaze. Instead, he remained transfixed, observing her with a dazed expression. To her surprise, Sang Luo could distinctly perceive his despondent feelings. She hesitated momentarily, for she had no true desire to inflict harm upon him. Otherwise, she would have long since unleashed her innate abilities to strike. In the dead of night, Sang Luo awoke to find him once again stealthily lying beside her, fast asleep. Sang Luo emerged from the cave, breathing in the damp, briny sea breeze, gazing upon the boundless expanse of the deep azure ocean, adorned with twinkling stars, as the night enveloped the world in its profound embrace. Sang Luo, as per her usual routine, meticulously removed the scales and entrails of the fish, cleaning it thoroughly before slicing it into small pieces for ease of consumption. Life was indeed tranquil and leisurely. The merman, feeling dejected, retreated into the pond. Perhaps this was his intention in bringing her here? Even this primitive beast possessed a spark of intelligence. Sang Luo, I shall take a moment for myself. He enveloped her within his protective sphere, further affirming Sang Luo's conjecture that this mermaid indeed regarded her as a companion. Those stones and shells were likely tokens of courtship he had presented. No wonder he appeared somewhat despondent upon rejection. Observing this familiar method, a fleeting thought of astonishment crossed Sang Luo's mind. Was he learning from her? Many deep-sea beastmen have not encountered civilization, yet that does not imply a deficiency in their intellect. Their capacity for learning and imitation is no less than that of ordinary beastmen. A sudden thought arose in Sang Luo's mind. Perhaps she could teach him to speak, to communicate like a normal orc, to engage with her. Chapter 50. He thought she was dying. Sang Luo had consumed raw fish and shrimp for 2 consecutive days and yearned for something cooked. She retrieved some flavorful jerky from her space and began to chew on it. The merman observed her for a while before suddenly leaning in and taking a bite. Sang Luo looked at her empty palm in surprise. She hadn't even gotten angry yet, and the merman had vanished. After a short while, he returned, carrying a large pile of wood. Sang Luo noticed that the timber was rich in oil, perfect for kindling a fire. He seemed to have found a few firestones from somewhere, striking them together with force until sparks flew. The sparks ignited the oil-laden wood, causing a rapid blaze to erupt. He stepped back in trepidation, lowering his head to lick his hand. Sang Luo noticed that a significant portion of his hand had been burned. The aquatic beastman possessed a profound fear of flames. It appeared to be his first encounter with firestones. He must have witnessed other terrestrial beastmen using such stones and wood to cook their food, thus committing the method to memory. After finishing the grilled fish, Sang Luo found her hands and mouth smeared with grease. He immediately leaned closer, grasping her hand to lick it. His tongue was adorned with a layer of fine, soft scales, and Sang Luo feared that her skin might be pricked and bleed. Yet it was completely painless. The scales had evidently softened, adhering gently to her flesh. Any knowledgeable male beastman would understand that even instinctual male animals can discern a female's estrous cycle, yet each time she approached her menstrual period, Kaiser and Lansong would exhibit instinctual excitement and joy. How could he, resembling a newly born cub, be unaware of such a basic fact? Were it not for his genuine sorrow, Sang Luo would have doubted whether he was feigning ignorance. 9 books, do you know this is your name? As he followed her gaze, the air swiftly transformed, conjuring several blades of water that severed a coconut, which he then presented to her with the force of water. Just as she reached for it, he leaned in closer, clearly having grown accustomed to her touch during these past few days. Well, for the most part, communication was still somewhat feasible. In the morning, he returned to his usual self, venturing out as always to seek food. Sang Luo smiles. It does not signify kiss, but rather, it is my name. Sang Luo was beside herself with joy and planted a kiss upon him. Ace hurriedly carried her back to the cave, then transformed into his beastly form and plunged into the sea, returning only after a considerable time. He brought back a plethora of beast crystals, arranging them in several circles around her, resembling an elaborate sacrificial ceremony. Struggling to articulate a few characters, he attempted to remove her clothing. It was inconceivable for her to accept a wild beast as a mate before he had mastered the art of speech. Fortunately, the space was already stocked with clean garments and cotton pads. After sipping coconut water and scooping out the tender flesh, she consumed it as well. Truly, I am fine. If you genuinely wish to make me more comfortable, perhaps you could start a fire. The merman was quite perceptive after spending a few days together. A mere glance from Sang Luo would prompt him to act. Ace was increasingly restless, lying on the ground in despair, curling up as a soft whimper escaped him, tinged with discomfort. Sang Luo opened her eyes to observe him, sensing something was amiss. Even in rut, you shouldn't be suffering so. Ace. Never mind, take your time. Ace grew more intimate, initially encircling her with his tail. That night, his tail began to restlessly coil around her waist, rubbing against her. His breathing quickened, and his gaze bore an insatiable lust and an undeniable aggression. Sang Luo delicately sliced through the coconut shell with his sharp nails, creating a neat circular opening at the top. Sang Luo was uncertain if he possessed a name, yet privately, he took the liberty of bestowing upon him a moniker, Ace. Sang Luo allowed him to drift into slumber, forbidding any approach. Yet, he could not comprehend her words, unable to articulate an explanation. In his orc form, A's icy scales, sharp claws, and formidable teeth were a testament to his nature as an exceedingly perilous deep-sea beast, capable of tearing apart any prey. Ace tilted his head, gazing at her for a protracted moment before leaning in to kiss her. After calling out to him a few times, he realized she was beckoning him. Although Sang Luo herself was unsure of his understanding, it was evident that whenever she called his name, he would immediately rush to her side, his eyes inquiring if she required his assistance. He regarded the little female he had regained, his heart swelling with joy at the thought of kissing her face, only to suddenly lower his head to scent her lower body. Sang Luo's face flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, "You rogue." Ace looked at her, filled with sorrow, until she realized she had commenced her monthly cycle. Having just returned from washing herself and changing clothes, Sang Luo was startled by his sudden embrace, leaving her no time to question his intentions. The situation had grown somewhat intricate and incomprehensible. The coconut shells were set aside for soup to be prepared in the morning. It seemed her benevolence towards him in recent days had triggered his mating instincts once more. She speculated that the frail mermaids, lacking competitiveness in the deep sea, might venture ashore. The strongest mermaids thrived in the ocean, reigning as the undisputed sovereigns of the deep. He obediently nodded, bestowing upon her a breathtaking smile. One evening, he finally spoke to her, Ace. He appeared momentarily stunned, blinking his silver blue eyes, the corners of his lips curling into an enchanting smile. Sang Luo pointed to herself and said, "Sang Luo, my name is Sang Luo. Do you remember?" Sang Luo's interest in Ace grew day by day. He was nothing like the rumored ineffectual ornament. Sang Luo paid little mind to it. He licked her palms and the backs of her hands clean, then leaned in towards her lips. Sang Luo hurriedly raised her hand to cover his mouth, teasingly scolding, "Are you a little puppy?" Sang Luo felt somewhat speechless, yet found it amusing. Sang Luo pointed towards the coconut tree, expressing her desire for that fruit. At present, he could comprehend only 2 or 3 simple commands. His long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Upon seeing her smile, he perhaps assumed she was praising him, and his tail swayed playfully. Sang Luo naturally could not allow him to strip her bare. She quickly realized the situation and hurriedly explained, "I am unhurt. It's just that my period has arrived." "Are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance?" Upon returning from his hunt, Ace was first struck by the pungent scent of blood wafting through the cave. His expression turned anxious as he searched the cave thoroughly, only to find no sign of Sang Luo, prompting an enraged howl to escape his lips. "It will be fine in a few days." Sang Luo absorbed the entirety of the crystal's power, yet the following day, Ace found her still bleeding, her vitality seemingly heavier than the day before, causing his countenance to pale as though he feared for her life. Throughout that day, he remained profoundly silent. As night fell, he gently brushed his face against hers, wrapping his tail around her as she slept, his movements more cautious and tender than ever before. The next morning, Ace abruptly resolved to take her away from the island, returning to the city within the sea realm. In Chapter 51, Ace enveloped Sang Luo in a layer of pale blue energy, allowing her to move freely in the water as long as she remained within a certain distance from him. The deep-sea regions near the land maintained connections with various continents, and the city was magnificently constructed along the coastal ridges, housing nearly 1 million sea beast people within its grand central city. Ace escorted her to a medical facility, where the shaman physician conducted an examination and provided her with some unfamiliar herbal pills. Upon consuming them, Sang Luo found them somewhat bitter. Yet soon a gentle warmth spread through her abdomen, bringing her considerable comfort. The rare mulberry leaves were exceedingly scarce, prompting her to acquire a few more from the morning shaman, which she subsequently stored in her spatial realm. During this journey, it seemed that Ace had no intention of returning with her, as they arrived at an inn within the city. The establishment was populated by 7 or 8 females, predominantly from terrestrial races. Perhaps this was the reason an energy array had been employed around the inn, effectively isolating it from the surrounding seawater, rendering its interior indistinguishable from that of an inn on land. Patrons mingled, indulging in wine and lively conversation, creating a bustling atmosphere. Ace approached the innkeeper, mimicking the actions of other beastmen, and presented several crystal stones as payment. Sang Luo embraced his slender waist, sensing something that caused her to tremble slightly. A delicate flush rapidly adorned her stunningly enchanting face. As they prepared to depart, a young attendant approached, cautioning them that they were newcomers to the city and advised against venturing out at night due to safety concerns. Recently, a beast fighting tournament was being held, attracting a multitude of unknown beastmen and stray creatures, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere. Numerous beastmen, particularly those without connections, had gone missing. The attendant soon brought forth several dishes. Someone has poisoned the wine. Sang Luo realized she could purify it, yet as she gazed upon the man's face, which had turned an alluring crimson, she squinted her eyes playfully, curving her lips into a smile, and beckoned him closer with a flick of her finger. Aze contemplated reaching out directly to grab his meal. That night, in the luxurious guest room, food and wine were delivered. The young attendant felt reassured, stating that should the esteemed lady encounter any trouble, she could inform them, as many young male beasts had also gone missing in recent days. The attendant cast another glance at Aze, and Sang Luo quickly comprehended his implication. Aze's strikingly beautiful face indeed attracted unwanted attention, not only from females but also from certain predatory males. He noticed the lingering gazes of several solitary males in the tavern directed towards her, raising concerns that she could be in danger the moment they stepped outside. He felt compelled to wipe the sweat from his brow, worried about the fate of this exquisite female. The coolness of the man's firm body swiftly alleviated a hint of heat from Sang Luo's surface, yet the deeper warmth within her intensified. She lowered her gaze. Sang Luo guzzled it down in one go, but soon felt something amiss. Sang Luo cherished the beast crystal dearly. Since the last time she became pregnant, she had come to understand just how precious and rare this item truly was. Without hesitation, she collected it all and stored it away for future needs. Females generally do not favor alcoholic beverages with their fiery and pungent aromas, while males, often engaged in strenuous hunting activities, develop a fondness for such drinks to alleviate their stress. Her cup contained a pale blue fruit drink that exuded a delightful sweetness. Noticing A's interest, she offered it to him and took his exquisite wine in return. He fumbled with the chopsticks a few times but quickly mastered their use. However, he scarcely ate himself, instead enthusiastically serving her pieces of meat, all of which were her favorites. The man, though slightly slender, possessed a physique that was anything but weak: broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and well-defined muscles, embodying all the attributes one could desire. He leaned in closer. A few days later, when her menstruation ceased, A's was overjoyed. Sang Luo took great pleasure in teasing him. His youthful and bashful reactions were utterly delightful. Grateful, Sang Luo handed a few beast crystals to the attendant, took the key, and proceeded to the room marked with the celestial designation. Sang Luo struck his hand down with chopsticks, gesturing with his lips for him to observe how the other orcs at the adjacent table partook in their meal. The sunlight kissed his face softly. Ever since A's discovered Sang Luo's heightened fascination with beast crystals, he had been venturing out more frequently during the day. Occasionally, he would gather exquisite shells, corals, and pearls to present to her, but the majority of his gifts comprised genuine beast crystals. She gazed up at him, her cheeks flushed and her fragrance alluring. Have you not always desired me? The beast fighting competition is to be held in Yinsha City in the coming days. I am an orc from a nearby tribe, here to participate in the contest and earn some crystals for myself. You too must also be from other tribes. Intending to join the competition? He hesitated, casting a glance at A's, then back at the enchanting female before him, his face reddening as he inquired. Is there no other male companion by your side? Sang Luo chuckled, surveying the surroundings of the building. As long as she did not encounter high-ranking orcs in a genetic frenzy, she was invincible against those below the royal tier. However, it was preferable to avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing that she had a formidable partner for the beast arena, the furtive glances around her were swiftly retracted. You two appear to be newcomers. You look rather unfamiliar, remarked the tall, slender gray-haired orc, approaching with a half-filled bowl of wine and an air of familiarity. During the past few months of Sang Luo's pregnancy, Kaiser had strictly prohibited her from consuming any alcohol, leaving her yearning for it immensely. A's cast a glance at her, remaining motionless, confused by the situation. A's observed as Sang Luo took another sip of wine and approached him, rising onto her toes to feed him directly from her lips. Sang Luo inquired, "Would you like a drink?" She reached out to touch his remarkably strong waist, reminiscing about the powerful explosive strength of a mermaid's waist and abdomen, imagining it to be quite agile and robust. Sang Luo, exquisite wine. He gently called out to her. Sang Luo beckoned to him, initially intending to secure 2 rooms. A's, however, instinctively followed her into one, as the bed was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 2 without discomfort. Thus, she felt no need to urge him away. No. We are merely here for medical attention and shall depart in a few days. With a countenance such as hers, it was remarkable that she was accompanied solely by a nondescript beast, while numerous male creatures would typically vie for her favor. Sang Luo observed that the visage of the individual before her did not exude the aura of benevolence. Rather, he was enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of bloodlust, suggesting that his hands were stained with the lifeblood of many. She felt averse to any engagement with such a character, offering only perfunctory responses before he raised his goblet, drained it, and departed. The beast fighting contest was about to commence, and her companions, brimming with anticipation, had already ventured out to test their mettle. They should return shortly. Who might you be? A's inquired as he lifted her glass, inhaling its essence. Are you a lodger or merely passing through? Soon, a faint flush crept across A's countenance, his gaze towards her becoming hazy, and his breath deepened. Very well then. Sang Luo took a deep breath, released him, and approached the table to pour herself a glass of wine, which she sipped. A's remained silent, but Sang Luo took the initiative, urging, "Let us begin with some appetizers." A nameless heat began to rise within her, and her gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the strikingly handsome man before her. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he seemed to assume she was unwell and stepped forward to embrace her. With a flick of her fingers, her garment slipped, revealing her delicate, fair shoulders. His eyes darkened with desire, an urgent longing on the brink of eruption. The rich aroma of the wine enveloped them. He lowered his head to gently kiss her lips. Lifting her and placing her upon the bed swayed and trembled throughout the night. He tenderly explored her, and soon they were lost in a captivating realm of intimacy. Chapter 52, A Splitting Self? Beneath the king's rank, a beastman can awaken only a single innate ability, whereas those above the king's rank may awaken a second. Sang Luo has acquired two extraordinary talents this time. However, it is rather peculiar. The talent of water manipulation and the ability of cloning, once, both come with a limitation on usage. Is he truly of royal caliber? As Sang Luo opened her eyes, a profound sense of joy enveloped her entire being. She reached out to touch the cool bedding beside her, realizing that Ace had already risen. His expression was one of complete contentment as he attentively prepared a meal, patiently sitting at the bedside without disturbing her slumber. The gladiatorial games had spanned half a month. The initial thrill of the bloody and primal spectacle had soon given way to aversion after witnessing it repeatedly. As the day's match approached its conclusion, Sang Luo intended to depart with Ace, unaware that the flames of conflict would soon engulf her as well. Sang Luo selected several batches of beautifully patterned fabric and sent them to the finished goods store, intending to create exquisite garments for herself and Ace. A powerful fist struck his face, propelling him against the wall. Upon witnessing Sang Luo's fierce demeanor, Ace couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine and took a few steps back, fearing for his own safety. Yet, the orc remained oblivious, continuing to hurl insults, declaring that if released, his first act would be to kill Sang Luo. The arduous and noble nature of female life-giving was shamefully belittled by such a scoundrel. Sang Luo found herself both enraged and amused, contemplating whether to untie him for a proper thrashing to reveal who was truly inept. Ace brought him to the Lord's mansion, casting him into the punishment arena. After leaving the tailor shop, Sang Luo noticed the city was particularly lively today, bustling with numerous people. The streets were filled with a vibrant crowd. After inquiring with passers-by, she learned that today marked the opening match of the arena. The orc's expression turned menacing as he raged, questioning who would flatter them if it weren't for their ability to bear offspring. "Come, let us proceed to another location. A significant influx of beast crystals is imminent." Sang Luo pretended not to notice him and led Ace to turn into another street. She remained vigilant, releasing her mental energy, and heard the orc muttering curses under his breath. "I clearly instructed someone to poison that female's water, yet she has perished?" The orc mistakenly believed that this striking male was interested in him, deliberately sending away the female to indulge in a romantic encounter. He was immediately filled with excitement, his gaze fixated on A's stunning visage, consumed by obsession and greed. "You are truly beautiful. How I wish to be with you." Until now, he had not a single proper garment, usually donning his beastly form without concern. However, should he revert to human shape, he would be left completely exposed, behaving indecently. Just as the orc exited the gambling den, darkness enveloped him as he was struck unconscious and enveloped in a sack. Sang Luo gazed at him in contemplation for a while, yet refrained from posing any inquiries. After they finished their meal, they ventured out together and encountered the orc who had struck up a conversation with them a few days prior at the inn. However, upon witnessing an orc brutally obliterating another skull with a single punch, causing eyes and entrails to spill forth, her appetite vanished entirely, prompting her to offer the jerky to Ace. They exchanged beverages, but Ace abstained from the cup of fruit water, while she consumed the tainted drink that was originally intended for him. As Sang Luo recalled the innkeeper's warning about the recent spate of disappearances involving young, vulnerable, and notably attractive foreign male beasts, she felt a sudden understanding wash over her. A smirk graced her lips, for it became evident that the city lord had set a substantial bounty of 1,000 high-grade beast crystals to apprehend the shadowy figure orchestrating these heinous acts. A tremor coursed through Sang Luo's heart as she recalled how Ace had taken away her glass of fruit juice the previous night. Possessing a purifying talent, she would not have been affected even if she had consumed it. Yet, what if she had tea? The chilling thought struck her. How malicious could this orc be to resort to poisoning a female? What could have fueled such animosity towards females? Perhaps the male beast she had captured had been snatched away by others. What a pity indeed. Sang Luo never anticipated encountering such disdain for females in the beast world. It utterly shattered her previously buoyant mood, and she resolved not to let her adversary escape unscathed. She urged Ace to join her in witnessing the commotion. He conjured a blade of water in his hand but refrained from severing the orc's bonds. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed from a corner of the street. The following day, the lifeless body of the orc was dragged out and tossed to the beasts beyond the city gates. "You couldn't even poison me." The orc roared with derisive laughter. "You think you can kill me? What use are you pathetic females beyond your ability to bear young? Weak and useless, I could extinguish you with a mere finger." The architectural style resembled that of an ancient Roman Colosseum, with the circular seating already filled to capacity. The two chose a vantage point with a splendid view. Sang Luo was not one to revel in bloodshed, yet the fervent roars and cries of thousands of orcs stirred her own blood to a boil. The orc was swiftly incapacitated, collapsing into unconsciousness. After delivering a series of fierce punches and kicks, Sang Luo finally uncovered the burlap sack, revealing the bruised and battered face of the beastman. He was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth in recognition. It's you. Aze had bestowed the beast crystal upon Sang Luo, and the two meandered through the city, indulging in various purchases. Sang Luo discovered a unique fabric from the sea, one that was non-existent on land. It felt like silk to the touch and boasted waterproof and fireproof qualities, making it an exceptionally precious material. Sleeping? Aze offered him a cup of wine, and the beastman quickly reacted. The penitentiary housed the most malevolent and vicious criminals, including those sentenced to death for their savage deeds. So, is it truly astonishing to see me alive? Aze harbored a fondness for jerky, showing little interest in the brutal battles below. His gaze remained fixed on her, often engaging in minor antics to capture her attention. When money presents itself effortlessly, one ought to seize the opportunity. Aze felt a cool, large hand envelop his own, and he shook his head in response. Sang Luo furrowed his brow, puzzled by his intentions, then delivered another kick to the beastman, instructing him to take the creature to the Lord's manor and remember to claim the bounty before departing. As Sang Luo's expression darkened, she thought to herself that had it not been for the intention of exchanging him for a bounty, she would have dispatched him without hesitation. Pum. She initially planned to take out a bag of dried meat to snack on while watching the spectacle unfold. Ace produced a flask of wine and poured a cup for the orc. If Sang Luo were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this as the very same wine from the previous night. Upon spotting the two individuals not far away, a fleeting look of malicious shock crossed the orc's face. The victorious orc from the arena confronted them, challenging Aze with a sneer. I have taken a liking to this female. Either we fight for her, or you should swiftly vacate the premises. Sang Luo turned to face the newcomer, a formidable gray shark orc, whose rugged and menacing visage bore a deep gray hue uncommon among men. His robust physique exuded strength, and his lascivious gaze fixated upon her as if she were already his possession, inducing an uncomfortable sensation. Let us engage in a duel. Should you lose, you must surrender all that you have won in today's arena. Sang Luo's eyes were drawn to the satchel at his waist. Yet again, I find myself ensnared. These past few days have been nothing but a series of entrapments. Chapter 53. Rapid decline of the body. Am I to fight a mere female? How utterly laughable. If others were to witness this, they might assume I am a coward who preys upon women. Enough of your prattle. It's a simple question. Will you fight or not? Her smile was beguiling. If you manage to defeat me, I shall belong to you. The orc felt a tightening in his lower abdomen, his gaze igniting with fervor. I shall grant you 3 moves. Come, test your skills. Are you serious? Absolutely. The moment the orc's words left his lips, a fierce punch struck his face, sending him flying across the arena. Sang Luo, having fulfilled her desire, obtained the mustard seed pouch. This spatial artifact, no larger than an ordinary coin purse, concealed within it a vast cosmos capable of containing numerous treasures. What is the rush? Is someone pursuing you? She reached out to lift the small beastman, wiping the dust from his grimy face. The second and third females, captured by them, were all cast into the formation. The other insectoids, hearing the commotion, hastened to their aid. To her surprise, the small beastman clung desperately to her arm, trembling as he implored, Sister, please help me. Take me back to my kin. Someone is chasing me. They intend to capture me for sale. She caught sight of a male beastman turning around, his completely pitch-black eyes sending a jolt of alarm through her. Yet another insectoid. The green-haired man observed her with keen interest and suddenly spoke. You are the female who recently subdued Anubis, are you not? She gently caressed the exquisite face of Aze, which seemed to glisten with potential, so captivating that one could hardly tire of gazing at it, evoking a desire to present him with all that is splendid. If this were ancient times, he would surely be a beauty that brings calamity. Is there anything else that catches your eye? Wait until tomorrow. I will win it back for you. They intend to use the females as offerings. Upon exiting the hunting grounds, Aze, after she departed, returned to his dwelling to tidy the dishes and rummage through the drawer for various trinkets, little odds and ends that Sang Luo had gifted him over time. Mostly insignificant items acquired during casual strolls through the night market. He discarded the jewelry and coral from the mustard seed pouch aside without a glance, instead filling it with these small treasures before retiring to bed. One day, after finishing their meal, Sang Luo informed Aze that her new garments were tailored and that she would visit the clothing store, asking him to wait at home. She was uncertain if he comprehended her words, but with his strength, no one could harm him, so she departed with ease. One of the beastmen tossed a few starstones to the small beastman, who, overjoyed, prostrated himself several times before scuttling away. Linghai jade, green coral, agate beads, and several hundred high-grade beast crystals, all of which Aze cherished for their dazzling beauty, were gathered. After keeping a few beast crystals for herself, she stuffed the remaining items into his arms. Aze quickly pressed a kiss on her cheek, a gesture of gratitude that Sang Luo had taught him. Perhaps due to the previous captures yielding little success, the insectoids had altered their strategy this time. In recent days, Sang Luo has been diligently investigating the mysterious disappearances within the city, inadvertently neglecting Aze, Otherwise, she might have realized that his sleeping hours have been increasingly prolonged. The keen nose of a dog can discern such nuances. This individual possesses formidable strength, nearing the semi-kingdom level, rendering Sang Luo aware that she is not his match. She has already begun to contemplate her escape. How amusing it would be if I were to present your head to him. Would he weep in sorrow? Suddenly, a towering, robust insectoid creature approached, prompting Sang Luo to quickly shut her eyes. However, her mental energy surged outward, allowing her to perceive that the insectoid had hoisted a female and flung her into a formation. Third Prince, this female is remarkably powerful. She has injured many of our brothers. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended as a man with green hair and an alluring, sinister visage appeared, raising his hand to reflect all her power back upon her. Each insectoid possesses the innate ability of spatial jumping, making it impossible for her to gain an advantage. A few beastmen emerged from the shadows. In a matter of hours, the insectoids had transported over 100 blocks of red stone to the open area. Initially, Sang Luo thought they were blindly stacking the stones, but gradually, she discerned their intent. They were crafting a formation, with these stones serving as the array stones. She is even more formidable than the males. In recent days, Sang Luo has had an unsettling feeling that someone has been covertly observing her. She had inquired with the innkeeper's assistant, discovering that the city continues to witness daily female disappearances. To date, nearly 100 females have vanished, seemingly evaporating into thin air, instilling widespread fear among the populace. The male beasts are reluctant to allow their females to roam freely, and should they venture out, they are invariably accompanied by a group of males, wary of unseen threats. Suddenly, a rough, broad hand clasped over her mouth and nose from behind. A towel laced with a fragrant sedative, and soon, the female collapsed to the ground. As Sang Luo wielded her blade, the Zerg suffered devastating losses, their numbers dwindling beneath her wrath. Suspended in the air, she unleashed a barrage of lightning orbs, reducing the crimson stones to mere dust. When she was away from home, he typically remained in a state of slumber. Having refined an abundance of beast crystals, Sang Luo's physical prowess had transcended the ordinary. The power of lightning surged through the water, rapidly expanding. As a beastman struggled to rise from the ground, he was rendered numb by the electric force, while those who had gathered to witness the spectacle were also ensnared, crying out for mercy. Meanwhile, having just exited the clothing store, Sang Luo was unexpectedly collided with by a ragged little beastman hurrying past, who exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I wasn't careful." Truly, this nuisance was as persistent as a maggot, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Sang Luo recalled the recent disappearances in the city. "Where are your kin?" she inquired. "Not far, I shall escort you there." Sang Luo was familiar with the street. Noticing his trembling intensifying, she gently patted his small hand to soothe him. "You carry the scent he left behind." A pair of slender, cold eyes regarded her. In an instant, several figures vanished without a trace. When Sang Luo awakened, she found herself lying in a clearing, her hands and feet bound with ropes, surrounded by dozens of unconscious females. Not even the ocean could deter them. "How is it? Have you seen me?" A rift in the void appeared behind her, and a burly man hoisted a female and stepped through. Over at Longchamp Street. In an instant, Sang Luo felt as if she were being watched by some chilling and terrifying creature. The street lay on the outskirts of the city, in a rather secluded area. Upon her arrival, she found it largely deserted. Just as she was about to inquire about her surroundings, she suddenly realized that the small beastman had vanished. What could they possibly want with so many females? Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Sang Luo concentrated, severing her bonds, and began to flex her wrists and stretch her legs. Unfortunately, having witnessed her ferocity, none in the arena dared to provoke her again. Nor did anyone have the audacity to accept her challenge. How bold! Who dares to be so brazen here? As a creature from the insect race approached to capture her, Sang Luo abruptly opened her eyes, causing the insect's body to explode into a mist of crimson. Not far ahead, dozens of towering male beast men were busily transporting enormous reddish-brown stones, intricately entwined with bizarre patterns. What could they possibly be doing? "Stop this, it's rather nauseating. He probably wishes to eliminate me even more than you do." Without further ado, Sang Luo launched herself at him. The green-haired man did not even flinch, standing still with a mocking gaze directed at her. Suddenly, he raised his hand, rendering Sang Luo immobile, her eyes widening in terror. In an instant, he was before her, conjuring a dark green blade that grazed her face. Such a beautiful visage, soon it shall no longer wear a smile. What a pity indeed. Chapter 54, Buried Perverse Fiend. Keep your distance. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Luo unleashed a soul attack directly aimed at his eyes. "Ah, wretched creature," the man screamed, clutching his bleeding eye with one hand, while the other lunged toward her heart. In the next moment, half of his arm exploded into a shower of flesh. Sang A's flashed to catch Sang Luo, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. His frost-like gaze pierced through the agonized green-haired man, and for the first time, Sang Luo beheld unbridled fury on his face. "You have allies." The green-haired man's visage contorted in rage as he activated a formation. The insects below had no time to flee and were instantly sacrificed. A terrifying, otherworldly red light surged forth, sending a chill down Sang Luo's spine. Alas, she was utterly ignorant of formations. She regretted not having perused more books of this nature in Kaiser's study. Before Sang Luo could pose her questions, a multitude of orcs encircled her protectively, anxious to shield her from any unforeseen peril. He smiled at her, his lips tinted with a delicate cherry hue, appearing markedly improved compared to a few days prior. The man caressed her lower abdomen tenderly, as if the gift desired by A's lay nestled there. The citizens of the city remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis that had yet to unfold, vanishing into oblivion. Upon returning to the shore, Sang Luo was taken aback by the warning line along the coast, momentarily stunned as she observed the orcs clad in imperial military attire bustling about. Silence, hello. Mata reprimanded sharply, though his face betrayed an unnatural flush. Sang Luo's emotions were intricate as she gazed upon the mermaid, curled up on the bed, ensnared in eternal slumber. She cradled him in her arms. He felt so light, having once weighed over 300 pounds, now reduced to nearly half that. From her spatial realm, she retrieved a scale, its delicate silver-blue hue shimmering with an exquisite radiance under the moonlight. She sensed the faint ripple of spiritual energy lingering on the scale. Realizing that A's had left behind memories of his few months of existence within it, a smile graced her lips. How greedy he was, with a knife in hand. Sang Luo made a swift incision in her palm, crimson blood gushing forth. She quickly offered her blood to A's lips. A's returned that night. Duo 2 informed Sang Luo that the waters beneath her feet belonged to the Ahiri Strait, the boundary separating the western continent from the southern continent. It was then that Sang Luo comprehended that her previous spatial leap had nearly transported her to the southern continent. The general who had conspired against the throne ultimately perished alongside the old beast king. The prince, in a show of magnanimity, chose not to pursue the matter further, granting amnesty to all the rebellious subordinates. Yet, it was well understood that the future monarch preferred this incident to remain unspoken. With all reports regarding it on the Star Network forcibly removed, erasing this humiliation of the royal family from the annals of history, Sang Luo smiled gently, brushing her fingers against his lips. Are you so concerned about me? There are also rumors that traces of the insect race were once discovered in the southern continent. Yet now, he is utterly unable to resist her, transforming his pain into acceptance. Sang Luo embraced him, nestling her head against his chest, her voice imbued with a sense of contented allure. Is there anything you desire? Allow me to recompense you properly. A's led her into the room, and there, he transformed into his beast form. With great care, he selected a scale from his tail, plucking it off and presenting it to her. First, let us rescue the person. It was my first encounter with this noble female. She was truly exquisite, her sin enchanting. And no wonder both the sun and moon of the empire were captivated by her charm. Sang Luo hastened to meet him, gently caressing his face. Why are you out today? Are you feeling any better? I've brought some fresh fish that you love. Shall I prepare a fish soup for you tonight? Yet, what she encountered was a lifeless, icy form. It was only natural to be so worried and fearful in such circumstances. Aze curled up slightly, his eyes opening to reveal confusion and helplessness. Suddenly, his pupils trembled violently, saying, No. His pale, emaciated visage began to regain some color. But he was soon seized by a fit of coughs from the blood, forcefully pushing her away, anger sparking in his eyes. Sang. Before long, she beheld a familiar, towering figure. The man's eyes were bloodshot, indicating he had not enjoyed a good night's rest in many days. His lips were pressed tightly together, refusing her offer of blood. The innate royal beast, in its quest to procreate, exerted all its strength. The original royal beast extracted a fragment of its soul to create a doppelganger, sent forth to seek out a powerful female for reproduction. Boom. The formation shattered into fragments. One day, upon returning from outside, Sang Luo found Aze, who had not walked in half a month, standing at the door to greet her. A drop of icy sensation fell upon her, causing Sang Luo to pause momentarily before smiling and replying, I feel the same. Sang Luo felt no fear as she approached to confirm the truth. He had lost all vitality. It turned out that day did not herald an improvement in his condition, but rather a fleeting glimmer of life before the end. Perhaps this release was a form of liberation, for he would not wish to prolong his existence by drawing upon her blood, a torment far more excruciating than death itself. Thus, he deliberately distanced himself, not wanting her to witness the moment of his demise. This event had become a closely guarded secret of the Empire. A beastman, upon catching sight of her, brightened with recognition and hurried over, exclaiming, Lady Sang Luo, we have finally found you. Please wait here peacefully. We shall promptly relay the news to His Highness. The formation swiftly expanded, enveloping the entirety of the city in an instant. Sang Luo returned to the inn, feeling a sense of melancholy as she overheard the patrons engaged in animated discussions. All the missing females had returned, including the noblewoman from the Lord's household, who had been rescued. The dispatched orcs had uncovered remnants of the sacrificial array and traces of the insectoid species. Consequently, the Lord issued an immediate decree to cancel the beast fighting contest, sealing the city gates and initiating a thorough investigation throughout the town. He softened his tone, expressing his apologies, stating that his concern for her had been overwhelming. Upon encountering Sang A's, he felt a surge of joy as he gently cradled her face in his hands and solemnly pressed his lips against hers. Sang Luo turned back to gaze at the vast, endless expanse of the deep blue sea. After a long moment, she let out a soft sigh. Many males, in their pursuit of the females they admire, often present such flowers. As for the blue lotus, Sang Luo accepted it, considering it a fitting conclusion to her enchanting encounter this time. Why? Watching Ace grow increasingly frail, his delicate skin nearly clinging to his bones, evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Ace smiled gently as Sang Luo sought the blue lotus for him, that majestic beast ruling over the boundless South Sea. Sang Luo sighed. Listen, my blood is of use to you. She had already lost one and did not wish to lose another. Ace was, after all, merely a pitiful instrument, a mere avatar of a royal beast. Luo took several deep breaths before releasing Sang Luo, spinning her around to ensure she had returned unscathed, without a single injury. Only then did his trembling heart finally find solace. Yet, his handsome face remained taut as he coldly admonished, "You sneaked out of the palace without a word to anyone. Do you know how I've endured these days? Fearing for your safety. The southern continent is the most peculiar among the four lands, rumored to be rife with toxic swamps and marshes, a realm off limits to the beastmen." Luo grasped her hand and whispered, "Return and give birth." She had spent 2 days searching for the blue flower and nearly despaired of ever losing her. She rubbed her ear, saying, "Your loud voice is giving me a headache." In a swift motion, Luo lifted her into his arms and strode forward, anxious that she might utter more scandalous remarks. In an instant, he vanished, allowing Sang Luo to soar into the air, surveying the entire city below. Sang Luo approached the bedside, gently nudging him, compelling him to awaken. Speculation arose that the lair of the insectoid creatures resided in the southern continent. Regardless, if Sang Luo inadvertently ventured there, it would spell certain doom. Since that fateful day, she had observed a marked decline in A's health. His physique waned rapidly, and the once vibrant scales dulled, devoid of vitality. In addition to Sang Luo, reports of missing females from nearby cities surfaced, suspected to be abducted by frenzied sea beasts during their mating season, prompting preparations for heightened defenses. With a slender, emaciated form, cascading locks of pale blue, nearly silver hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. Her silver blue eyes, adorned with lush lashes, framed a visage of striking beauty, features chiseled like fine jade, exuding an enchanting yet frigid allure, flawless in every aspect. It was no wonder that since encountering her, A's gaze bore a tinge of sorrow, for he had long been aware of his fate, understanding that their days together were but a fleeting few months. Sang Luo was uncertain of his intentions. Yet she accepted the gift. The scales were exquisite and would surely make a splendid necklace. The man hurriedly approached, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his strength nearly crushing her bones. How had she not noticed his endearing nature before? Once he had successfully cheered her up, she would grant him a brood. A royal consort, indeed. His Highness was soon to ascend the throne, and it seemed evident that this noble lady was destined to be the future queen of the empire. Henceforth, it would be wise to curry favor with her. Seeing her unharmed was the greatest source of contentment. "Hush, cease your words. Do not speak any further." Ace turned and led her away from that place. Sang Luo gazed at the blue flower in her hand, comprehending the profound implications of the apothecary's words. This flower blooms only once every 3 years, thriving in the abyssal depths of the ocean and in the hearts of the deep-sea orcs. It embodies a romantic language of flowers, precious love. A red-haired orc clad in military attire approached, crossing his arms with a jovial smile. "Your Highness," he remarked, "you have neglected everything during this time just to find you. I seized the highest authority in the military and accessed the entire Empire's satellite surveillance footage, which led us to your appearance in the Acheron Strait. We hastily journeyed here to seek you out, traveling day and night without a thought for food or rest. Even without encountering the Zerg, his life was but a fleeting few months, and against that royal Zerg, he had exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, withering away prematurely. After accomplishing all of this, Sang Luo departed from the deep sea. This state persisted for nearly half a month, after which A's body had deteriorated to the utmost degree, reduced to little more than skin stretched over bone. If not for Sang Luo's call, to which he responded faintly, she would have truly doubted his survival. Sang Luo was truly fearful that Aze might fall into an eternal slumber. She pondered whether he had been secretly injured by that insectoid creature. While he lay in repose, she had stealthily attempted to mend his wounds with her own powers, achieving some effect, albeit minimal. "You must promise to bear me a little one. Your silence cannot be deemed as a refusal." He turned his face away, his ears blushing a deeper shade of crimson. Sang gently kissed his forehead before departing from the rock sand city, making her way to a secluded cliff base, a place so remote that even the sea beasts seldom ventured there. She dug a deep pit, several meters in depth, and laid him to rest within. Unfortunately, just as the general was about to make a move, a moment of uncertainty arose. What was happening? Was there trouble brewing? Ace buried his head deeply in the crook of her neck, exhaling a heavy sigh. After exchanging a few words, the orcs gradually dispersed, attending to their own affairs. Duotu's expression stiffened. He felt a sense of urgency to make her remember him. "It's time to return," he urged. Helu watched the pair depart, envy etched across his face. The bond between the prince and his future princess was indeed remarkable. Despite her reckless departure and over a month of silence, he had spent that time in constant worry. Ironically, he found himself in a position to apologize to her in the end. Duotu, seething with irritation, found it impossible to harbor any genuine anger towards her. With a blink, she questioned, "Are you scolding me?" Sang Luo believed this to be the remedy that could save him. The following day, she ventured into the town to inquire at the apothecary. The blue shuhua flower was an exceptionally rare herb. It was likely available in the more prosperous central city hundreds of miles away. It was the first time she encountered a situation where her abilities seemed futile. "Oh, be gentle," she realized his true intention. "I asked you to save him first." When Yang's lips brushed against her forehead, causing Sang Luo to blink in surprise, Azay cradled her face, gazing at her for a long moment, as if he had a multitude of words to express, yet ultimately spoke softly. "Wait for me." In the inn, she rummaged through a package, hoping to discover any relics left behind by Azay, only to find it filled with the trinkets she had sent him during this time. He had cherished them, and she placed them in his hands to be buried together. The endless South Sea is the most enigmatic and bountiful region of the ocean, isolated from the outside world, a legendary land where outsiders cannot tread. It is said that the beastmen have guarded the Eye of the Return for generations, never leaving the South Sea. In earlier years, some beastmen ventured to the southern continent and never returned. Returning to the inn, she thought, how impatient he is. I am not yet prepared. Sang Luo prepared a meal and called for him, yet he remained utterly still, weakly flicking his tail in response, refusing to partake in any sustenance. Spending nearly all his time in slumber. Does he wish to return to the empire now? Duodo understands that her journey was not a result of being captured, but rather a desire to escape and seek solace. He is more than willing to indulge her whimsical thoughts. He insists on clinging to her. Unlike his usual fierce and passionate demeanor, Sang Luo quickly succumbed, her body softening like a pool of spring water. Only then did he reluctantly release her, placing a gentle kiss upon her lips. Sang Luo harbored no intention of rekindling ties with her original form. The king beast, capable of manifesting a doppelganger, could naturally produce other replicas as well. His desire to proliferate through numerous incarnations indicated his utter indifference towards them. She would not be the sole female entangled in emotional complexities with a doppelganger, nor would she be more than a mere breeding vessel in his eyes. Chapter 55. The back courtyard caught fire in the realm of the insect tribe. Within the royal palace, Shi approached the insect emperor, dragging his wounded form after a failed mission. On his way, he encountered Inubia. They brushed past each other. Shi, struck by a sudden thought, halted and turned back to glance at the youth, a malicious smirk curling at his lips. "I saw your little female. Quite a beauty, isn't she?" Inubia, initially intent on ignoring Shi as usual, snapped his gaze toward him upon hearing those words. He seized Shi by the collar, slamming him against the wall, his expression dark and frigid. Did you lay a hand on her?" "Huh. As I suspected, you do care for that little female," Shi retorted, unimpressed. Since Inubia's return months ago, he had been preoccupied, obsessing over the female, while losing his own essence in the process. She scoffed at him. "To be so infatuated over a female, you truly are a disgrace to the insect tribe. Is it that the little female has been too accommodating in bed, making it impossible for you to let her go?" In recent years, many females had vanished from the empire, sold into the black market. It was only when the royal family realized the situation was spiraling out of control that they ultimately declared the summoning technique a taboo, unaware that it had fallen into the hands of these insects. "How do you know?" Just as Sang Luo exited the cave, a powerful force yanked her forward. She opened her eyes to behold a striking youth with deep, lustrous black hair, his demeanor aloof. Before she could utter a word, he leaned down and kissed her. There existed a minuscule probability for spontaneous awakening, yet it was exceedingly rare. It was likely that he would never again awaken the bloodline heritage of the angel race. Hence, he seldom proclaimed his other half's lineage to the outside world. Anubia, stung with frustration, exclaimed, "If others can, why can't I?" The living sacrifice ritual was initially a means for certain endangered king beasts, nearing the end of their lives, to secure an heir by offering their own life as a sacrifice for pureblood offspring. While this was a mutual agreement, it soon became apparent that females, inherently possessing the power of gestation, could also serve as sacrifices, using a single drop of their essence to produce descendants. The higher the fertility of the female, the greater the success rate. The two traveled more than half the distance in a single day. "Caesar mentioned it to me once," Mutter replied thoughtfully. "Yet, it is essential to recognize that teleportation and spatial jumping differ fundamentally. The former merely shortens time, while the latter involves traversing space. In a context where female resources were so scarce, to supply females solely for the insect king was a dire necessity. The insect tribe, inherently lacking females, had to raid the beastmen for them, yet the beastmen were equally vigilant in their defense. She stretched out her hand to pinch one of his meaty claws, which was larger than her face. In the morning, Sang Luo retrieved some jerky from her space, and after both had their fill, they resumed their journey. Mutu, anxious, signaled to her. Once she entered the royal palace, Anubia vanished in an instant, a long, sinuous tail gently coiling around her waist. Sang Luo seethed inwardly, questioning whether this insectoid race was akin to dogs, having bitten her twice, leaving her lips swollen and bleeding. "Was this how your spatial leap talent was acquired?" Duoda gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, suddenly realizing how she managed to traverse from the imperial capital to the Acheron Strait in such a short span. Before she could finish, Duota effortlessly swept her up in his arms. As she departed, he nudged his shoulder, teasing, "Tired from walking? Shall I carry you?" The cave had been prepared in advance, and he settled Sang Luo on a smooth stone slab, squatting down to massage her feet. He murmured softly, "You truly are delicate, after merely a dozen miles. Blisters have formed on your feet. I wonder how you managed to run such a distance." "Please, stop it. That's rather corny. I'm not a child." Duoda closed his eyes, allowing the little female to playfully tug at him. After a while, fatigue overtook Sang Luo and nestled against the warm and broad chest of the golden lion. She felt a profound sense of security and quickly drifted off to sleep. His long fingers brushed ambiguously against her soft lips, his voice lighthearted. But a metallic tang swiftly filled the air between their mouths. Annoyed, Sang Luo pushed him away, wiping her lips and grimacing in pain as she scolded, "You're insane." He truly had no idea what she had been through during this time. "I wish to eat this. Is that all right?" "Yes," he replied. "She mentioned she misses you." Duoda chuckled. "Who told you to run so far? You should have at least taken a couple of days to reach here. If you truly cannot bear children, then let us consider a different life path." After cleaning the fish, he skewered it with branches and placed it over the fire, achieving a perfect balance of crispness on the outside and tenderness within. As Sang Luo sprinkled the seasoning, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Humph. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You simply want to spend more time alone with me out here." Duoda transformed into his beast form, lying sideways on the ground, allowing her to comfortably rest on his soft belly. Anubia observed her with a solemn expression, remaining silent as he took a step forward. Once an orc attains the king tier, their power undergoes a transformative change, enabling them to easily manipulate spatial dimensions, a phenomenon often referred to as teleportation. Sang Luo, "It is indeed true that you were captured, yet it was not as dire as it seems. I have managed to escape. This maritime territory falls outside my jurisdiction, but I shall send envoys to inform the Beast King on that side. For now, you may rest easy. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. Luo, come here swiftly. The vast coastline gradually recedes behind us." Sang Luo took a step back. Who knows? At that moment, E-Man displayed an indifferent smile, casually seizing a passing insectoid, ruthlessly slaying it, extracting its crystal core, and consuming it. As the day waned, Mutu led her to a cave to rest. Sang Luo nestled in his embrace, her weariness enveloping her. There exists a significant difference in distances, generally. Teleportation can achieve rapid relocation within a few dozen kilometers. However, spatial jumps theoretically impose no spatial limitations. Yet, Sang Luo was not particularly adept at utilizing this innate skill, fearing she might inadvertently transport herself to a perilous location. Thus, she preferred to avoid it whenever possible. Mutu's countenance darkened as he teleported, delivering a powerful blow to Anubis. "You've had your fun. Now you think you can evade the consequences? Not a chance." Transforming into his beast form, he stretched languidly upon the ground. His voice turned stern. "Next time, don't just slip away without a word." Anubis turned his head, smiling at Sang Luo. "Your new companion certainly has a ruthless streak." Sang Luo glanced outside the cave, finding no one present. Was there a starbeast lurking nearby? Rising, she said to Mutu, I need to relieve myself." Mutu lifted an eye to glance at her before drifting back to sleep. That night, Sang Luo craved grilled fish. She retrieved a plump fish she had caught in the river earlier and began to cook it over the fire. As she spoke, he reached out, attempting to forcibly pull her away. "Previously, I was taken by the insectoids, and out of necessity, I had to submit to him, stealing his extraordinary abilities to escape perilous situations multiple times." Though Sang Luo held no fondness for Anubis, she had to admit that his innate talents were indeed quite useful. If given another chance, she likely would not let it slip by. Mutu, accustomed to handling documents, often carried these items with him. He retrieved a pen and paper from his space and handed them to her. "What do you intend to do? The military district is quite busy. Don't trouble others with such trivial matters." Sang Luo promptly acquiesced, yet deep down, she was far from being as candid as her words suggested. With a sigh, she pondered the reality that perhaps no male could truly capture her heart. Anubia, visibly agitated, released him and remarked that there was no need for such familiarity, for they were not blood relatives. What good was it to have captured so many females if he could not sire offspring? Anubia cast a cold gaze towards the palace. Upon receiving the paper, Duoda's expression darkened as he recognized a long-prohibited sacrificial formation, one that nurtured new life through death. They intended to sacrifice these females to the rules, to gestate the legendary insect king's progeny. The princes at his feet were merely the publicly chosen heirs. She raised an eyebrow and smiled at Anubia. As the third brother, delivering good news, that little female was currently near the Acheron Straits and likely had not ventured far. He had initially intended to bring her back to please Anubia, but the little female proved too cunning and had slipped away. She pressed a hand against his bleeding, mangled right arm, his complexion pale as he sighed softly, reminding Anubia that his little female had emerged unscathed while he had nearly perished. A modicum of concern for his third brother would not go amiss. The notion of a hybrid royal beast sounded formidable, seemingly capable of embodying the strengths of two royal lineages. However, the simultaneous awakening of both heritages was markedly more challenging than that of a pure-blood royal beast. When he was born, He had only awakened the lineage of the Flame Lion clan, failing to manifest the heritage of the angelic clan. After a prolonged silence, Duoda drew her tightly into his embrace, a sense of relief washing over him, as if they had survived a calamity. Noticing her wariness and caution, Anubia realized she had deceived him. The hand at his side clenched and then relaxed in frustration. A bitter smile creeping upon his lips as he acknowledged Shi's desire to cast him aside after taking his innate abilities. Did he not remember the unfinished business between them? Sang Luo's eyes widened. What could be described as a kiss was more akin to a fierce display of pent-up frustration. Duo 2 observed her with an amused expression, declaring his lack of hunger. Duo 2's countenance darkened further as he cocked his handgun, aiming it squarely at his head. The insectoid? In a fleeting moment, the severed limb of his right arm swiftly regenerated, returning to its former state. The insect king bore no offspring of his own. How long would it take to traverse such a distance? Sang Luo plopped down onto the ground, retrieving her leather flask to sip some water. Her legs weary from the journey, he staggered backward a few steps, wiping the blood from his lips, and flashed a wicked smile. Proclaiming that she had been marked by him. No matter where she might be, he would always find her. You would do well to keep a close watch. The bullet pierced through the void, and Anubis vanished, leaving behind only a ripple of energy in the fabric of space. Sang Luo gently draped her arms around his neck, resting against his chest, unable to help but marvel at the impressive stature and agility of this man. Although they were ostensibly on a journey, their demeanor resembled that of a leisurely outing, pausing to play and enjoy themselves along the way. When the distance became considerable, Mitu would effortlessly transport her onward. As they passed a river teeming with fish, they indulged in the exhilarating pursuit of catching them. In the oceanic expanse, I encountered the insectoid species, some of which are amphibious, capable of traversing both land and sea. These creatures also prey upon the females of the aquatic races. Yet this time their intentions appeared markedly different. It seemed they planned to offer the females as sacrifices. Observing the formation they employed, Sang Luo meticulously sketched it out and handed it to him. Almost simultaneously, a bullet sliced through the air, penetrating his arm. Ugh! Anubis staggered back, clutching his injured limb, his expression darkening as he glared at the approaching golden-haired man. He tugged at the soft, luxurious fur, marveling at the evident care taken to maintain such splendid golden hair. Not far off, Anubis, upon witnessing the flirtation between the two, felt his bouquet of fresh flowers vanish in an instant, prompting him to turn and disappear from sight. Mutu's beast form was remarkably majestic and elongated, sprawled out to nearly 6 or 7 meters in length and 2 or 3 meters in width, surpassing the dimensions of a bed. Sang Luo could even roll playfully upon his belly. Unconsciously, Sang Luo had consumed an entire fish, lingeringly licking her lips in satisfaction. She glanced at Duotu, who was bustling about and had not even had a bite to eat, and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, she gently rubbed her belly and said, "Shall I go catch another one for you?" Sang Luo wished to refute him, asserting that she could directly leap back through space. Yet she hesitated to divulge the origins of her extraordinary ability. With a slight curl of her lip, she remarked, "I find it hard to believe that His Royal Highness, the esteemed Prince of the Empire, cannot send someone to retrieve us. How absurd it is that he cannot even manage that." Agitated, she thought to herself, "Just when I manage to fend off one pursuer, another appears. Is this an endless cycle? Are you here to settle a score with me? Or do you intend to take my life?" Her voice was icy, one hand concealed behind her back. Anubis moved swiftly, teleporting to Sang Luo's side and seizing her hand with an alarming grip. In truth, he could have easily whisked her away or used her as leverage against Du. Yet he refrained from taking any action. A profound sadness and fury welled within him as he grasped her chin and, in front of Duo, pressed his lips against hers forcefully. "You were captured by the insect race and nearly became a sacrifice?" he asked, his voice taut with emotion. Upon hearing this, Duotu, momentarily setting aside his jealousy, exclaimed, "You acted rightly." His face flushed with embarrassment, and he added, "Fortunately, I am currently in beast form. I have not awakened the bloodline legacy of the angelic race." Sang Luo was stunned for quite a while before exclaiming, "This formation is exceedingly cruel. Who could have possibly conceived it?" Sang Luo caressed his soft, silky golden fur, momentarily reflecting on the fact that his beast mother is indeed a member of the angelic race. "Do you have paper and a pen?" she inquired. His cheeks flushed, and he fell silent. "Answer my question. Have you ever laid a hand on her?" Anubis bowed his head in silence, offering no response, as if he had not heard her. It was a matter well understood among all the insectoids. Duoda pointed with her fingertip, and flames instantly engulfed the kindling. Once again, she marveled at how convenient it was to ignite a fire at any time and place, thanks to her fire elemental abilities. He suddenly leaned in closer, his warm lips brushing against her own, his tongue teasingly caressing her lips. "The Acheron straight," he murmured, licking his lips as if savoring the moment. "Tonight, we shall make up for lost time." Sang Luo murmured, "Why can I find no trace of the angelic lineage within you? Who is this insectoid creature?" "Anubis." "So it is him." Duoda recalled how he had once fallen victim to Anubis's treacherous schemes. Known for his meticulous and cautious nature, Anubis frequently adopted various guises to confound his adversaries, which is why Duodu had never encountered him in this form. "Next time we meet, I shall surely kill him." Chapter 56. Whose child is it? After indulging in a hearty meal, the two resumed their journey. However, Duota soon felt unwell, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. Casting a troubled glance at Sang Luo ahead. Luo, what exactly were those things you fed me? Roasted venison, of course. Did you not catch that deer yourself? Oh, and the cold jellyfish salad, I caught that in the sea. It tasted delightful, so I preserved some in my space. What, do you wish for more? Sang Luo paused. Turning back to look at him, he hastily stepped forward, eager to show me what he had brought. Sang Luo retrieved a large basin of live jellyfish from the space, their bodies shimmering with a delicate pink hue, a sight to behold. Duota's handsome face flushed crimson, and his Adam's apple bobbed violently as he recalled that this period coincided with the mating season of these sea creatures, during which they produced copious amounts of pheromones that could affect even beastmen. However, Sang Luo's hand trembled in surprise, though she was unperturbed. These pheromones were only effective on males. Duota also embraced her and dozed off for a while. After enduring the trials of this upheaval, Duota's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, maturing significantly from the once frivolous young scion into a figure of gravitas, resembling a future ruler more than a mere prince. She decided to let go of that fleeting encounter. The sensation of her skin against his ignited a shiver within him. He had specifically sought out 2 elderly female shamans from the Imperial Hospital to attend to Sang Luo's needs, offering her treasures accumulated over centuries from the national treasury, which Duota willingly provided for her nourishment. That is something you must ponder yourself. You seem quite magnanimous, Sang Luo remarked with a radiant smile as she straddled his strong, elongated thigh, reaching around to clasp his neck and pressing her lips against his. His breath hitched, the air seemingly evaporating from his lungs. Throughout their journey, his expression had darkened considerably. Duota's hand deftly tugged at her strap, loosening her garment before leaning down to kiss her. Seeing his frustration nearing a boiling point, Sang Luo quickly silenced herself and gently caressed his chest. What is it that displeases you? This time, she vowed to personally care for them, ensuring that no harm would befall the children again. He had been diligently sowing seeds during this period, yearning for her to conceive on the very first day. The excitement consumed him, leaving him sleepless throughout the night. Before dawn broke, he cradled her and rushed to the hospital, anxiously pacing outside the room, waiting restlessly. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, transporting them to a grand and ornate space, reminiscent of the opulence of the Louvre. As long as the child is ours, I shall not concern myself with the bloodline, he declared. Once the procedure concluded, he tenderly touched Sang Luo's slightly rounded waist, grinning foolishly as he remarked, "Is your belly getting a bit large?" As the sweet and sour juices burst forth, he leaned in for a kiss. One hand braced against her, he gently traced her cheek, neck, and collarbone with his warm, elongated hands, which bore the marks of labor rather than indulgence. I understand your urgency, but you must first calm yourself, he advised. Sang Luo accepted the diagnostic report he offered, resting her forehead for a moment before confirming her pregnancy. A child bearing his bloodline could never be lacking. It would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary beastman. If need be, he could always invest in rare resources, much like his father had done in the past. After a moment of contemplation, she whispered, "He has passed away." The Aaron's empire had recently undergone a significant shift in power, prompting several neighboring small nations to seek information or offer their allegiance, presenting a plethora of rare treasures. Muto had essentially delivered everything intact to Sang Luo. From the information currently available, it appeared that the insect tribes were divided into numerous factions. If they could acquire more specimens of the insect tribe's essence, the coverage of their formations would expand significantly. Given time, they could potentially thwart all insect tribes, alleviating their concerns about females being abducted. Sang Luo did not venture outside, yet she extended her mental prowess and observed as they approached a palace. Not far away lay the corpse of an orc, from which a wisp of black smoke soon emerged, transforming into a creature of the insectoid race. What shall we do now? Although Mutu had yet to formally conduct their betrothal ceremony, the palace attendants were already aware of her pregnancy with His Highness's offspring, and had privately begun to refer to her as the prince consort. He had ostensibly welcomed Sang Luo into the temporary palace, yet failed to allocate her a separate residence, allowing her to reside directly within his sleeping quarters. Was it truly possible to prevent all insectoid creatures from entering? This particular insect seemed to be approaching me. Did it not? She took a sip of milk. As Sang Luo nestled in his embrace, she soon fell into a deep slumber. A man and several other attendants from the palace quickly withdrew. Duo too smiled gently, peeled a grape, and fed it to her. The beast crystal devoured one grape after another, barely able to withstand the indulgence of their night together. A man returned swiftly. The previous occurrence of a pure blood might have been a mere coincidence. I cannot guarantee that a pure blood offspring will emerge every time. If a child of inferior lineage is born, would you then abandon your wife and child? A man approached after finishing his chores, noting that the princess had remained within the palace for some time and was likely unaware that a few days prior, another female had gone missing in the city. His Highness suspected the involvement of the insect tribe and was concerned for the safety of the crown princess, thus ensuring her protection was exceptionally stringent during this period. Duo too cradled her on the bed, gently caressing her increasingly rounded belly, furrowing his brow. Is the talent of mermaid offspring truly this formidable? Duo 2 made it a point to visit her daily, and by the third month, Sang Luo's belly had noticeably grown. The death of the biological father beast rendered the matter inconsequential. After all, as long as the child emerged from her womb, it would inherently be his child. A servant announced someone outside, and he glanced at the delicate figure in his arms, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. He carefully tucked the covers around her before rising to don his garments and stepping out. This child truly arrives at an inopportune time. All servants have been dismissed. Sang Luo has yet to receive her diagnosis, and Duo 2 has taken her back to the palace. They only met a mere fortnight ago, a mere orphan. The timeline does not align. If you dare to run off again, I shall be the first to drag you back. Duo 2 entered, his face a mask of displeasure. Duo 2 grasped her hand tightly. I have dispatched a messenger to inform the lords of the nearby seas. I have also sold them this formation. As a gesture of goodwill, which may also strengthen our trade relations with the sea tribes. Duo 2 contemplated a certain possibility, his face flushed with excitement. Luo. Are we to have a little one soon? Has your monthly cycle arrived? While this is indeed a splendid idea, gathering specimens of the insect race's essence is a rather cumbersome task. Sang Luo, resting against her belly in the armchair, had a sudden inspiration. Pregnant females symbolize great fertility. And given that I have birthed the offspring of a natural-born king beast, those insect tribes should find me quite intriguing. How about letting me wander about? You could send some people to follow me discreetly. After diligently sowing the seeds for so long, it would be unbearable if the child were to belong to another. Whose child is this, after all? Duo 2 encircled her waist with his hands, his alluring emerald eyes firmly fixed on Sang Luo. Fearful that her lips might utter yet another deceitful tale, Sang Luo selected a few cherished items to keep, and also chose some jewelry and treasures to bestow upon the servants. The remainder was left for Amon to store in the storeroom, which was nearly brimming with belongings. Outside, the impeccably dressed Hela had been waiting for quite some time. He cast a glance at the man whose entire being radiated joy, and as he was about to sneak a peek into the room, he was promptly obstructed. Sang Luo chuckled, revealing her astuteness. A solitary outing had seemingly yielded a treasure trove, an array of exquisite agates, jade gems, and rare curiosities, alongside earthly delights and fabrics woven from snow silkworm silk. Lavishly crafted garments of brocade and satin adorned with intricate embroidery, as well as an assortment of precious materials and handcrafted jewelry, dazzled the eyes. Any single item could command a staggering price in the marketplace. His ears flushed uncontrollably, and Sang Luo cast a sidelong glance. The man was already enraptured. Afterward, Duo 2 cradled Sang Luo, who had nearly melted into a puddle of bliss, showering her with tender kisses. His low, languorous voice brimmed with uncontainable delight as he expressed his desire for her to be entirely enveloped in his essence. Ah, your highness, your generosity is boundless. Duo 2's furrowed brow relaxed, and his spirits lifted. I shall cherish you as if you were my own child, regardless of how busy he was during the day. Duo 2 would always seek her out at night. Are you not with child? Sang Luo inquired, gazing at him, in a flurry of urgency. Duo 2 swept her into the chambers, laying her upon the grand bed adorned with golden silk and goose down. His voice, husky and intimate, beckoned, Are you ready? Sang Luo's emotions were in a state of turmoil. I see that you have just been promoted, yet you seem to have little desire for it. After Sang Luo awoke, the servants had already prepared the meal in advance. Mu 2 was not present, as he was typically very occupied and had long since departed from the palace. Sang Luo became privy to these fortunate secrets while conversing with her attendants. The two had been living rather extravagantly during these recent nights. I implore you. Duo 2 hastily covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering those ominous words. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from a distant palace. Upon hearing the words with child, Duo 2's brow danced with joy, but his countenance darkened when he considered the subsequent months. He had been informed by a man that Sang Luo's appetite had grown considerably. The several boxes of precious gems and jewelry he sent remained largely untouched, while the rare delicacies were nearly consumed, along with half a box of beast crystals. Yet there was still nothing. Sang Luo placed her hand atop his, caressing her belly. Could it be so soon? Remembering the man's formidable vigor in bed, she swallowed nervously, unsure. Knowing Duo 2 was in high spirits, she refrained from arguing with him. A man promptly presented a dossier, revealing a list of nobles secretly in league with Prince Brent, requesting the princess perusal as a precaution for Azay. What transpired? Sang Luo inquired. After this child is born, once you have recovered, you must bear me a pure-blood heir. Following a night of revelry, she found herself too fatigued to move, lamenting the man's relentless energy, capable of managing state affairs by day and indulging through the night. As a member of the imperial family, Duo 2 was never short of crystals. Their family's wealth was immeasurable, assuring her that this pregnancy would not find her wanting. Sang Luo returned to her days of consuming and sleeping, donning comfortable, loose-fitting white cotton maternity wear. Gazing into the mirror, she recalled her first child, whom she had never seen before perishing alongside its father in flames. The greatest advantage of this pregnancy, compared to the last, was the abundance of crystals. What shall we do now that I am with child? If you do not wish to raise it, then I will have no choice soon. A tall, slender shaman emerged to deliver happy tidings. Congratulations, Your Highness. The lady has been with child for over a month. During this time, moderation is advised. and I shall prescribe additional remedies. A man had also joined. Sang Luo was uncertain of how long she had been pregnant, but her recent appetite had surpassed that of her previous pregnancy, which frightened her. Duo 2 sent a servant named a man, a nimble and efficient beastman, to assist her. Numerous guards hurried to investigate the situation. Extending her soft arms, she gently embraced the man's neck, planting a delicate kiss upon his alluring Adam's apple. Her cheeks flushed as she sweetly murmured, "Do take care, I fear pain." Duo 2 dispatched yet another box of treasures offered by foreign lands. How many times had it been this month? A man chuckled while hauling a large chest through the doorway. She opened the window to let in some air and observed the tightly guarded palace grounds. You have indeed sought out other males. The previous time she was pregnant. Kaiser had been concerned for her well-being, prompting him to hasten the departure of their offspring. A man explained that the prince had recently gathered a number of talented individuals capable of extracting unique essences from the insect race, creating formations that could unveil their disguises and isolate most of the insect beings. The creature that had infiltrated the palace had inadvertently revealed its essence and was swiftly eliminated by the array. "You are with child," he stated coldly. Since that incident, the weight of the entire Aelin's empire had rested upon his shoulders, with both overt and covert forces conspiring against him, leaving him utterly drained. Had it not been for her unexpected departure, he might have long since held his coronation ceremony, yet her presence had caused repeated delays, even squandering the prime opportunity to eradicate the old factions, allowing the traditionalist nobles to grow ever bolder. Upon returning to their chamber, Duo 2 vented his frustration upon her. Questioning in exasperation, "Whose child are you carrying? Explain yourself." He lifted her effortlessly, heading toward a nearby cave. Sang Luo's face flushed, and she playfully struck his chest. Chiding, "I do not wish to do this outdoors." A pang of unease gripped her heart, yet she attempted to soothe her emotions, gently caressing her belly. However, this child did not appear to be Duo 2's, leading her to suspect it could belong to a Zay, as the timing aligned. A deep-sea mermaid's offspring, Sang Luo Hong. Her cheeks flushed, pushed him away, chiding him to cease his antics. Duo de Binfin sat quietly beside her, preparing a bountiful fruit platter. Only when someone called for him from outside the hall did he offer her a few more words of advice before taking his leave. As Sang Luo lifted a slice of sour lime to her lips, her hand faltered. She unleashed her mental power and, with a flicker of energy, exited the palace. Entering a secluded chamber where a tall, elegant man in a black robe awaited her, she performed a respectful bow and greeted, "Your Highness, it has been a long time." Chapter 57. The Sea Emperor's arrival. The silhouette of the man was both familiar and unfamiliar. However, in her recollections, he should possess lustrous, silky hair as dark as ink that Sang Luo found utterly captivating. Yet, this individual sported short black hair. As she attempted to discern his features further, a sudden, piercing pain surged through her mind, accompanied by a deafening thrum. Cold sweat cascaded down her brow. Hastily, she withdrew her mental energy, feeling blood trickle from her nose and ears, nearly staining the bed. In a flurry, she utilized her water-based abilities to cleanse the evidence, ensuring the approaching servants would not detect any signs of distress. Meanwhile, the man in black glanced back towards the sleeping quarters, and beneath the guise of his malevolent mask, a shadowy glimmer flickered in his cold, violet eyes. Sang Luo dismissed her attendants and lay in bed for an extended period. Duo 2 assumed she was unwell, and even the shaman could not ascertain the cause, merely attributing her condition to the weakness of a pregnant woman's vitality and prescribing some restorative herbs. It was only after 2 or 3 days that Sang Luo gradually regained consciousness. As she stirred and opened her eyes, she found Duo 2 waiting vigilantly by her bedside. "How do you feel, Luo? Is there anywhere that you feel discomfort?" "Everyone, please disperse." Su Bo waved his hand. "Read the 9 books. As you wish." He casually picked a fruit from the table, skillfully peeled it in an instant, and offered it to her. His gaze remained fixed on Sang Luo, his chest heaving violently, his expression chillingly cold. The voluminous embroidered silver-blue robe he wore shimmered with ethereal light, rendering the opulent palace around him pale in comparison. In the Sea Emperor's palace, only the loyal sea turtle Subo, who had served him since childhood, remained unaffected by the king's wrath. Soon, a dark spiritual force mark materialized in the air. Sang Luo gently caressed her abdomen, a smile gracing her lips as she cast a frigid glance in his direction. "The child I carry is not yours," she declared. "It will not utter the word father to you. You need not seek us out in the future. My mother and I share no ties with you." Sang Luo lowered her head, concealing her inner speculations. Ultimately, she had been unable to behold the true visage of that male orc, leaving her feelings rather ambiguous. With silver hair that cascaded like silk, he was extraordinarily handsome, adorned in exquisite garments that spoke of unparalleled nobility. Sang Luo has always harbored doubts regarding the fall of Caesar, believing there must be other reasons behind it. He would not undertake uncertain ventures while carrying a child, unless he encountered unforeseen circumstances. She resolved to remain and thoroughly investigate this matter. Now that she is pregnant, he comes looking for her with eager eyes, merely desiring a child. Even if she keeps the child by her side and raises it herself, she will certainly not grant him the privilege of being the father. The pillow was thrown in vain. The fruit was crushed in her grip, and he glared at her, rendered speechless, his expression a portrait of utter displeasure. "Do not search for me. I have no interest." To render the mighty Sea Emperor speechless, she must surely be the first in the world to achieve such a feat. Very well, sang Luo, remember your words today. This emperor shall never seek you out again. During these past few days, Tutu has not been around much, as he is temporarily occupied entertaining envoys from various nations, yet the treasures from the kitchen have never ceased. Lucien, you suddenly stood up, incredulous. You wish to have my child raised by another male? Sang Luo was also infuriated, questioning what foul temper it possessed. For it was nowhere near as endearing as A's. He furrowed his brow and crushed it. Yet, I was not concerned about that. After finishing her drink in one gulp, Sang Luo turned to him and asked, who was the person you saw that day? He paused for a moment, then conjured a faint blue spiritual energy that penetrated her brow. This man had indeed come a long way for the sake of a child. Sang Luo, already in a foul mood, was reminded of the deceased A's upon seeing him, which only heightened her irritation. She glared angrily and exclaimed, what do you mean your child? This is my child, one that I have painstakingly carried. What connection do you have? If you desire it, come and take it. There are no such bargains in this world. The crowd collectively sighed in relief and dispersed to engage in other matters. Before leaving, the king wore a beaming smile, claiming he would fetch the queen and the future little prince, but returned with a somber expression. Could it be that both mother and child? He rose and paced the room, casting a spiritual barrier before returning to Sang Luo's side. Observing her serene sleeping face, he gently caressed her warm cheek, then shifted his gaze to her abdomen, where a noticeable bulge was evident beneath the blankets. The previous queen had perished while bearing the king's child, and he had narrowly escaped death himself, having been sealed away by the former Sea Emperor for centuries, only recently awakening. He declared, you are carrying my child. I will take you back to the Sea Emperor's palace. Who are you? The man sat at the edge of the bed, gazing intently at Sang Luo for a long while. He extended his long, jade-like hand, seemingly wanting to touch her, but then noticed her suddenly furrowing her brow, her face paling as if in great distress. Yet, curiosity got the better of some, who stole a glance into the palace and whispered, Subo. What on earth is happening? Why has the king returned alone? Could it be that the legendary queen has met with misfortune? I never said I would go with you. Lucien Yu abruptly flicked his sleeves and departed. Sang Luo refrained from extending her hand and shifted her body slightly, distancing herself from him. The thought of the enigmatic man clad in black crossed her mind. He could very well be the twin that Kaiser had once mentioned. The aura surrounding them was strikingly similar, evoking both familiarity and strangeness within her. In the boundless South Sea, within the city of Moon Ruins, he murmured, I have come to escort you back. He lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes seemingly brimming with tender emotions. Since his return, the man radiated an aura of chilling terror, as if he intended to freeze the entire palace. The servants, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground, no one daring to voice a word of counsel. Sang Luo instructed her servant to accompany her through the sea of flowers back to the palace. As dusk descended, she sipped the spiritual porridge made from 9-turn spirit ginseng, blood dates, and puyu ear, before dismissing a man and the others. Lying in bed, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Duoda wiped her mouth and remarked, I have encountered many people during this period, aside from the emissaries from the various small kingdoms of the Western continent, who came to pay their respects. I have also summoned many talented individuals from other continents to create formations. Recently, the palace has seen an influx of outsiders. Do not worry. I shall ensure that the insect race does not infiltrate our realm. As for any other males, they are merely my rightful partners. My child is as much theirs as it is mine. And you, what are you to me? I have never laid eyes on you before. What bond do we share? Should I address you as a Zay or Lucien you? Sang Luo snapped back to reality, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her eyes. As days passed, Sang Luo's belly gradually grew, and her body felt inexplicably weary. She found little inclination to ponder other matters, resolving to focus on bringing the child into the world first. Lucien Yu's expression turned icy. You carry my child. You cannot reside with other males, for it is indecent. Sang Luo was roused from her slumber by a cool touch. Upon awakening, she found herself captivated by the exquisite visage of the man before her, momentarily lost in reverie, as though ensnared in a dream. After inquiring about various matters, she learned that the foreign emissaries would linger in the palace for nearly a month before gradually departing, pondering whether she would encounter the enigmatic man in black once more. In the stillness of the night, an elegant and statuesque figure graced the chamber. A male beastman clad in black, his attire distinctly different from that of the Western continent. Noticing her wakefulness, he hastily rose to support her waist, guiding her upper body to lean against the headboard, and propping her up with 2 soft goose-down pillows, before presenting her with a warm medicinal broth to drink. She had perished. Henceforth, let any who dare to mention this matter face dire consequences. As Lucien Yu happened to pass by, he coldly uttered these words. The beastman, stricken with fear, fell to his knees, nearly fearing for his life. Yet, the tone of the exchange bore no semblance to that of mourning. Rather, it resembled a quarrel between intimate partners. Sang Luo sneezed and glanced at the door, where Duo too, weary from travel, arrived. If you don't return soon, the child might start calling someone else father, she remarked. Later that evening, There would be updates in Chapter 58, secretly raising a child. Who dares to compete with me for the child? Duotu approached with a smile, effortlessly enveloping Sang Luo in his tall, slender frame, leaning down to plant a tender kiss on her lips, filled with affection. I've been exceedingly busy lately and haven't had the chance to check on you. How's your health? Have you been eating regularly and taking your medicine? Everything is well, rest assured, Your Highness, Sang Luo replied, extending a delicate finger to gently hook his chin, her lips curling into a soft smile. Should I now address you as Your Majesty? Ahem. I have not yet ascended the throne. He chuckled. It will be yours eventually. Sang Luo looked up at him, her charming eyes sparkling as she softly called, Your Majesty. Duota's Adam's apple bobbed vigorously, desire igniting in his gaze. If it were not for her pregnancy, he would have surely indulged in other pursuits with her. After finishing their lunch, Duotu carried Sang Luo back to the sleeping quarters for a midday rest. With no other pressing matters in the afternoon, he regaled her with tales of recent happenings in the palace. The kitchen had prepared an array of seafood dishes with exceptionally fresh ingredients. The beastmen of the Western continent seldom concern themselves with culinary techniques. Even when consuming marine delicacies, most of the seafood transported would arrive unprocessed, lacking in freshness compared to fish caught and consumed immediately from the sea. Your Highness, Princess Martha Lee Brent has come to visit and is currently waiting. A man named Aman entered, bowing respectfully. Shall I send her away? Following the death of Agarli Allens, the situation in the Allens Empire had descended into chaos. Various noble families and princes within the court sought to exploit the turmoil, while numerous rebellious factions stirred unrest in different regions. And nearby smaller nations were also beginning to show signs of agitation. Sang Luo gently caressed her abdomen and chuckled. How could such fortunate events possibly befall me? This child is not the prince's own. It belongs to another beast husband of mine, who is currently absent, and it is the prince who graciously looks after me in his stead. Upon Sang Luo's entrance, she greeted her with a warm smile, taking her hand affectionately. It has been quite some time since we last met, hasn't it? Just look at how beautifully you've grown. Your skin is so tender and smooth. No wonder the prince holds such affection for you. The astonishment of Sang Luo was no less than that of the princes. Perhaps they had all underestimated this seemingly frivolous and affable prince. Once I have given birth to this child, I shall truly experience the emperor's prowess. After a brief pause, Duota spoke in a low voice, Sang, I have ascended to the true king realm. I heard that Prince Brent wishes to wed his noble daughter into the palace to accompany the emperor. I wonder what the emperor's thoughts are on this matter? She smiled softly. Indeed, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Sang Luo lightly pressed her right hand against the sturdy chest of the man, casting him a flirtatious glance, asking him to wait for her on the bed while she quickly attended to something. As for the supplements and jewelry sent by Marzali Brent, although they were indeed fine items, they no longer held much allure for Sang Luo, so she distributed them among the palace servants. Sang Luo harbored no admiration for the prince or the queen. They were merely figures of hollow authority, relying on the Beast King as their crutch, devoid of genuine power to captivate her. Moreover, she had no intention of lingering by Duoto's side, her objectives having remained crystal clear from the outset. Oh, perhaps I should feel fortunate. At least there exists one aspect of myself that catches your eye. While many believed that this young prince was utterly incapable of confronting the challenges ahead, they were taken aback by Duodu's remarkably decisive and forceful approach, swiftly subduing various factions and consolidating power firmly within his grasp. During these days, Sang Luo has seldom ventured outside, yet she has been privy to a plethora of gossip and rumors. No need, let her in. She can wait in the side hall. I shall join her shortly. If he continues to tease, he might truly find it difficult to maintain his composure. I jest. In truth, it is your talent that captivates me. Sang Luo responded with a graceful smile. You are indeed fortunate, and enviably so. I have heard that you recently conceived a child, and yet, not long after, you are expecting the prince's offspring. Surely, you are destined to be the future queen of the empire. None could possibly undermine your position. Martha Lynn Brent, upon noticing her rounded belly, hurried to assist her in settling onto the soft couch. Sang Luo returned to her chamber. There are many females who find me intriguing. Must I dwell on each one? Even dividing myself would not suffice. She reminisced about those days spent at sea, relishing the various fresh fish, shrimp, scallops, and sea vegetables, crisp and sweet, a delightful temptation. Uncertain of her intentions, the other party raised an eyebrow with a smile and candidly stated, Very well. I shall await your return, to ensure that your esteemed sovereign does not wait too long. A low, enchanting voice hinted at a tantalizing ambiguity. Sang Luo, clad in her comfortable maternity attire, made her way to the side hall without changing her clothes. Beside Marzali Brent, she was accompanied not by her usual beastly companions, but by a few male servants, who bore an assortment of precious gifts, placing them upon the table. Duochuo Urgenzi's cheeks flushed crimson. After all, she was pregnant. One ought to take it easy. Is this truly the case? If so, I too have a keen interest in your power and lineage. Sang Luo gently caressed his fluffy, soft golden hair, inhaling the delightful fragrance that emanated from him, reminiscent of a fresh bath. Some high-ranking nobles, recognizing their substantial losses, sought to compromise rather than endure further hardship. Sang Luo did not harbor any aversion towards the excessive enthusiasm of others, yet she did not particularly relish it either. With a smile that masked her true feelings, she flatteringly remarked on how well His Highness had raised her. In her heart, she understood that this individual had not come merely to congratulate her, but rather to inquire about the truth of her condition. If she were to conceive the offspring of the innate royal beast repeatedly, with such brief intervals between, it would surely cause a stir throughout the empire. What awaited her may not necessarily be a blessing. Duodu had long since shed the ornate and cumbersome attire of the royal court, replacing it with a simple white nightgown. Bored, she leaned against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon Sang Luo's return, her eyes lit up, and she tossed aside the book, flinging back the covers. However, Duodu was jolted into action, quickly pledging her loyalty. Luo, you are all I need. So soon? As Sang Luo nestled into the blankets, she was embraced by the man, who held her tenderly. With a playful smile, she brushed her lips against his soft, alluring ones, teasingly remarking, "You certainly are quite the catch." While Marzali Brent feigns concern for my well-being, her thoughts are entirely consumed by you. Dutu buried his face against her chest, gently kissing her collarbone and the soft, pale skin that lay beneath. Although they could not engage in anything more at present, he relished the intimacy they shared, enjoying the clandestine touches and the advantage he took. It was clear that she had harbored feelings for him for quite some time. Her intentions were not new. However, he held no affection for her, recognizing her ambition and greed mirrored that of her father, as she was merely enamored with the power he wielded. Since learning of her pregnancy, Dutu had refrained from any intimate encounters with her, and he had tempered his presence around her to the point where it was scarcely detectable. Yet, Sang Luo, utilizing her mental acuity, discerned that the man's strength had indeed grown significantly. Sang Luo did not miss the fleeting glimmer of relief and subtle joy that flickered in Marzali Brent's eyes. Sang Luo exchanged a few roundabout compliments with Marzali Brent, and once the latter obtained the information she desired, it was evident that her mind was elsewhere. Citing personal matters at home, she departed with her entourage. Having been born into the spotlight of royalty and mingling among the esteemed noble families, Sang Luo harbored a deep disdain for insincere flattery and disingenuous sentiments. Perhaps due to her current condition, as her pregnancy advanced, she found herself increasingly yearning for the treasures of the sea, losing all interest in the myriad of terrestrial meats. The succulent flesh she encountered this time resembled that of a freshly caught sea creature. Its texture was firm, imbued with a rich vitality, surpassing even the quality of the fish she had previously savored from the ocean. Sang Luo assumed that the abundance of fabrics was a deliberate instruction from the kitchen, so she paid it no mind. It was not until one occasion when she donned the exquisite fish-scale garment she had previously acquired in Yansha City, lamenting that she wished she had purchased more, that she noticed a transformation. The following morning, she awoke to find dozens of vibrant and intricate fish-scale fabrics gracing her table, their touch cool and smooth, surpassing even the finest silk in elegance. Chapter 59. He was more than eager to sever ties with her. The adage that wishes come true is a fallacy. Hidden motives, however, are all too real. Sang Luo descended from her bed and wandered through the palace, only to find that the opponent's strength was unfathomable, far surpassing her own. She could discern no flaw, yet she surmised that Lu Xianyu had likely established some form of array during her last visit, akin to surveillance. This thought filled her with frustration. How could she have been oblivious to the fact that the man was a voyeuristic pervert? A wicked thought crossed her mind. While she often indulged in flirtations with Duo 2, could Lu Xianyu also be privy to their intimate moments? That night, upon Duo 2's return after attending to state affairs, Sang Luo playfully pushed him onto the bed, tousling his collar with deliberate seduction. His face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes brimming with restrained passion, he muttered, Luo, you are still with child. Gently guided his long, warm hand to rest upon her abdomen. Smiling as she reassured him, do not worry, it has been several months now. The shaman has declared that the signs of my pregnancy are stable. Everything will proceed normally, and there shall be no issues. Ever since that last probing encounter, had no longer sensed the lurking gaze that had once shadowed them. Naturally, the fleeting talent of manifesting her thoughts into reality had also vanished. During this period, Sang Luo has been in remarkably good spirits, frequently visiting the construction site to oversee the work. Upon opening the box, Sang Luo discovered a magnificent array of treasures, the exquisite Han Yuan jade coral, the ethereal nine-turn spirit ginseng, and the ancient thousand-year Qiong glue, all brimming with an intoxicating aura of spiritual essence. These rare gems were certainly not the kind that the surrounding small nations could ever hope to present. Sang Luo, unable to find slumber, heard the gentle footsteps of a man approaching. Without opening her eyes, she lazily extended a delicate arm resembling the soft hue of lotus root. Duo 2, with a smile, wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her back to the palace, spending the night in her company before departing at dawn the following day. The boundless South Sea bore no relation to the Arlen's empire of the Western continent. On the morrow, the table was adorned with a dozen large pieces of exquisite jade coral, infused with a millennium of spiritual essence, truly the finest of treasures. Additionally, There was a plethora of spiritual artifacts and materials, many of which were beyond her knowledge to name, causing her eyes to gleam with excitement. The new palace was constructed adjacent to Duota's own quarters, meticulously designed to match the grandeur of the Beast King's residence, showcasing considerable prestige. Not once did a precious item fall from its place. One afternoon, several towering beastmen arrived with numerous large crates. Suddenly, the temperature within the hall plummeted. Why had it grown so cold? The windows were ajar. I shall close them. Duota hastily donned his attire, tucked Sang Luo snugly into the blankets, and secured the doors and windows before returning. She, carrying his child, dared to flirt with other males. Su Bo, in a state of trepidation, entered the palace, only to find the man on the high seat had vanished. Though Duota had yet to ascend the throne, he had moved into the Beast King's palace for convenience in managing state affairs. Approaching her, Duota gathered her into his embrace, casting a glance that revealed mild surprise. This palace indeed boasts a prime location. It was once inhabited by my late mother and has remained unoccupied for quite some time, likely fallen into disrepair. It would be best to demolish and rebuild it. You may move in at a later date. Within a few days, Sang Luo witnessed the demolition of that very palace, along with 2 neighboring structures, resulting in a more spacious area. Sang Luo gazed thoughtfully at the sky, pondering the implications of her observations. It appeared that Duota's prowess surpassed that of the many-formed beings, reaching the pinnacle of the Beast King, or perhaps even beyond. She was uncertain if there existed realms beyond the Beast King, according to the historical records of the Aaron's Empire. The highest tier of beastmen had indeed been the Beast King at its zenith. During this period, Duota was diligently arranging for the construction of a new palace for Sang Luo, for it was hardly fitting for the future empress to reside perpetually in his private quarters, which could potentially lead to gossip. In the evening, upon returning from his study, Duota silenced the servants who were about to pay their respects with a gentle wave, instructing them to withdraw. It was astonishing. The neighboring realm had shown considerable goodwill, dispatching envoys laden with precious goods to foster the alliance between their nations. Duota, in turn, had sent all these offerings directly to Sang Luo. The entire Beast King palace had undergone extensive renovations, and the former king's chambers had been reconstructed, mirroring the layout and decor of his prince's residence. Sang Luo, after sending Amon to gather information, discovered that the long-secluded endless South Sea had proactively sent envoys to establish maritime trade with the western continent. Dozens of robust beastmen were diligently transporting stones and timber, and within a mere half-day, the foundation had been laid. Duota's ears flushed with warmth, his gaze becoming fervent and intoxicating as the tension between them grew palpable. He dared not linger, seeking refuge in his study under some pretext. It seemed he yearned for their paths to diverge, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their offspring, a sentiment that truly reflected his troubled heart. Later that evening, Duota brought several hefty tomes for Sang Luo to peruse, showcasing various styles of palace decor, allowing her to select the furnishings and artwork. Overwhelmed by the plethora of choices, she succumbed to indecision and entrusted the arrangements entirely to Duota, whose palace construction was undeniably splendid, revealing his refined taste. She reclined in a grand armchair at the palace in trance, leisurely resting under the sun's glare, shielding half her face with a fan made from banana leaves. The kitchen had prepared a fragrant soup using rare ingredients, the aroma rich and imbued with spiritual essence. Sang Luo glanced upward at the palace, pondering whether such exquisite treasures could be summoned in greater abundance. Her offspring expressed a fondness for them. It appeared that Lu Xianyu, in a fit of exasperation, had withdrawn her powers, wishing to see her no more. Simply find me a palace. There is no need for extravagant constructions or the creation of an entirely new edifice. Sang Luo examined a blueprint of the royal palace, reflecting that she would not reside in the western continent indefinitely, and an unoccupied palace would be a waste. Upon consuming the syrup, a wave of moisture enveloped her palate, banishing the weariness of pregnancy and alleviating the heaviness in her abdomen considerably. Sang Luo casually pointed to a palace on the architectural blueprint, remarking that this location seemed quite splendid. The moonlit palace, spacious and centrally located along the official roads, facilitating convenient movement and in close proximity to your sleeping quarters. It is said that the exquisite Hunyuan Yushanhua is a rare medicinal treasure found only in the depths of the sea, invigorating the blood, strengthening the spleen, replenishing vital energy, and even shortening the duration of pregnancy. As Sang Luo gently caressed her belly, she could distinctly feel the little one becoming increasingly lively, likely due to the precious items delivered by Lu Xianyu, which would undoubtedly aid in the development of the merfolk offspring. With an alluring touch of her long fingers against her crimson lips, her voice, husky and enticing, promised, "After you give birth, I shall grant you whatever you desire." In an instant, the palace transformed into an icy fortress, an ominous chill emanating forth, freezing nearby sea creatures into statues of ice. She incessantly yearned for fish silk, for crystal stones, for this and for that. It is said that the endless South Sea is the most mysterious and bountiful realm of the ocean, rich with treasures that have matured over millennia, attracting countless covetous gazes, yet none dare tread lightly there. It is rumored that even the other sovereign beasts of the deep refrain from invading the endless South Sea, since the king's awakening and his subsequent excursion. His emotions have become increasingly unpredictable. What could possibly be troubling him today? Far away in the South Sea Palace, a silver-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. A-Man and the others had assumed it was a delegation from the Duota clan, and they did not dare to be negligent, promptly escorting them to the dining hall. Sang Luo was fully aware that the formation had not been dismantled. However, it mattered little, regardless of which man had bestowed it upon her. As long as he could provide for her child, that was sufficient. Soon, she would be relocating to a new palace, and once the child was born, the bond between the two of them would cease to exist. Lu Xianyue would be more than pleased to see her vanish from his sight. Thus, the weeks passed, over 2 months, during which, nourished by countless crystalline materials, Sang Luo's belly grew rounder with each passing day, resembling that of a human in the 7th or 8th month of pregnancy. One evening, while she and Duota strolled leisurely through the sea of blooming flowers, a sudden heaviness surged downwards in her abdomen. "Ah, Luo, is it time for you to give birth?" Duota exclaimed, gripping her hand tightly. Later that night, there would be updates. A plea for monthly support echoed softly. Chapter 60. She is a fleeting dream upon his pillow. Sang Luo's complexion turned ashen. Cold sweat trickling down her brow, her grip on his arm tightening to the point of speechlessness. The shaman. Someone called a shaman. Duota swiftly scooped her up and teleported to the hospital, although her due date was still some time away. The excessive consumption of rare herbs and crystals had hastened her labor. In the hospital, all the experienced delivery shamans gathered, and Sang Luo was ushered into the delivery room. An elderly female shaman appeared at the door, addressing the perspiring Duotu. "Your Highness, I kindly ask that you wait outside to alleviate any pressure on the expectant mother and the staff." Duota's mind was in disarray, his anxiety rendering him speechless. Unlike the last time, when he lacked the privilege to be by her side, he now understood Kaiser's earlier emotions, wishing only to bear her burdens himself. No wonder trade had resumed in the South Sea. Inside the delivery room, the shamans had all departed, leaving Duota seated by the bed, his expression grim. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual and powerful energy fluctuation emanating from within. His countenance darkened as he dismissed the onlookers and attempted to force his way in, only to discover that both the interior and exterior of the delivery room were shrouded in an immensely potent icy barrier. They were here to snatch the child. No, perhaps it was not solely the child they sought, but also the companion. Golden flames surged forth, attempting to breach the defenses. Lu Xianyue glanced toward the door, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her ice-blue slit pupils. The icy power began to thaw, dripping into water, which swiftly coalesced into countless razor-sharp ice blades aimed at the entrance, capable of incinerating any fierce flames. How intriguing! That male was a Fire King lion. Remembering her earlier words, Lu Xianyue sighed, a struggle and sorrow flickering across his stunningly handsome visage. "Very well, since you wish to remain by his side, I shall not impose. Ah, who among you assisted with the delivery? Has the child been born? Had she lost consciousness from the pain? Why did she have no recollection of that moment?" Hesitantly, she touched her abdomen, which was indeed flat. Nothing remained. In the throes of labor, her body and mind were already exceedingly fragile. Any significant emotional upheaval could inflict further harm. The man's figure stilled as Sang Luo belatedly shook her head, dismissing the thought. "No, Ace is dead. Lu Xianyue is not him." Suddenly, she surveyed the room and inquired of Duotu, "Where is the child?" She loved Ace, not Lu Xianyue. He fidgeted, anxiously awaiting news. Would something happen to her? Duotu sensed the tumultuous shift in her aura and immediately understood who the child's true father was. Sighing with a hint of resignation, time seemed to freeze, the shamans in the delivery room pausing in their tasks. Sang Luo could no longer hear the chaotic footsteps and anxious murmurs from outside. Her consciousness had plunged into a state of confusion, akin to being ensnared in a void-like dream. Lu Xianyue's fingertips twitched momentarily, but then, recalling something, he lowered his gaze to the frail and pallid female in his arms. Duotu looked at her and spoke in a low voice. "He has come." That presence has completely vanished. Several shamans suddenly awoke, their faces marked by bewilderment. What had just transpired? Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, and when Sang Luo regained consciousness, she felt only a slight weakness, devoid of any other discomfort. He rushed forward, enveloping Sang Luo tightly in his embrace, his body trembling uncontrollably as he gently kissed her face, attempting to rouse her. In that moment, she was but a fleeting whim for him, and he, a dream upon her pillow. They were not of the same essence. Sang Luo was taken aback. Lu Xianyue had absconded with the child, without uttering a single word. She had simply taken the child away? Indeed, it was a female. Sang Luo soon succumbed to excruciating pain, losing consciousness. She silently urged her innate healing abilities, and her body swiftly returned to its former state. Even the few extra pounds around her waist vanished, leaving her almost unchanged from her pre-pregnancy self. Duotu hurriedly burst into the delivery room. "You all need to leave," he instructed as he approached the bed, noticing Sang Luo's flat abdomen. Yet there were no traces of the offspring within the room. Luo Xianyue beheld the pale, delicate face of the female on the sickbed, her eyes tightly shut, drenched in cold sweat, with disheveled black hair clinging to her face. In that moment, She seemed to have lost all vitality, and his breath felt as though it had momentarily ceased. Luo, Luo, the males you have enticed are indeed formidable. The Sea King shark is among the most extraordinary and powerful of the merfolk. A slender silhouette, shimmering with silver-blue hues, appeared at the bedside, indistinct and elusive. Her mind felt as if it were a tangled mass, and gritting her teeth, she weakly uttered, "Aze." He lowered his head and placed a tender kiss on her forehead, a blue spiritual mark emerging before swiftly vanishing. Simultaneously, a soft blue halo was extracted from her abdomen, causing her belly to deflate instantly. How could he not love her? A female willing to sacrifice her blood for his salvation? Perhaps this was a cherished love he could never attain again in his lifetime. Luo Xianyu harbored no affection for her. The last time, at least she had seen 2 eggs. This time, not even a single glance. Indeed, she had been proven to be a mere tool. Sang Luo was nearly infuriated to death. The only consolation was that through this pregnancy, her realm had advanced to the mid-king stage. At a glance, it appeared to be a blue halo, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a semi-transparent follicle, within which a small creature in its nascent mermaid form could be faintly discerned, curled up and no larger than a head. Luo Xianyu carefully cradled it, casting one last deep glance at the unconscious Sang Luo before vanishing from sight, the room's formations dissolving entirely. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Empire's medical system for pregnant women has become exceedingly advanced. Your esteemed female has experienced childbirth before, and the last was a significantly perilous natural king beast's offspring. So there is no cause for alarm. This time will surely be without incident. Now, everything made sense. I apologize, I did not intend to deceive you earlier. He is not dead, but I understand that the current generation of the king shark has awakened the ability to manifest a doppelganger. What you encountered must have been his avatar. I surmise that to facilitate procreation, he would suppress the avatar's power below the king level, allowing you to conceive his child so swiftly. Yet, regardless, the doppelganger is a split from the original, and the bloodline of a natural king beast remains unchanged. How could she give birth to 2 natural king beasts in just half a year? Duo 2 marveled as he gently touched her flat abdomen, a mix of joy and lament in his voice. What kind of belly do you possess? Chapter 61. Take off your mask once you have recuperated. Let us hasten to conceive another, Duo 2 declared, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Before long, I shall welcome our pureblood offspring. I do not wish to give birth just yet, Sang Luo retorted, brushing aside his hand. Although her body could heal rapidly, the hardships and fatigue of pregnancy were inescapable, and no amount of comfort could entirely alleviate it. She felt weary. I am not in a rush. Whenever you wish to conceive, we shall do so, he insisted. Indeed. I have promised you, and I shall not go back on my word, but I require a period of rest. Noticing Sang Luo's despondent mood, Duo 2 assumed his words had upset her and felt somewhat flustered. I truly am not in a hurry. I simply desire a child that belongs to the 2 of us. Whenever you are ready, we shall conceive, be it a year, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even hundreds of years. I am willing to wait. With a soft chuckle, Sang Luo laughed again, remarking that while His Majesty could wait for her, she could not linger for long. Through the faint azure halo, it was evident that a deep-sea blue mermaid was present. Subo arrived with his beastly attendants to greet her. The woman, adorned in a white gown with flowing black hair, possessed skin as fair as snow, exuding a delicate beauty reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly. Peach blossoms scattered upon her head and shoulders, yet they paled in comparison to the exquisite charm of her profile. Sang Luo smiled even more joyfully. Duo 2 enthusiastically served her dishes, ladling several bowls of creamy meat soup for her, displaying utmost thoughtfulness. You've worked hard these days. So eat more. Sang Luo named the place Peach Blossom Valley. Duo 2 gently held her hand as they leisurely walked back to the palace. Lu Xianyu returned to the Southern Sea Palace, unable to endure the wait any longer. Surely, the bond between the old beast king and the queen must be quite strong, Sang Luo mused. She pulled him down onto the bed, lifting her hand to caress his golden, soft hair. The texture was truly delightful. She examined the striking, profound features of the man before her, his alluring peach blossom eyes and sensuous, crimson lips. Indeed, he was a feast for the eyes, no matter how one looked at it. Allowing Lu Xianyu, the biological father beast, to take the child away was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Duo 2 had fashioned a floral swing from an ancient tree, and Sang Luo sat upon it as he gently pushed her, sending her swaying. The old beast king was not a commendable figure, yet the love a male beast has for his mate is beyond question. She lamented the queen's fleeting beauty. Her initial intentions were not pure, and thus she was fated to be unable to bestow upon those children the complete affection and care they deserved. A father beast cherishes his offspring as treasures and would undoubtedly raise them well, especially considering the esoteric cultivation techniques within the various beast clans, of which she, a mere human, had no understanding. As Sang fell into slumber, she sensed a chilling wave of energy. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and she materialized above the eaves of the palace, her mental prowess enveloping the area for miles. In the shadows of the palace walls and the surrounding woods, she caught a glimpse of a dark, elusive garment. Duo 2 professed his unwavering commitment to nurturing his child, yet the little mermaid was not his biological offspring. It was inevitable that he would show preferential treatment towards his own progeny in the future. Why abandon other companions for love? Such a phenomenon is rare in the beastly realm. After dining, Duo 2 retreated to his study, burdened with a plethora of governmental affairs that required his attention throughout the night. Subo had raised Lu Xianyu since childhood, and the king's actions seemed rather harsh on the old man's heart. Yet it was evident that the king cherished this hard-won child deeply. However, he soon found solace in the situation. The conjecture of Sang Luo suggests that the queen must have a profound affection for peach blossoms. The forest of flowers has also planted numerous peach trees, and at this moment, it is the season of blooming. From a distance, the pink blossoms appear as a vast ocean, undulating like waves, truly a sight of exquisite beauty. Sang Luo fixed her gaze upon the visage concealed beneath the malevolent mask, urging, "Remove the mask and let me behold your face." Despite her prodigious appetite during pregnancy, which seemed to consume as much as a beast, the nourishment had predominantly nourished the child within her, leaving her visage somewhat gaunter over these past months. A sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the sea of flowers to undulate like waves, cascading down like ethereal snowflakes. A scene of breathtaking beauty. Motu remained silent, and as Sang Luo turned to glance at him, she noticed his head bowed, with his verdant eyes seemingly veiled by a hint of sorrow, suggesting unspoken complexities. She refrained from prying into the secrets of another's household, opting to remain discreet. He would likely never forget this exquisite moment for the rest of his days. Do you know, Luo, the royal family maintains the purity of bloodlines. The Beast King's partner may only have one male. The man's voice resonated behind her, deep and enigmatic. The setting sun cast its golden light. Intertwining shadows of trees danced around them. For months, she had sought him, yet he had eluded her grasp, initially believing him to have departed the western continent. She had lost all leads, only to unexpectedly cross paths with him once more. Sang Luo leaped forward, intercepting him at the corner of the palace walls. However, Lu Xianyue instinctively tightened his embrace, cradling the child protectively. "There is no need. I shall take care of it myself." Once, it was not so, but now it was. Your mother had only your father as a partner? The sight of the child nestled in his arms stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of onlookers. Su Bo hastened forward, extending his frail, wrinkled hands, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall care for the little prince and ensure he grows plump and healthy." Lu Xianyue too seemed to grasp this notion. How could he entrust his progeny to another beast for nurturing? The beastmen were filled with a mix of joy and astonishment. For the South Sea was graced once more by the arrival of a newborn royal beast, ensuring the continuity of the royal line. Muda stared at her, his heart racing so fiercely it felt as though it might leap from his chest, while his breath seemed to suspend in the air. The child's upper body was pale, almost translucent, curled up delicately, eyes yet to open, an embodiment of pure endearment. After a few days of recuperation in the hospital, Sang Luo obtained her discharge certificate, and Duo 2 took her back to the Beast King's palace. He hesitated for a moment before removing his mask. Subo quickly turned a corner, realizing that the noble female who had given birth to the young prince was still alive and well. However, whether she would be willing to return to the deep sea with the king remained uncertain. The king might be sulking because of this very reason. The new palace had been completed. She had indeed felt somewhat disheartened. Having lost 2 children, it felt as if she had merely prepared a wedding dress for someone else. While her intention was to ascend in rank, it was undeniable that after carrying the child for so long, she couldn't possibly feel no attachment at all. In the courtyard stood a magnificent and beautiful ancient peach blossom tree, which Duo 2 had chosen not to cut down. Where did the child come from? Naturally, no one dared to inquire. According to Duo 2, this ancient tree was personally planted by Egelia Aaron centuries ago in memory of the queen. He often visited the tree in his youth, reminiscing about his prematurely departed mother. The man in the dark robe halted, bowing respectfully, unsure of what business the noble female had with him and why she needed to sneakily follow him. Duo 2 enveloped her small, chaotic hands in his long, warm ones. Her cheeks flushed as she coughed lightly, still in the hospital. But once he had said that the queen had died, the beast servants had already prepared a lavish banquet, using only fresh, conventional ingredients. The rare treasures had been stored away by Sang Luo. She only consumed such delicacies during her pregnancy, as they were the cravings of the child in her womb. Eating too many spiritual materials on a regular basis would not be beneficial for her. The young merman, just born, could not reside on land for extended periods during his infancy and must remain in the sea. Lu Xianyu brought the child to the rear of his ice palace, where a spirit pool nurtured for millennia lay, isolated by powerful forces, surrounded by swirling white mist. Resembling a realm of immortals, he gently placed the child in the spirit pool, where the spiritual essence would nourish its rapid growth. Lu Xianyu quietly kept watch for a while, observing as the spirit liquid gradually enveloped the mere child's egg before turning to Subo. His voice icy as he questioned, "While I was in slumber, who dared to misuse my power?" Later that evening, An update was provided in Chapter 62, The True Murderer of Kaiser. The priest from the Moon Ruins Kingdom was brought forth, kneeling in desperation as he implored. Your Majesty is unaware, but during your century-long slumber, other sea realms have coveted the South Sea. Without the protection of the Beast King, the South Sea has undoubtedly become a tempting morsel. I feared your prolonged slumber would lead to a break in the lineage. Thus I rashly invoked a fragment of your divine soul to create a doppelganger, but unexpectedly, it fled midway. Your Majesty. What the priest Kel said is not without merit. The Beast King G Legion from the North Sea has long had his eyes on the boundless South Sea. The High Priest was left with no choice but to resort to such measures. Subo can also vouch for this and plead for leniency on behalf of the High Priest. In the end, Lu Xianyu admonished the High Priest with a stern warning, and the matter was left unresolved. After all, it could be seen as a blessing in disguise, bringing him a precious offspring and leaving a profound experience in his otherwise monotonous beastly life. Should such a transgression occur again, it would be unforgivable. In the inner chambers, Sang Luo appeared as though her soul had been lost, her eyes vacant while her body trembled. The man, with a beguiling smile playing on his lips, inquired, Are you satisfied with my visage, noble female? His dark purple, slitted eyes regarded her with an ambiguous smile. I am aware, noble female, that you must have many questions for me. With an inscrutable tone, Quan Xiu remarked, Your Highness should indeed express gratitude to your good brother. For not only did he assist you in overcoming the formidable Agilia errands, alleviating 2 significant burdens from your shoulders, but he also bestowed upon you a grand gift by seizing his power, enabling your smooth entry into the true king realm. Do you not find the earlier reaction of that little female rather amusing? Quan Xiu touched his face, evading the question, and chuckled lightly at the darkly complexioned duo too, fortunately. My brother has passed. Otherwise, it seems to me that your highness would have had no need to compete at all. When Sang Luo discerned the visage of the man clad in dark robes, she was momentarily entranced, her breath trembling uncontrollably. What is your relationship with Kaiser? She inquired softly. He rushed forward, grasping her hand in a state of urgency, only to find it chillingly cold and slightly trembling. Luo? She had not perished due to illness, but rather succumbed to despair. To preserve the purity of the royal bloodline, each monarch of Arons is permitted only one male consort. Thus, the former Beast King, Egiali Arons, secretly orchestrated the demise of her other partners. When the former king learned of the truth, he was devastated, ultimately succumbing to sorrow and despair. Do you not find her pitiable, your grace? Once her figure had entirely faded from view, Duota withdrew his gaze. The 2 Beast Kings exchanged glances and, in unison, departed for the Great Hall, where the magical barriers obscured all beyond. The atmosphere within the hall was decidedly enigmatic. This premature awakening had rendered his state somewhat unstable. Lu Xianwei returned to the Ice Palace, as he too needed to enter seclusion for a time. The mocking tone akin to a bucket of cold water splashed upon Sang Luo, abruptly awakening her. The man before her was not who she initially believed. Upon closer inspection, their features bore subtle differences, and his entire demeanor exuded a chilling and sinister aura that was profoundly unsettling. Duo, too, in a fit of anger and humiliation, lunged forward, seizing his collar, veins bulging on his arms. Now, leave the Western continent immediately. Otherwise, do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness. The envoys from various nations had departed over a month prior. Your affairs were already settled. What purpose do you serve by remaining in the Beast King's palace? What? Sang Luo was taken aback. Duo, too, anxious and restless, fixated on her, while her gaze remained steadfastly upon Quan Xiu's face, filled with indifference, skepticism, yet tinged with a hint of longing. I can see clearly, Quan Xiu remarked with a raised brow and a smile. Rest assured, your highness, I have sworn an oath by the heavens, and I shall not utter a word regarding this matter. Your grace has already surmised, has she not? The Kaiser you speak of must be my long-lost twin brother. My arrival in the eastern continent is indeed to seek him out. Silence. In Sang Luo's eyes, astonishment flashed. And for reasons unknown, her back was drenched in cold sweat. Her mind was shrouded in chaos, as if something were attempting to seize her. Her entire body felt as rigid as stone, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Seeing her emotions in disarray, Duota had several attendants escort her back to the palace for rest. In the Beast King Palace of the Western Continent, he approached Sang Luo, scrutinizing her from a superior position. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, asking if she knew how the former queen of the Arons Empire had met her demise. At that moment, when the spiritual rune struck Sang Luo, it was fiercely repelled by another wave of blue energy, causing the man to stagger back 2 steps. His pupils narrowed, flashing a hint of astonishment. You possess a soul mark left by a beastman of royal lineage. He had indeed underestimated her. Luo, you have not departed. What do you linger for in the palace? Duota felt an uncontainable pang of bitterness and jealousy rise within him. He turned to coldly regard the smiling Chuanxiu, and in their exchanged glances, it felt as though blades had grazed one another. His visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaiser, making her momentarily believe he had returned. Be silent. Kaiser grew up alongside me. He is my dearest brother. Duo admonished sharply. Clenching his left fist, he inhaled deeply and, lowering his gaze, softly explained to Sang Luo, Luo, this is Lord Chuanxiu, the envoy from the eastern continent. He is not who you think he is. Do not be mistaken. She was not so muddled as to confuse Kaiser, whom she had spent countless days with, for some other man. Brother? Even blood brothers contest life and death. The man in black slowly raised his hand, a dark rune coalescing in his palm. Sensing an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the palace, Duota hurried over, his heart instantly tightening upon witnessing the standoff between Sang Luo and Chuanqiu. It was merely that face that held her captive. Are you so eager to send me away because you fear I might divulge this matter to that little female? She heard Duota's voice, unusually low and cold, starkly contrasting with the person she usually encountered. Yet what of it? Her father had taken him in with the intent of molding him into a weapon. If he became uncontrollable, then eliminate him to pave her path. Royal-grade beastmen could simultaneously harness two extraordinary abilities. The spatial leap ability combined with mental prowess would enable Sang Luo's mental strength to penetrate any barrier. In that moment, she grasped the entirety of the situation, forcing a bitter smile. It turned out she had been blissfully ignorant all along. That man was indeed a master of disguise. The greater Kaiser's power and influence grew. The more uncontrollable he became. Not only was Egeril Aarons wary of him, but so too was Duotu, who had long desired to eliminate Kaiser from the shadows to prevent him from obstructing his ascension to the throne. Years prior, he had stumbled upon the secret of the Tungsha clan and had made a journey to the eastern continent to find another twin of the Tungsha, Chuanqiu. Together, they conspired to eliminate Kaiser. In the near future, the Aarons Empire was set to witness a unique coronation ceremony, requested personally by the Beast King himself. The coronation and the coupling ceremony would be held simultaneously, an event of grand scale that would stir the entire nation, marking an unprecedented spectacle in the Empire's millennia-long history. It was clear that the future Beast King held great affection for this queen. Every detail of the ceremony, from the elaborate decorations to the confirmation of the guest list, was meticulously managed by Duotu, who oversaw each aspect with utmost care. Preparations had been underway for half a month, with the palace alive with festivities. The attendants delivered the ceremonial attire to be worn the following day. Months prior, Duota had engaged the finest haute couture brand in the empire to create a bespoke gown for Sang Luo, handcrafted with painstaking precision. This endeavor had taken considerable time, which was why he had delayed the coupling ceremony until now, awaiting the arrival of this gown, which would allow them to ascend the platform amidst thousands, receiving the adoration of millions. Sang Luo sat at her vanity, listening to the lively commotion outside, yet her heart remained utterly tranquil. She allowed the male attendants to meticulously tend to her lustrous black tresses, applying a pomade that rendered her locks even more silky and raven-hued. They skillfully braided and adorned her hair with intricate floral decorations, leaving her head feeling heavy with embellishments. "His Majesty is here," exclaimed a servant loudly. "Bring forth the 9 scrolls." Sang Luo found herself at a loss for words. The tender feelings she had developed for Duo-2 over the past few days had, in that instant, been utterly extinguished. "If he does not perish, you shall never behold me again." Duo-2 suppressed his emotions and spoke in a low voice. "Even without you, I would take action. I cannot allow half of the Empire's military power to fall into the hands of outsiders." In recent days, his joy had been palpable as he strode confidently through the palace gates. Upon seeing Sang Luo, who had just finished her grooming, with her ebony hair, snow-white skin, and a peach-like complexion enhanced by a touch of rouge that rendered her lips even more alluringly crimson, his eyes sparkled. Luo, you are truly exquisite." Yet, in that moment, Duo-2 was momentarily taken aback, his smile frozen upon his face. Sang Luo smiled faintly, her cold sarcasm evident. "No, you will not kill me. For you value my fertility so highly that you would even go so far as to slay Caesar to obtain it." The following day, amidst a throng of thousands, he independently conducted the grand coronation ceremony, abrogating the union ritual, leaving the hollow title of queen still resting upon Sang Luo's head. Duotu's expression grew increasingly frigid as he spoke softly. "It is clear that I am the most radiant beast of the empire. Yet I am overshadowed by an orphan from the eastern continent. How could I not feel envy? How could I not desire to eliminate him? So, do you wish to kill me as well?" Sang Luo gazed up at him in silence, her eyes as still as water. The man was clad in a silver-white, high-collared formal attire, adorned with golden tassels on the shoulders, and his meticulously groomed slick-back hair was impeccably styled. His fitted waist accentuated the alluring contours of his physique, presenting an impressive inverted triangle shape that was strikingly tall and charming. Upon regaining her composure, Duota dismissed the surrounding individuals in a low voice. "I refuse to participate in the ceremony." The fabric of the garment, made from an unknown material, seemed indestructible. Sang Luo found it too ostentatious and, before Duota's eyes, set the gown ablaze, reducing it to ashes. "Sang Luo," he exclaimed. How could she possibly know? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, and he forced a smile onto his face. "What troubles you, Luo? Tomorrow is our bonding ceremony. Why do you appear so discontent?" On the night following the ceremony, he had not even changed out of his formal attire when he confronted Quan Xiu, launching a punch at him. Duota's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. You already know. Why did you kill him?" This was not merely because he had slain Kaiser, but also due to the fact that he felt like a fool, manipulated and deceived. Had it been before, she would have cherished the gown, ecstatic and eager to don it immediately, yet now, her demeanor was somewhat aloof, delicately pinching the fabric without any intention of wearing it. Sang Luo extended her hand to caress the golden attire presented by the attendant. Duo 2 had departed. With the celestial oaths above, I dared not transgress. This matter must be inquired of His Highness himself. Quan Xiu's complexion was equally unappealing. Aaron's had always prided itself on being a bastion of etiquette and civilization. As the envoy from the Eastern continent, I must note that Your Highness has dispatched numerous individuals to covertly attempt my assassination in recent days. Is it to silence me? Fearing that the noble lady you have concealed within the depths of your palace might uncover the sordid deeds you have been clandestinely engaging in, thus abandoning you? Sang Luo harbors a profound disdain for deceit. Sang Luo detested shaking him off, questioning whether he feared that his actions would be exposed to others. The exquisite fabric, adorned with jewels and jade, was as magnificent as celestial garments. His deep concealment and remarkable disguise sent shivers down her spine, instilling a sense of terror that urged her to distance herself from this cold-hearted and ruthless scoundrel. Darling, little Luo, dear Sang, my sweet. He gazed intently at Sang Luo, trembling as he grasped her hand, his expression fraught with anguish and struggle. What I envy the most is that he possesses you. A resounding slap struck his face. So, must you desire everything he has? Duo 2 inquired teasingly, is this gown not to your liking? The two engaged in a prolonged scuffle without a clear victor, ultimately leading Quan Xiu to concede, unwilling to squander further energy in this confrontation. Duo 2's eyes appeared as if they could pierce him 1,000 times. It was you who revealed it to her. The queen. The servants, filled with dread, attempted to intervene, yet none could approach, helplessly witnessing the exquisite garment, painstakingly crafted over months, being ruthlessly torn and trampled into a mass of tattered fabric. The embedded gemstones scattering chaotically across the ground. Sang Luo ceased to regard him, frantically tearing at her garments as if possessed by madness. Sang Luo, with each word pronounced deliberately, truly evokes a sense of disgust within me. Sang Luo turned her gaze toward the window as Duo crossed past the servant and entered the palace. His eyes widened, his chest heaving violently, his complexion turning an ashen hue. Do not provoke me at this moment. Is it revenge you seek? He chuckled softly, thinking, what does it matter if the outside world knows? He schemes for power, and I am justified in eliminating him. Observing her outburst, he pleaded humbly, Luo, do not act this way. The ceremony is tomorrow, and it is impossible to craft a new gown overnight. It was your highness who violated the agreement first. As for Quan Xiaodao, his majesty has had his wishes fulfilled, yet Quan has not. He required the divine blood and soul bone of Kaisar to fully transform into a pure-blooded Tingsha, but Duota feared complications and incinerated it instead. Quan Xiu's plans were utterly disrupted. He would never attain that soul bone, and he would forever be deprived of the true legacy of the Tingsha clan. Naturally, Quan Xiu sensed Sang Luo's spiritual fluctuations that night, but he deliberately refrained from interrupting, luring Duota to reveal the plans of that day, with the intent that Sang Luo would hear it, thus avenging himself on Duotu. Is this the reason you linger in the Western continent? What else do you desire? Duotu's forehead pulsed with veins, his voice a suppressed growl. It was His Majesty who first breached the pact between us. However, during this visit, I discovered another unexpected delight. If your highness can ensure that little female bears my child, we shall settle our accounts, and all your covert machinations will be buried forever, undisclosed. What say you to this transaction? That night, the update on Chapter 64 beckoned, come play palace intrigue with her? Preposterous. She is my queen, the mother of my future children. She is to have only me by her side. What are you to dare covet her? Queen? Not a soul in the empire has witnessed this. Perhaps even that little female herself would not acknowledge it. Do you not think, your majesty, that you are deceiving yourself? Silence. Duotu's expression darkened to an extreme. Quan Xiu pushed him aside, flicking his sleeves and smoothing out the creases. Perhaps your majesty should consider whom she will choose. The flames of fury surged forth. Quan Xiu's figure vanished in an instant. I await with bated breath. Sang Luo wore a smile that did not reach her eyes, realizing that this fellow was here to engage her in palace intrigue. Do not refer to me as queen in the future. Simply call me by my name, she mused. According to Amon, when Beast King returned, he appeared disheveled and somewhat forlorn. He passed through Yuan Wu, paused for a moment, then retreated to the study for the entire night. The male servant attending noticed that after Marzali Brent exited the palace, her mood visibly brightened, her smile dazzling. He gently inquired, why are you so cheerful, esteemed female? Naturally, the storerooms in the palace are overflowing. There are even better items than this. Yet your majesty has not so much as glanced at them. After some pleasantries, she directed several attendants behind her to step forward with gifts, large and small. Is that so? This jade indeed looks exquisite. It feels wonderfully warm to the touch. On the momentous occasion of the coronation, the queen did not accompany the Beast King to the ceremony. That night, the two were expected to share a bed and affection, yet Duodu did not arrive. Your majesty, Marzali Brent has come to pay her respects and is currently waiting outside. What do you think of that palace we just visited? After exchanging a few words with Marzali Brent, Sang Luo excused herself, claiming to be unwell, and had her servants escort her out of the palace. Throughout the journey, Marzali Brent did not once blink, continually exclaiming in wonder at the palace's opulent and exquisite decor, which rivaled even that of the Beast Emperor's own chambers. Removing a jade bracelet from her wrist, Marzali Bryn intended to adorn Sang Luo with it. However, Sang Luo instinctively recoiled, evading the gesture. Sang Luo let out a sound of concern, clearly more interested in where the sunflower seeds had been purchased from outside the palace. Tomorrow, do fetch me another bag. No. Perhaps she might not even have the chance to bear children. Marzali Bryn gently caressed her abdomen, assuring herself that she still had a chance. Ever since their last falling out, it had been quite some time since Sang Luo had seen Duo Tuesday. The male beast servant paused momentarily before responding. As you have mentioned, it is indeed quite opulent, if I am not mistaken. The materials used for the entire palace are composed of the exquisite black jade found only on the eastern continent. The mural in the corridor is crafted from powdered jade bone, ground from the bones of high-tier star beasts mixed with paint. And the residual spiritual energy can nourish the body for an extended period. It is evident that the Beast King invested considerable effort into constructing this palace. It rivals even the royal chambers of the Beast King. Not even enough for a simple game of dodiju, yet they dare to engage in a contest. Sang Luo arched an eyebrow. Should she not be making every effort to curry favor with the powerful? What was the purpose of this intrusion? Very well, let her enter. It had been rather dull for her lately. There had been no nuptial ceremony, not even a coronation where His Majesty allowed her to accompany him. Such a precedent was unheard of throughout the ages. The Beast King surely harbored no affection for her. His interest lay solely in her capacity to bear the offspring of the divine beast. Sang silently mused to herself. Indeed, one can never be certain. Sang Luo laughed again, remarking on how increasingly fastidious she had become. This jade bracelet is a gift for you. It can fetch a considerable amount of crystal stones outside the palace. The two women possess strikingly different temperaments. Should an outsider glance their way, they would likely assume that Marzali Bryn was the esteemed and resplendent queen. Once the child is born, it would lose its significance. In Tiwan Valley, the noble female from the Brent family had entered the palace. Your Majesty, do you not feel a sense of urgency? Marzali Bryn has recently ascended to the 7th rank. She is the only young female beast of that rank in the empire in nearly half a century, and she possesses the best fertility among the current nobility. The old Beast King had intended to match her with the Beast King, and now that she has been sent to the palace, her ambitions are glaringly evident. Truly, it is the emperor who remains unhurried while the eunuchs fret. A man was utterly speechless. Marzali Bryn performed an elegant gesture, her face adorned with a gentle and refined smile. Heh, it is only because I have been in the presence of the queen that I have encountered such treasures. What do you mean by that? Initially, she held a favorable impression of Marzali Bryn, viewing her as a rare and graceful noblewoman in the beast world. But now, her perception had dulled. She brushed her fingers through her hair, lightly tracing the jade-like earrings, and softly lamented. His Majesty the Beast King is often preoccupied with state affairs, and it is only natural for him to overlook such trivial matters. In the future, Your Majesty should remind him of these things. Though her words were modest, her uplifted face radiated happiness and pride. Such exquisite jade was indeed priceless. Bored, she glanced once more at the simply adorned Sang Luo, who wore almost no jewelry. Clad in a plain white dress, her black hair cascading haphazardly behind her, suggesting she had just awakened from an afternoon nap without having time to groom herself. Well, it was true that she had been wholly focused on beast crystals. Once, she had been intrigued by such flamboyant adornments, but since giving birth, her interest had waned. The treasures of the palace were genuinely exceptional, rendering the gifts she had presented somewhat unworthy, and she hoped the queen would not look down upon them. Marzali Bryn adjusted her hands and inadvertently lifted a sleeve, revealing a portion of a bracelet that resembled jade. The servant led Marzali Bryn into the hall. Perhaps soon. I shall move in, she said, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she scoffed. I once thought His Majesty held great affection for that queen. But it appears it is merely a hollow title. Have you visited his quarters? Sang Luo approached, her tone inscrutable. Sang Luo observed the servants transporting items into the palace and remarked with a smile, You have always been quite generous. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. There was a hint of misfortune in the air. A man curled her lip but soon yielded to the allure of wealth, exclaiming, Then I shall express my gratitude to Her Majesty. In the palace courtyard, Sang Luo reclined leisurely in a vine-covered chair, basking in the sunlight while listening to the news a man brought from outside, casually munching on sunflower seeds. These seeds are quite delightful, with a hint of creaminess. It's my first time tasting such a flavor. Suddenly, her expression stiffened as she regained her composure. Hurriedly handing a jade bracelet to a man, her face still adorned with a gracious smile. The Beast King truly is something. Those small nations have contributed an abundance of treasures these days. I wonder if they have presented anything to Her Majesty, lest outsiders gossip behind our backs. A faint blush graced Marzali Bryn's cheeks. Yes, I just arrived. The Beast King was concerned that I might not feel at home in the palace and sent a few trinkets through a messenger, though they are hardly worth mentioning. Your Majesty dresses so simply. Should outsiders see you, it could lead to ridicule. Is this a gift from Duotu? Sang Luo inquired. A man fiddled with the bracelet. Such trifles. His Majesty has previously sent countless boxes of these. I wonder what that noble lady is trying to flaunt. At a single glance, Sang Luo discerned that this jade was a splendid gem exclusively provided by the Beast King's palace, unattainable in any outer shop. A man cast a glance toward the entrance, her expression tinged with displeasure. Your Highness, the Queen, did you not notice the way that noble lady scrutinized our palace? It seemed as though this peach blossom dock was already hers, and she intends to move in tomorrow. Surely, this cannot be in accordance with the rules, can it? Fear not, for at least here in the peach blossom dock, I am the arbiter of propriety. You shall address me as I dictate, lest I become displeased. And should that occur, a change may be necessitated. Ahem. Your Grace, Lady Sang Luo. He hastily corrected himself. Satisfied with the outcome, Sang Luo noted the warmth of the day and requested a glass of juice. After a man departed, Sang Luo glanced down at her wrists and ankles, where the fleeting glimmer of golden chain marks caught her attention. Chapter 65, The Cage. The precise cage of blazing flames, two prominent talents in abundance. Sang Luo had previously struggled to comprehend the utility of his second talent, but it has now become evident that both he and his father share a lineage of cunning. Reveling in the art of captivity, the late king did not necessarily succumb to sorrow due to the slaying of his consort. Rather, it was the years of confinement within the tower that surely led to his melancholic demise, perhaps learning from the tragic precedent set by the late queen. Muchu has exhibited a degree of leniency compared to his father, expanding her sphere of activity to encompass the entirety of the Aaron's empire. As long as Sang Luo remains within the empire and under his jurisdiction, the constraints of her cage are rendered almost meaningless, allowing her existence to mirror that of before. Yet, she will forever be barred from stepping beyond the borders of the Aaron's empire, escaping his watchful eyes. An invisible prison. This bowl of soup is not merely a casual offering, is it? This is an overt suggestion indeed. Sang Luo could discern that Quan Xiu harbored certain feelings for her. Or more precisely, for the life blossoming within her. A man brought forth a glass of fragrant fruit juice, and with a delicate gesture, Sang Luo conjured lotus-shaped ice cubes, which she cast into the cup. She took a sip, and it was refreshingly exquisite. Sang Luo initially believed that he would need to exercise patience for a while longer. Yet unexpectedly, a response from the other side arrived swiftly. How had he failed to notice before that Brent, the exquisite female, was indeed a rare gem? It was likely that even the king beast would bow to her allure. His right hand slowly curled into a fist, for he was acutely aware that this female, having set her sights on her prey, would invariably take the initiative. She possessed an astute understanding of balance, knowing precisely how to capture the male's heart while maintaining a tantalizing distance, rendering him utterly captivated. It was evident that she had fixed her gaze upon Quan Xiu. She sought to ascertain a particular truth. What an honor it was. He stepped forward, his slender fingers grasping Sang Luo's chin, a playful smile dancing in his violet eyes. Those other females were merely a fleeting distraction for the evening. His true interest lay solely in her. During this time, she had been subtly and overtly courting Quan Xiu, occasionally revealing a hint of seduction. Understood, he acknowledged. You few, escort Brent back. Marcia Li. Brent smiled shyly and tenderly. Your Majesty may simply call me Marcia Li, just like in our childhood, speaking without reserve. I almost forgot. The soup is nearly cold. For the past few days, he had predominantly remained in the study, receiving ministers during the day and reviewing documents at night, leading an extremely ascetic life. After a considerable duration, when the sounds in the room ceased, Sang Luo finally rapped on the door. Sang Luo was on the verge of rest when an unexpected letter arrived, prompting her to appear before the palace of Chuanxiu. Inside the hall, the breaths of the solitary beasts grew noticeably heavier. Memories have a way of bridging distances between individuals. Marzali Brent stepped forward and placed a bowl of steaming soup upon the desk. Your Majesty, would you care to sample my culinary skills? I learned this recipe from the kitchen's beast folk, and I even burned my hand in the process. Restrained the impulse to sever his hands and furrowed his brow as he inquired, Do you have many lovers? Marcia Li. Brent slightly puffed out her chest. Exuding confidence in her physique, beauty, fertility, and innate talent, she firmly believed she was the most exceptional among the young females of the Empire's generation. Any male she desired would inevitably fall into her grasp. The glimmer in her eyes briefly scanned her slender waist, a smirk playing on her lips. Quan Xiu frowned, instructing her to withdraw. Consider it a consolation for this pitiful female who has lost her beloved, she replied. In the study, Duo 2 was engrossed in reviewing documents when Marcia Li. Brent entered with a bowl of fragrant meat soup, a smile adorning her face. You seem quite fond of him, she remarked. Quan Xiu's smile broadened. Unfortunately for him, he has lost. I am the ultimate victor. You may choose to submit to me. I am no less than he. I have approached him thrice, the beastman murmured. With a swift motion, she departed to the envoy's palace, where some even reacted, flushing and covering their lower bodies. As the queen exited the palace, Marcia Li. Brent's cheeks flushed deeper, playfully chiding, Your Majesty has always enjoyed teasing me since childhood. Even now, as Beast King, you remain unchanged. You may leave now. They both voiced simultaneously, causing her smile to falter as she nearly doubted her hearing. Duo 2 chuckled, rest assured. This soup is made with your own hands. Its aroma is delightful, and I shall not waste your efforts. Sang Luo paused, refraining from probing with his mental energy to avoid witnessing anything unsightly. Shortly after, Marcia Lee Brent approached. From the tone of her voice, it was evident that her pain outweighed any pleasure, revealing the male's formidable nature. While her demeanor was not particularly warm, it was a considerable honor for a female in the beast world to actively show favor towards a male, signifying her interest in him. The loyal beastmen exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further, and promptly attended to their duties. The male beastmen in the study were filled with envy, acknowledging that Lady Brent was truly considerate and gentle. Had she been queen, harmony would have long prevailed in the empire. Aside from this occasion, has she sought out Quan Xiu? A faint green energy flickered through his palm. No male could withstand such an onslaught. Duo 2's chest heaved, and the documents before him became utterly unreadable. Just because he did not act now did not imply he would not later, and he had become an object of disdain in her eyes. Marcia Lee Brent bit her lip, casting him a reluctant glance before donning her attire and hastily leaving under the moonlight. She found little interest in wasting thoughts on the palace's trivial matters and directly inquired of a man about the recent circumstances of the envoy. Her taste was quite pleasant, so I lingered to sample it. I trust Her Highness the Queen will not mind. The pen carved a sharp ink line across the document as Duo 2 tightened his grip on it, eventually replying in a subdued tone, how long did she stay? Marcia Lee Brent's expression brightened, and she sweetly suggested, if your majesty wishes for more soup, you may visit my palace. Tonight, she had dressed with particular care, diverging from her usual graceful and dignified appearance. Clad in a gown of pomegranate red sheer fabric, her upper body was wrapped snugly while her lower half featured a flowing skirt, exposing her fair neck, collarbone, fragrant shoulders, waist, and subtly revealed long legs. Her voluptuous figure, adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, accentuated her delicate features, imparting a captivating allure. Yet he remained cautious, observing her from the shadows. Sang Luo, I care only for your visage, not your body. It matters not how many females you bed. It is of no concern to me. The queen had indeed proceeded to the envoy's residence, as one would expect. His once short black hair now cascaded to his waist. He must have employed some form of concealment to hide his identity previously. At this moment, Quan Xiu appeared disheveled, his upper body exposed. A blush lingering from recent intimate encounters, his expressive violet eyes coldly indifferent as they fell upon her, seemingly displeased that she had interrupted his leisure. Quan Xiu lowered his gaze to her. Her delicate features were tinged with sorrow, her watery eyes evoking deep sympathy. Yet, his mental energy was thwarted by another force, rendering him unable to decipher her heart. He withdrew his thoughts and gently embraced Sang Luo, but she felt no trace of affection emanating from him. Of course, Sang Luo had no need for it. The gifts he had bestowed upon her were dismissed without a glance, as she turned and offered them to another male. How delightful! She was clearly attempting to provoke him. As she spoke, she revealed her right hand, where a distinct red mark, evidence of a burn, marred her finger. Sang Luo lifted her gaze to behold his visage, momentarily entranced, lost in thought. The door soon swung open. Amon hurried to the storeroom to retrieve a few items, while Sang Luo opened the ornate box to reveal exquisite jade ornaments. Among them, a blood-red jade ruby caught her eye. A delightful piece that the beastmen from the eastern continent would surely appreciate. Your Grace. It was Quan Xiu. A female personally preparing meals is a rarity in the beast realm, particularly one of noble lineage. Even the esteemed beast king, despite his lofty status, considered it a privilege to engage with her. Sang Luo felt little inclination to invest too much thought into these two men. However, this circumstance presented her with ample opportunity to investigate Quan Xiu further. Just a moment. The queen had brought numerous gifts, likely seeking to cultivate a rapport with the esteemed gentleman. After a brief visit, she departed, and the palace servants whispered that the two had enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Yet nothing more transpired. When the queen exited, her attire remained immaculate, and a guard discreetly cast a glance at Mu Tu, a fellow male who understood the underlying implications of the Beast King's words. I possess many concubines in my royal residence on the eastern continent, yet none can bear children. I have heard that you have given birth to a pure-blood heir of my brother. Should you agree to accompany me back to the eastern continent, I shall send those females away. Quan Xiu observed her increasingly frosty demeanor and smirked. Is the queen feeling envious? The envoy was indeed Quan Xiu. Mu Tu grasped her hand tightly, frowning as he instructed a nearby beast servant to fetch several precious ornaments and supplements. You are quite considerate, however. Such matters should be entrusted to the servants henceforth. Lady Brent need not attend to these personally. Mu Tu reclined on the sofa, squinting towards the window. Your Majesty is jesting. I have encountered the queen, and she is truly unparalleled in beauty. Were I a male, I would undoubtedly be captivated by her. With a faint, sorrowful smile gracing her lips, she asked, Then, may I embrace you? Her body exuded a distinct fragrance, signifying her cycle. Mu Tu registered her reaction. A hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth, each held their own charm, incomparable to the other. Quan Xiao adjusted his attire, the lustful expression on his face entirely vanishing, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Sang Luo. I had thought your majesty had finally come to her senses, sending you to my bed, only to discover it was another beauty. Amon, compelled to follow suit, wore an expression of deep concern. The queen had been frequently visiting the newly arrived gentleman in the palace, raising questions about whether to inform the Beast King. Sang Luo approached with candor, showing no signs of concealment. I shall retrieve a few fine items and pay a visit to that esteemed envoy. What are you waiting for? Hurry. The palace had long had informants relay this matter to Mu Tuesday Lady Brent. The majesty is quite occupied with state affairs. Please return and rest. A servant gently reminded her. Ah, very well. The light fell upon his handsome, chiseled face, casting shadows that rendered his emotions enigmatic. After a moment of silence, he summoned another beastman, his voice low, instructing, find a beastman from the envoy's quarters and inform the queen that I require her presence tonight for a lengthy discussion. Very well, Marcia Lee Brent replied, casting a fleeting glance at the bowl of soup, her eyes betraying a flicker of discontent. She recalled her childhood bond with Mu Tu, a camaraderie cultivated through years, which could hardly be compared to that of a mere commoner who appeared unexpectedly. Sang Luo had rested her head against his shoulder, her hand gently encircling the man's neck, inadvertently tousling his long black hair. It was no secret that she had given birth to the offspring of a born king beast. Nearly the entire empire was aware of it. Juanqiu, without the need for inquiry, was well aware of her remarkable fertility, having borne a pure-blood heir sharing his bloodline. He could not help but be stirred by this fact. Dutu lifted the bowl of soup, inhaling its fragrant aroma, a smile blossoming on his lips, for it was indeed delightful. Your Majesty, please drink it while it's hot. She was bare from the waist up, a mere piece of cloth barely concealing her lower half. Upon seeing Sang Luo at the door, a look of surprise flushed her cheeks with shyness. Your Highness, the Queen, where have you been wandering? In the Sea of Flowers? Dutu inquired cheerfully, noting that since she had been marked with the cage seal, she had remained in Taiwan day after day, without venturing out. Any normal person would surely develop psychological issues under such confinement, before even stepping through the grand entrance. The sounds of passionate moans and the hushed breaths of men reached his ears. He summoned several servants to escort Marzali Brent out of the study, then turned to his trusted orc companion and instructed, take this bowl of soup to the envoy's palace, and inform him that it was prepared by Her Highness the Queen. He must not disregard this gesture of goodwill. Indeed, Dutu's gaze grew distant, as if lost in memories. You always liked to follow in my footsteps when we were young. Your Majesty, burdened with the affairs of the state and weary from your duties, I have simmered a bowl of lotus root and meat soup. I cannot ascertain its taste, but may I humbly request your Majesty to sample it? Please do not turn away. This unique power allowed her body and soul to be marked and confined together. Sang Luo had attempted to use spatial leaps to escape, but found it impossible. Dutu seemed to be conspiring with Juanqiu, who had not departed from the western continent and remained in a nominal position within the empire. He was temporarily residing in a vacant palace of the Beast King, rather close to her Toanwu. It was uncertain if this proximity was intentional. Marzali Brent's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her eyes sparkled with undeniable pride. Sang Luo rolled her eyes internally, contemplating the audacity of this man. He possessed an inflated sense of self-worth, devoid of any redeeming qualities that would catch her interest. She was not one to settle for anything beneath her standards. A fleeting crimson mark appeared at the nape of his neck, and Sang Luo's gaze trembled as the mark recoiled back. Caesar's plan had indeed succeeded. Yet, should the other party perish, would this mark still be capable of successful transformation? Suddenly, Sang Luo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Quan Xiao assumed she was overwhelmed by sorrow and instinctively caressed her back. After executing this gesture, he found himself momentarily taken aback. What are you two doing? Duotu appeared abruptly, pulling Sang Luo into his embrace, directing an expression of intense anger towards Quan Xiao. Do not forget the promise I made to you. She is off limits. In chapter 66, Give me a child, Quan Xiao remarked with a smile, Your Majesty, you truly have wronged me. She willingly came into my arms, and I did nothing at all. A flash of white light enveloped Sang Luo, and she found herself back in the familiar peach source ditch, where the servants had all retreated. Duotu pressed her against the wall, one hand gripping her chin fiercely, clearly irate. You came here at his behest for the night? Did you not see his attitude? To him, you appear as a free offering, a mere plaything for his amusement, and yet you still willingly submit to him? How could he possibly know? Sang Luo blinked, quickly regaining her composure. That letter was likely a deliberate arrangement by Duotu. As a resident of the Beast King's palace, he was privy to all matters. The intoxicating scenes of romance were also purposefully presented for her viewing. What schemes have you two been concocting in secrecy? Sang Luo was evidently more curious about this matter, furrowing her brow as she gazed at him, expressing her displeasure, and added, Furthermore, you're pinching me too hard. Could you be gentler? Why does it seem like you hold such strong opinions about Marzali Brent? Marzali Brent cast a meaningful glance at the two before departing with him. She was his top choice. Duotu was exceptionally skilled at concealing his true feelings. His possessiveness over her was evidently more intense, a burden she found increasingly difficult to bear. There was no need for Duotu to worry. Yet Sang Luo raised an eyebrow at his latter remark, laughing freely. I fear that may not be possible. One evening, after a prolonged absence, Duotu reappeared in her chambers. Sang Luo caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him, recalling the events of that day. Her instincts heightened. What do you intend to do this time? Sang nodded. All right. Whenever you are ready to switch, do remember to inform me, so I can prepare to pack my belongings and usher the guests away. These jade teapots are quite exquisite. I shall certainly take them with me upon my departure. After all, a day as husband and wife carries 100 days of affection. Surely, Duotu is not so miserly. Martha Brent has once again ensnared Duotu with her charms. Is this the reason you brought Martha Brent into the palace? Caesar's desire for control and possessiveness is evident, yet as long as she does not infringe upon his boundaries, he remains indifferent. It is said that numerous noble officials from the previous reign have united in petitioning for Martha Brent to become the new queen. Martha Brent and Duotu belong to the same ilk. Precisely because they are akin, he cannot harbor any fondness for her. Nor can he permit himself to be manipulated by someone so close. Clearly, Martha Brent has long been excluded from his considerations. Sang Luo was taken aback by this hidden truth and curiously inquired about her partner's rank. She harbored a distaste for orcs with an excessive desire for control. Be it the initial Kaiser or the now unraveled Mott. Sang Luo's eyes widened in an instant as she realized she had made a grave error. She should not have provoked him at this moment. The more Sang Luo pondered, the more infuriated she became. She opened the door and instructed the orc in the courtyard. Mashali Brent's reputation outside is rather unfavorable. When Sang Luo was bored, she utilized her mental powers to overhear the servants discussing the Peach Blossom Valley numerous times. Yet she had never dared to enter, lingering long only to depart in solitude. Not entirely. During this period, the beastmen of the Peach Blossom Valley refrained from mentioning the majesty before the queen's palace, only daring to whisper among themselves in private. The man swiftly shed his upper garments, revealing a sensually sculpted torso, and then proceeded to tear at her clothes. Despite Sang Luo's attempts to resist with kicks and grapples, she found herself utterly helpless against the formidable demeanor of the male beastman in such moments. Frankly, Sang Luo harbored little belief in the success of Marzali Brent's devious schemes. If Mutu were truly so foolish, there would be no need for the Beast King at all. On the contrary, this man possessed considerable cunning, and it was uncertain whether Marzali Brent had ever ensnared him, particularly since he was already wary of her, unless he willingly sought to play the bait. Intending to turn the tables, that would utterly extinguish his hopes. Marzali Brent, in her quest for the queen's position, had dismissed all the beast husbands, and many of the male beast men, upon discovering her true nature, had grown to disdain her. After a month of pent-up frustration, he could no longer endure it. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to extract everything he desired. At the moment of exhaustion, Sang Luo, incensed, pushed him away. How did it feel as though she had been cast aside? Mutu's expression darkened as he cast a lingering glance at the chambers before reluctantly departing. For the sake of fulfilling her ambitions, those beast husbands, cast aside without cause by her, would find no respect in their later years and would struggle to find new companions, destined to live out their lives in solitude. I believe the Majesty still harbors affection for you. It is all the fault of that unscrupulous Marzali Brent, who employed such vile tactics, leaving the Majesty with no choice but to act thus. Mutu gazed at her in silence before beginning to remove his garments. Sang Luo was acutely aware that any resistance at this moment was futile. Her gaze was notably cold, chilling enough to evoke a sense of trepidation in Duo. 3 months had passed, and he had meticulously counted the days, arriving with urgency to seek her out. Surely, he did not expect to conceive a child with her right after his encounter with Marzali Brent. She would inevitably seek the company of high-ranking beastmen from now on, leaving the innocent youths of lower status unscathed. It seemed she had finally emerged from the shadows. With a long hand, he easily grasped her delicate wrists, pulling them above her head to proceed with his intentions. Were his lingering thoughts of Quan Xiu merely due to their similar appearances? Was he truly unable to forget him? She had 11 partners, the majority being of the 7th rank, with only 2 reaching the pinnacle of the 6th. Sang Luo would not soften her heart towards him again. Was Duotu, that cunning man, so easily ensnared? Your Highness, a tumultuous rumor circulated within the Beast King's palace, claiming that the Beast King was to replace his queen. Amon had initially hesitated to share this news with her, but the truth could not be concealed indefinitely. Those of the 6th and 7th ranks were exceptional warriors, proud in any realm, yet she had callously discarded them, reducing them to the status of pitiful lowly beasts. It was no wonder that the amiable Amon felt aggrieved on their behalf. He hastily sought a new queen, and thus they parted amicably. Upon recognizing the true nature of their relationship, Sang Luo felt a sense of relief. It was as it should be. At this very moment, she was resolute in her decision to sever ties with him. We should prepare for conception. Luo, grant me a child. I require it. He lifted her onto the bed, leaning down to grasp her hand, his long fingers interlocking with hers, asserting a firm grip while his knee pressed between her legs. Amon, dearest lady, could you not see the provocation in her gaze? Pitying him would only lead to misfortune. He kept Marzali Brent by his side, unbeknownst to her intentions. She might have already become a mere pawn in his game. The prevalence of treacherous females like her had turned many noble beastmen into wanderers. In your heart, I cannot compare to Kaiser, can I? The gossip surrounding the Beast King's palace was likely connected to the king himself. Sang Luo was disinterested in any news concerning Duo, opting to close her mental faculties, which resulted in her learning of a significant rumor only after more than half a month. On a brighter note, perhaps the two had genuinely developed feelings for each other. Ideally, Marzali Brent would soon conceive Duotu's child. Leave. This was the first time she spoke to him in a month. Duotu's breath hitched, the ice in his gaze thawing slightly as he reluctantly released her. He regained some composure and murmured, I have made a new arrangement with him. He may select any high-fertility female in the empire. As long as she bears him a child, all previous dealings between us will be settled, and he will depart the empire with his offspring. However, the condition is that his target cannot be you. As a royal beast, Duotu had never lacked for beauty throughout his life. If he truly favored lovely women, he could have countless lovers. Conversely, he was adept at disguise, valuing tangible benefits and calculations far more than ephemeral beauty. You still cling to him despite his dalliance with other females? Duotu seemed to have been preoccupied with the military unrest at the borders, suppressing this matter for the time being. Yet, given his cold demeanor towards her these past few months, it appeared his patience had finally worn thin. Could a 7th-rank beastman not find another to marry? Sang Luo felt a pang in her heart, recalling Lan's song. Perhaps it was the fledgling affection that lingered, for he had been her first man and held a unique place in her heart. The beasts serving in the palace had long since heard the commotion in the chambers, and the gossip had persisted throughout the night, causing considerable embarrassment. As dawn broke, the esteemed monarch emerged from the chambers, clad only in undergarments, his attire disheveled. He seemed intent on returning, but the door slammed shut, taking with it his elegant cloak. He was quite content, with no apparent regrets. Duotu paused, seemingly caught off guard to see her, but then his expression darkened as he turned to leave. The fault lay in her recent feelings for Duotu. Her anger stemmed from being deceived, yet if she regarded him simply as a tool for exchange, it truly mattered little. However, had Marzali Brent succeeded in her schemes too easily? Thus, one must choose their partners with discernment and not be misled by appearances. Sang Luo reminded herself of this truth. Without discussing childbirth, should a 7th-rank beastman experience genetic frenzy, only females of the 5th rank or higher could pacify them. They would certainly be unwilling to lower themselves, while mid to high-ranking females would disdain those without potential. As for Duotu, Sang Luo had been maintaining a fade of harmony while their hearts drifted apart. The rumors in the palace had intensified, and she had caught wind of some whispers. Duotu gripped her shoulders tightly, his strength alarming, jealousy gnawing at his very core. Sang Luo realized he had misinterpreted her intentions, yet as she beheld his increasingly frenzied demeanor, fear welled up within her after a long absence. Duotu's criteria for a partner were clear: high fertility, preferably without a notable lineage. Rumors from the previous dynasty suggested that the emperor had been in a foul mood lately, leaving the noble families trembling in fear, hesitant to speak for fear of losing their positions. Before Sang Luo engaged in cultivating feelings with Duotu, it was merely to ensure her own comfort during their intimacy. Now, only annoyance remains, and naturally, she is disinclined to bear him any children. In the future, she will seek out more male beasts, treating each with unwavering dedication. It seems she has long since reached the brink of emotional collapse. Thus, maintaining a relationship of mutual benefit, oscillating between profound and superficial, is the most suitable state for her and them. Sang Luo even began to doubt whether he had already known during their first encounter, feigning ignorance while subtly guiding the situation to his advantage. Even if he had not engaged in such actions behind her back, she realized that she could never remain with him indefinitely. In her fury, she contemplated delivering a sharp slap to his face, but he swiftly reached out to grasp her hand. Sang Luo's body trembled violently, and tears instantaneously burst forth from her eyes. Whether it was from anger or pain, she sank her teeth fiercely into his broad and sturdy shoulder. The man visibly became more exhilarated. The veins on his arms bulged as his assault grew even more intense, leaving one utterly overwhelmed. Sang Luo fell into silence, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Duo, too, still oblivious to her feelings, remained unaware that she harbored no affection for Quan Xiao. Now that she had obtained the answers she sought, he had become even more irrelevant. A husband with an overwhelming desire for control would only become her burden and source of trouble. Duo, too, stood rigidly in the room, his eyes suddenly reddening as he uttered several exclamations of surprise. In a swift motion, he lifted her effortlessly and tossed her onto the bed, proceeding to remove his clothing. In a low voice, he remarked, I have consulted the shaman. After 3 months post-delivery, one can conceive again. It remains unclear what transpired between His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen, yet even a discerning observer could perceive the subtle complexities of their relationship. Duo, too, grasped her hand, pressing it against his handsome face, imploringly saying, Luo, Quan Xiao is no benevolent soul. He will not be loyal to you. Please, do not choose him. Consider me. I confess that my love for you is tinged with ulterior motives, yet my desire to be with you is genuine. Can we not forget the past, and simply live our lives together? The anger within Sang Luo had long since dissipated. She was acutely aware that her relationship with Duotu was merely utilitarian. Ultimately, neither party owed the other anything. You are utterly unworthy of being compared to him. Keep the door secured. Should he return, expel him without hesitation. Duotu had sheltered her within the palace, bestowing upon her trunk after trunk of exquisite silks and treasures. And she had spent countless nights in his company. He had not set foot in Taewonwu again. Sang Luo maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. Meandering through the sea of blossoms when she chanced upon two individuals engaged in flirtation, she could still greet them with a smile. Marzali Brent, endowed with exceptional fertility, was a seventh-tier beastman, theoretically capable of bearing offspring for the king beast. As Mutu remarked, she administered a drug to me, and I, in turn, facilitated her passage, naturally. Quanxio would not refuse such a generous gesture from me. Mutu appeared quite knowledgeable about that particular substance, suggesting this was not her first experience of being drugged. While only the king beast possesses the privilege of selecting female companions without the fear of abandonment, the majority of ordinary male beasts have always found themselves at a disadvantage in this regard. Amon declared, I have not laid a hand on her. I do not believe it. Everything I have is reserved for you. Luo, give me a child. What he can offer you, I can provide as well. He lowered his head and bit down hard on Sang Luo's wrist, the soul mark manifesting before them. Chapter 67. He is indeed the most deranged of them all. The heartstrings of Sang Luo trembled intensely. The soul mark can only be inscribed once. Are you not afraid that I may erase it, leaving you to become a wandering beast? The thin sheen of sweat glistened on Tutu's face as she smiled bitterly. I am indifferent. If you wish to obliterate the mark, then do so. Do you truly believe I would show mercy? Sang Luo, infuriated, laughed ironically. How many of your words are sincere? Every single word I have spoken to you is the truth. I have not deceived you. The curtains quivered and trembled, casting a flickering shadow upon the wall. A ceaseless dance of merging and parting. What must you do to let me go? She asked weakly, her voice fragile. He suddenly embraced her tightly, burying his face in her neck, a suppressed growl escaping his throat, bordering on a plea. Leave me a child, and I shall set you free. The conjectures were not far from the truth. Madam, please do not mock me. The delicacies in the Beast King's palace are surely far superior to my humble home-cooked meals. After their meal, Xiaobai presented a money pouch filled with numerous crystal stones to Sang Luo. Very well, I shall accompany you in amassing great wealth. Xiaobai turned, spotting her and beaming with delight. He hastily set aside his bowl, wiped his hands with a dry towel, and approached her with a smile. I sent you an invitation over a month ago, but when you did not come, I presumed you were too busy to attend. Sang Luo poured a glass of juice, toasting with the two individuals, then inquired of Leon, where are you stationed now? At the forefront, a tall and striking blond man stood out conspicuously. Indeed. Apart from Lansong, she had grown accustomed to the meal she prepared herself. Noticing Sang Luo's silence, the joy of recovering something precious gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of panic. His voice trembled as he implored, please don't leave me, don't vanish from my sight. With a sudden motion, she slammed the window shut. Abruptly, shouts and the sound of hurried footsteps erupted from downstairs. Sang Luo, thinking trouble had arrived, was about to descend when she spotted Xiaobai hastily making his way up. Be it a scoundrel or a coward, will you give it to me, please? Sang Luo rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the couple's tranquil and prosperous life, which was indeed quite enviable. The pair still preferred to address her as madam, and Sang Luo made no effort to alter this habit. Let them continue as they wished. Leon poured a jug of wine and remarked, ever since the departure of our esteemed leader, I have been reassigned to another department and no longer serve in the imperial capital. I had thought that I would never have the pleasure of seeing you again in this lifetime. I raise my glass to you to commemorate our reunion. Sang Luo, Xiaobai, and Leon had not seen each other for quite some time. They reminisced and engaged in conversation, inquiring about each other's recent circumstances. Unexpectedly, Duotu brought an army with him, creating a formidable presence that surrounded the entire city. The eateries were completely encircled, leaving no space for escape, causing the patrons within and the nearby beastmen to flee in terror, fearing a grave incident had occurred. He remarked that after spending a few more months at the military headquarters, he desired to resign and join Xiaobai in managing the eatery, uncertain if the owner would be willing to take in this unfortunate beastman. It turned out he was the most unhinged of them all. Her heart had already drifted away from him. It seemed she could leave at any moment. If the day arrived when he could no longer keep her, he at least wished to retain a child that belonged to both of them. In the forthcoming month, the moments of clarity for Sang Luo were few and far between. In her hazy state, she heard a beastman outside the door relaying a message that the previous dynasty required his presence. Only then did Duotu take his leave, granting her a moment to catch her breath. Sang Luo had noticed it earlier. The two of them were quite compatible in their shared fondness for wealth and culinary delights. Unbeknownst to them, the day had waned. She glanced at Leon, arching an eyebrow. Isn't it a bit beneath you, a 7th-level beastman, to be working as a menial laborer in an eatery? Leon had followed Sang Luo for quite some time, concerned for her well-being in the royal palace. He had heard that the Beast King had yet to grant her a mate ceremony, but now he felt somewhat reassured. Surely, if the general were still present, he would desire for his lady's life to be even more splendid. During her pregnancy, she craved delectable snacks, particularly enjoying the taste of flavorful jerky. She had come to a profound realization. Once your signature dish gained recognition, and you expanded into a chain of establishments, others would invest in your brand's influence and the rights to your secret recipes. Once they profited, you would also receive a share of their earnings. Just this morning, I prepared dozens of pounds, and they remain unsold. I shall pack them all up for the lady. Before saying Luo had her doubts about the origin of these boxes of beast crystals, she now surmised with a high degree of certainty. With a sigh, her appetite waned. The establishment was thriving. After a while, she intended to scout potential locations for a branch, ensuring that her future profits would be considerably greater. Your lively chatter has certainly become more spirited. This life is undoubtedly far superior to your previous existence within the family. Sang Luo initially intended to search for something to keep as a memento, yet she found herself empty-handed. The vastness of the beast realm, coupled with its sparse population, meant that the streets were not particularly crowded with beastmen. However, a certain area of the city was bustling with activity. She had no desire to draw such attention to herself. My dear lady, you may not be aware, but there are some discerning patrons who frequently come to indulge in free meals, and certain beastmen, noticing that Xiaobai is a female, harbor ulterior motives. I have dealt with them using force. The business at the eatery has been thriving, and other tavern owners in the city are eager to acquire it. When persuasion fails, they resort to intimidation, frequently sending individuals to cause disturbances. Xiaobai is unable to handle this alone, so my presence serves to instill some deterrence. Sang Luo sought to calm her emotions, donned her attire, and approached the table, pulling open the drawer to retrieve an invitation. In an instant, she vanished from the palace. Is the lady troubled? Xiaobai inquired, producing a sizable bag of dried shrimp. Do taste this. It is exquisite. Valra City, a medium-sized town with a population of 20 to 30,000, boasts a measure of prosperity. As dinner time approached, the eatery welcomed a considerable number of patrons. Sang Luo instructed the two to attend to the affairs of the establishment while she lingered in the private room, leisurely enjoying snacks for a while. That scoundrel. The thought of him crossed her mind, and she pondered how he fared now. As was her custom, she received a large box of beast crystals each month from an unknown address. Except for the month she relocated to the Beast King's palace, which interrupted the delivery. It resumed the following month. My lady, the Beast King has come to seek you. He is here to escort you back to the palace. I have observed that several taverns in the city are thriving as well. Your newly opened and may face covert suppression, which poses a significant challenge. Allow me to offer a small suggestion. Consider organizing promotional activities, such as discount coupons and reductions on crystals, as well as incentives for referrals. Sang Luo's expression darkened as she approached the window, where she beheld a vast assembly of orc troops, poised and ready for action below. Sang Luo Chong and the other person exchanged a faint smile, but as they turned to descend the stairs, their expressions turned indifferent. Xiaobai, I too shall toast to the lady. Sang Luo sighed and decided to return to the palace. Since Duo 2 could locate her here, he undoubtedly knew she was safe. He was deliberately warning her to remain within the palace walls and refrain from wandering. Well, when I have time in the future, I shall come to reminisce with you all. Alas, every part of my body aches. This was the first time she felt so disheveled post-event that she required healing magic. There was no way Duo 2 would allow Caesar's people to operate under his very nose. Lion, in a state of despair, took several sips of wine, lamenting his situation. The beast markings on his arm had deepened, signifying a growth in his strength. He had no fondness for military socializing. He merely did it to make ends meet. Now that his loyal companions had fallen, he had long wished to distance himself from such a place. Before departing, she stumbled upon the missing box of crystals tucked away in a corner. The box was crafted from a silver gray wood, one that Sang Luo had not encountered in the lumber yards or constructions of the Western continent, suggesting it might be a unique timber from another land. Not important. Aha. With the Lady S presence here, my establishment is truly elevated. Yet, you arrived without prior notice. I scarcely had the time to tidy up and may have embarrassed myself before you. Allow me to change into a fresh outfit. Xiaobai joyfully accepted the gift and handed it to a nearby assistant, placing it at the counter. As she witnessed the swift disappearance of several pounds of dried shrimp, which Sang Luo absorbed into her space, Xiaobai was utterly astonished. Such a talent truly made a foodie envious. Madam, it's getting late. Perhaps you should return promptly. It seems the Beast King is quite worried about you, possibly fearing something has befallen you. Having grown up, Xiaobai had never witnessed such an intimidating spectacle. Her ears drooped in a hint of fear. Lion hurried over, scratching his head with a grin. I just haven't seen the lady in so long. I thought I was mistaken. I was so excited. Upon seeing Sang Luo descend from the stairs, Duo 2 rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Luo. I couldn't find you in the palace and thought you had left without informing me. Survive. Isn't that enough? Sang Luo felt on the brink of madness. She decided to abandon restraint and pushed him away, looking up with a cold demeanor. Isn't it just an air you desire? Very well, when we return, I shall bear you one. Sang Luo took a sip of the duck blood vermicelli soup and savored a piece of the crispy yet tender sweet and sour fish. Overwhelmed with nostalgia, It had been a long time since she had tasted your culinary skills. The flavor remained unchanged, or rather, it had improved remarkably. Madam, you have arrived. Several guests turned their attention towards this direction, and Sang Luo couldn't help but wish to deliver a punch. Thinking, must you shout so loudly? Sang Luo made her way directly to the kitchen. Initially intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the errand boy, she caught sight of a familiar delicate figure, teasingly remarking, "You've become the boss now, yet here you are washing dishes yourself. You certainly know how to save on labor costs." As Sang Luo opened the window, the man also lifted his gaze, and their eyes met at that precise moment. She glanced at the address marked on the invitation and approached with a smile. Xiaobai recalled the hardships of the past month, and her expression darkened slightly. Those from her clan had visited once, attempting to reclaim the crystal stones she had earned under the pretense of family ties, all of which Brother Bao had helped to resolve. "Xiaobai, you have quite a few guests today. Allow me to assist you." "What? Isn't he quite busy these days? He personally chased me down here?" Sang fell onto the bed, taking a considerable amount of time to recover. Her throat was parched to an unbearable extent. With a flicker of her water manipulation abilities, she swiftly cleansed her body, casually draping a garment over herself before descending from the bed. Her legs weakened unexpectedly, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. In the next instant, she found herself amidst a bustling, ancient street, surrounded by stone houses, none of which rose higher than 5 stories. Upon returning to the estate where she once resided with Kaiser, Sagluo found it desolate and abandoned. The servants had long been dismissed, leaving a thin layer of dust and fallen leaves blanketing the floor, suggesting it had been neglected for an extended period. The windows had been shattered by unknown beasts, and the interior lay in disarray, with furniture and valuables stripped away, while the remnants of what could not be moved lay shattered and ruined. The chaos was palpable, leaving almost no place to step. It was deliberate, undoubtedly intentional. Xiaobai and Leon remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, merely believing that Muda had summoned her back to the palace. However, the extent of this display was indeed excessive. A striking silver-haired beastman approached from outside, and upon seeing Sagluo, he froze and exclaimed, "Madam, could you spare me a few more packages?" Muda's public demeanor of generosity and magnanimity served a dual purpose, to win the hearts of the people and to obscure his true intentions. Nevertheless, Sagluo surmised that Leon's situation was rather precarious, likely relegated to a border city in a position devoid of any real power. Sagluo took a sip of water to mask her embarrassment, a reflection of the lessons learned from the numerous deceptions of unscrupulous merchants in her past life. "I promised I would come, and I shall," she reassured, though she had indeed been preoccupied in recent days. As she surveyed the decor of the establishment, characterized by its classical wooden style, she found it quite elegant. From the space, she retrieved a finely carved aromatic wood figurine in the shape of a lucky cat. "Regrettably, I missed your grand opening," she said, presenting the small trinket to you. "I hope it is not too late." During the time that Sang Luo and Duo 2 were together, they were not particularly lacking in crystal stones. However, after their fallout, she felt a sense of discomfort using his belongings, knowing that their paths were destined to diverge. With her own modest income, she managed quite well. A newly opened eatery, though small with only 3 floors, was bustling with patrons. "You truly understand me," Sang Luo remarked as she savored the delightful crunch and fragrant spice of the dish. Finding it utterly incomparable, he would never let her go if she did not bear him a child. Xiaobai, captivated by her words, exclaimed, "Madam, you are indeed a business genius." Xiaobai quickly changed his attire and, after giving a few instructions to his 2 assistants, led Sang Luo to the exclusive VIP room on the 3rd floor, where he personally prepared a dozen dishes, all of which were her favorites, without her needing to specify. Unfortunately, the box had been opened, and the beast crystals inside were missing, likely taken by the local ruffians or stray beasts. "May your business prosper, and I hope to share in your fortune," Xiaobai chuckled. "As long as you come, I will dare to accept you." "Madam and I were just discussing the opening of a branch. We are in need of staff." As Sang Luo gazed at the scattered jars and bottles on the floor, her temples throbbed with anxiety. His tense demeanor was instantly soothed. Luo. When they inquired about her life in the Beast King Palace, Sang Luo spoke vaguely, highlighting only the positive aspects and refraining from mentioning Duo too much. Luo and Duo 2 were momentarily taken aback. His face revealed little joy as he attempted to grasp her hand, only to have it brushed away. "Once you give birth, you will let me go, and we will be free of each other, correct?" Duo 2 intently fixed his gaze upon her, his Adam's apple bobbing as he quietly stated, "If you wish to leave, I will not allow it." "Very well, let us return to the palace now, and I will give you a child immediately." Chapter 69. The first signs of pregnancy. Sang Luo gazed earnestly at him, assuring the emperor that she would not depart until the child was born. She had no intention of seeking sustenance for herself. Regardless of what Mutu had done, he was obliged to provide ample beast crystals and rare treasures during her pregnancy. Sang Luo was not foolish enough to consider fleeing at such a crucial time. I heard from a man that you have developed a fondness for reading lately. I have sent someone to gather some rare editions for you. Are there any particular titles you wish to explore?" Mutu then led her to the Imperial Library within the Beast King Palace, an expansive space comparable to a provincial library, filled with a diverse array of books. Sang Luo surveyed the surroundings, discovering an extensive assortment of books. Initially, she sought useful texts on formations or any secret arts that could dispel the cage's mark. Approaching a bookshelf, she casually pulled out a book on prenatal education, having heard that offspring born from gestation are the most challenging to bear. I must delve into this literature to enhance my knowledge and discern any pertinent precautions. This is what I ought to read. You need only to rest well. Duo 2 sighed in relief, taking the book from Sang Luo's hands and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Thank you for your hard work, Luo Luo. After reading for a while, Sang Luo suddenly felt a wave of nausea, leaning on the table, her complexion paling. Duo 2 tenderly placed his hand on her round belly, marveling at the miracle of life growing within his and her progeny. They were merely playing roles in a charade, and he had indeed struck a chord. With a flush on his face, Duo 2 lifted her into bed, gently helping to alleviate her discomfort. The most distressing aspect was the engorgement. After eating and resting, her physical discomfort gradually subsided, and her emotions stabilized. Duo 2 also felt a sense of relief, finally free from daily reprimands. Luo Luo, she exclaimed, biting down hard on his solid shoulder in frustration. It was he who caused her the greatest discomfort. Not only was her heart troubled, but her body as well. And his child was particularly adept at tormenting her. Shall I help you with a massage? In truth, Duo 2 had diligently studied numerous guides on pregnancy experiences over the past few days. Upon witnessing her condition, he quickly deduced, you are experiencing morning sickness. Get out. I do not wish to see you. Duo 2 unexpectedly entered the chamber, holding a bowl of freshly prepared medicinal soup. Upon witnessing her state, he was momentarily taken aback, his ears flushing a deep crimson. Their relationship hardly required formalities, and Duo 2 was accustomed to being straightforward. While this was typically unremarkable, being caught in this moment caused Sang Luo to blush and respond in irritation. You didn't teach him during the previous 2 times. During her pregnancy, she was keen to avoid emotional upheaval, for any distress would solely burden her. In her prior pregnancies, she relished every morsel, be it jerky, beast crystals, or rare treasures, consuming everything with gusto. Yet, this time, despite her emptiness, she found herself unable to eat. Every attempt resulted in nausea. Her temper was growing increasingly irritable. Duo 2 hastily set the medicinal soup on the table, approached her, and embraced her, apologizing without hesitation. I am sorry, Luo Luo, it is my fault. As her belly became more pronounced over the next 2 to 3 months, Sang Luo's pregnancy symptoms intensified, leaving her feeling exceedingly unwell. Sang Luo grasped his hand, saying, Your Majesty, would you care to touch it? It has grown quite splendidly. Carrying a child is arduous, and he wishes to do everything within his power to care for him. Sang Luo donned a silk white nightgown, gazing into the bathroom mirror. She furrowed her brow, gently rubbing her chest. Ouch. The moment she touched that spot, a faint sting coursed through her, accompanied by a sense of fullness. This was the only way to provide slight relief. Fortunately, after another 2 months, the symptoms of her pregnancy had considerably diminished, and the signs of her unborn child seemed to stabilize. Duodo hurriedly set down her book, asking, Luo, what is the matter with you? Sang Luo allowed him to come over, and every few days, when discomfort struck her, she would take the initiative to summon him. With the arrival of this child, their relationship appeared to revert to its former state. However, Sang Luo was acutely aware that the chasm between them could never truly be bridged. Perhaps it was due to the nature of her pregnancy that her reactions became more pronounced. Sang Luo chuckled. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Just wait patiently for it to come to fruition. I must admit, it has indeed become considerably more comfortable. Sang Luo has once again returned to the indulgent lifestyle she embraced during her previous pregnancies. Perhaps after months of restraint, the nutritional deficiencies experienced by the fetus have intensified her cravings, rendering her appetite even greater than during her prior 2 pregnancies. Sang Luo, it is nothing. Just a touch of nausea, a desire to vomit, she remarked. Your Majesty, can you guess how many? Sang Luo inquired. 1 is sufficient, Duoto replied, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He discerned that this pregnancy would be more arduous than her previous 2, indicating an increased likelihood of unforeseen complications. While 1 offspring could be managed, a larger number would heighten the risks of a difficult delivery. With your Majesty by my side, I shall not encounter any misfortune, and I am certain the child will arrive safely, Sang Luo murmured, nestled in his embrace, her laughter gentle. Duoda gazed down at her serene and tranquil visage, his breath softening, reluctant to blink, as he tenderly caressed her cheek. I shall take excellent care of you and the child, he vowed, unable to suppress his dreams of a blissful familial life in the future. Chapter 68. A month of pregnancy. Upon returning to the Beast King's palace, however, Duoda repeatedly made excuses of being burdened with official duties, scarcely visiting Taoyuan Valley. Even when he did, he showed no inclination to engage with her. Sang Luo was utterly exasperated. He neither granted her requests nor denied them outright. This infuriating man could not be more straightforward. She began to suspect that he might have indulged in substances excessively, rendering him incapable of rational behavior. Sang Luo had spent over half a month in the palace, and as the days grew increasingly monotonous, her heart became restless. She could no longer endure the stagnation. Decisive action was imperative, and she needed to expedite the completion of her task and depart swiftly. Initially intending to seek out Duo 2, she found her physical condition somewhat unusual. Having borne 2 children, Sang Luo was acutely aware of her body and realized that her monthly cycle had not arrived. Consequently, she made her way to the Imperial Physician's Hall. After the witch doctor conducted an examination, his expression shifted dramatically, causing Sang Luo to fear she might be afflicted with a grave illness. I do not concern myself with your past. As long as you are willing to be with me sincerely in the present, that is sufficient, the old Beast King had expressed. Following his unexpected demise, the power dynamics within the court shifted covertly. Upon ascending the throne, his position was precarious, compelling him to gradually reclaim authority from the noble princes to solidify his political standing. Duo 2 was aware that she hailed from an obscure tribe in the Rubber Forest at the border, yet he had never inquired about her past. Seemingly content with the unspoken understanding between them. Let His Majesty handle all of this. I shall not trouble myself further. Sang Luo yawned, clearly fatigued. Her fingertips suddenly curled slightly. Her complexion flushed as she wearily stated, Your Majesty, I am tired. I wish to rest. After a prolonged moment, he finally comprehended her words. His handsome face lighting up with joy. In the next instant, he had teleported to the Imperial Hospital. Sang Luo had procured some medicine to ensure her pregnancy. But before she could take her leave, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Quan Xiu departed for the Western continent that very night. It has been too long since we shared an intimate moment, he murmured, his voice husky as he took her hand and guided it downward. In due course, 1 month later, the couple was to hold a marriage ceremony. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Queen. You are with child. It has been a month since conception, she exclaimed, rising to approach the floor-to-ceiling window, opening it to let a refreshing breeze sweep in. In a state of drowsiness, Sang Luo was suddenly embraced from behind around her waist. She lifted her gaze towards the overcast sky, extending her hand as a minuscule snowflake landed in her palm, only to dissipate swiftly. She was no longer inclined towards excessive longing. The shaman inquired, Your Highness, the Queen, shall we convey this delightful news to Lord Beast King at once? Sang Luo, accompanied by Duo 2, became acquainted with several ministers and cultivated pleasant relationships with their esteemed families. They would often indulge in leisurely afternoon teas, during which she gleaned numerous amusing anecdotes. Reflecting on her past, she recalled her time in the border tribes, where heavy snowfalls during the cold season could accumulate to half a meter, rendering her unable to step outside. She would remain indoors, awaiting the return of hunters who would bring her sustenance. Yet, beneath the surface, formidable foes lurked, biding their time to strike unexpectedly. However, she chose to dismiss such thoughts. Gently caressing her still flat abdomen, she contemplated the departure from the Aaron's empire and the western continent upon the birth of her child. Before long, Duo 2 returned, his palms damp with perspiration, hesitating to speak. Sang Luo jested that if the emperor had something to say, it would be prudent to voice it sooner rather than later. Lest time slip away. The future little prince, the eagerly anticipated heir of the Aaron's empire, ought to be born under the loving embrace of the Beast King and Queen. Those around them were not entirely trustworthy, but she reassured him, Do not worry, I will ensure their removal. Having spent over a decade in her former tribe, she mused whether the emperor was curious about her past, or if there had been others in her life. She intended to choose an opportune moment to depart, determined not to subject her child to public scrutiny. You may leave now, she instructed. Sang Luo slowly opened her eyes, gazing out the window with a tranquil expression. Duo 2 looked at her with deep affection, assuring her that he would provide her and their child with the very best he could offer. Would this invite ridicule from others? Sang Luo furrowed her brow in distress. Initially, she believed that her prior experiences with her first 2 pregnancies would make this one considerably easier. However, the reality proved to be quite the opposite. She began to doubt whether she would deplete the Aaron's family's treasury with her cravings. Duo 2 dared not entertain any other thoughts, simply holding her close without further advances. Is your first partner not him? Then who is it? Did you have other partners in your previous tribe? Sang Luo possesses considerable confidence in his multifaceted strategies, his cunning and abilities surpassing those of his father, Eggerel Allens. Sang Luo had contemplated the idea of taking a partner and subsequently bearing a brood of offspring. Sang Luo inquired proactively, Is there anything else Your Majesty wishes to command? It seems that Duodu had deliberately instructed to remove the corset, ensuring it would not constrict her abdomen. The man's presence enveloped her entirely, wrapping her in an aura of warmth. Since that incident, their relationship appeared to have softened significantly, with Duodu consistently bringing Sang Luo along to important ceremonies. The two have been inseparable during this period, their bond as strong as ever. And onlookers praised the harmony between the emperor and empress. Thank you, Your Majesty. Are we to face a house arrest? Such words would surely chill the hearts of the ministers and nobles, she teased, winking playfully. No, Your Majesty, everything you arranged is quite satisfactory, and I am living comfortably within the palace. As the queen, Sang Luo naturally engaged in the intricate exchanges of toasts and cups with the assembled nobles at the banquet. After a long day, she shed her elaborate attire at midnight and lay in bed, utterly reluctant to move. Sang Luo smiled as she presented the test results, assuring him that it was affirmed by the shaman himself, rendering any doubt absurd. She slightly tilted her head, evading the topic of the child, as the shaman had indicated that it was still early, advising against undue exertion during this period. The Aaron's empire was entering a protracted season of cold. Luo, you are with child, is this truly the case? Mutu stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. It was said that Mutu had been diligently rooting out traitors in recent days. Indeed, Sang Luo responded, her gaze fixed upon him. He yearned for a complete family of his own, as Mutu observed her gradually swelling belly. Joy radiated from the corners of his eyes and brows. She turned her head to glance at the man with whom she shared her bed. Sang Luo no longer concerns herself with the affairs of the previous dynasty, but rather focuses on the well-being of her unborn child. Fearing that the type of shoes she wears may cause discomfort and lead to sprained ankles, she has specifically instructed the Ministry of Rites to provide her with a more comfortable pair of flat silk shoes, adorned with golden threads that outline exquisite totemic patterns, embodying both nobility and elegance. Luo, let us proceed with the betrothal ceremony. Otherwise, it may seem unseemly to arrange it after the child is born. In his presence, Sang Luo donned a ceremonial gown that fitted her exquisitely, the fabric delightfully comfortable. Well, those fellows from the previous dynasty concealed a considerable amount of treasures. Just wait. I shall retrieve them all for you. Drawing from past experiences, he ensured that this time everything was meticulously arranged, and the process unfolded significantly more swiftly than before. Sang Luo had yet to succumb to sleep, while he, on the other hand, drifted off swiftly. Before departing, she felt it imperative to leave behind the final gift she could offer. She lifted her veil and extended her hand into his broad and elongated palm. Your Majesty, let us proceed. The union ceremony was splendidly grand. Orcs hurriedly arrived with news, and the moment he heard it, he sprang to his feet, his scroll slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. His mind buzzed, rendering all sounds nearly inaudible. Luo had even commissioned a gown, its exquisite elegance rivaling that of the previous one. Sang Luo woke, her voice soft and delicate. Your Majesty. A subtle ripple stirred within Sang Luo's heart, only to be swiftly quelled, as she plucked an apple from the fruit plate, peeling it with care before taking a few bites. It seemed that her efforts in sowing seeds that month had borne fruit. Becoming pregnant was indeed a blessing, as it would facilitate her escape sooner. The celebration beneath the grand hall was more extravagant than she had anticipated, with a jubilant fervor that reverberated through the air, each wave of excitement crashing upon the last until, at last, the night began to descend. In Mutu's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashed, quickly concealed as he gently inquired, Luo, I do not mind. Are you considering bringing him here? Is he still in the Cordo tribe? I shall send someone. Sang Luo took the initiative to embrace him, rising on her toes to bestow a kiss. Her body stiffened momentarily, instinctively attempting to push him away. However, her hand hesitated before gently resting upon the man's strong, muscular arm. With a light laugh, she remarked, Your Majesty, what has caused such a lapse in composure today? Previously, Duota had spoken rapidly, clearly eager to inquire about something, yet the words lingered at the back of his throat, unuttered. He tenderly ruffled her hair, murmuring, You have endured much. One arm encircled her, while the other softly cradled her abdomen, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber, as if all defenses had been laid aside. Indeed, Duota's warm, expansive chest seemed almost capable of melting her away. He buried his face against her neck and shoulders, greedily inhaling her unique scent. From the very first moment they met, he had been captivated by her fragrance, and now, there lingered a faint hint of milkiness that instinctively evoked feelings of safety, dependence, and delight within him. Sang Luo exclaimed with excitement, Your Majesty, it is snowing. A ripple of emotion surged uncontrollably within her heart, yet it was swiftly subdued. Sang Luo remarked, Your Majesty, the talents of this forthcoming child are likely to be astonishing. Do prepare ample provisions to ensure that my mother and I are not left wanting. Throughout the annals of history, when has a partner ceremony been held only after the conception of a child? I dare anyone to mock this, their head would surely be at stake. Duota knelt gently on the ground, lovingly assisting her in donning her shoes. Rising, Duota beheld her radiant smile and tenderly caressed her delicate, rosy complexion, lost in reverie. Luo, you are truly beautiful today. He cradled her as they returned to the sleeping quarters of Taewonwu, clasping her hand and reluctant to part. Despite the subsequent unpleasant occurrences, she had promised him earlier that day, allowing for a resolution to their grievances, if he were truly unable to retain his position. Thoughts of raising a child would be futile. Sang Luo buried her head deep in his chest, and from an angle invisible to the crowd, her smile gradually faded, resembling a sense of release, devoid of any joy. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck and behind her ears, igniting waves of shivers. After entering the room, Duota dismissed the attending servants and approached her, presenting a brocade box. Sang Luo comforted him with a smile, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I am quite well, and this is not my first time giving birth. For the past few days, he had become increasingly protective of her, keeping her by his side almost every moment, never allowing her to stray far. Sang Luo looked at him and asked, Do you recall what I mentioned last time? Caesar is not my first male, Perhaps he does not hold the significance you imagine in my heart. He has passed away, and there is no need for you to guard against him as if he were a thief. Her abdomen, now slightly rounded after 2 months, was somewhat concealed by her corset, providing comfort yet revealing her condition to some extent. According to the customary rituals of previous years, Sang Luo was expected to wear elegant high-heeled shoes adorned with gold filigree and dangling beads, transforming her into a vision of grandeur, beautiful, yet overly restrictive. She swayed her foot and chuckled, "Your Majesty, you resemble an unreasonable tyrant." The Kordo tribe had long been reduced to ruins due to the invasion of beast tides, and he need not entertain any other thoughts. Indeed, now she had only him. Her smile gradually faded. Is there anything lacking in your palace? Is there anything you need to procure? How did those 2 shamans serve you during my last delivery? If they proved suitable, I could have them brought over. Or you might personally select a few experienced shamans from the Imperial Hospital to attend to you, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. His tone betrayed evident anxiety and helplessness. It was not until she spotted a tall, slender figure hastily approaching that she managed to regain her spirits. From afar, she playfully tossed him a flirtatious glance. He swiftly swept her up in his arms and strode toward the door, addressing the shamans, "Reward them generously." In the study, the coupling ceremony was entirely entrusted to him. "Is this your first experience with the snowy season of the West Continent?" he asked as he approached her, draping a snow mink cloak around her, ensuring she was snug and shielded from the wind. His nose brushed against her cheek as he leaned down, attempting to kiss her lips. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Only after a while did he process her words, leaping up in excitement, "I will prepare immediately." The evening prior, the attendants had arranged her makeup and hairstyle, and Sang Luo rested her chin on her hand, idly gazing out at the gradually brightening horizon, stifling a yawn. A hybrid beast, the royal angelic lion, was a rare find. He changed out of his opulent daytime attire into soft silk garments, approaching the bedside. He had always been her objective. After tucking her in, he gently caressed her face and lingered at the bedside for a moment before departing. Amid the witness of countless beastmen, petals cascaded from the heavens in a vibrant flurry as he unveiled her face, placing a crown upon her head. His hands trembled slightly, betraying his composure. At that moment, he was engrossed in official duties, his expression rarely revealing a cold detachment. Sang Luo pondered for a moment before nodding, deciding to share her thoughts. Duo too embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, and whispered, "I did not mean it that way. If you bring him over, you will no longer worry about him. I only wish for your concerns to be solely directed towards me." "That cannot be," she replied. Luo. His expression grew tense. Sang Luo gently caressed her belly and smiled, reminding herself that they had a child to consider, which added another layer of concern for his majesty beyond just her. Chapter 70, An unexpected incident. After taking a bath, Duo 2 tenderly massaged her abdomen, applying olive oil with care. Drawing from his previous experience, he effortlessly attended to her needs during this pregnancy, personally preparing a delectable dish of braised pork ribs and a nourishing soup of Ganoderma lucidum and jade mushrooms for her. After Sang Luo finished her meal, she consumed a few more Wang Jing pills and soon fell asleep, resting her head on his thigh. Duo 2 gently caressed her delicate face, adjusted her posture, and carried her back to bed, tucking her in with a blanket. He stayed by her side until the midnight hour, when news from an orc outside broke the tranquility, causing the warmth in his expression to vanish in an instant. He rose and departed from Tuanwu. Sang Luo had deliberately donned a formal palace attire, as several noble ladies invited her for a leisurely outing, accompanied by a man. A handsome white-haired fox conservant responded warmly, exuding an inexplicable charm in his every gesture. On her way back, Marzali Brent encountered Sang Luo and her companion returning to the palace. She mentioned having prepared some fine tea and invited them to the palace for a chat. Grasping Sang Luo's hand gently, she looked in astonishment at her abdomen and exclaimed, "Sister, did you not just give birth a few months ago? How is it possible that you were with child again so soon?" Upon witnessing Marzali descend from the steps, a refined fox-kin beast man with flowing white hair assisted her in putting on her shoes and guided her to the dining table, where a meal had already been prepared. However, they unexpectedly came across a procession. With the old beast king having stepped down, the inexperienced new king, Dutu, had taken his place. It seemed unlikely that he could remain complacent. Unfortunately, Dutu was not the sort to be easily manipulated by the older generation. His ambition and cunning surpassed even that of his predecessor. Ultimately, it remained uncertain who would bring whom down. Previously, she harbored doubts about Sophie Aes Sedai. Although she was impulsive and lacked intellect, her overt displays of emotion seemed incompatible with the subtlety of orchestrating poisonings, unless there was someone behind the scenes guiding her actions. Anyone could discern the sarcasm in the prince's words, which were laced with irony. Prince Brent cast her a cold glance before departing with a large entourage. Marzali Brent was unwilling to let this opportunity slip through her fingers. Her smile deepened as she added, "If Her Majesty the Queen enjoys it, then please take all the tea from the palace. I, on the other hand, do not particularly fancy it." No wonder. For such an aura of intimidation was not something an ordinary person could possess. Sang Luo nodded contemplatively. Sang Luo paid no heed to his sarcasm and smiled. "Prince Brent, your visit to the palace must be to see Marzali, am I correct? Her residence lies to the west. Should you require guidance, I can arrange for someone to escort your highness there." Sang Luo's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Ultimately, her strength was insufficient, even with the soul imprint. She could only barely withstand a single assault. Had she possessed the prowess of a true monarch, she would not have had to endure in silence, rendered powerless. The innate talent of the child she carried was rather unstable. Many images revealed the answers for her. Along the way, a sudden wave of cramping pain surged through her abdomen, nearly causing her to faint. His Majesty has forbidden me from consuming alcohol during this period. Even fruit wine is off limits. Sang Luo first dismissed the notion of poisoning. Your Highness, our purpose for entering the palace this time is to pay homage to the Beast King, is it not? Her intentions have been quite clear from the outset. Males serve merely as tools for cultivation and ascension, while love, hatred, and grievances are but illusions. Whether it be Kaiser or Dutu, they ought to be treated with equal regard. To dwell on such matters and become ensnared in struggles of desire would only lead one into a quagmire, wasting precious time. A man replied softly, it is Prince Brent, who once fought alongside the former Beast King in battle, conquering nearly half of the Aaron's empire. It is said that he ascended to the true king realm a few years ago, and he was previously a renowned general of the empire. However, shortly after the old Beast King ascended the throne, he voluntarily resigned from his post, choosing instead to enjoy a leisurely life within his fief and estate. The old Beast King, recognizing his hard-earned merits, exceptionally elevated him to the status of prince, bestowing upon him a unique and esteemed identity. Sang Luo's thoughts were tumultuous, yet her demeanor remained composed. She savored the tea, exclaiming, indeed, it is exquisite. However, her longing remained unfulfilled, causing Marzali Brent to feel an intense pang of desire. Consequently, she seized another opportunity to administer a potion, yet regrettably, she was still unable to consummate her intentions. Nevertheless, Duta frequently sought her out, their relationship visibly blossoming. Suddenly, news broke of the queen's pregnancy, and the imperial couple held a ceremony, harmonizing like a perfectly tuned stringed instrument. From that moment onward, she scarcely laid eyes on Dutu again. The fundamental distinction between pureblood and hybrid royal beasts lies in the stability of their lineage. Upon hearing the news, Duta hurried back, bewildered by the turn of events. Wasn't everything well before? How could such an unforeseen occurrence transpire? It is often the lower-tier beast clans that find it easier to bear offspring. Sang Luo had no intention of engaging with him, after merely a few steps. A sudden heat enveloped her wrist. She initially believed it was Hantu who had come to seek her in the dead of night, filling her with excitement. Yet, halfway through, she realized it was not him, but rather a remarkably handsome, powerful, and enigmatic beast king who equally stirred her emotions, making her desire to have him as a loyal subject. It was utterly disconcerting. Plans had altered, and there were certain matters that I needed to clarify. Brent's expression darkened as he turned and headed in another direction. Sang Luo remained silent, gazing out of the window. Sang Luo chuckled, remarking that it was nothing. Just a small insect that had flown onto her face. She then inquired about the auction house to which Wang Gui, along with her companions, had invited her. Please, continue to lead the way, she urged, aware that they were all there for her own sake. After exchanging a few casual remarks with her father, the prince spoke a few words to her, causing Marcia Lee Brent to display a faint frown. Do not worry, my dear father. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly, she assured. Marcia Lee Brent then suggested, why not sample the tea from my palace? It is rather peculiar, though, could it possibly be poisoned? Her purification had already neutralized any toxins. Furthermore, this particular poison was a chronic one that developed over many years, making it unlikely to manifest suddenly. Sang Luo could not help but glance at him a few more times, noticing the crimson mark upon his neck. Her gaze then shifted to the enchanting Marzali Brent, whose beauty seemed to flourish under the embrace of spring. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. Marzali Brent could hardly endure the solitude of the palace. Outwardly, she had dismissed her companions, yet the male servants within the palace were all strikingly handsome, each with their own unique charm, likely her cultivated lovers. Marzali Brent's recent melancholy had eased considerably. His keen, hawk-like eyes swept over her abdomen, his voice resonant and deep, laced with disdain. Ah, I hear Her Highness the Queen has recently given birth, and merely months later, she is with child again. This precious belly truly possesses the capacity to bear offspring. As she returned to the palace, the day was already waning. After exchanging a few words, Sang Luo rose to take her leave. She gently placed her hand upon her own belly. This child initially held significance solely as a means to complete her task and escape, yet now it encompassed a deeper, personal desire. She wished for its healthy arrival. Marzali Brent was profoundly envious of the bond shared between His Highness and His Majesty. Once Prince Brent departed, Marzali Brent sent someone to the storeroom to procure some fine items and made her way to Taiyuan Wu, only to be informed by a servant that Her Highness the Queen had left in the morning. Very well, my esteemed ladies, please wait a moment. Upon the bed lay two robust male beast men, utterly exhausted. It seemed Prince Brent's resignation had not been entirely voluntary, having served at Garley Allen's for many years. He surely understood the depths of the latter's jealousy, thus avoiding becoming a target himself. I dare not accept. If His Majesty were to find out, he would be furious. Indeed, Mutu appeared utterly unperturbed, allowing her to sustain him. This individual was none other than Marzali Brent's paternal beast. Mudu had always been her primary objective, and his arrival boded ill. "My lady, what troubles you?" Amon inquired, noticing her sudden pause, fearing something had gone awry. The palace of the Beast King was fraught with peril at every turn. The healer who had come to diagnose the situation was sweating profusely, and the specifics were still being investigated. She urged Her Majesty not to fret just yet. At her feet knelt several handsome male beasts of varying types, their eyes fixed on Marzali Brent, filled with an intoxicating admiration. "Your daughter is well. There is no need for concern, paternal beast. How could I not be anxious? That is my child." A bunch of quacks. Thoughts swirled like clouds dispersing mist. In an instant, everything crystallized. Recently, she had heard that Chuanxio had departed from the Western continent, and it seemed she was destined to miss the chance to secure that royal beast. That position was one she coveted dearly. The diagnostic results were finally available. A healer hurriedly emerged. Meanwhile, Prince Brent's expression shifted dramatically. His attack had been thwarted. Unless that female bore the true royal beastmate mark, would Muda truly bestow upon her such a mark? Unless she were to conceive his own offspring. Upon reaching the palace, she poured 2 glasses of wine, raising one in salute. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Queen. I offer you a toast." Sang Luo lifted her teacup, her heartstrings quivering as the fragrance of the tea intermingled with a hint of a familiar scent. It instantly reminded her of the poison that Sophie Asada had secretly administered to her, a toxin capable of causing a miscarriage in pregnant women without anyone being the wiser. Prolonged use could lead to the demise of both mother and child, and should a tragedy occur, the cause would be virtually untraceable. Marzali Brent had made several attempts to ingratiate herself with the people of Duotu, yet he remained elusive, neither warm nor cold in his demeanor. "Your Majesty, what is happening to me?" A plan surfaced in Sang Luo's mind. With no refusal offered, she expressed her gratitude. However, the hybrid royal beast, a product of the first generation, bore a highly unstable bloodline. Should the yet-to-be-formed fetus within her womb encounter any form of disturbance, the likelihood of a tragic incident would significantly escalate. She discerned that this father and daughter duo were not to be underestimated, their ambitions glaringly evident in their eyes. From a secluded chamber in the west, the muffled sounds of amorous entanglements wafted through the air. A male servant of the Fox clan served them a cup of tea. After a considerable interval, the sounds gradually subsided. "I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. May your health be robust." Prince Brent observed Sang Luo without offering a salute, his demeanor exuding defiance. Martha Lee Brent hastily ordered the male servants to withdraw, donning her attire with a cheerful disposition as she stepped out to greet them. Each new purebred royal beast emerged as a result of the evolutionary lineage of hybrid royal beasts. Once the bloodline of a hybrid royal beast stabilizes, it may be deemed a purebred. At the forefront stood a robust middle-aged man clad in an opulent chestnut-hued royal robe, his countenance characterized by righteousness and authority. His piercing, eagle-like eyes radiated a chilling intensity, imparting an air of profound enigma that evoked trepidation in those who beheld him. Sang Luo halted, pondering the identity of this imposing figure. They were merely a step away from completion. "Marzali, come and let your beastly father take a look at you. How have you fared during your time in the palace? Prince Brent has arrived." When Sang Luo awoke, it was already deep into the night. Duota sat by her bedside, gripping her hand tightly, his complexion appearing even more pallid than hers. Marzali Brent donned her attire and descended from the bed, her lips a vibrant red, her face adorned with a look of satisfaction. Noticing Sang Luo's gaze lingering on the orc from the Fox tribe, Marzali chuckled and remarked, "I acquired a servant from the beast slave market, possessing quite an attractive appearance. If Her Majesty fancies him, he is yours." It became evident that the poison originated from Marzali Brent. "Go find my son." It was her first time administering a drug to Duotu. She had anticipated that her plan would unfold seamlessly, yet unexpectedly, she collapsed midway. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself entwined with a man. Duota had clearly harbored desires for her. Rumor had it that Her Majesty's previous pregnancy was with an unknown beast father, yet fortunately, His Majesty the Beast King had been magnanimous and did not hold it against her. Just a few months had passed, and she was already expecting again. It required no further contemplation. It was undoubtedly another offspring conceived with an unknown lover. Sang Luo had previously borne 2 pure-blood royal beasts. Thus this situation had never arisen before. "It is His Majesty's own child," Sang Luo remarked with a smile. However, after a fleeting moment of intimacy with that royal beast, the two had not maintained any further connection. Behind him trailed 2 rows of guards, who did not appear to be palace sentinels. The assembly seemed more suited for departure than a court audience. "Indeed, I have been remiss. I shall take a cup in self-punishment," Marcia Lee Brent declared, as she raised her cup of wine. Addressing the beast attendant beside her, she continued, "Please bring forth some fruit platters and tea. There is still plenty of the spirit well tea that His Majesty sent me some time ago. I rarely indulge in it, but today, let us serve it to Her Majesty." At the moment she sipped the tea, she swiftly summoned her innate powers to purify the poison. Just as Prince Brent had cast a displeased glance, his daughter approached with feigned cordiality. Sang Luo found himself intrigued by the intentions of the father-daughter duo and readily agreed to their arrangement. Marcia Lee Brent's complexion paled slightly, and she nearly faltered in her steps, quickly masking her emotions with a somewhat strained smile. "Your Majesty truly possesses remarkable fortune," she exclaimed, diverting her gaze downward, only to feel a chill as she realized the prince had covertly attacked her. The soul imprint had absorbed the blow. That left only one possibility. His greatest concern was not the child, but rather her well-being. The offspring's bloodline was potent yet unstable, posing a significant risk of rebounding upon the mother. The direst outcome would be the demise of both mother and child. After listening, Sang Luo fell silent, then grasped his hand and bit it fiercely, exclaiming, "Your child is truly the most worrisome of them all." It seemed as though he and his offspring were sent by the heavens to torment her. Chapter 71. Luring the snake out of its hole. Luo, Luo. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow you and the child to come to harm. Duoda held her hand, pressing it against his strikingly handsome and profound face, his eyes brimming with determination and guilt. Half an hour later, Duoda stepped out of the palace doors, where a shaman approached, stating, "The instability is caused by the exceptionally strong bloodline of the fetus. It poses unpredictable dangers to the mother and could even damage her soul, unless we can acquire a supreme soul-nourishing bone. Where can we procure such a thing?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "Your Majesty," the shaman replied, "the soul-nourishing bone only appears in the possession of soul affinity royal tier star beasts. Such beasts are exceedingly rare, and even if encountered, capturing one is an immense challenge." At that moment, Helu happened to overhear this conversation and recalled something. "Your Majesty, not long ago, a crimson eye soul beast was spotted in the central necromancer swamp. This star beast has devoured numerous beastmen, causing varying degrees of devastation to nearby tribes and cities. We have dispatched troops multiple times to capture it, suffering tens of thousands of casualties, and have only managed to contain it within the necromancer swamp." Duoda nodded. "I entrust the affairs of the palace to you and Mainuo Hex. I must depart for a few days." Helu, realizing Duotu's intentions, sought to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, that star beast is at the pinnacle of the royal tier and exceptionally dangerous. It would be unwise for you to go in person." As Sang Luo carefully removed the old bandages, a tremor coursed through her heart upon seeing the wounds on his back. Duodu turned away, presenting his back to her. If Duodu had awakened, he would undoubtedly have rushed to Taiyuan Wu at the first opportunity. Alas, his current condition seemed rather dire. In the following days, however, there was no news of him, leaving her in uncertainty regarding his fate. He had always maintained a meticulous appearance, striving for perfection. Yet this was the first time he appeared so disheveled and forlorn. His once smooth and lustrous golden hair now lay in disarray against his face, which bore bruises and had become noticeably gaunt, his lips pale to the point of being ghostly, embodying a sense of fragility. In truth, the situation was far more perilous than he had conveyed. The power of the Chimi Eye Soul Beast King exceeded all detection limits. Just as His Majesty prepared to slay the Star Beast King, it underwent a sudden transformation, its strength surging, and its fangs pierced through his chest. Upon her arrival, the guards outside respectfully saluted and immediately granted her passage. It was a rare occasion for her to show him such compassion, prompting Duoda to swiftly throw off the covers. Sang Luo barely had time to intervene before she beheld a flawless male physique, devoid of any blemishes. Noticing he still wore a pair of white undergarments, she felt relieved. Had he not been injured, she would have certainly taken the opportunity to chastise him for his exhibitionism. After dismissing the others, Sang Luo began an arduous process of refining the soul bone. Once the soul bone fully integrated with her essence, the disturbances within her abdomen finally ceased. "I have made my decision. Gather your belongings, and we shall depart immediately." Upon examination, she discovered a segment of translucent white bone, enveloped in an exceptionally dense aura of cold mist, clearly a treasure of unparalleled worth. Upon hearing the commotion, a man entered, inquiring about her well-being. After stepping out of bed, she felt light as a feather, almost oblivious to the weight that had once burdened her. It was akin to her state before pregnancy. After issuing her threats, her abdomen indeed settled somewhat, allowing her to finally enjoy a restful slumber. His upper body lay bare, layers of bandages wrapped around his torso, with scarcely any intact skin remaining. He had slept soundly for several days. "I shall gather some fresh flowers from the Flower Sea Forest. I will go see him," Sang Luo declared, carrying a bouquet to the Beast King's chamber. "You truly go to great lengths for the sake of the child." She reached out to caress his face, lost in a myriad of thoughts as she pulled back part of the covers. "Do you wish for her to care for you?" Sang Luo said with a hint of displeasure. "I am being considerate for once. There may not be another opportunity." Sang Luo gently caressed her abdomen with a sigh, urging the little one to remain calm until the return of their beastly father. "If you continue to stir, your mother may truly be exhausted, and you shall find it difficult to emerge." Acknowledging the fatigue, she suggested, "It is best to retreat and rest for now." "Awake?" Sang Luo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the sight of such a visage was profoundly endearing. "I am well. What of His Majesty? Is he still in slumber?" Outside the chamber, vigilant guards were stationed, accompanied by numerous shadowy assassins observing the scene discreetly. Sang Luo was aware that Helu and his associates had sealed off information, yet ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. The ministers and nobles had undoubtedly arranged numerous spies within the palace. The incident concerning the grave injuries and coma of Mu-Tu could not remain a secret. It was certain that someone had learned of it and was silently plotting something in the shadows. Sang Luo observed everything with remarkable clarity through her mental prowess. As she reached out to touch his wound, Mu-Tu gazed at her and gently urged, "Luo, Luo, you are with child. It would be prudent for you to return and rest." The ominous scent of blood and impending chaos lingered in the air. As the tranquility of the Beast King's palace that night resembled the stillness before a tempest. The man possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His back sculpted with smooth lines, and his abdominal muscles taut, exuding a potent and alluring vitality. His pale skin further accentuated his noble elegance. Outside, a message was conveyed. "Lady Marzali Brent has arrived." "You overthink things. I sent a man to gather flowers from the Sea of Blossoms," Sang Luo replied. "Allow me to change your bandages." Sang Luo was awakened by the muffled sounds of chaos from outside. Before she could don her attire and step out, Helu hurriedly pushed the door open and presented her with a jade brocade box. If that colossal beast had indeed pierced his heart, he would have little hope of survival this time. Amon shook her head, indicating that His Majesty still lay in slumber. However, reports from the beastmen at the Imperial Hospital suggested that he had temporarily escaped danger and returned to his chambers to recuperate. "Are you intending to visit His Majesty?" Since childhood, Mu-Tu had been accustomed to a life of luxury, her skin as smooth as jade, her figure reminiscent of a perfect ancient Greek statue. Yet now, her chest and back bore numerous scars of varying sizes, including a large, terrifying gash from a fang that had nearly penetrated her heart, narrowly missing it by mere fractions. Sang Luo inquired, "What brings you here? And where is His Majesty?" "I had just awakened not long ago, upon hearing of your arrival. I thought to linger a while longer in bed." She tilted her head towards the flowers by the bedside, her features relaxing into a delightful expression. "They are truly beautiful." "Luo, Luo, did you pick them especially for me?" Sang Luo meticulously cleansed the wound, applying medicine and replacing the bandage. Heluan, with difficulty, conveyed that His Majesty had sustained grave injuries while hunting a star beast king and had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. He had been transported to the Imperial Hospital, and there was no cause for concern, for the Emperor would surely turn misfortune into fortune. "You must rest well." As the days progressed, the little one within her began to take form, becoming increasingly restless, occasionally causing her to gasp in pain. At the last moment, Duoda struck the Star Beast King's vital point, successfully extracting the soul bone, yet he himself was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Despite efforts to save him, he remained in peril and still lay unconscious, with ominous prospects ahead. It appeared that this profound scar would likely remain with him for a lifetime. Seeing the worried expression on Helu's face, Sang Luo instantly understood and refrained from further questioning. "Hiss!" The man gasped in pain, his voice a mere whisper, pleading, "Luo, please be gentle." Sang Luo, unable to find slumber, heard the whispers from outside the door, yet she felt little concern. Duodu, driven by self-interest, would not engage in endeavors lacking certainty. It was, perhaps, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. She entered the chamber, placed the bouquet upon the table, and settled beside the bed, gazing at the unconscious man. Duoda took her hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon it, his eyes filled with affection. "Return home for now. There is no need for you to worry about other matters." As Sang Luo stepped outside, she unexpectedly encountered Marzali Brent, who appeared somewhat astonished as well. She curtsied and greeted, "Your Majesty, may you be in good health." Sang Luo's tone was indifferent, asking why he had come at such a late hour. She smiled gently and replied that His Majesty had specially sent someone to summon her for personal service. "Well," he said, "if he has asked you to attend to him closely, then take good care of him, so I need not worry." After Sang Luo departed, a thread of spiritual power was dispersed, revealing Marcia Lee Brent entering the room, where Du-Tu embraced her waist and drew her into his arms. The queen approached, inquiring, "Your Majesty, why have you summoned me?" Marcia Lee Brent's tone was tinged with grievance. She had been anxious for many days due to her pregnancy. "I brought her here to ease her worries, for the one I most yearn to see is undoubtedly you," Du-Tu replied, his smile tender and enchanting, captivating beyond measure. Sang Luo gazed at the scene of romantic entanglement, her lips twitching slightly. This deceitful man could change his demeanor with remarkable swiftness. One moment, he professed heartfelt affection towards her, and the next, he was whispering sweet nothings to another female. All was mere pretense. His true priority was his own gain. And no female could genuinely penetrate the fortress of his heart. He could easily indulge in frivolities with Marzali Brent, as well as feign civility with her. In his eyes, she and Marzali Brent were fundamentally indistinguishable. The king commanded the reconstruction of the empire's defensive network, yet the plans were prematurely leaked, resulting in severe losses. The vantage point allowed a full view of the palace, and with a cunning strategy, even I was deceived, let alone those others. Marzali Brent rose, her smile strained. "I am feeling somewhat unwell and fear I cannot serve your Majesty any longer. I hope for your forgiveness." After receiving Duodu's consent, she hastily departed, feigning composure, though her footsteps betrayed her agitation. 2 months prior, the Kelsuo Empire, in collusion with 3 other beast nations, had seized the opportunity to sabotage the Imperial forces while they engaged in battle with the rebels, clandestinely incinerating the garrison's reserve energy warehouses. After pondering this, she returned to the Beast King's chambers, intending to confer with Duotu, only to find him collapsed on the ground, appearing lifeless. Upon glimpsing the token, Marzali Brent's hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, perspiration beading on her brow. Had His Majesty's grave injury been a ruse to deceive those outside? Her father had specifically sent her into the palace to gather intelligence, but it seemed the reality was far different. This was the highest point of the Beast King's palace. What? Marzali Brent's enchanting autumn eyes widened slightly in disbelief. She was unaware of the clandestine schemes orchestrated by Prince Brent. Yet she was aware that her father had recently been communicating secretly with several foreign spies, and had invested heavily over the years to maintain an elite force of 10,000, each capable of taking on 100 foes, highly trained assassins cultivated for battle. On the battlefield, they were invincible. It was not beyond the realm of possibility to find an opportunity for Allens to usurp the throne. Once, she had stumbled upon the tokens used by those assassins, which were identical to the one Duoda had produced. In the dead of night, Sang Luo abruptly opened her eyes and gazed out the window. A month prior, she had ventured out secretly and had been ambushed, only to return 3 days later and encounter another assassination attempt from the same group. All this was merely to secure his pure-blood heir to solidify his claim to the throne. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and activated the light brain. Duoda chuckled softly, producing an ancient black token, its surface intricately detailed, and delicately examined it with his slender fingers. Numerous matters, all of imperial secrecy, were known only to the upper echelons of the empire. If traitors lurked within the empire, I would serve as bait, casting a long line to ensnare the deepest hidden fish within the Beast King's chamber. The plan was to lure the snake from its lair and capture it in one fell swoop. Marzali Brent felt a flush of embarrassment, her heart secretly astonished. According to the intelligence from her informants, was the Beast King not severely injured? Sang Luo extended her mental energy and located the group of hidden figures cloaked in black, all possessing formidable strength, each above the 7th tier, with their leader being at the pinnacle of semi-king status. When he spoke to her with a smile, Sang Luo sensed he was merely putting on a brave front, perhaps to spare her worry, or perhaps fearing that in his moment of vulnerability, he might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. She leaned towards the latter. The swirling smoke obscured her vision. She had long perceived the unusual atmosphere within the Beast King's palace, which had quietly taken root and spread ever since Duoda returned severely injured. Tonight, it reached a peak. This smoke had analgesic and hallucinogenic effects, providing considerable relief to his body. Just a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Had Marzali truly felt pity for him? He rose from his bed, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. The Emperor had mentioned it. You truly startled me. A few days ago, I received news from the Imperial Hospital, stating that the Emperor was gravely injured. I had longed to visit, but the Beast King's quarters were heavily guarded, and I had no opportunity to enter. I had thought that after lying in a deep slumber for half a month, the Emperor Dodo had barely recovered. How could one expect to draw out a snake from its hole without a complete act? Indeed, Duoda had been injured, but it was far from as severe as rumored. His complexion appeared quite healthy, engaging in light-hearted banter with her, and even playfully teasing her, seemingly far from being a critically injured patient. Has the Emperor healed? The only peculiarity was that she was with child. He would play the entire act to perfection, feigning genuine emotion, marking her with a partner's imprint, and risking his life to acquire soul bones, nearly losing his own life in the process. Sang Luo waited for an extended period until dawn broke, ensuring that the group had completely departed and would not return, before heading back to Taiyuan Wu. A frown creased her brow, her heart tightening. Just as she was about to take action, the group seemed to receive another command, retreating like a receding tide into the darkness, vanishing without a trace, as though they had never been there. He was indeed grievously injured, having narrowly escaped death, clinging to life by a thread. Furthermore, her father's recent visit to the palace clearly harbored ulterior motives. He was likely ensnared in Duoda's trap, unwittingly walking into danger. No, she must hasten to inform her father of this matter. Once Marzali Brent had completely departed, Duoda's demeanor turned icy in an instant, his gaze profound as the night. He clutched his chest, staggering a couple of steps, unable to maintain his composure any longer, and collapsed to the ground. While I am gravely wounded and unconscious, those individuals would undoubtedly take action. I have long since set formidable ambushes within the palace. Should they dare to come tonight, not a single one shall escape. Sang Luo stretched lazily, her figure vanishing as she returned to Taoyuan Valley to indulge in a deep slumber. A hint of perplexity lingered in her gaze. 6 months prior, the rebel forces at the border had received an inexplicable influx of substantial military funding, enabling them to grow rapidly within a matter of months. Thwarting several attempts to eradicate them, she carried the man back to bed, and the next moment, she reappeared atop the deliberation hall. Initially anticipating chaos within the palace, she found that by the latter half of the night, the ominous presence had quietly receded. Observing the various health metrics displayed on the screen, all of them belonged to Sang Luo, and they fluctuated within the green, indicating normalcy. The tension in her brow eased significantly. To ensure no mishaps occurred during the delivery, a health monitoring system had been implanted in her neural interface the moment her pregnancy was confirmed, continuously scanning her bodily metrics to ascertain her well-being. A copy of the data was held at the Imperial Hospital, and another with him. After finishing half a cigarette, Duoda recalled something, extinguished the cigarette, and headed to Taoyuan Valley. Chapter 73. The birth of a little lion. Stay away from me with that smoke. Sang Luo wrinkled her nose and distasted at the scent of tobacco wafting from him. Duoda removed his outer coat, leaned against the headboard, and gently caressed her burgeoning belly with one hand, smiling as he asked, "Feeling better? I've been rather busy lately, and I haven't had the chance to see you. Are you upset with me? Now that I can finally rest for a few days, Your Majesty ought to focus on healing." "There's no need to worry about me," Sang Luo playfully chided. After refining her soul bone, her health had remarkably improved. In contrast, Duoda was perpetually occupied, navigating the remnants of the previous dynasty's issues, engaging with ministers from various nations, grading documents at night, and still managing to care for her. This latest incident had left him severely injured and unconscious for over half a month. Ever since he ascended to the throne as Beast King, he had seldom enjoyed any respite, a stark deviation from his previous leisurely and indulgent life as a prince. Being a Beast King was not an easy task. Sang Luo truly wished to ask him if he regretted his decision, but she could easily anticipate his answer. He would never harbor regrets. The entirety of Taoyuan Valley was tightly secured, impenetrable to outsiders. The little one hasn't arrived yet, and we still know not what it will look like. It will be a male lion. He paced anxiously outside the hall, straining to catch any sounds from within, wishing to press himself against the door. Duota carefully laid her back on the bed, his movements gentle and tender. Sang Luo's belly had grown to the size typical of a woman in her 7th or 8th month of pregnancy, which was considered quite advanced in the beast realm. Nearing the time of delivery, Sang Luo had not even had the time to change her clothes before she rose from the bed. Casting her gaze upon the several shamans who appeared utterly lost, all of whom she had ensnared with her mental prowess, the blazing true fire could only consume the corporeal, incapable of extinguishing the soul, whereas the ghostly true fire not only inherited the formidable destructive power of the blazing true fire, but could also utterly annihilate both the enemy's flesh and spirit, turning them to ashes. This power was nothing short of terrifying. As for the eye of breaking illusions, this ability eluded Sang Luo's full comprehension for the time being, but she tentatively speculated that it was a rare and extraordinary innate talent, likely capable of dispelling illusions. "Your Majesty, might I suggest that you wait outside the hall for the time being? Otherwise, it may provoke emotional strain in the pregnant females, complicating the birthing process," one of the shamans advised. The ghostly true fire and the eye of breaking illusions were not mere formalities. They were eager to come forth and pay their respects to me. It was simply that, having nothing to occupy their time indoors, they desired to venture out and broaden their horizons. "Your Majesty is aware that I hail from a small tribe, and there are many splendid treasures in the imperial capital that I have yet to behold." On the bedside table, a basin of warm water and a towel had been prepared. Sang Luo dampened the towel and gently cleaned the little lion. Her amateur craftsmanship was conventional and lacking in intricate details, yet it bore a resemblance, albeit a modest one. "Quite commendable. Luo, wait for me. I shall return shortly." From the morning, Sang Luo had been consuming beast crystals, and by the approach of evening, she found herself unable to eat anything further. She clutched her abdomen, feeling the little one desperately struggling inside, yearning to emerge. Upon hearing a sudden, anguished scream from the delivery room, Duota's expression changed dramatically, nearly prompting her to rush in. Sang Luo merely gazed at him for 2 seconds, then smiled gently. "Once the child is born, you must take good care of them. Otherwise, I might become quite upset." As the moment of birth approached, Sang Luo drew in a sharp breath, gripping Duotu's hand tightly. A pallor spread across her face, and beads of cold sweat began to appear, yet she managed to force a smile, appearing somewhat bashful. With a flick of her fingertips, she conjured a flame that was no longer the familiar golden red, but rather a translucent blue flame. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and the day of delivery arrived. Sang Luo gently placed the syringe back in its original position. After taking a leisurely stroll around the palace, she returned to the bedside and delicately lifted a small, unblinking bundle of flesh from the soiled bedding. Her fingers brushed against 2 protrusions on its back. "Well, perhaps another time." Sang Luo stretched languidly, nestling into his embrace. "Your Majesty, I am weary. Allow me to finish applying the oil before you rest." Initially, she had genuinely believed in the veracity of the promises made, but upon reflection, it seemed more likely that they were mere tactics to keep her close. Once the child was born, Marzali Brandt had harbored certain intentions. She had planned to feign a visit, but found herself unable to even enter the door. She was about to depart. "Your Majesty, you should step outside for a moment." Duo2's Adam's apple bobbed, revealing his palpable tension. "Yes, I heard from the shaman that it should be this week. Please remain in the palace and refrain from mingling with those noble women." This little lion was truly an angelic creature, awakening with the bloodline of the angelic race from the moment of birth. Astonishment flickered in Sang Luo's heart as she took a moment to introspect and notice the two newly emerged innate energies within her. I will care for you and the child with utmost devotion. Sang Luo, startled, initially feared she had given birth to an unhealthy deformity as she noticed two fleshy growths. She hurriedly turned it over and, upon careful examination, discovered it was merely a pair of underdeveloped wing bones. At that moment, upon hearing her name called after such a long time, Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to conceal her delight. Luo, Luo, what is it? After waiting for nearly 2 to 3 hours, the movements within her belly grew increasingly vigorous. Ah, she exclaimed, gripping the quilt as the veins on the back of her hand throbbed painfully. In her final moments, holding her little lion, she wished to linger a bit longer. Yet the sounds from outside the door extinguished her smile, replacing it with a cold disdain, fully aware that she must depart. Soon after, a weak voice resonated within the room, evoking deep compassion. Your Majesty, I am fine. Could you please, with your own hands, pluck a stem of iris for me? There will be plenty of time in the future. His gaze upon her was tender and intoxicating, as he softly murmured, Luo, Luo, once you have given birth, I will have taken care of my matters here, and I shall accompany you for outings every day, all right? All unrelated outsiders and servants were kept at bay beyond the palace walls. Sang Luo fell into a moment of silence before gently calling out. Du Tu swiftly activated his healing technique, and in an instant, his body was restored to its former state. Du Tu accepted the wooden carving and glanced at the figurine in her hand, suggesting that perhaps she should carve one for the child as well. Du Tu quietly sat beside her, his gaze fixated on Sang Luo. Her delicate and fair profile, with butterfly-like eyelashes that occasionally fluttered, captivated him. A few strands of black hair cascaded over her shoulders, so soft that it ignited an irresistible urge to touch. He was utterly entranced by her beauty. As the sun dipped in the western sky, she completed her piece. Sang Luo held up the wooden figurine for him to see. Only by ascending to the highest position could one obtain all that one desires. Very well, he replied, not refusing. His handsome, deep-set eyes sparkled with delight, revealing a sense of anticipation. Luo, Luo, if your Majesty does not mind, I shall carve one for you as well. Despite his concerns, upon hearing this, Du Tu had no choice but to step outside and wait. Finding himself bored, he began to carve a few small figures for amusement. Your Majesty, my craftsmanship is quite commendable, is it not? Sang Luo observed the shaman busying themselves with various preparations, yet she felt an unusual calmness within. Having given birth twice, she had grown accustomed to the myriad of processes involved, and any flicker of anxiety swiftly dissipated. As the sounds at the entrance faded away, Sang Luo withdrew her gaze and let out a long sigh of relief. She seldom addressed him by his name anymore, consistently referring to him as Your Majesty, which subtly revealed the true nature of their relationship beneath the facade of mutual respect. Both were well aware of the unspoken understanding that lingered between them. Sang Luo could sense that the longer she spent with Duo 2, the more entangled they became, and his obsession with her deepened. Much like you, he remarked earnestly. It's truly beautiful. The skin was wrinkled and appeared rather unsightly. This child surpasses its father's talent by leaps and bounds. Her realm had also ascended to the pinnacle of half-king, only a mere step away from entering the true king stage. Sang Luo was meticulously carving a nearly finished wooden puppet, which bore a striking resemblance to her features. Duo 2 raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. What is this? The situation appeared even more alarming than when the Beast King had been injured. Duo 2, anxious, had spent several sleepless nights by Sang Luo's side, constantly vigilant of her well-being. In truth, it was a young lion cub that had yet to grow its fur. Sang Luo tenderly wrapped the small lion cub in a pristine blanket, leaving only its delicate pink head exposed. This was the first time she earnestly gazed upon the offspring she had brought into the world, and her eyes unwittingly glistened with moisture. Surely, it would grow into a remarkably beautiful lion. Alas, she feared she would never witness its maturation. If Mutu were to fathom the thoughts occupying her mind, he might offer a wry smile, for his ambitions are grand, yet at times, they are remarkably modest, limited to the confines of a single household. After applying olive oil as was his custom, Mutu gently massaged her for a while longer. When he rose to depart, Sang Luo grasped his long, elegant hand and placed it upon her abdomen, saying, Your Majesty, I believe I am nearing the time of my delivery. Sang Luo approached one of the stout, elderly shamans, extracting a syringe from the tray and dispensing a small amount of the potion. While it was claimed to be an aid for her childbirth, in reality, it was a lethal poison capable of causing her immediate demise. Sang Luo couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on how such a small being had caused her so much trouble. Surely, when grown, it would be quite mischievous. His ambitions were vast. It was likely due to her pregnancy that the soul bone had been refined, elevating the blazing flames to a new level, transforming them into ethereal ghostly fire. After finishing the sculpture in her hands, Sang Luo instructed a man to retrieve a precious piece of agarwood from the storeroom. With her head slightly bowed, She meticulously began to carve with her chisel. The atmosphere grew heavy, and her eyes turned red. "I shall remain here with you." Sang Luo did not believe that after giving birth, he would truly allow her to leave so easily, severing all ties. She had grown utterly weary of the pretense with Duotu for so long, and now presented the perfect opportunity for a decisive break. Sang Luo cast one last glance at the little lion, planting a gentle kiss atop its head. Just as she was about to release her grip, the small lion suddenly stirred, trembling slightly, extending its tiny tongue to lick her face, emitting a soft, delicate whimper. As tears streamed down Sang Luo's face, her heart trembled with sorrow. Yet, she swiftly composed herself, placing her emotions back upon the bed. Her strength coalesced into a sharp edge, severing the golden lion-shaped soul mark etched upon her palm, and her figure faded from sight. This narrative, comprising 3,000 words. We'll see further updates tonight. Chapter 74, Forever Lost to Her. Suddenly, a fierce pain surged through his heart, and in an instant, his realm plummeted from true king to the pinnacle of half-king. Luo. He could not afford to dwell on the rapidly depleting power within him as he frantically teleported back to the delivery room. In the next moment, a handful of purple irises fell to the ground. With bloodshot eyes, he stumbled to the bedside, only to embrace a lifeless form. The shamanic physicians had descended into chaos. It always happened this way. She had seemed perfectly fine right after giving birth. It was postpartum hemorrhage. "Your Highness, the little prince is unharmed." A shaman hurriedly brought forth the child, yet Mu too did not cast a glance. He clutched the increasingly cool body of Sang Luo, covering his face as he wept bitterly. I'm sorry, Luo, I'm so sorry." The Beast King personally led a team to shut down the black market, uncovering the invoice for the poison purchased by Marcia Lee Brent. The truth of the matter was laid bare. The queen had been poisoned to death. Enraged, the Beast King ordered Marcia Lee Brent to be executed on the spot, her identity as a female proving no safeguard against her fate. Upon hearing the news, Prince Brent, driven by love for his daughter, attempted a coup, only to be betrayed by his trusted confidant, ensnared in a meticulously laid trap, surrounded by layers of heavy troops, and ultimately captured. As for the second innate ability, it is indeed intriguing. Theoretically, Sang Luo could transfer this prison mark to her doppelganger. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Sang Luo found a tavern to rest in. Before drifting off to sleep, she reflected on everything she had done prior to leaving the Beast King's palace. Beside her was a white fox beast, who boldly accused that all of this was orchestrated in the shadows by Marzali Brent, even pointing out the poison she had procured from the underground black market in Solar City. A dark-haired youth approached the counter to settle the bill. Everything had been perfectly fine before her delivery. A sudden and untimely demise could easily raise his suspicions, and should a thorough investigation ensue, it might lead to her exposure. "Boss, I'm ready to pay," he stated. He could hardly articulate the reason behind his fervent desire for this child. Perhaps it was not merely to consolidate power, but rather an attempt to bind her to him, while simultaneously ensuring that he would forever lose her. A few individuals glanced in their direction but quickly diverted their attention, returning to their revelry of drinking and boisterous conversation. The preliminary investigation suggested that she had suffered from severe postpartum hemorrhage. With her departure, she would not return to the Western continent. Before leaving, she wished to see how he was faring. He had gifted her numerous beast crystals, and she felt compelled to respond in kind. Sang Luo concocted various reasons to meet him, but they all seemed somewhat feeble. In truth, she simply yearned to see him once more. Sang Luo once heard Kaiser speak of the Eastern continent, where the resources for cultivation are far more abundant, and the orcs there possess greater strength and innate abilities. Thanks to her second child, a little mermaid, and its rather unremarkable father, she retained the ability to create a clone within herself, allowing her to escape like a golden cicada shedding its shell. However, the lingering mark of her confinement still resided within her, making her clone easily identifiable. The upheaval among the upper-class families became a subject of drunken gossip among the ordinary folk. The future should indeed herald a capable beast father. He has implemented numerous reforms for the welfare of the populace, rectified the corruption among the nobility, quelled the insurrection, and even prohibited research on genetic females, demonstrating an impressive decisiveness that surpasses that of the previous Beast King. Yet, the upper limit of his innate abilities is significantly influenced by the level of his cultivation. Within the tavern, the most fervent discussions revolved around the series of reforms carried out by the new Beast King in just half a year of his reign. Failure would be tantamount to martyrdom, and should she truly falter, she would accept her fate. In contrast to the towering orcs, who often stand around 2 meters tall, her own stature appeared somewhat frail and diminutive, reminiscent of one yet to reach maturity. However, before proceeding, she desired to seek out an individual. The last time Sang Luo rested at the Marcia Lee Brent Palace, she discreetly exerted her mental prowess over a Fox Clan orc, intending that once her plan succeeded, he would come forth to accuse Marcia Lee Brent of secretly poisoning her, thereby providing a legitimate cause of death and enabling her seamless escape. It appeared that even fate itself wished for her departure from Du Tuesday. Du Tu is known for its cautious and cunning nature, much like his father, burdened by excessive suspicion. Fortunately, her efforts ultimately bore fruit. This child was a result of his insistence. The little lion accompanying him should be nurtured into an exceptional being, which brought her some solace. Yet, after giving birth to the little mermaid, Sang Luo also acquired two extraordinary abilities. He may not embody the qualities of a good son, a good brother, or a good person, but undoubtedly he is an exceptional king. Sang Luo deftly capitalized on Marcia Lee Brent's malice towards her, thus providing herself an additional layer of assurance for her feigned demise. Concurrently, the Beast King enumerated the numerous transgressions of Prince Brent, revealing to the public not only the extensive list of his collusions with various foreign powers, but also the deep-rooted corruption that had persisted since the inception of the empire. The illustrious Brent family, which had flourished for nearly a millennium, faced sudden annihilation, with their vast wealth amounting to billions being appropriated by the state treasury. While an elite private army was seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the Beast King, Sang Luo stretched languidly, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease. After a 2-day respite, she began to outline her forthcoming journey. Martha Lee Brent, despite her myriad arguments, found herself betrayed by the one beside her. In the Arlen's empire, the queen had passed away, plunging the entire nation into mourning. Previously, she had been at a considerable disadvantage compared to Dutu, unable to exhibit her true capabilities. However, after giving birth to the little lion, her realm had ascended to the pinnacle of semi-king, narrowing the gap between her and Dutu to merely a step away, with a 30% chance of success, making it feasible to attempt. Yet, even this was insufficient. According to the intelligence she had gathered over time, the new generation of innate royal beasts in the Western continent were limited to these two. Having secured them, there was no further value in lingering. She needed to traverse to other continents in search of her next target for enhancement. However, prior to the queen's delivery, her health indicators had been perfectly normal. The Beast King ordered a thorough investigation, and days later, they uncovered a trail. Someone had bribed the midwife during the delivery to poison the queen. Further inquiries led to the royal palace, where the poison tea was traced back to the source, ultimately implicating the daughter of Prince Brent. It was said that the queen had unexpectedly succumbed after childbirth. The one man she owed a debt to was none other than him. As Sang Luo listened to the conversation of the beastmen, she nearly forgot to accept the change offered by her employer. Having spent the majority of her time within the palace, she was oblivious to the myriad of clandestine activities orchestrated by Duo. With her true identity rendered obsolete in the Aaron's empire, Sang Luo randomly selected an unremarkable passerby on the street, exerting her mental prowess to extract a small vial of blood. She then altered her appearance and, under the guise of Glen Tuya, masqueraded as a school official conducting home visits, making her way to the family residence recorded in Lan Rua's school files. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback to discover that Lan Song had long since departed the western continent for the northern continent. Sang Luo had never ventured to the northern continent. She had only heard whispers of its name through the fragmented tales of orcs and glimpses on world maps. The northern continent was known for its harshness and desolation, where orc inhabitants were scarce, yet it occasionally birthed extraordinary talents. She resolved to take a tour of the northern continent first. Chapter 75. Arrival at the northern continent. The harsh environment of the northern ice fields exceeded her imagination. Ominous black clouds loomed low, casting a pall over the daylight, leaving the atmosphere shrouded in a grayish-blue mist. A howling blizzard raged, akin to the wails of phantoms, accompanied by hailstones the size of fists, mercilessly ravaging the pitiful land beneath her feet. Most terrifying of all was the frigid temperature, plummeting to several degrees below zero, rendering the landscape barren and seemingly capable of freezing all life. Braving the relentless snowstorm, Sang Luo trudged forward, each step a laborious endeavor. Prior to her journey, she had meticulously inquired about the conditions of the northern continent, donning multiple layers of thick, insulated garments, enveloped in a cloak and adorned with a hat, wrapping herself securely against the elements. Yet, she had still underestimated the severity of this unforgiving realm. In merely a matter of minutes, her body became a canvas for accumulating snow, transforming her into a veritable snow figure from a distance. A man cloaked in a black hooded cape stood tall and silent like the midnight hour, effortlessly commanding the attention of all around him with his imposing stature and an aura that radiated an unsettling chill, as if warning others to keep their distance. Within the city, only a few thousand orcs resided, and the wide, desolate streets added to the atmosphere of isolation. According to the orcs of the hunting party, Icebreaker City was the most developed metropolis in the northern continent, yet its scale was comparable to that of a mid-sized city in the western continent. The tiger orc then inquired of Sang Luo, "What rank of orc are you?" Tears welled up in Sang Luo's eyes as she realized how long it had been since she last saw him. The vast and sparsely populated northern continent presented a challenge. Throughout their journey, they had encountered only a solitary orc and, for the time being, could not find any suitable replacements. Thus they had to make do. A burly bear-like creature gruffly replied, "There is no need for such exertion. We do not hunt these colossal insects merely for their materials to sell. Rather, we seek to turn them in for the bounty in the city." These icefield giant insects were covered in impenetrable scales, rendering the teeth and claws of ordinary orcs virtually ineffective against them. Despite the frenzied attempts of several orcs to tear them apart, they could barely manage to dislodge a few scales. As the giant insect thrashed violently, the chains binding it began to fray, and the ancient tree above swayed precariously, sending snow cascading downwards. In the city of Broken Ice, combat among orcs was strictly prohibited to prevent damage to public structures and maintain the peace. Bring these two teams away, lock them in prison for a fortnight to reflect on their actions. The endless expanse of frozen wasteland stretched for miles, with towering silver birch trees reaching majestically towards the heavens. He froze momentarily, caught off guard, before being enveloped in an embrace. Sang Luo discerned the underlying animosity between the two captains. With such insidious provocation, the factions clashed instantaneously, erupting into a fierce battle within the city. Numerous public edifices were toppled in the fray, drawing a considerable crowd of onlooking orcs, yet not a single soul ventured forth to mediate the conflict. Sang Luo followed them for a considerable distance, unaware of their destination, only to be struck down in a single blow. Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept by, revealing the man's strikingly handsome yet coldly aloof features. His gaze, heavy with a fierce and ruthless intensity, bore the weight of countless encounters with life and death, emanating an overwhelming sense of aggression and intimidation. From Sang Luo's vantage point, half of his face was shrouded in dark fabric, exposing a sharply defined jawline that beckoned curiosity. The orcs in the group had evidently prepared well in advance. One swiftly bound the colossal creature's head with an unidentifiable iron chain, securing it to a massive tree trunk, effectively preventing its head from twisting or attacking. This was indeed a 7th-tier star beast. One must proceed with utmost caution. The giant insect opened its maw, filled with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, and lunged at one of the orcs' heads. Dream on. Someone shouted angrily. Why should we surrender our hard-earned quarry to you? They implored. Accompany us for just a short while, and upon completion of the task, a generous reward awaits. As Sang Luo's ears tingled with excitement, she instinctively turned her gaze toward the crowd, momentarily holding her breath. The orcs residing in the northern continent were either indigenous tribes or notorious criminals fleeing from their misdeeds on other continents, seeking survival in this desolate place. The onlookers were further captivated. In this frigid expanse, the ice affinity could be maximized to its fullest potential. The allure of a colossal ice worm, valued at 10,000 beast crystals, was irresistible. The ice worm broke free from its chains, uprooting ancient trees towering dozens of meters high, which came crashing down with a thunderous roar, sending a flurry of snow cascading into the air. Yet, the familiar figure she longed to see was nowhere in sight. As the colossal creature collapsed, a faint crimson hue stained the vast expanse of white snow. Though this group appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle, they did not exude the aura of ruthless villains. She stowed the dried meat into her spatial pocket and approached, pondering what matters her brothers might have at hand. Sang Luo accompanied them for several days, slaying 7 or 8 of these colossal ice worms. Their attire was considerably coarser than that of the orcs from the western continent, predominantly consisting of simple, rough linen garments, with some donning animal pelts, reflecting a primitive ruggedness. Regrettably, his fangs failed to penetrate the icy armor of the giant worm, which only provoked its wrath. The creature's body twisted violently, its scales flaring open, and its tail lashed downward, each scale sharp as a blade. In an instant, the body of the tiger beast was rent with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. Finding a nearby stump, he settled down and retrieved some jerky from his spatial pouch. Lansong's thin lips curled in a cold reprimand. Bring him to me. She had only just arrived a few days prior, and now she was to be imprisoned? Suddenly, the tumult ahead subsided, and from the throng emerged a tall, imposing figure. The orcs in the procession understood the unspoken rules and refrained from asking questions, continuing their journey as if nothing had occurred. Startled, she lifted her gaze, meeting the man's dangerously icy eyes. He could not possibly be merely at the 6th tier of strength. He was at least of the same rank, perhaps even the 7th. The crowd, not lacking in discernment, displayed a notable shift in demeanor, their expressions turning respectful after the initial shock. This individual undoubtedly possessed significant power, yet it seemed he wished to keep his identity concealed. Hence his deliberate choice of words. Sang paused in the forest, caressing the texture of the wood, having found the right spot. Unable to escape, the colossal insect ensnared the orc with its immense body. Before Sang Luo could utter a word, the somewhat lanky orc beside the tiger beast spoke up first. Boss, this kid seems a bit frail. Are you sure you wanted to accompany our team? If she had unfortunately traversed to the northern continent, she would likely perish from the cold within mere minutes. The orcs on their side were quickly losing stamina and soon found themselves at a disadvantage, fortunately. The City S patrol team arrived just in time to halt the ongoing conflict. She constantly nurtured her body with fire elemental energy to withstand the bone-chilling cold, allowing her to barely adapt. However, if someone proved to be too inept, they could indeed become a burden. All right then, big brother. Sang Luo accepted the crystal stone and fell into step with the group. They were on a quest to hunt a high-tier ice elemental star beast. The state of these orcs was far from ideal, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Their expressions were grim, and their bodies bore the marks of struggle, appearing quite disheveled. The towering, robust tiger beast gestured with his hand, calling out, "You there? Come over." As Sang Luo observed them slay the colossal insect, she chose not to process it, but instead to encapsulate it within her spatial storage. She remarked that the flesh of high-tier star beasts is exquisite and imbued with spiritual energy. If they properly handled this meat, they could sell it to various culinary establishments. Furthermore, the scales of such star beasts are remarkably sharp and resilient, rivaling that of mysterious iron, making them valuable to weaponry and material shops. If they invested some time to process it, selling it in batches would yield greater rewards. In the ice-breaking city, Lan Song had matured significantly over the past year. His stature more imposing and upright. Even clad in heavy garments, the formidable contours of his muscles were discernible, exuding a breathtaking masculine vigor. He chuckled to himself, pondering what he was thinking. How could she possibly arrive here? The immense constricting force could nearly rupture their bodies. He scoffed, asserting that if they did not recognize their own worth, they would have to rely on strength. The spoils belong to whomever sees them. Which city will you head to next? The orc of the patrol team, upon seeing the man, immediately bowed respectfully. Lord City Master, there are 2 bounty teams causing a ruckus, but we have already intervened to prevent any casualties. According to regulations, after imposing a fine, they may be detained for half a month. A thunderous noise erupted. Soon, someone reacted, crawling over to inspect the carcass of the insect beast, confirming its demise. The tiger beast and the others followed suit, astonished to discover that it was the frail male beast that had delivered the fatal blow. They had just endured a fierce battle, losing several comrades. They required one more member to form a complete bounty team for their mission. The other orcs instinctively glanced at her arms, though obscured by her robe and bracers, rendering them invisible. Sang Luo readily responded, 6th tier. The tiger beast nodded in satisfaction, inquiring, "What is your talent?" Orcs in the northern continent were scarce. Throughout her journey, aside from this bounty team, she had encountered none. The orcs within the cities would likely be numerous, making it easier to gather information. It was the perfect opportunity to find a place to rest. The northern continent remained in a perpetual state of cold, and those orcs who resided in such frigid realms were predominantly of the Ice Plains' unique clans. Their fur thick and long, capable of withstanding the bitter chill. Everyone's expressions brightened. The slender, tall monkey orc cheerfully stated, "You're quite the surprise. You appear so slight and unassuming, yet you are a 6th-tier orc. Boss, our luck is truly remarkable." Suddenly, someone in the front halted. Immediately after, the gigantic insect opened its gaping maw, lunging to devour the group of orcs. The colossal bug, undeterred, thrashed its body, violently crashing into trees and sending several orcs sprawling to the ground. "What do you intend to do?" Tiger Chase said in a deep voice. "Ah, don't look at me with such eyes. I have no ill intentions. It would be quite agreeable for everyone to coexist peacefully. As long as you surrender the prey you obtained from this hunt, I can overlook past grievances and let you go." The voice was low and magnetic, rich in masculine allure. The mightiest and most robust tiger beast clamped down fiercely on the lighter-colored area between the head and abdomen of the colossal insect, evidently targeting its weakness. Sang nodded, indicating her willingness to accompany them. Indeed, the bounty was calculated based on the submission of an entire giant worm, which could fetch thousands of beast crystals. In the distance, several dark figures of varying heights came into view, and as they drew closer, it became evident that they were a group of dust-covered orcs. "Prepare yourselves. Let the battle commence." With the command of the tiger beast, the orcs instantly transformed into their beast forms, charging forth like arrows released from a bow. Having just arrived on the northern continent, she was entirely unfamiliar with her surroundings. Yet she could glean valuable information through their presence. Sang Luo glanced around, only to ascertain that the voice was indeed calling out to him. The eyes of the crowd were filled with acute vigilance. Suddenly, a shard of ice, infused with an inexhaustible chill, materialized from the air, swiftly piercing the thorax of the colossal insect. The hardened protective scales were effortlessly penetrated by the seemingly unremarkable ice shard, accompanied by a resounding blast that echoed through the air. Sang Luo hastily shook her head, employing her fiery spiritual power to cleanse herself of the snow water that clung to her. She raised her gaze towards the tumultuous dark clouds in the sky and let out a long sigh. In a moment of unchecked emotion, Sang Luo lunged forward, intending to reconnect and reminisce with him fondly, only to be ruthlessly pushed away the next instant. Shortly after entering the city, they encountered another team. Suddenly, he cast a glance in this direction. Sang Luo initially intended to mention the fire element. However, the spectral flame differs significantly from other fire-related talents, as it is prone to exposure. She tactfully diverted the conversation to her ice affinity. Throughout their journey, their attitude towards Sang Luo improved considerably, subtly laced with flattery. Thus, she found herself unwittingly included in the team for their tasks. Ahead, a group of orcs also caught sight of her, just as they were about to depart. A voice rang out, "Lan Song." Without lifting a finger, Sang Luo, caught in the crossfire of circumstances, remained an innocent bystander. As Sang Luo continued to survey her surroundings for potential prey, the ground beneath her suddenly trembled violently. A colossal iceworm, measuring over 10 meters in length, erupted from the snowy earth right beneath her feet. With her heightened abilities and exceptional reflexes, she leaped to a safe distance of several dozen meters the moment the creature emerged. From her vantage point, she gazed at the monstrous ice worm. Adorned with hundreds of legs and covered in scales, its menacing demeanor igniting a wave of nausea within her as she realized how close she had come to being devoured. Though it could be described as a mere chance encounter, it was, in truth, a deliberate approach by the creature. Sang Luo noticed that the leader of the group was an ice lizard beastman. Upon catching sight of them, he flicked his peculiar vertical pupils and advanced towards her with his entourage. Uche, it has indeed been a long time. I still vividly recall the last time you left me severely injured. The beastman patted her shoulder and handed her a pouch of crystal stones. Little brother, accompany us for a while. Once our task is complete, I shall reward you. This is a down payment, so do not even think of fleeing midway. Lansong had intended to depart but paused, sensing something amiss as he scanned the crowd. The group had recently endured several fierce battles, leaving them in a rather poor state. Upon entering the city, they had planned to find a place to recuperate. Who is this person? How dare he offend the city lord? His intentions are suspicious. He must be an illegal element sent by another city. Quickly, apprehend him on the spot. Do not let him escape. Sang Luo widened her eyes, quickly realizing that she was still in disguise, undoubtedly perceived by Lansong as an unknown rogue beast. Wait. In fact, I am dear ones. I kindly ask for your recommendations, monthly votes, and 5-star reviews. Your support serves as my motivation for updating. Chapter 76. A man who hasn't tasted flesh in over a year is truly terrifying. Li Gu, your father beast is waiting for you in the council chamber. Why did you come here alone? A young, alluring female with striking white hair approached, causing Sang Luo to choke on her words. She observed as the young female affectionately grasped Lansong's hand. In the next moment, he withdrew his hand, yet his expression bore no signs of aversion, indicating a lack of rejection. In a moment of forgetfulness, Sang Luo found herself at a loss for words, her spirit sinking uncontrollably. In truth, there was little for her to mourn. The men in her life far exceeded just him, and she had already borne 3 litters of offspring. It was unreasonable to expect Lansong to remain chaste for her over such an extended period. That would be utterly demeaning. She had even explicitly stated her desire for him to seek out another female companion to share his life with. For he was a remarkable man deserving of a partner who would love him wholeheartedly. He had grown even more robust and imposing than before, shedding the remnants of youthful innocence to reveal a presence marked by maturity and fierce determination. What was happening here? The former lord of Shueyue City was intent on matchmaking between the city lord and his daughter, a peak 6th-tier female who might yet ascend to 7th tier, capable of bearing offspring with royal-tier beasts. Yet, the lord seemed utterly unmoved. We had previously assumed that his standards were set too high, but it now appeared evident that his affections lay with males, though she had not directly participated in any brawls as a member of the bounty team. She was also implicated in incitement and, according to regulations, should be incarcerated alongside her peers. Anger reverberated from within the confines of the room. Lansong reclined on the sofa, inhaling deeply, assured that he was untroubled in certain respects. Are you referring to the lord above or below? Disrobe. He reiterated with a stern countenance. Was it merely because she had dared to touch the city lord that she was deemed brazen? Sang Luo cast them a look of good luck and waved her hand, hastening to follow. Yet, as she recalled the words of the orcs, she realized he had been alone for so long, with no one by his side. Surely, he was waiting for her. All right, I shall take my leave. The orcs, as if granted a reprieve, vanished in an instant. She turned on the faucet. At the very least, she would not have to start off by languishing in a cell. She could manage this for now, as she would not remain here for many days before departing. She could not deceive her own heart. As Sang Luo arrived at the lord's mansion, before he could even step inside, he was met with the cacophony of objects shattering. Almost immediately, the white-haired female was forcefully expelled from the premises. Moreover, his heart would only be filled with desolation. Sang Luo curled her lips into a light smile, embracing his waist and playfully inquiring, "What's the matter? Did you think you were dreaming?" Lansong cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent as he gestured for an orc to adjust the surveillance on the street. In the span of a single day, the females wept sorrowfully, while the males experienced a mix of joy and concern. Disheveled and visibly distressed, she felt helpless and could only take her leave. Reflecting on the past, a bittersweet sensation stirred within Sang Luo's heart. I just caught sight of you in the crowd. You both share a striking resemblance, which is how I recognized you. Before she could playfully tempt him, he swiftly seized her, pinning her beneath him. Her features, though not drastically altered, had undeniably become more exquisite and alluring. Her skin was as fair and tender as jade, and her figure had grown taller and more graceful, with curves accentuated in all the right places. Sang Luo had repeatedly admonished herself that her relationship with this group of men was merely a transactional one, a mere exchange of utility. The more emotions she invested, the more likely it was that she would be the only one to suffer in the end. Upon noticing the newcomer, his pupils dilated sharply, and his voice emerged through clenched teeth. "Get out. Otherwise, I will kill you right now." The rationale was flimsy, yet there were no significant flaws to exploit. Lansong fixed his gaze on the frail beast before him, initially hoping to discern a hint of suspicion in the other's eyes. However, as he continued to stare, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and his complexion heated up. "You must be enduring a great deal. Allow me to assist you," Sang Luo said, her delicate fingers brushing against his belt, her enchanting eyes shimmering with allure. Luo, I miss you so much," he murmured, his voice laced with yearning. Sang Luo swallowed hard, her eyes widening in fascination. Enveloped in the sheets, Lan Song grasped her mischievous hand with his other, resting his forehead against her face. His voice a low, husky whisper, infused with post-pleasure languor. "I thought it was yet another fleeting joy for me." Their garments lay in disarray on the floor, his long, sturdy arms still wrapped tightly around her delicate waist, his deep, dark eyes fixed unwaveringly upon her. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, Lan Song dismissed everyone else, leaving only her alone in the chamber. In her previous life, Sang Luo could only be considered a reasonably attractive young woman, yet now, each time she gazes into the mirror, she perceives herself as breathtakingly beautiful. The deep black eyes of Lan Song quivered, momentarily entranced, leaving him breathless, as if his very essence had momentarily ceased. How could he harbor such disdain towards her? A foul wolf awaits in tears. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. "Get out." Before departing, he inadvertently collided with Sang Luo, his gaze directed at her laced with indignation. "That will be quite enough." Her complexion appeared slightly darker than before, a sensuously alluring shade of light honey. Not at all. When the lord of the city first arrived, the nearby noble family's females thought they had stumbled upon a great fortune, inundating him with offers of betrothal gifts. However, the lord of the city declined them all. In a moment of distraction, Sang Luo failed to grasp the conversation between Lan Song and the female companion. She observed the female's displeasure as she departed. Subsequently, Lan Song's gaze shifted back to her, his tone remarkably frigid. "Do you have anything else to say?" he inquired. "Oh, very well, Chief. What is it you wish to convey?" she replied slowly, as she began to remove her garments. With one hand gently encircling his neck, Sang Luo tenderly wove her fingers through his soft black hair, resting his head against her shoulder as she breathed softly, urging him to be gentle. He repeatedly pressed his lips against her collarbone and shoulders, tirelessly marking every inch of her skin with his warmth, compensating for the years of solitude that had fallen like snow. "Well, since you are acquainted with my brother, you may remain in the city and take up a menial job sweeping the streets, should you wish to do so." A man who had abstained from intimacy for over a year was indeed formidable. In her memories, Lan Song was restrained, gentle, and patient, always striving to consider her feelings. After this moment of reckless abandon, she realized how much he had previously held back, how deeply he had endured. Such a bold adult, she thought, and then cautiously added, "I hope I have not mistaken you. I truly apologize for this transformation from an innocent pup to a hardened man." The following afternoon, Sang Luo gradually awakened, with Lan Song still by her side. He contemplated calling her over, yet his profound attention towards her made him feel as though he were betraying Luo. In that moment of inner turmoil, he resolved to cast aside such thoughts and seek solace by venturing into the wilderness to hunt star beasts. Little did he know that his departure would give rise to increasingly outlandish rumors within the town. "I am acquainted with Lan Ruo," Sang Luo thought swiftly. "I am a student at Alan's academy in the same cohort as him. I once expressed my desire to seek a living on the northern continent, and he suggested I reach out to his brother, who resides there." The other individuals were confined to a cell, while he was instructed to remain. After issuing his command, Lan Song turned to leave. "Come with me." Lan Song shed his heavy cloak, carelessly draping it over a chair. He donned deep green work trousers, paired only with a fitted black tank top that accentuated his exceptional physique. Every inch of muscle along his waist radiated an alluring vitality, and the faint outline of his veins became visible as his arms hung naturally at his sides. He had always used the alias Lee on the northern continent, and none were privy to his true identity. Coincidentally, a familiar beastman was on his way to deliver goods to the Lord's residence, prompting Sang Luo to volunteer for the task. "Brother, you go ahead. I'll take it to the Lord." "You are not mistaken. Lan Ruo is indeed my younger brother." However, Lan Ruo would never so easily divulge his information to outsiders. The beastman, startled, trembled at the thought of losing his virtue that day. They had been discussing in hushed tones how the leader, having surpassed the king rank at just over 20, was in the prime of his youth, a time of fiery vigor. Despite numerous noble females vying for his attention, he remained indifferent. Indeed, it seemed the leader had no interest in females. "Well, leader, I only fancy younger females. I still wish to have a cub someday." He fidgeted awkwardly, yet dared not refuse as he removed his shirt, closing his eyes in trepidation, trembling as he reached for his trousers. "Oh, leader, please be gentle with me. I am here seeking refuge with the Lord. I implore you to take me in." In a moment of desperation, Sang Luo thought quickly, "If the Lord does not believe me, he may check the surveillance. I did not participate in this brawl. I ask for justice from you, my lord." She inquired of a passerby, "Has the Lord truly not had a single female companion all this time?" Noticing the frail male beastman gazing at her with an unsettling intensity, Lan Song's demeanor grew more peculiar. He cleared his throat, pulled out 2 chairs, and invited her to sit, promptly stating his purpose. "How do you know my name?" She nodded in acknowledgement. Lan Song, still unaware of his unusual patience that day, abruptly stood, his expression darkening. The Lord does not favor females, naturally preferring a masculine presence. He undoubtedly prefers those robust and virile. Very well, kill me. And there shall be no one left to bear you wolf cubs, sang Luo retorted, returning to her original voice. In the next moment, her form transformed into her true self. Once the individuals outside had departed, Lansong's agitation intensified. After much contemplation, he casually summoned a subordinate. My lord, I wonder if you could assist me in finding some menial work within the city? Sang Luo failed to notice the shift in his expression as she ingratiated herself. Lansong, having finished speaking, unceremoniously expelled Sang Luo, slamming the door with a resounding bang, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable hostility. As though he wished to avoid another glance at her, Sang Luo stared incredulously at the closed door, her frustration boiling over. After a year apart, how has that insufferable wolf-esque temper worsened so? After all that pleading, I am relegated to the role of a mere janitor? Are you a beastman from the western continent? He inquired tentatively. An icy cascade of realization washed over her. Sang Luo turned towards the Lord's manor, having resolved to acknowledge him. Just moments ago, he found himself unable to restrain the urge to caress his face. Lansong did not believe that after losing his beloved, any aspect of his inclinations had shifted. There was a brief silence before a voice, subdued and restrained, uttered, "Do not approach." Sang Luo keenly sensed that something was amiss with him and tentatively called out, "Lansong? It was said that the lord of the city had specifically pardoned you from a crime last time and assigned you to such a leisurely and lucrative task. Surely, the lord's preference isn't for someone like you, yet you appear rather frail." Observing that the lord seemed to be enjoying a comfortable life, she felt no further concern. Indeed, she had never worried about him. The principle that the higher one's realm, the more striking their appearance applies universally to both genders. Suddenly, a white, unidentified object shot forth, and she quickly evaded it, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. Had it been any other time, such an unknown and formidable beast would have been captured and subjected to severe interrogation. Yet, from the outset, he had not entertained such thoughts. In fact, when addressing the individual before him, his tone instinctively softened considerably. With raven hair and snow-white skin, delicate cheeks, and enchanting moonlit eyes that seemed to draw in the very souls of men, she was a vision of allure. The two captured members of the hunting party stood in stunned silence, bewildered by her apparent exception. Had there been outsiders present, they would have surely suspected the presence of the supernatural. In less than a year, the cold-faced beast king had carved out a formidable reputation in the northern continent, instilling fear in countless beastmen, yet here he was, speaking in such a gentle tone. His face and neck were flushed with an unnatural hue. That female had indeed drugged him, leaving him feeling unbearably hot and uncomfortable, his arms taut with visible veins, as if he were being consumed by flames. Lansong was drenched in icy water, yet the fire within him refused to abate, intensifying instead, desperately seeking an outlet. The image he had painstakingly cultivated over time lay in ruins. Sang Luo, perplexed and bewildered, entered the house while carrying her belongings. Sang Luo gazed at the disheveled man leaning against the wall. The moment he caught sight of her, he could no longer restrain the desires surging within him. His clothes, drenched by the cold water, clung to his form, revealing the tantalizing contours of his physique. She immediately noticed the prominent desire beneath his abdomen. Lansong's expression darkened to an extreme. "Get out. How did you come to know my identity?" he inquired once more. Yet, what was the situation with that formidable beast? Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Lansong held a uniquely special place in her heart. Sang Luo felt a twinge of unease and, employing her mental prowess, discerned that he was staggering unsteadily towards the bathroom. Sang Luo was uncertain whether there was a female companion in Lansong's life. Thus, revealing her identity at that moment seemed an imprudent choice, as it might disrupt his current existence. When the rumors reached Sang Luo's ears, she found herself both speechless and amused. She was all too aware of Lansong's affairs. With her head hung low, she could no longer bear to listen and swiftly made her exit. Over the past year, he had dreamed of her more than once. Each night, the joy of regaining her love would vanish upon waking, leaving him to confront the solitude of his existence anew. It was only at this moment, as Lansong gently caressed Sang Luo's face, kissed her warm lips, and inhaled the intoxicating scent that had captivated him so profoundly, that he could finally ascertain the reality of the scene before him. Soon, it seemed, there would be a litter of little wolf cubs. P.S. If you suddenly discover numerous typos in my nightly updates, it is because I have yet to finish writing and correct them. Typically, refreshing the page after half an hour will allow for a clearer view. The Lament of a Slow-Fingered Author. Chapter 77. The Tattoo at the Waist. I apologize, Luo. I thought you would no longer seek me out, so I indulged myself in the dream. Lansong gazed at the bruises adorning her skin, tenderly kissing them, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Sang Luo inquired, "Why would you think that? Am I the kind of person who would abandon you and be unfaithful?" He let out a low huff, gently nudging his nose against hers, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of reproach. "But you returned the dowry." In the beast realm, a female unilaterally returning her dowry signifies that she does not regard the male as worthy, deeming him too weak to ever consider returning to him. "That's not it. Not at all," Sang Luo hurriedly refuted. "I thought you had found a new partner, and it would be inappropriate for me to accept the dowry. Besides, You have a younger brother to support through school, and the tuition for Yolani's academy is exceedingly high. While I may not be able to assist you in other matters, I certainly did not wish to burden you in this regard, so I thought returning the dowry would alleviate some pressure for you and Lan Rua. How could I have another partner? Lan Song exclaimed, playfully nibbling her lip in frustration. When he learned of her death, he nearly succumbed to despair, only surviving out of obligation to his younger brother, who needed to be supported through his studies. He had even contemplated completing one last major contract to pay for his brother's tuition before seeking her out. Before he could finish his thought, Sang Luo captured his lips with hers. I think you are wonderful. He could no longer contain the fervor of his emotions, leaning down to bite her side gently. Lan Song had never been interested in power, yet now he ardently desired strength and authority, which compelled him to become the lord of Icebreaking City and expand his influence. Do you long for me? He mused. Luo, you truly are different from other females. They seldom favor males weaker than themselves, viewing them as burdens to be discarded at the earliest opportunity. Only you could utter such words. Lan Song chuckled, momentarily unsure whether to lament that his capabilities had begun to pale in comparison to hers, or to rejoice in the fact that he had earned the unique affection of his beloved female. When he first broke through to the king level, he was elated and yearned to return to Sang Luo, but soon after, he heard news of her arrival at the Beast King's palace. What kind of being is the Beast King? He is the most gifted, highest ranked, and most powerful male beast in the entire empire. The northern continent is harsh, yet rich in cultivation resources. I broke through to the king beast level within a year, which is why I wish to remain here, as I might encounter more opportunities in the future. Lan Song spoke with a hint of shame. You have already reached the king level. If I do not strive harder, I may truly be unworthy to stand before you. He had never inquired about her experiences prior to her arrival, yet he discerned Sang Luo's aversion to the empire and the western continent, suggesting she had encountered some turmoil there. The Beast King of Yolani's would not permit the queen to secretly traverse to another continent without just cause. He could not compare to her. Sang Luo playfully entangled herself with him for a while, her hands exploring the lean, alluring contours of Lan Song's waist and abdomen. Suddenly, as her fingers brushed against something intriguing, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she burrowed beneath the covers. I speak the truth, Song, you are the only male who does not concern himself with innate power. He yearned to stand by her side. The relentless pursuit of power is not always a virtue. It may lead one astray from their true essence. Sang Luo reminisced about multi-picture, letting out a sigh. I shall not return to the western continent. What about you? Will you remain the lord of the northern continent? Lan Song's body stiffened, hastily pulling her out from beneath the covers. His ears flushed crimson, stammering, This has only just concluded. If you desire more, you must wait for me to. He longed to be truly worthy of standing alongside her. Sang Luo beheld the tattoo etched upon his side. Lan Song's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. I am sorry, Luo. If only my talents were greater, I could have been of more assistance to you. She could not bring herself to believe that the sunny and gentle youth she once encountered was merely a fade he had meticulously constructed. Perhaps, at his core, he was not inherently malevolent, merely misguided along a treacherous path. Sang Luo would not remain in the northern continent